Li Jin, since the moment I was reborn on the day the mobile game Fights Break Sphere launched, I have been oblivious to the limits of spending. Is becoming a Dou Qi truly difficult? Watch as I conjure one in merely 10 days. A wretched woman, is it? Prepare for your demise. A Dou Huang, you say? Prepare for your demise. A soul emperor, you claim? Prepare for death. Those who offend my trusted allies, no matter their strength, shall be eradicated. Those who challenge my dragon kingdom, despite their might, shall be vanquished. Chapter 1. Rebirth on the day of launch. Enlightenment of the Master. Fights Break Sphere launches today. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the impoverished youth. Let us battle against the heavens. In a villa, Li Jin slowly focuses his eyes, his phone screen displaying a message. He would remember until his dying breath that the beginning of all destruction stemmed from this game's launch. Am I reborn? Li Jin glanced at the time. April 2nd, 2024, 9:29. Indeed, it was the very day the game had launched. Li Jin, stop pretending to be deaf and mute. My best friend's boyfriend gifted her a Porsche for Qingming Festival. What have you done? No token of appreciation at all? Zhou Shana crossed her arms, feigning anger. Faced with this familiar scene and visage, Li Jin's wrath was nearly uncontrollable. She, the despicable Zhou Shana, you caused my tragic demise. In this lifetime, I shall make you repay 100-fold. What token of appreciation should I provide? Should I burn more paper for you? Li Jin retorted mercilessly. You. Zhou Shana pointed at Li Jin, her composure beginning to falter. I grant you an opportunity to rephrase your words, otherwise you shall lose me. Upon hearing this, Li Jin clapped his hands in delight. What a delightful turn of events. Zhou Shana. Li Jin, why are you acting so strangely today? Oh dear, please don't be like this. I merely wish to enjoy every festival with you. Li Jin was no longer swayed by such tactics after all. In my previous life, you stabbed me in the back, and now you expect leniency? Get the hell out. You want gifts for Qingming Festival? Do you wish to dine with your great-grandmother at the same table? You have 3 seconds to vanish from my sight, lest I take it out on your mother. Li Jin's words resonated with artistic flair, often revolving around her ancestors. Zhou Shana was momentarily stunned by the insult, but soon her spirit ignited with indignation. What do you mean, Li Jin? I have already extended an olive branch. What more do you desire? Li Jin smiled, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap across her face. What more? Do you think I am unaware of your antics with male models? And 3 at once? Are you truly that impressive? Zhou Shana's eyes widened in shock, her mind reeling. How did Li Jin discover her escapades? Li Jin, how dare you hit me? I shall ignore you. Zhou Shana, sensing the precariousness of her situation, retreated, planning to play the game of seduction later when Li Jin's anger subsided, certain it would win back his affection. Bang! The sound of the slamming door echoed. Watching Zhou Shana disappear, Li Jin's expression darkened. Let you live a few more days. Once the game merges with reality, I shall take your life. Indeed, in 10 days, all elements within this game shall manifest in the real world. Not only is there feedback on the cultivation of Dou Qi, but also countless beings from the realm of Dou Qi will manifest in Blue Star in the previous life. No one foresaw such occurrences, resulting in the game's popularity not reaching great heights, which consequently led to numerous tragedies in Blue Star. Players who made significant progress within the game reaped considerable rewards, allowing them to establish themselves rapidly during this tumultuous era. Some players defected to foreign lands for pleasure, while others proclaimed themselves kings, dominating their territories. Moreover, foreign forces infiltrated the Dragon Nation, siphoning off its fortunes, which inadvertently fostered the rise of formidable adversaries. Those who fancied themselves on the Dragon Nation's esteemed rankings remained indifferent to these betrayals, and some even colluded to pilfer the nation's resources, exacerbating the plight of the Dragon Nation. In his previous life, Li Jin did not invest heavily in the game, resulting in insufficient cultivation feedback, leaving him to helplessly witness these individuals carving away at the flesh of the Dragon Nation, a child raised under the Red Banner. The Dragon Nation was Li Jin's unwavering faith. He recalled the saying that resonated throughout the Dragon Nation: when the people have faith, the motherland possesses strength. Yet, some individuals in their self-serving pursuits remained apathetic in the face of national peril. This was nothing short of treachery. In this life, now that I, Li Jin, have been reborn, I shall demand accountability from all who harm the interests of the Dragon Nation. He vowed, unconcerned with their origins. Let all who dare to offend the Dragon Nation be pursued, no matter how distant, and the Soul Clan shall face annihilation. Li Jin clenched his fists, making a solemn pledge in his heart. In his last life, he perished amidst the Soul Clan's massacre, vividly recalling the elder of the Soul Palace, whose scythe-like blade cleaved above him, bisecting him from head to toe. The tremor that emanated from his very soul was an experience he wished never to endure again. Thus, in this life, he was determined to rise and eradicate the Soul Clan entirely. Now, the most pressing matter is to seize the initiative within the game. I have over 3 million in funds. I wonder if that will suffice. Li Jin observed as the countdown to the open beta on the official website dwindled. As the clock struck 10, he promptly clicked into the pre-downloaded game package. The screen transformed, revealing a magnificent 7-colored giant python rampaging through an ethereal sect, only to be swiftly cast aside by an overwhelming force. Amidst the swirling dust, a fair, rounded thigh emerged, adorned in a flowing crimson garment with golden trim, outlining an astonishingly beautiful form. Crowned with a phoenix diadem, her striking visage bore a hint of concern. It was none other than the goddess of the home, Medusa. Although this was not his first encounter with such a scene, Li Jin remained captivated by Medusa's enchanting figure. Dear player, welcome to the realm of Dou Qi. As the first player to arrive in the realm, you shall receive the unparalleled title of the first to shatter Dou Qi. In the next moment, upon entering the game, a notification window appeared. Such a feature. I don't recall encountering this in my previous life, Li Jin mused, slightly perplexed. After creating his character, whom he named Emperor Jin, he immediately delved into the game, the first task being to explore the title section. First among fighters, granted to the first player to enter the game within 3 seconds, becoming the swiftest man or woman, and increasing cultivation speed tenfold. My goodness, such an extraordinary title exists? Li Jin's eyes widened in astonishment. It is noteworthy that at the beginning, all players started from the same point, with a cultivation rate of 10 per minute. S1 ascends in levels. The required fighting energy increases, leading to increasingly exaggerated demands for advancement. The primary goal for every player is to enhance their cultivation speed, achievable through the practice of techniques, acquiring rare treasures, taming mystical flames, and joining sections. However, improvements are typically incremental, lacking any significant multipliers. Thus, the title of First Among Fighters appears to be akin to a cheat code, allowing Li Jin to experience a meteoric rise akin to riding a rocket upon entering the game. Current cultivation rate, 100 per minute. Your cultivation has reached 100,100. Breakthrough possible. Breakthrough. Fighting Energy Stage 1. Congratulations to the player for being the first to reach Fighting Energy, earning the title Fighting Energy Pathfinder. Fighting Energy Pathfinder. During the Fighting Energy stage, the effect of each elixir is enhanced by 10. My goodness, incredible. Li Jin could only express his admiration for the game designers in capital letters. Without even starting to invest, he was already bestowed with 2 magnificent titles. Dear player, as the first adventurer to explore the Fighting Energy continent, we have prepared a welcome gift for you. For only 648, you can experience unparalleled excitement. In the game interface, a vibrant red fortune bag swayed enticingly in the center. I asked this how they lure me in at the start with 648? Is this a test for the players? What player can withstand such temptation? Purchased. Congratulations! You have received a unique gift package, which includes Ancient Flame Measurement Ruler Growth Version, 100 First Stage Cultivation Elixir Bags, 100 First Stage Attribute, Elixirs, and a double cultivation speed experience card valid for 24 hours. Chapter 2. The 10-Minute Combatant. The Eternal Flame Ancient Measure, Growth Edition 1. The user shall possess an affinity for the enhancing the probability of acquiring during related activities by 10. 2. With the power to transcend the limits of existence, the daily consumption of elixirs shall double. Astounding. Li Jin leapt up, clutching his phone in sheer exhilaration. Truly, this special package offers unparalleled rewards. While the first clause is noteworthy, the second, doubling the daily intake of elixirs, provides an insurmountable advantage. While others consume 20 elixirs a day, Li Jin can indulge in 40, resulting in an exponential accumulation of cultivation. This advantage ensures he remains considerably ahead of his peers. Indeed, this is the benefit of seizing the initiative. Having merely invested 648, Li Jin already feels as though he is on the verge of soaring. Of course, these privileges are exclusive to him, the foremost talent. Other players entering the game are relegated to standard rewards. His cultivation has reached 550, 500, now on the brink of a breakthrough. Breakthrough. To the second stage of gazing at the game screen, he observes his avatar seated cross-legged within his cavern, 2 flames swirling around him. In mere minutes, he shall ascend to the second stage of. It will not be long before he can directly transcend to the combatant level. Upon breaking through to the second stage of, his cultivation efficiency has risen by 10 points, now reaching 120 minutes. Beyond personal cultivation, each realm can be enhanced through the consumption of elixirs. Elixirs can be crafted from materials one gathers or purchased via premium packs. Each elixir is categorized into 5 tiers: white, green, blue, purple, and gold. The gold elixirs provide the most substantial cultivation boost, making them the most effective for rapid advancement. However, acquiring gold elixirs is no simple feat. Typically, one might obtain a single gold elixir from 100 crafted. While the premium packs boast a high probability of yielding gold elixirs, as they contain at least a base of purple elixirs. This disparity delineates the progress between players who invest financially and those who do not. In essence, if one wishes to become formidable swiftly, financial investment is imperative. And this game is rife with numerous monetization options, akin to a cash grab. Yet, Li Jin embraces this system wholeheartedly. He even worries that the avenues for investment may not suffice, hindering his rapid advancement. Unveiling the Cultivation Premium Pack, 100. Congratulations. You have acquired 60 purple and 40 gold. Fortune smiles upon you, as a 10 probability of obtaining 40 pieces is indeed a rare blessing. Each gold provides 1,000 cultivation, 5 times that of the white variant. Li Jin holds the title of, consuming gold yields an impressive 100 points of cultivation. Consuming 40 gold. Before his eyes, his avatar is enveloped in a golden radiance. An overwhelming surge of flooding in. Current cultivation, 441, 201, 000, poised for a breakthrough. Breakthrough, breakthrough, breakthrough. Flames of ignite, illuminating the entire cavern. Breakthrough to the 3rd stage of, breakthrough to the 4th stage of, breakthrough to the 8th stage of, breakthrough to the 9th stage of. Currently, the cultivation level stands at 42402000, with the next stage being fighter. With the assistance of 40 golden energy boosting pills, an immediate increase of 40,000 in cultivation was granted, elevating Li Jin to the 9th stage of Dou Qi. Remarkably, this occurred within just 10 minutes of the server's launch. He had no intention of pursuing the main quest, for what could rival the allure of free rewards? During his breakthrough, numerous notifications of breakthrough gifts emerged, which he temporarily set aside. Now, it was time for a spending spree. After all, cultivation is of utmost importance. Upon a cursory glance, among the 7 gifts, 6 were exclusively cultivation reward bags. Divided into tiers of 18 yuan and 68 yuan, Li Jin promptly acquired them all. The Dou Qi cultivation bags yielded 216, while the purple smoke fruit provided 108. Almost forgotten, the purple smoke fruit was a rare treasure that could additionally enhance cultivation. Li Jin slapped his forehead, his excitement intensifying. The purple smoke fruit is a celestial rarity, which, although not as potent as medicinal pills, still offers a supplementary boost. He decided to set this aside for later use to facilitate his ascent to fighter. Li Jin's gaze returned to the remaining gift. Congratulations. You are the first to break through to the 3rd stage of Dou Qi, achieving the level required by the storyline. We have prepared a 3-year agreement gift for you. Available for just 648, guaranteeing a delightful experience. Purchase. Such special gifts should never be overlooked. To do so would result in significant losses. Money is merely paper. When else would be the right time to use it? 3-year agreement gift includes a handwritten divorce letter from Xiaoyan. Li Jin, what? Is that it? They dare to charge me 648 for this. What an outrageous scheme. Can this even be of use? Li Jin pondered over this reward. No. The items within special gifts must possess some value. He clicked to view the divorce letter. Handwritten divorce letter from Xiaoyan. The holder may challenge the hidden dungeon of the 3-year agreement, with a chance to discover the traces of the Soul Emperor. The traces of the Soul Emperor. This is incredible. Such a thing exists? It is worth noting that in his previous life, Li Jin never encountered any mention of the Soul Emperor's traces. There were attempts made by people from the Dragon Kingdom to find it, all of which ended in failure. The Soul Emperor was exceptionally elusive. If he could acquire this, the very first thing he would do is make it public. Let us see how the Soul Emperor can hide. Li Jin's animosity towards the Soul Emperor and the Soul Palace rivaled that of those who profited from national calamities. He had included them on his list of targets. After securing the divorce letter, Li Jin turned his attention back to his cultivation. Using the purple smoke fruit yielded 108, bringing his current cultivation to 139,902,0000. He was just a few thousand away from breaking through to fighter. As Li Jin prepared to take a break and accumulate experience, a new gift notification suddenly appeared. To assist every player in realizing their dream of becoming a fighter is our unwavering intention. Dear player, as you are about to surpass the fighter threshold, we have prepared a limited-time cultivation transformation event for you, lasting 5 minutes. Recharge options of 6 yuan, 18 yuan, 30 yuan, 68 yuan, 128 yuan, 328 yuan, and 648 yuan are available, each offering varying levels of cultivation returns. Li Jin was taken aback, astonished by such an outrageous event. Was this not akin to purchasing cultivation with money? Yet, he found immense delight in it. Truly, it was splendid, dear brother. He hoped for more such events to come. Thus, Li Jin proceeded to purchase at every tier. 65185305683128332836483, equating to 3,786 yuan. Dear player of the Forbidden Emperor, your grandiose actions have triggered a hidden bonus in the event, doubling your cultivation rewards. Current return ratio, 1:4. Current cultivation, 2,732, 420,000, ready for a breakthrough. This event single-handedly filled his cultivation to the brim, costing him less than 4,000 yuan. What an incredible bargain. Breakthrough. 1-star fighter. In an instant, the cave resonated with a tempest of battle energy, as if the heavens themselves were to change hues. The battle flames swirling around his character surged violently, subsequently pouring into his being. The aura of the fighter erupted instantaneously, dispersing the surrounding air. Server announcement. Congratulations to the player of the Forbidden Emperor, the first to master battle energy and break through to become a fighter, thereby earning the title of Trailblazer and unlocking the celestial rankings. Congratulations, dear player. Becoming a fighter is the first step of growth. May you cut through thorns and remain invincible. We have prepared the first fighter fortune bag for you. Available for just 648 yuan, promising an exhilarating experience. Chapter 3. Darkness reaches its pinnacle. Faced with this server-wide announcement released merely 10 minutes after the game's launch, all players were left dumbfounded. Xiaopatian, who the hell has become a fighter? Southwest, Chendaozi. Quickly, check the celestial rankings. Harry Potter da. This person, named Forbidden Emperor, can't possibly be a plant, can he? Wang Xiao, a mere few thousand yuan spent. And he reaches fighter status so swiftly? I've spent nearly 20,000, purchasing everything imaginable, and I'm still stuck at the 6th tier of battle energy. At this moment, the celestial rankings displayed only 2 lists, the level rankings and the spending rankings. Currently, Li Jin held the top position in the level rankings. His 1-star fighter prowess far surpassing others. The second place lingered around 7 stars of battle energy, which was already the limit for ordinary players' spending. Advancing to fighter would require another day. Thus, Li Jin's achievement of becoming a fighter in just 10 minutes led many to suspect foul play. Furthermore, on the spending rankings, the name of the Forbidden Emperor was far beyond the top 50, with those ranked ahead spending tens of thousands. In fact, the first place had already expended a staggering 130,000. Li Jin remained unfazed, for he understood that at the battle energy stage, there were no special packages or events to entice players to spend. It was merely a matter of purchasing all the available elixirs for each tier and perhaps a bit of direct recharge to stockpile some vouchers. This paltry sum would mean nothing once Li Jin leveled up and the packages flooded in. He would effortlessly surpass them all. Moreover, within the spending rankings, there existed a unique reward activated only upon reaching a total of 100. At this stage, no one would dare to invest 1,000,000. Li Jin reclined comfortably on the sofa and opened the level rankings. Congratulations. You have earned the title of Leading Ahead. Leading Ahead, when surpassing others by 3 tiers or more, for each additional tier, the speed of cultivation increases by 10. Li Jin was utterly amazed. Once again, he had acquired a title that enhanced his cultivation speed. These titles had never been seen in the previous life, nor had they been introduced to the world. As no one could surpass others by several realms, everyone was merely an ordinary player, engaged in a typical race of spending money. In this life, with a wealth of memories, Li Jin devoted himself wholeheartedly to this game, allowing these titles to shine. While the world indulges in fantasy, I alone remain awake. Li Jin reclined with his legs crossed, directly investing 648 into the game, securing the first fighter's fortune bag. Congratulations. You have received a fighter's cultivation fortune bag, 100. Green lotus fruit, 100. Imperial treasure hunt tokens, 100. And 10,000 cultivation points. Upon reaching the fighter level, the number of elixirs that could be consumed was refreshed, meaning Li Jin could once again consume 42nd tier elixirs. Moreover, he unlocked the Imperial treasure hunt and cultivation techniques. The techniques were categorized into various tiers, ranging from yellow to heavenly, each with distinct effects. Some could increase the number of elixirs consumed, others could enhance their efficacy, and some could accelerate the training rate. The Imperial treasure hunt required the consumption of treasure hunt tokens to acquire unique treasures. Each treasure possessed unique attributes, some enhancing damage, others boosting defense, and some augmenting life and soul power, with the primary focus being on increasing the training rate. In essence, it was only upon reaching the fighter level that the game truly began. For the average player, these elements represented an endless abyss. In the early stages, it was manageable, as most could attain mastery of yellow tier techniques through mere effort. However, once reaching the Xin tier techniques, without investing money, it was nearly impossible to progress to the final tier. Not to mention that some techniques had prerequisites, such as requiring previous techniques to be perfected, leaving free-to-play players in despair. Similarly, acquiring unique treasures followed the same principle. To draw unique treasures, one had to spend money to purchase packages for more Imperial Treasure Hunt tokens. Strengthening the drawn treasures required purchasing packages and gathering materials. Otherwise, relying on free resources would take an eternity. Once, Li Jin was reluctant to pour money into games, especially ones that were evidently designed for exorbitant spending. However, his perspective had shifted. He now hoped that the game's package offerings would keep pace with his spending speed. He decided to start with 10 consecutive draws to test his luck. With a flourish of his hand, he entered the Imperial Treasure Hunt interface. A vast map adorned with numerous treasures beckoned enticingly. Without hesitation, he initiated a 10-fold draw. Ding 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 bang. Each 10-fold draw yielded at least one purple tier or higher treasure. His first 10 draws resulted in a guaranteed purple treasure. Undeterred, he pressed on. 10-fold. Bang. Another purple treasure. 10-fold. Bang. Yet another purple treasure. 10-fold. 10-fold. Your Imperial Treasure Hunt tokens are insufficient. You cannot draw. At that moment, Li Jin could not help but express his frustration towards the game developers. What on earth? After 100 consecutive draws, not a single gold treasure appears? He could not resist clicking on the probability button, contemplating the 0.7 chance of drawing a golden treasure, lost in thought. Although this probability is quite touching, it doesn't warrant such a sentiment. Congratulations on achieving the remarkable feat of 100 attempts without a reward. Earning the title from adversity comes prosperity. This title bestows a 10 increase in the appearance probability of rare items. Li Jin retracted his rather profane greeting from the customer service chat box. Dear player, are you still troubled by the absence of your desired treasures? We have thoughtfully prepared the Imperial Treasure Hunt Grand Package for you, for just $64.80. You can revel in delight. Li Jin nodded at the notification of the package popping up. Now this is more like it. In such circumstances, not spending $648 would be a disservice to this title. Wait, $64.80? Does the game actually offer packages at this price point? Honestly, Li Jin had never encountered such exorbitant recharge tiers in any mobile game. Fine, you demand $64.80, do you? Charge it. It's not as if I lack the funds. I shall see what makes this package so exceptional. Congratulations on acquiring 1,000 Imperial Treasure Orders and a mythical treasure lottery ticket. The 1,000 treasure orders are merely standard fare. But what is this mythical treasure lottery ticket? I have never heard of such a thing. Upon obtaining the mythical treasure lottery ticket, Li Jin noticed an additional button appear on the Imperial Treasure interface. It read Mythical Burial Grounds. Upon clicking it, the screen transformed into a desolate landscape, reminiscent of a forest ravaged by fierce flames, exuding an aura of devastation. Li Jin examined the description. Consuming the Mythical Treasure Lottery ticket allows for the extraction of mythical treasures, which surpass golden treasures and bestow unimaginable power upon their possessor. Suddenly, Li Jin's interest was piqued. He had been contemplating what would happen if he spent all his funds acquiring treasures and found himself with nothing left. Now, there was the prospect of mythical treasures to pursue. However, in the last life, surely no one had ever drawn a mythical treasure? Perhaps I should test my luck? I heard online that one should first make a few small attempts to increase the chances of success, preferably in a bustling environment to use others as good luck charms. Li Jin decided to start with a few solo draws from the Imperial Treasure. None yielded results, and he used up all his resources in a desperate bid. Oh, this feels right. Now, it is time to draw for the mythical treasure. Li Jin rubbed his hands together, gently tapped the 10-draw button, and then quickly tucked his head into his collar. Heaven and earth, the ways of the universe, swift as the law commands. Great Lord Laozi, manifest your power. Father, I bow before you. Grant me a treasure. A flash of red light illuminated the screen, and Li Jin peeked through his fingers. Congratulations, player. You have acquired the mythical treasure, Bodhi Marvel Tree. Bodhi Marvel Tree, capable of purifying elixirs to red quality, with effects far exceeding those of golden quality elixirs. Chapter 4. All techniques of treasures fully maximized. Yes, absolutely. That's right, brother. Li Jin leaped about excitedly on the sofa like an exuberant monkey. Although he had never heard of the Bodhi Marvel Tree, it did not hinder his understanding of its significance. Purifying elixirs to red quality means that the elixirs he consumes in the future will be far more potent. With a spirit of experimentation, he refined a casually concocted white elixir. achieving successful purification and obtaining a second-tier red-grade Qinyan pill, which, upon consumption, augmented his combat energy by an astounding 4,000 points. My goodness, a single pill grants such an enhancement. The second-tier golden pills merely provide 2,000 points. This surely propels me into the realms of extraordinary advancement. The momentum is palpable. Fortunately, Li Jin had yet to exhaust his freshly refreshed quota of pill consumption. In no time, 40 resplendent red Qinyan pills lay nestled in his backpack. For now, he set aside the acquisition of rare treasures and prioritized elevation in rank. Li Jin promptly consumed all 40 red-grade Qinyan pills. His current combat energy soared to 16,762, 410,000, ready for a breakthrough. Breakthrough. 2-star fighter. 3-star fighter. 7-star fighter. His current combat energy now stood at 3,462, 440,000. He achieved a remarkable 6 consecutive breakthroughs, reaching the rank of 7-star fighter. If he were to wait a bit longer, refining his techniques and treasures, he could ascend to 8-star fighter. By expending some second-tier rarities, he could swiftly attain the peak of 9-star fighter, thus preparing for a breakthrough to fighter status. If all went as anticipated, he would accomplish this before lunchtime. As the 6 breakthrough packages materialized, Li Jin seized them all, deeming them trivial in expense. His primary interest lay in the rare items contained within these packages. Congratulations to the player for acquiring a second-tier cultivation fortune bag containing 126 items and 300 Qinglian fruits. He consumed all the Qinglian fruits, including the recently purchased rare Qinglian fruits. Li Jin now possessed a total of 400. Each fruit provides 140 points of combat energy, summing up to a staggering 56,000. Adding the combat energy accumulated in his experience reservoir, he now exceeded 90,000 points. His current combat energy reached 9,118,040,000, primed for another breakthrough. Let it break. 8-star fighter. 9-star fighter. His current combat energy stood at 628,450,000, with the next threshold being fighter. Only one step remains to transcend to fighter status. This exemplifies the formidable prowess of those who invest in the game. After purchasing the 2 cultivation gift packages and utilizing the Qinglian fruits, he further elevated his combat energy. Now, he must rely on his own training. The consumption of pills had reached its limit, and he had purchased all available rarities. It was time to refine his treasures and techniques. With the recent acquisition of 1,000 treasure-seeking tokens, Li Jin eagerly commenced his draws. Ever since he obtained the title of From Adversity Comes Prosperity, his luck had indeed improved. Within 1,000 draws, he procured every golden treasure available, totaling 25. Each possessed unique effects, some enhancing output, others offering functional benefits. Li Jin prioritized enhancing the treasures that increased his training speed, elevating them to full 5-star status, expending nearly 40,000 coins in the process. After all, fully developed treasures demand significant resources, while the average player might be content with achieving a mere 3-star rating. He observed that his basic training speed surged by over 300. Coupled with his existing base training speed of 190 as a 9-star fighter, his total basic training speed reached an impressive 490 minutes. This was achieved without factoring in title bonuses. Taking into account the 10-fold acceleration granted by the title of the first person in the Dou Qi realm, the time accumulated reaches an astonishing 4,900 minutes. Moreover, with the additional advantage of the leading title, he has now surpassed the second-ranked contender by 11 realms, resulting in an impressive cultivation speed enhancement of 110. It is noteworthy that this 110 is not merely an augmentation of the base speed, but is applied to the foundational figure of 4,900. Thus, Li Jin's cultivation pace has skyrocketed to a staggering 10,290 minutes. It is likely that even those idling would struggle to achieve such velocity. At this moment, a radiant smile adorned Li Jin's face, for he had never witnessed such a cultivation speed in his previous life. In his last existence, after receiving feedback on his cultivation, Li Jin's strength stagnated at the level of a 5-star great fighter. He then endured hardship and peril, laboriously advancing his cultivation over a decade to attain the status of a Dou Huang level powerhouse. Unfortunately, his lack of discernment led to a betrayal by those around him, resulting in his demise during a mission against the Elder of the Soul Hall. At that time, his cultivation speed barely exceeded 1,000, a pace befitting a Dou Huang. Now, to be outpaced by a mere doge seems rather ludicrous. Having discovered his extraordinary potential, he resolved to tread this path to its utmost conclusion. It was time to access the martial arts techniques. Upon opening the interface, it became evident that as a doja, he could only practice yellow-grade techniques. With all three tiers, low, medium, and high, maxed out. The cost in technique points was minimal, and the base cultivation speed enhancement was modest, merely exceeding 50. A player with remarkable talent appeared, presenting 2 techniques exclusively prepared for him. For just 1288, the experience would be exhilarating. An enigmatic old man manifested on the game screen, resembling a beggar, clutching 2 books and cryptically declaring his offer. Was there any need for hesitation? Purchase. Li Jin felt a pang of shame for his momentary indecision. To hesitate over spending money in a game, was he still human? Congratulations to the player for acquiring the limited techniques, Xian Yuan Gui Jinju and Shi Sui Fa Gu Jing. Upon reviewing, Li Jin discovered these 2 techniques encompassed a vast array of content, from foundational cultivation speed enhancements to the number of elixirs consumed, and even damage attribute boosts. They were truly comprehensive. Cultivate. Insufficient technique points. The diligent practitioner is commendable. We aim to assist aspiring cultivators in ascending to new heights. And thus we have prepared a breakthrough technique package for you, available for just $64.80, promising an exhilarating experience. Another segment of tiresome microtransaction guidance. With tears in his eyes, Li Jin made a payment of $6,480 to obtain this package. Congratulations to the player for receiving 100,000 technique points and 100 technique condensation crystals. Indeed, a package worth $6,480 contains special items. This technique condensation crystal must be of a caliber akin to that of mythical treasures in a lottery. Technique condensation crystal enhances the foundational attributes of techniques. This is a valuable item. I wonder if it affects the cultivation speed of techniques. Li Jin decided to experiment and applied a technique condensation crystal to a yellow grade technique. Instantly, he observed that the attributes of the technique surged by 10. What a remarkable item. What a splendid discovery. Li Jin nearly burst into laughter from the sheer joy of it all. With 100,000 points in cultivation techniques, I effortlessly maxed out 2 unique methods. This enhancement raised my foundational cultivation speed by 200 and allowed for 10 additional uses of medicinal pills. Other attacking attributes shall remain unmentioned for now. Utilizing the technique enhancement crystal, I witnessed both unique methods being fortified to their maximum 10 times, effectively doubling their efficacy. My foundational cultivation speed surged to 400, along with an extra 20 uses of the medicinal pills. The remaining technique enhancement crystals were exclusively allocated to the yellow tier methods that increased cultivation speed, reserving the rest for future unlocking of higher tier techniques. Consequently, my total foundational speed increased by 500. At this moment, my cultivation speed reached a staggering level, 790 minutes. Chapter 5, The Celestial Ranking Statue. Current cultivation level, 6. 865, 450, 000, ready for a breakthrough. I observed the experience bar rising rapidly, even faster than when I was a novice. Breakthrough. A gentle touch of my finger transformed the 9 flames, symbolizing the fighter, into a stream of light that surged into my character's being. The cyclone of fighting energy whirled beneath my feet, absorbing more fighting spirit to balance the gains and losses. My body, cleansed by the fighting energy, became increasingly transparent. In a brilliant flash, a stream of clear energy erupted from the crown of my head. I achieved the rank of a 1-star fighter, successfully breaking through. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Gene D, the first to master the cyclone of fighting energy, achieving the rank of fighter and earning the title of Fighter Pioneer. Unlocking the Flame Decision Cultivation and the event for acquiring the Azure Lotus Heartfire. Xiaopation. Southwest Chendaozi. Harry Potter, what a scam. Wang Xiao, what a trash game. How obvious can a plant be? Still trying to milk money. Emperor among emperors. Look. Gene D has reached 10th place on the spending leaderboard with 61,278 yuan. Lonely smoke, is this even a thing? I could count more than that just from my fingers. A plant is a plant, no need to disguise it. Old friends of the Jianghu. If Gene D isn't a plant, I'll stand on my head and leap west. Gene D. Oh, then you can perform now. As soon as I spoke, the public chat fell momentarily silent, only to erupt with even more fervor as players who had previously remained quiet began to chime in. Is there an insider account? Bring one forth, and keep it discreet. Gene D's father seeks a hug. Wang Xiao. If you're capable, show us your recharge records. Lonely smoke. I also want to see. Being in the same group would at least give you some credit. Harry Potter. Does brother Gene D need a warm bed servant? I'm quite generous. Observing the player's remarks, I merely smiled, unaffected by their sentiments. As the top player in the game, I must withstand the pressures from all sides. In 10 days, we shall demonstrate our true strength. Dear players, your relentless pursuit is an inspiration for those who follow in your footsteps. We have prepared a special exemplary gift package for you, available for just $6,480, ensuring an unparalleled experience. Jin, are these packages truly this outrageous? It seems the developers are indeed crafty. Wherever there is a potential point for monetization, there's bound to be a package. Oh my, this is delightful. Bye. Congratulations. You have received the Celestial Ranking Devotion statue. The statue of offering on the Celestial Rankings. Other players may offer their devotion to the statue, randomly obtaining resources. With each act of devotion, your cultivation speed bonus will increase by 1 point. Note, this effect does not stack with other bonuses. Astonishing. Once again, we have a miraculous artifact that enhances cultivation speed. Even without additional bonuses, the impact is formidable. It is essential to recognize that the number of players online daily in this game is no trivial matter. While many may scoff at the meager resources, the predominant players in this game are undoubtedly those who seek free rewards. They desire every resource available. A single click from each player could result in an overwhelming enhancement to the cultivation speed. Truly remarkable. Li Jin firmly placed the statue atop the Celestial Rankings. Depicting a faceless warrior clad in battle robes, his long hair billowing gently as if caught in a breeze, exuding an extraordinary aura that clearly distinguished him from mere mortals. Other players soon noticed the sudden appearance of this enigmatic statue on the Celestial Rankings, yet they did not ponder deeply and began their offerings. After their devotions, some received equipment enhancement sand, others acquired shards of rare treasures, while some obtained golden elixirs, and even more were rewarded with precious gear. As news of these acquisitions spread, it quickly attracted a throng of freebie-seeking players. Li Jin watched in awe as the numbers representing the cultivation speed on the statue surged dramatically. In less than a minute, it surpassed 10,000. Could this be the legendary power of incense? Such a thought emerged in Li Jin's mind. Goodness, if they were to offer their devotion for 10 days, would they not ascend to immortality? The cultivation speed reached an astonishing 34,862 minutes, dear planner. If you are willing, I, Li Jin, can ensure your name shines among the foremost. In a mere moment, Li Jin's experience bar filled once again. Current cultivation level, 7. 445, 660, 000, ready to break through. Breakthrough. Second star of the Combat Master. The experience bar for the Combat Master stage increases at a much greater rate than that of the Dou Qi and fighters, designed to prevent players from progressing too swiftly and thus preserving the gaming experience. This indirectly attests to the arduous nature of cultivation. Li Jin remarked, whether or not the game offers an experience is irrelevant. The premium experience is undoubtedly maximized, while I find the cultivation rather manageable. Do you hear the whispers of the people? My young friend, we meet again. I observe your vibrant spirit and distinguished demeanor. You must be an extraordinary talent. I possess a method of alchemy. Would you be interested in learning? The old beggar reappeared in the game interface. Li Jin regarded him with the affection one might reserve for a beloved grandfather. Grandfather, I am willing. The old beggar gestured. For merely 188,888. You may acquire this method of hunger alchemy. Uft. Li Jin nearly choked on his saliva. Good heavens. Must your premium package be so outrageous? 18,888 for one. You could have simply taken it, yet you choose to package it for me. Bye. Is it not just 188,888? I can still manage it. Congratulations. You have obtained the hunger alchemy method. Hunger alchemy, an alchemical technique of unknown origin, requiring only a single herb to produce an elixir. This is quite the revelation. A pillow arrives just as drowsiness strikes. This alchemical technique is undoubtedly an essential for the lazy at home. With merely one herb as a catalyst, one can concoct the desired elixirs. Is this not perfectly suited to my desires? As Li Jin observed himself idling within the mystic realm of fighters, he realized his spatial ring contained only a modest amount of herbs. Initially, he could only produce about 10 elixirs, but now, it seems effortless to create over 100. Moreover, Li Jin is indifferent to the tier of the elixirs he produces. As long as he possesses the elixirs, he can enhance them to the coveted red tier using the Bodhi Mystic Tree. Without hesitation, he concocted more than 100 third-tier purple flame pills, each exhibiting a spectrum of colors. Bodhi Mystic Tree, it is your time to shine. Li Jin immediately employed the Bodhi Mystic Tree to refine 60 red-tier elixirs. Each red-tier purple flame pill could augment his cultivation by 8,000, consuming the elixirs. He swallowed all 60 red-tier elixirs in one go. A surge of fighting spirit erupted from within, and the experience bar instantly filled to capacity. Current cultivation, 55, 164, 070. 000. Breakthrough imminent. Breakthrough. Fighter 3 stars. Fighter 4 stars. Fighter 7 stars. Current cultivation, 101, 640, 120, 000. Current cultivation, 148, 530, 120,000. Breakthrough imminent. Breakthrough. Fighter 8 stars. Just in time, the cultivation of fighting spirit over a full cycle further increased his cultivation by over 40,000. He successfully broke through to 8 stars. At this moment, Li Jin's cultivation rate reached an astonishing 46,890 minutes. Phew. Breaking through is truly arduous. I anticipate that after reaching 9 stars, there will be a special crossover gift package awaiting. Chapter 6. Heartfire of the Blue Lotus. Return. All that remains is to bide my time, and I shall soon ascend to Fighter 9 stars, marching towards the Grand Fighter rank. To date, Li Jin has invested nearly 300,000 in the game. At one point, he surpassed the second-ranked player by over 150,000. Quite absurd. The world chat is abuzz with greetings for Emperor Jin and the game developers. Currently, they are engaged in the art of incineration and the manipulation of exotic flames. Despite Li Jin's rapid cultivation rate, he harbors a sense of urgency. After all, he has only 10 days to invest before the game ceases operations, returning to reality, where cultivation feedback will be unattainable. In this lifetime, Li Jin's goal is crystal clear: to eliminate those who must be eliminated, to protect my Dragon Nation. Returning to the game, Li Jin discovered a newly appeared button within his cave. Incineration technique. Upon clicking, a tome of technique floated amidst a cluster of flames, emanating peculiar waves. The incineration technique, the most unique cultivation method in the fighting spirit continent, capable of accommodating all fires of the world. For every ordinary flame collected, it enhances life, attack, and defense by 10. For each exotic flame collected, it boosts cultivation speed by 10. The incineration technique mirrors that of the previous life. It is a method accessible to every player. The more exotic flames one possesses, the swifter their cultivation will be. Once, a player from the Dragon Nation solely invested in exotic flames, amassing 12 varieties. Later, bolstered by the incineration technique, he rapidly surpassed top players, becoming one of the top 10 fighters in the Dragon Nation. The cultivation of the burning decision relies on the acquisition of burning crystals obtained from the secret realms or can be procured through the expenditure of ancient jade. Each level necessitates the consumption of 100 burning crystals, and there exists a daily cap on the yield or purchase of these crystals, totaling merely 100. This implies that if one were to cultivate the burning decision methodically, upon the advent of the Dou Qi continent, one could only attain the 11th level. Nevertheless, let us not dwell on that too long. The 11th level is still commendable, especially with an additional 110 to the cultivation speed. Li Jin opted to expend ancient jade to procure the maximum quantity of burning crystals, elevating the burning decision to the second tier. Next on his agenda was to acquire the exotic flame. Returning to the game's main interface, he marveled at the newly appeared Azure Fire Lotus beside the celestial rankings. This Azure Lotus Heartfire is quite renowned among the myriad of exotic flames, having loyally accompanied the Flame Emperor Xiao Yan for the longest duration, as well as possessing formidable powers. Clicking to enter the event, Azure Lotus Heartfire, those who wield this exotic flame can augment their cultivation speed by 10, and enhance the probability of concocting high-quality elixirs by 10. By consuming the fire-seeking map, one may draw the Azure Lotus Heartfire, with a current probability of 1. Every 10 attempts increases the probability by 5. In the realm of exotic flames, it is the capable who shall claim them. The Azure Lotus Heartfire has manifested. As the first practitioner to behold its true form, one is endowed with the affinity for the exotic flame, increasing the drawing probability tenfold. Dear player, with the exotic flame present, how can one act like Lu Xiaohui? We have prepared a fire-seeking grand gift pack for you. For merely 888. You can revel in its delights. Li Jin. Did the planner really reference Lu Xiaohui? No, that's not the point. I never anticipated that being the first to encounter the exotic flame would trigger a hidden effect. The probability is significantly higher than that of the adjacent skewed pool. Just 88,000. I must acquire it. Congratulations, you have obtained the fire-seeking map 888 and the mythical treasure lottery ticket 100. My goodness, 100 mythical treasure lottery tickets. How long has it been since I last laid eyes on such a treasure? Nearly half an hour? Truly, the 888 grand gift pack is exceedingly generous. What a conscientious planner. Li Jin was so moved that he nearly shed tears. Drawing the exotic flame. 10 consecutive draws. Exotic flame stone 8. Exotic flame condensation crystal 2. Another 10. Exotic flame stone 7. Exotic flame condensation crystal 3. Yet another 10. Azure Lotus Heartfire 1. Exotic flame stone 8. Exotic flame condensation crystal 1. It has appeared. The third set of 10 draws yielded success. The prowess of the exotic flame is indeed not to be underestimated. Li Jin beheld a swirling azure lotus. with surrounding Dou Qi being drawn to form a protective ring of azure flames, emanating a pure yet fierce aura of fire. Azure Lotus Heart Fire, we meet again. In his previous life, Li Jin had attained the Azure Lotus Heart Fire through an event. Otherwise, he could not have survived for a decade in the later years, let alone reach the Dou Huang level. He is quite familiar with the utility of this exotic flame. Now, possessing it once more, his mindset has undergone a profound transformation. In truth, the growth probability of the exotic flame event is evident. If one is willing to invest money, it is certain that one can possess it. In his previous life, Li Jin seemed to have spent nearly 10,000 on the exotic flame before finally drawing the Azure Lotus Heart Fire, which had caused him considerable distress at the time. Reflecting on it now, he realizes how foolish he was. Spending 10,000 for an exotic flame was akin to acquiring it for free. The heart of the blue lotus fire has returned to its rightful place, and the strange flame has been transformed into the fallen heart flame. The fallen heart flame, known as a cultivation cheat, bestows upon its wielder continuous refinement by flames, enhancing the speed of Dou Qi cultivation by 20%. With your affinity for this extraordinary fire, the extraction probability increases by 10%. Oh, it turns out that the affinity granted by the blue lotus fire can indeed be utilized. Combined with my title of Reversal of Fortune, how delightful that would be. Without further ado, let us commence the extraction. A straightforward and blunt 10 draws ensued, but as Li Jin continued, his countenance grew increasingly grim. Upon completing the 80th draw, his bag was filled with a plethora of strange fire stones and crystallized flames. Gazing at the 51% probability, he fell into deep contemplation. I surmise that I am ill-suited for lotteries. It is exceedingly disheartening. I propose the cancellation of this lottery. I wouldn't mind spending a bit more money. Planner, what nonsense are you spouting? Alas, what else can be done? One must continue to draw. Another 5 sets of 10, yet not a single bubble emerged. Your fire-seeking map is insufficient for 10 draws. Would you like to consume ancient jade for extraction? Damn it, consume it. Let me draw. Although ancient jade will be quite valuable in the future, serving as a universal currency, Li Jin disregarded everything for the sake of cultivation speed. 10 draws, 10 draws, 10 draws. After a while, Li Jin stared at the 96% probability, deep in thought. Planner, come forth. I have words for you. He had spent tens of thousands of ancient jade, yet the fallen heart flame remained elusive. Are you serious? This is just not happening. I could probably win the lottery instead. How is this possible? Perfectly avoiding the correct answer? Li Jin ranted furiously, nearly throwing his phone in frustration. Breathe. Stay composed. Just one more draw needed. 10 draws. Suddenly, a fiery orange serpent erupted from the map, twisting and coiling in midair, as if it were roaring at Li Jin beyond the screen. The fallen heart flame has returned. As for the next extraordinary flame, stay tuned. At the Dou Master stage, only 2 types of strange flames can be drawn. Once reaching the Great Dou Master rank, a 3rd type can be acquired. Dear player, your luck is exceedingly poor. For your mental and physical well-being, we have thoughtfully prepared the Reversal of Fortune Star Up package, available for just $188,888, guaranteeing a delightful experience. Chapter 7, Breakthrough. Great Dou Master. Is such a thing possible? Li Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. Can titles even be upgraded? It seems the schemers are at it again, seeking to extract our funds. For the sake of our dominance, no, for the noble mission of saving the Dragon Kingdom, I must press forward, no matter the hardships. Purchase. Congratulations. You have received the Reversal of Fortune Star Up package, 10 Fortune Stones. Fortune Stone package randomly yields between 1 and 10 Fortune Stones, each capable of enhancing the Reversal of Fortune title, increasing the probability by 1%. Is this truly a stroke of good fortune? Open them all. No, wait. Hold on. I must open them individually. Li Jin suddenly wailed in realization. He had just remembered that his title of Reversal of Fortune affects any probabilistic rewards. Thus, opening this Fortune Stone package would also be effective. He then planned to use the Fortune Stones to enhance his title, thereby increasing the probability. After enhancing the probability, the next Transport Stone gift bag was opened. By sequentially opening them, the likelihood of obtaining Transport Stones could reach its zenith. Understand? After a series of operations, opening 10 Transport Stone gift bags yielded a total of 40 stones. The title of From Extremes to Anew immediately reached 40 stars, increasing the probability of all rewards by 50%. Astonishing. While others faced a mere 1%, Li Jin began with a remarkable 51%. Setting aside the most unfavorable scenarios, one might still call themselves fortunate. Upon acquiring the, Li Jin consumed the stones and upgrading them to their maximum potential, significantly enhancing their attributes. The Qinglian Earth Heart Fire, a 20% boost to the basic cultivation speed, alongside a 20% increase to all personal attributes. The Fallen Heart Flame, a 40% enhancement to the basic cultivation speed. After devouring both through the Burning Decision, the 20% basic cultivation speed boost from the second level of the Burning Decision was also successfully activated. This resulted in an overall enhancement of 80% to the basic speed. Li Jin's cultivation speed ascended to unprecedented heights. The cultivation speed reached an astonishing 166 minutes. Why such an extraordinary figure? Because the offerings to the celestial statue were continually increasing. The server had just launched today, and many players were still active, with numerous individuals yet to enter the game even before 11 o'clock. By the afternoon or evening, the cultivation speed enhancement would likely become even more formidable. His current cultivation could break through to the Great Fighter level. Should he proceed with the breakthrough? Returning to his cave dwelling, Li Jin's experience points were already maxed out. The Great Fighter level was within reach. Breakthrough. 1-star Great Fighter. If the fighter level is akin to a flickering flame, then the Great Fighter level resembles a roaring bonfire. The growth of fighting spirit escalates geometrically, marking a significant turning point in fighting spirit cultivation. Some individuals experience a smooth journey to the Great Fighter level, but find themselves stagnant for years once they reach this rank. Of course, Li Jin was not among them. Congratulations. You have become the first player in the entire server to attain the Great Fighter level within a single day, earning the title of Cultivation Maniac. Cultivation Maniac doubles the basic cultivation speed. Such a wonderfully unpretentious title. Congratulations to player Gene D, the first to break through the Great Fighter realm, earning the legendary title of Great Fighter and unlocking pet cultivation. Sect gameplay. Netizens. This game is unbearable. The cheating is so rampant. Why hasn't the official team intervened? In an instant, the official forum of the Dou Qi game exploded, with countless users complaining about this player named Gene D, demanding severe punishment from the officials. The authorities stated they were urgently verifying the situation and asked for patience. Northern Wolf. I have already reported to the Cyber Supervision Bureau. As this Gene D is luring players into spending money, results will surely follow soon. Wang Xiao. Let him spend. After all, this foolish game, whoever spends is a fool. Lonely with a cigarette. Once I free my hands, I shall reveal to you the limits of spending. Li Jin simply observed silently, refraining from participating in the discussions. Go ahead and report. After all, I am upright in my conduct. I am merely playing the game normally. Who is afraid of whom? Li Jin shifted his focus to the second system notification. The Great Dou Master is a unique realm, a pivotal stage that the Flame Emperor once transcended during a crucial 3-year agreement in his life. We sincerely hope that our esteemed players can emulate the unwavering resilience of the Flame Emperor, overcoming adversities. To this end, we have prepared the legendary Great Dou Master gift package for you, available for merely $648,888. Have you ever heard of such a substantial mobile game package worth $650,000? I, Li Jin, have walked a precarious path throughout my life. While I may lack other skills, I excel in spending money. Whatever the amount, I shall purchase it. A successful recharge of $648,888 grants you the legendary Great Dou Master gift package. 1,000 Ancient Stones, 1,000 Heavenly Multicolored Stones, and 1 entry ticket to the Mysterious Beast Realm. Do not be deceived by the seemingly equal quantity of ancient stones and multicolored stones, for their combined value is likely no more than 10,000. This implies that the entry ticket holds a staggering value of 640,000. What on earth could be so costly? Li Jin felt an unexpected joy. The pricier the item, the more useful it is. The entry ticket to the Mysterious Beast Realm is a one-time item that, upon use, allows the consumption of Dou Qi to awaken mysterious beasts. This introduction is simple, yet Li Jin sensed its extraordinary nature. Consuming Dou Qi for a chance to draw rewards was a novel experience for him. Such a unique method would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. With this in mind, he needed to accumulate some Dou Qi, though he was uncertain how much would suffice. What a bothersome matter. However, fortune smiled upon him. Within just an hour of the server opening, Li Jin achieved the Great Dou Master realm, leaving others in the dust. With a training speed exceeding 80,000, it would take a lifetime for others to catch up, and even a brief delay would pose no significant issue. Yet before that, he needed to refine his Burning Decision and the unique fire techniques to elevate his training speed further. The Burning Decision was directly advanced to the 3rd tier with the help of Ancient Jade, enabling him to accommodate 3 unique fires. The extraction of the 3,000 Flame of Yans was swift, as Li Jin's probability bonus had already reached 81. Even at the slowest, merely 3 consecutive draws would suffice. As for Ancient Jade, he possessed an abundance. With the command of the 3000 flame of Yans, the sky transformed into a violet hue, adorned with countless stars. From the brightest of these celestial bodies, a streak of radiant light descended before Li Jin. Manifesting as a violet dragon of the starry sky, it wielded formidable void power. Gazing upon all existence, to the one who holds this unique fire, you shall be the master of life, immortal and indestructible. Activation progress, 210. At last, I have acquired the 3000 flame of Yans. Li Jin gazed at the starry violet dragon, overwhelmed with emotion. In his previous life, he had witnessed the might of the 3000 flame of Yans. During the Battle of the Broken Dragon Kingdom, one of the top 10 Dozong still at the Dou Ling stage, Lin Shizhi, wielded the 3000 flame of Yans, turning the tide of battle despite enduring relentless blows. He rose to fame in that singular battle. The vitality exhibited was a testament to the truth that the beloved thrive, while the enemies suffer. Chapter 8. The Ancient Emperor Jade of Dou Qi. Upon reaching the Great Dou Master Realm, one can now learn Xiantier techniques. Without any surprises, Li Jin directly maxed out several low-level mystic techniques, among which one was specifically designed to enhance cultivation speed. After reaching the maximum, he utilized the technique Crystal to double his attributes, thereby augmenting his foundational cultivation speed by 100. It was only after completing these actions that Li Jin noticed a small red dot on the cash shop leaderboard. Upon clicking it, a prompt appeared. Dear player, the path of cultivation is long and arduous, and spending is a significant part of it. Your total expenditure has reached 183,310. As the first player in the entire server to achieve a million spending milestone, we present you with the title Pinnacle of Spending. Pinnacle of Spending. You have a 1 chance of achieving a zero-cost purchase without any additional bonuses. When Li Jin received this title, he felt somewhat disappointed. In his previous life, he had heard that this title possessed the capability for zero-cost purchases and was quite enticed by it. However, he never expected the probability to be a mere 1, and without any bonuses, it seemed almost negligible. Reluctantly, he crossed out the planner from his list of expectations. Now, it appeared that only 2 tasks remained. For summoning pets, he would hold off on using the 1,000 ancient stones until he used the mysterious beast domain entry ticket. Thus, he decided to try his luck with the mythical treasure draw. His chances of winning were quite high. Quickly, he clicked into the ravaged mountain map. The current probability of obtaining a mythical treasure was 0. 1. After checking the odds, Li Jin realized that without a reversal of fortune, he would need to spend a significant amount to acquire a mythical treasure. But now, he thought, apologies in advance. I will arrange for a direct 50 probability. He executed a 10 consecutive draws. Apologies, you've struck out. 10 draws again. Apologies, you've struck out. In frustration, he exclaimed, what the hell? Did the planner secretly alter my drop rates? Not even a single item after 20 attempts. Moreover, he hadn't received any other rewards either. It felt utterly futile. It was evident that this planner was quite adept at manipulating the game. Determined, he tried again. 10 draws. Apologies, you've struck out. A wise person once said, when you fail to obtain anything after 3 sets of 10 draws, it may be time to try single draws instead. After all, miracles can happen with single draws. At this moment, Li Jin found himself believing in the power of superstition. He decided to perform 10 single draws to see how things would unfold. Single draw. Strike. Single draw. Strike. Single draw. Ancient Imperial Jade. Buzz. From the earth scorched by flames, a golden glow emerged, and a mysterious ancient jade, buried in dust, rose into the air. In an instant, it radiated brilliance, illuminating the world in a spectacle of colors. An overwhelming imperial aura enveloped everything. In the world of fate of the battle, countless factions sensed this sudden and terrifying pressure. Ancient Clan. Is this the emergence of an imperial treasure? Pharmaceutical Clan. The might of the ancient emperor has returned. It seems this realm is about to undergo a transformation. Soul Clan. Of course, Li Jin was oblivious to all of this. He only knew that this ancient imperial jade provided a feeling of serenity and elation. Ancient Imperial Jade concentrates the ancient cave formation, allowing for treasure hunting within ancient caves. One can be concentrated daily. What does this mean? This touched upon Li Jin's knowledge gap, causing him to hurriedly try to figure out how to use it. As the ancient artifact, the Jade of Dou Qi, was activated, it transformed into a compass-like object, resplendent in crimson hues. The ancient cave array plate allows its user to enter ancient caverns in search of treasures. Legends speak of formidable otherworldly flames and the remarkable fire crystals hidden within certain ancient caves. Good heavens, I am utterly astonished. After struggling for 10 days to elevate the burning technique to a higher level, I have now been presented with a mythical treasure that grants me the opportunity to obtain these extraordinary fire crystals. How fortuitous. And with those flames. I wonder if my luck will allow me to discover them. Most likely not. With my track record, even a 50% chance feels like a betrayal. Li Jin felt quite disheartened regarding his luck. He quietly stored the array plate away, resolutely thinking to himself, one day, when my luck reaches 100%, I shall draw and triumph over you. With 67 mythical treasure drawing tokens remaining, should I tempt fate once more? Draw apologies. Your recharge amount does not meet the requirements for drawing. 1183310100000000. Is there truly such a stipulation? By the heavens, the planners are truly despicable. Currently, Li Jin had approximately 2 million remaining. To reach the 10 million recharge threshold, he had quite a distance to cover. I knew it. 3 million was indeed insufficient. It seems I must devise a way to acquire some funds. Time slipped away, and before he realized it, the morning had vanished. Had it not been for his hunger, Li Jin would likely have remained entranced in the game. He promptly exited, allowing the game to automatically continue his training, as he needed to cultivate his combat energy. Hello? On Elon, what is the current market value of my shares in the company? A call was made, and a gentle voice answered on the other end. Little Jin. Why do you ask? When Lon inquired, puzzled. I require a sum of money, so I intend to sell my shares in the company, Li Jin stated candidly. When Lon, filled with confusion, wondered why her nephew had suddenly developed such a notion. Little Jin, if you need money, you can always speak to Elon. Selling your shares is not advisable. Do you realize that the company is now publicly listed, and your shares are estimated to be worth over 3 billion? The annual dividends could yield several tens of millions. When Lon urged, as Li Jin's aunt, when Lon was merely 6 years his senior, and since childhood, he had closely followed her, making their bond one of both kinship and friendship. As they grew older, they co-founded Jinlon Cultural Media, which, under Wenlan's guidance, had transformed into a colossal conglomerate worth billions. Naturally, Li Jin's announcement of wanting to sell his shares raised concerns for Wenlan, making her ponder if he was facing difficulties. Recently, she felt she hadn't been attentive enough to his well-being. It was a failure on her part. I must find a way to make it up to him. Elon, what is our relationship? You know me. Once I make a decision, I do not change it lightly. Rather than advise me, it would be more beneficial to assist me in expeditiously selling my shares, Li Jin stated with unwavering conviction. Wenlan's graceful brows furrowed tightly. Be honest with me. Is this again about that woman, Zhou Shana? I have warned you countless times. She is not to be underestimated. You are still too young to handle her. Li Jin interrupted her, saying, this matter does not concern her. I genuinely require this sum of money. Wenlan, please assist me, will you? Upon hearing Li Jin address her by her full name, Wenlan felt a wave of warmth wash over her, causing her to sink into her chair. Indeed, she was utterly captivated by his voice and affection for her nephew. Particularly when he uttered her full name, it became even more challenging for her to maintain composure. Yet, in Shilling City, Wenlan was renowned as the frosty beauty and formidable CEO, impervious to the advances of wealthy heirs, elite socialites, or influential figures. For over 2 decades, the only man who had piqued her interest was her charming and delightful nephew. You might not be aware, but Little Jin. Chapter 9, The Nanny Arrives. Little Jin. Are you serious? Wenlan forced her voice to sound steady. Yes, it's quite urgent, Li Jin replied. A glimmer of determination flickered in Wenlan's eyes. Very well. I shall expedite the transfer of the shares, but it will take approximately 3 days. I have some funds available. You may use them for now. Subsequently, Li Jin received a notification of the remittance. You have received 5,000,000 long coins into your bank account ending in 9527. Current balance, 7,362,541 long coins. Transferring 5 million directly. Truly, my beloved Aunt Lon is the most caring. Love you dearly. Wenlan then reminded him, Little Jin, I must caution you to beware of that woman, Zhou Shana. Do not end up losing both your fortune and your life. Familiar words of warning made Li Jin's heart ache, for in his past life, Wenlan had cautioned him countless times, yet he chose to trust Zhou Shana. Under Zhou Shana's incessant instigation, he had distanced himself from Wenlan, ultimately leading to her tragic demise in the 2nd year following the arrival of the continent of strife, leaving him no chance to bid her farewell. Furthermore, he had fallen victim to Zhou Shana's schemes, leading him to ruin. Therefore, in this rebirth, Zhou Shana, you are atop my list of targets. No need for thanks. Li Jin merely acknowledged with a sound before hanging up. As for why he didn't deal with Zhou Shana immediately, he feared police involvement, jeopardizing his path to greatness, and he still needed her to draw out another principal antagonist, Zhou Bide. They were siblings, and in his previous life, he had met his demise at their hands. After a simple lunch, He took a stroll in the villa's garden to strengthen his body and prepare for the forthcoming cultivation feedback. In his past life, many wealthy individuals had remained hidden due to their exceedingly poor physical condition, rendered incapacitated by the sudden influx of formidable powers. Li Jin's cultivation level as a great fighter had not been particularly high, allowing him to barely cope. However, this time would be different, barring unforeseen circumstances. The cultivation he would achieve would reach a profoundly terrifying realm. He needed to make preparations. Otherwise, if he perished before his journey even began, what purpose would it serve? While some basic exercises could be performed at home, certain methods to enhance physicality required the acquisition of spiritual materials nurtured by nature. In a previous life, I heard tales of an ancient hot spring located at the Ancient Temple on the enchanting Shaosong Mountain. It was said that those who immersed themselves in its waters emerged rejuvenated, free from ailments, and brimming with vitality, as strong as an ox. I wonder if such claims hold any truth. With this thought in mind, Li Jin resolved to take a trip to Shaosong Mountain that afternoon. After all, there was little to occupy him in the game at present, and everything could wait until evening. He could not afford to squander the value of a 640,000 item due to insufficient cultivation. Ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell of the villa rang. Li Jin turned to see a striking woman clad in a professional pencil skirt. Gazing at him intently, "Hello, I am your aunt's appointed life assistant. My name is Yen Wuhuan." Her tone was formal, devoid of any personal warmth. Li Jin assessed her from head to toe and could not help but acknowledge that she was indeed a 9-point beauty. A smile from her would only enhance her allure. "Oh, a life assistant? What can you do?" Li Jin inquired. Yen Wuhuan replied, her expression unyielding. "Theoretically, I can assist with anything that is not illegal." Li Jin chuckled. This woman was indeed quite dedicated. However, he felt no particular interest in her. She was merely sent by his aunt to keep an eye on him, worried that he might still be entranced by the charm of Zhou Shana. "Very well, you arrived just in time. Do you have a car?" Li Jin asked. Yen Wuhuan produced a set of keys from her bag. "I need to visit Shaosong Mountain. I would appreciate it if you could drive me." Without waiting for her consent, he opened the villa door and stepped outside. Surprised, Yen Wuhuan noted that this seemingly disheveled man appeared rather indifferent to her beauty. It was no wonder she thought so. For Li Jin's current appearance could only be described as shabby. Clad in a floral shirt and flip-flops, sporting a tousled hairstyle and an unkempt beard, he bore an air of confidence in his eyes, yet little else was appealing. It was hard to fathom how someone like him could have received such lavish praise from General One. Surely, it felt exaggerated. Despite her less than favorable impression of Li Jin, she was determined to fulfill her duty to meet his every request and would not falter now. In quick strides, she caught up with him, and together they entered a red BMW parked in the community lot. Throughout the journey, Li Jin stared out the window, lost in thought. After nearly an hour of travel, they arrived in a remote mountain area. Had there not been a paved road leading here, it was likely that few would venture to this place throughout the year. At the end of the asphalt road stood an ancient-looking temple, Ancient Temple. Legend has it that this temple has endured for over 1,000 years, weathering the storms of time. Once known as Ancient Guan, it was a minor sanctuary of Taoism. Nowadays, it is inhabited by bald, portly monks, leading to its renaming as Ancient Temple. Furthermore, the eaves of the temple were adorned with rows of fluorescent lights and spotlights, indicating a flourishing incense revenue. It is said that every evening, the atmosphere here becomes lively, akin to a dance party, creating a scene of sheer merriment. In a fit of frustration, he muttered about the benefits of asphalt roads lining the pockets of others, while the monks seemed to revel in their own mischief. Li Jin alighted from his vehicle and strode purposefully into the temple, with Yen Wuhuan hastily following, sensing that Li Jin was not quite the gentleman that the esteemed Mr. One had described. Upon entering the temple, a young monk approached them. "Pray tell, what brings you here, benefactor?" the monk inquired. Li Jin replied, "I have heard that the Ancient Temple is the abode of immortals, with a miraculous spring that grants blessings for a millennium. I have come in search of this celestial connection." The young monk's smile promptly faded, and he responded, "Benefactor, you speak fancifully. There is no miraculous spring within this temple. Should you wish to pay homage to the Buddha, please proceed to the Jingda Hall." With that, he stepped aside, gesturing in a particular direction. What nonsense! The monk was utterly unreliable, despite the claim that ascetics do not speak falsehoods. If I were not already aware that the treasure lay within, I might have been deceived by his earnestness. These monks are truly not to be trusted, reluctant to reveal any valuable truths. It is no wonder that throughout history, it has been said, in chaotic times, one seeks enlightenment down the mountain. In prosperous times, monks gather wealth. Maintaining his composure, Li Jin waited for Yen Wuhuan to approach before saying, "Miss Yen, might I trouble you to assist me in seeking a divination? Please accompany this monk." Though Yin Wuhuan did not comprehend why he required her assistance, she complied. Once the young monk was led away by Yin Wuhuan, Li Jin feigned the demeanor of a curious tourist, wandering leisurely within the temple grounds. If they will not reveal the truth to me, I shall uncover it myself. Chapter 10. My Buddha does not save the foolish donkey. He skillfully maneuvered through the temple, evading most of the monks. When avoidance proved impossible, he resorted to feigning madness, successfully deceiving those who crossed his path. Ultimately, he found himself outside a tranquil courtyard, which was enclosed by a fence bearing a sign that warned visitors to keep out. There must be something amiss here. Li Jin scaled the fence and, with a powerful leap, landed atop the temple's low wall. In the center of the modest courtyard stood a large tripod cauldron, towering over a person, though its material remained a mystery. Beneath the cauldron, the ground bore signs of being pieced together. Such rudimentary tricks could be easily unraveled. Li Jin leapt down and approached the cauldron, grasping one of its ears and pulling forcefully in a clockwise direction. Let it open. With all his strength, he managed to set the cauldron spinning. The grinding of stone against stone echoed as the cauldron turned halfway, causing the ground around it to crack open. A pool of milky white spring water emerged from beneath where the cauldron had rested, releasing a fragrant mist. As Li Jin inhaled the vapor, he felt invigorated, as if his very essence were being cleansed. Could this truly be something found on Blue Star? Or perhaps, Blue Star was not as simplistic as it seemed? Various speculations coursed through Li Jin's mind, but he chose not to dwell on them. With a sudden plunge, he immersed himself in the spring. The initial chill was piercing, causing him to shiver, but soon he felt a transformation begin. He felt a rising heat enveloping his entire body, surpassing even the effects of that particular medicine. After a short while, he distinctly sensed a tingling sensation coursing through him, even a slight prick of pain. He understood that it was his bones and tendons being nourished by the spiritual spring. This spring truly possessed the miraculous ability to cleanse and rejuvenate. What a delightful sensation. He felt almost ethereal. In a moment of reverie, Li Jin even sensed a pair of eyes gazing at him from the void, penetrating into his very soul. Startled by this realization, he was taken aback, unsure of why such a feeling arose within him. Shaking his head, he calmed himself and focused on absorbing the essence of the spring. To his astonishment, the liquid began to clear visibly. Under the blazing sun, he observed the bottom of the spring shimmering with reflected light. With a swift dive, he plunged to the depths. Reaching out, he grasped an object that sparkled in the light, though he could not decipher what it was. After surfacing, he turned to see that the spring had transformed into a clear pool, having absorbed all its spiritual essence. Feeling the surge of power within him, he mused that he must now possess the legendary strength of an ox. Testing his newfound strength, he found that the heavy cauldron, which previously required all his might to move, could now be effortlessly pushed with a single hand. The cleansing and rejuvenation were indeed formidable. As the sound of stones scraping together echoed, the cauldron returned to its original position. Apart from the wet footprints left by Li Jin, there was no sign of anyone having visited. Under the scorching sun, the footprints quickly evaporated. Winding his way to the entrance of the celestial temple, Yin Wuhuan had been waiting there for some time. If Li Jin did not emerge soon, she would have resorted to posting a missing person notice at the temple. Hurry, let us go, Li Jin urged, quickening his pace and grasping Yin Wuhuan's hand as they exited. The young novice monk gazed at his somewhat disheveled figure, perplexed. Once in the car, Li Jin instructed Yin Wuhuan to swiftly leave the small Songshan. Why does it feel like we're fleeing? We haven't done anything wrong. Wait, what is that delightful aroma? You haven't pilfered the temple essence, have you? Yin Wuhuan wondered aloud, suddenly catching a whiff of a fragrant scent. Such honorable deeds cannot be termed theft. I am merely seeking to uphold justice and teach a lesson to those who only indulge in gluttony and debauchery. Li Jin proclaimed from the passenger seat, adopting a righteous demeanor. Come on, they're not as dreadful as you portray. Yin Wuhuan chuckled at his dramatics. Li Jin shook his head, saying, Sister, the world is vast, and there are many things beyond your grasp. There is still a long journey ahead. Ask less, speak less, observe more, and learn more. Yin Wuhuan felt a surge of indignation, but soon reminded herself that she was merely there to work and should not let personal emotions interfere. After the red BMW drove away, a scream erupted from within the celestial temple. Ah, cursed treasure thief. Damn you, you son of a... A 50-something abbot stood beside the cauldron, gazing at the crystal-clear spring. So enraged he broke the Buddhist precepts, letting loose a torrent of expletives. Clearly someone accustomed to the internet's darker corners. When the young novice monks inquired, he would always adopt an air of profundity, proclaiming, residing in a temple, reciting the Cyber Sutra. At this moment, he could hardly contain himself. His own home had been raided, yet he was reciting a Buddhist scripture. My Buddha does not save fools. Find out who has stolen my treasure. The abbot, enraged, slapped the large cauldron aside. Upon returning to the villa, Li Jin made Yan Wuhuan break into a sweat. Yes, here, there, over there. Oh dear, be gentle. Don't break my precious porcelain vase. When sweeping, one must be diligent. Did you not claim you could handle anything? After you finish tidying up, prepare the meal. Li Jin directed Yan Wuhuan to engage in a thorough cleaning, primarily to keep her occupied and away from his side. He needed to examine the mysterious object obtained from the bottom of the spiritual spring pool. With a loud bang, he closed the door and removed his trousers. Dingling. A thumb-sized bottle tumbled out. Li Jin had no idea he had brought back such an item. He was too preoccupied with picking peaches to consider its condition. He picked up the bottle and scrutinized it closely. The bottle's body was a milky white, adorned with peculiar patterns reminiscent of the clouds disturbed by a meteor streaking across the sky. Quite beautiful indeed. The neck of the bottle was dark, embellished with twinkling stars around the opening. Viewed from above, it resembled a black hole gazing into the starry sky, profound and captivating. Such a small object could yield such a uniquely effective spiritual spring. What on earth was this treasure? Li Jin pondered the origins of the bottle. Hey, esteemed gentlemen. Do you think if I tossed this bottle into the water, it could create a spiritual spring? Contemplating this, Li Jin filled a basin with water and tossed the bottle inside. Under his watchful gaze, a milky white bubble slowly emerged from the bottle's mouth. Strangely, the bubble did not rise to the surface but swam about in the water. Boom. The bubble burst, turning the surrounding water a milky white. Due to the small amount of water in the basin, it even became somewhat viscous. Li Jin quickly retrieved the bottle from the water, eager to test it further. It seemed this bottle released spiritual substances upon contact with water. Should he find someone to experiment with? Li Jin poured a bit of the spiritual liquid into a small white wine glass and headed toward the door. Miss Yin, you must be tired from cleaning. Come, try my specially crafted invigorating liquid. Yan Wuhuan. Chapter 11. What is this liquid? Come now, be obedient, drink this cup. Li Jin's gaze was slightly urgent. Glancing at the mysterious liquid in his hand, Yan Wuhuan felt a wave of dread wash over her. At that moment, she wanted to scream, "What a pervert! I shall cut off your roots when the opportunity arises." After she remained silent for a while, Li Jin added, "Did you not say you could do anything within the bounds of the law? What? Can you not even drink a cup now? If not, then you might as well leave." Hearing Li Jin use this against her, Yan Wuhuan felt even more indignant. If it weren't for President 1, she wouldn't be here serving you. Subsequently, she closed her eyes and opened them again, as if making a significant decision. It was just a matter of drinking that thing, right? She was determined. With that, she snatched the wine glass, pinched her nose, and gulped down the contents in one go. Gurgle. The sound of swallowing echoed. Yan Wuhuan opened her eyes, filled with bewilderment. Could that substance truly possess such an exquisite flavor? It was utterly delightful. She yearned for more. The moment it slid down her throat, it felt as though gentle hands were soothing her long-suffering esophagus and stomach, akin to the most indulgent of treatments. No, it was even more pleasurable than that. A profound sense of comfort enveloped her from within. Remarkably, even the blemish that had emerged from her late-night endeavors had vanished. She felt an overwhelming sense of ease and tranquility. How wondrous! Yan Wuhuan couldn't help but direct her gaze towards Li Jin, tracing his features downward until her eyes settled on a particular spot. If that substance was indeed this marvelous, perhaps it was not entirely unacceptable? Li Jin could even discern a hint of longing in her eyes. Goodness, sister, could you possibly misconstrue your brother's intentions? How do you find it? Li Jin inquired. Yan Wuhuan found it somewhat difficult to voice her thoughts. Having consumed his concoction, she felt awkward praising it, as though she were a peculiar woman. She could only nod shyly in agreement. I told you it must be effective. In a few days, I shall procure some for Aunt Lon, Li Jin remarked as he turned to return to his room with the cup in hand. However, his mumblings reached Yan Wuhuan's ears. What? He intends to give that substance to General Wen? Could it be that he is the fabled demon of pushing antes? Thus, in her mind, when Lon was in grave danger, Li Jin was completely oblivious to the bizarre image he had inadvertently crafted in Yan Wuhuan's mind. At that moment, he was preoccupied with contemplating how to bestow the benefits of this elixir upon those who felt a sense of belonging to the Dragon Kingdom. Alas, a brief respite, and it would soon be time for dinner. Li Jin opened the gaming forum, noting that the popularity of the newly released mobile game was relatively low. Yet it did not hinder the most fervent thread from accumulating 999 comments. The top player of Dou Qiong, Jin Di, absurd, while others were merely fighters. He had already attained the rank of Great Fighter. After the original poster initiated the thread, netizens began to voice their grievances. Some shared screenshots of Jin Di's cultivation and expenditure, spending over 1 million to reach the Great Fighter rank in just 2 hours. This was the most commented remark. Subsequently, A data analyst commenced an analysis. The foundational cultivation rate of our characters correlates with their level. The fighter rank requires a maximum of 90 minutes. The great fighter 190 minutes, and so forth. Coupled with the 200-point boost from fully unlocking the techniques, a 1-star great fighter would only require around 510 points. If the exotic treasures were maximized, it might increase the foundational cultivation rate by an additional 100 points. All things considered, under normal circumstances, it should currently be around 600 points. Hence, a question arises. Even if he consumed only high-grade elixirs, how could he transcend 3 realms in just 2 hours? I roughly calculated that the total cultivation requirement across the 3 realms is approximately 110. The effects of elixirs at each realm are Fighter 1000, Great Fighter 2000, and Master 4000. In essence, consuming 20 pieces of Dou Qi can augment one's cultivation by an impressive 20,000. For a Dou Jia, this sums to 40,000, and for a Dou Shi, 80,000, culminating in a total of 140,000. This raises an intriguing question. How is it possible to amass the remaining 960,000 cultivation points within 2 hours, at a pace of 600 minutes? Is it through mere theft? Surely, the officials ought to provide an explanation. Could it be that his cultivation rate has soared to 8,000 minutes? Indeed. He may have invested 1 million, but can such an investment truly overshadow all others? I believe many of our esteemed individuals could also achieve 1 million in expenditure. Once someone reaches this 1 million threshold, they ought to present evidence for further discussion. Following the revelations of the Dou Emperor, netizens were incensed, clamoring for the officials to impose a ban on the Forbidden Emperor. Many also noted that the Forbidden Emperor had not leveled up all afternoon, leading to rampant speculation about his possible account suspension, with countless netizens applauding in agreement. The collective ire of this generation of netizens is such that even the sole emperor might have to concede some respect. Li Jin, having perused the highlights of the thread, expressed admiration for the Dou Emperor, yet they could never fathom that their own cultivation rate exceeded the analysis by a factor of 10. The loneliness of the elder brother is something they could scarcely comprehend. "Young master, dinner is ready," came the voice of Yan Wuhuan from outside the room. Li Jin rolled out of bed and stepped outside. The dining table was adorned with 3 dishes and a soup, all crafted from fresh ingredients, and the aroma was quite delightful. After tasting the meal, Li Jin gave Yan Wuhuan a thumbs up. "Your culinary skills are exceptional, sister. Why not stay by my side to cook from now on? I assure you, you shall remain unscathed from calamities. What do you say?" Yan Wuhuan's lips twitched. It seemed Li Jin had a hint of youthful folly. If there were calamities in her life, it could only be attributed to him. "Thank you for the compliment, young master. Until your aunt calls me back, I am at your service." Li Jin nodded, recognizing her potential. "Come, sit and share a drink with me." He patted the bench beside him and then produced a farmer's 3-punch bottle from seemingly nowhere, filled with a milky, opaque liquid. Under Yan Wuhuan's watchful gaze, he poured a generous amount into their cups. "Here, enjoy. Follow my lead. Indulge in spicy delicacies and fragrant beverages." As one cup was pushed towards him, Yan Wuhuan lifted her own in response, thinking to herself that Li Jin was indeed peculiar, engaging in self-production and self-consumption. "I absolutely cannot allow myself to fall into depravity. Cheers." Gulping down her drink, she immediately felt a wave of euphoria wash over her, collapsing onto the chair with an expression of sheer bliss. How can there be such a delectable concoction in this world? "Oh no, I think I might be lost." Li Jin savored his drink, alternating between sips of the elixir and bites of food, thoroughly relishing the experience. "Young master, one must wonder, how many attempts were required to produce such a large bottle?" Yan Wuhuan pondered, gazing at the full farmer's 3-punch bottle for a long while. Could it be that the young master had a penchant for hoarding such delights? Although it was incredibly delicious, one could only wonder if it had an expiration date. Chapter 12. The Mysterious Domain of Magical Beasts. After dinner, Li Jin indulged in a legitimate massage, with Yan Wuhuan attending to him for a full 2 hours. As the clock struck 9 in the evening, the world of Fight's Break sphere beckoned. "Esteemed player, you have been absent for 9 hours, during which the continent of Dou Qi has unfolded myriad tales of intrigue. To facilitate your return to the fray, we have curated a splendid welcome back gift, available for a mere 648,888. Ah, so this is how we play, is it? I have only been away for a mere 9 hours, and you deem my return sufficient? Such a slight shall not be tolerated. I shall purchase it. Congratulations. You have acquired the welcome back gift. 1000 fire-seeking maps, 1000 imperial treasure orders, 1000 ancient stones, 1000 heavenly color stones, 100 essence condensing crystals, and 10 mythical lottery tokens. My word, is this a lottery gift pack? Aside from the color stones and condensing crystals, all other items are currently crucial for draws. Indeed, this is quite valuable. Such comprehensive lottery packages are a rarity in the game. Acquiring it feels like a boon, especially for just 650,000. Quite reasonable. Now, the centerpiece of the evening unfolds. Li Jin clicked to enter his cavern, eager to assess the accumulation of his Dou Qi cultivation. Currently, his cultivation stood at 68,992. 560, 200, 000, ripe for a breakthrough. With a training speed exceeding 13 per minute, he had amassed nearly 70 million in Dou Qi cultivation. Such a phenomenon would surely cause a stir in the forums. Perhaps utilizing this cultivation for a breakthrough would propel him into a formidable realm, but what of it? His training speed would only escalate, and becoming a Dou Emperor was merely a matter of time. The special rewards during this journey are what truly warrant his attention. For instance, Li Jin was poised to activate the entrance ticket to the Mysterious Beasts domain. Let us proceed. The ammunition is fully prepared. Mysterious Beasts domain entrance ticket, activate. The enigmatic parchment within his inventory began to expand, enveloping the entire screen. As a whirlwind of motion engulfed him, Li Jin found himself in a peculiar location. It resembled a colossal tower, surrounded by enormous cages that descended into an unfathomable abyss. How could such a feeble entity as a human grand fighter enter this realm? Ha! The master of this domain must be quite aged to allow such riffraff within. Soon, we shall see the light of day again. Hee. Upon Li Jin's arrival in this mysterious place, commotion erupted from the surrounding cages. Giant eyes of various hues opened wide, fixated upon him. The turbulent winds in this domain signaled the fury of those imprisoned. The stone platform beneath him emanated a shield of protective winds, warding off the surrounding gales. Wind shield consumes 100 Dou Qi per second. Good heavens, what a trap has been laid here. Devious, yet ultimately futile. Li Jin surveyed his surroundings. Were these the mysterious beasts? Why were they confined here? What manner of being was the master of this domain? A myriad of questions flooded his mind. But now was not the time for such musings. His purpose for this journey was to seek out suitable magical beasts. Upon examining the enigmatic realm of magical beasts, he comprehended that these creatures required the expenditure of one's own fighting spirit to forge a contract. Each attempt cost 100 units of fighting spirit, with a success rate of merely 0.001%. Goodness, what an astonishingly low probability of success. Fortunately, I had the foresight to conserve a reserve of fighting spirit, otherwise, I would have foolishly ventured in, only to be drained dry in mere moments, rendering this extraordinary item utterly wasted. It is only Li Jin who dares to express such confidence. Ordinary players would likely find themselves depleted by the Gale Shield upon entry, thus concluding their journey immediately. They would uninstall the game without a second thought. Li Jin surveyed his surroundings, noting that the denizens of this first layer were all of level 10. Unworthy of his attention, the stone platform descended further. How dare this young man look down upon us? Such arrogance towards the demons. This dismissive act incited the nearby magical beasts into a frenzy. Soon, Li Jin reached the bottom, where he beheld a circle of mysterious beasts, each with a power level of 100. Unlike their level 10 counterparts above, these creatures merely opened their eyes occasionally to regard Li Jin with an expression of disbelief. Here, the gale had intensified to a rate of 1,000 units of fighting spirit per second. Simply standing still would consume 60,000 units in a minute. Time was of the essence. Li Jin attempted to probe the information of the surrounding beasts, but the intensity of the gale combined with his insufficient soul power rendered him unable to penetrate their mysteries. This also affected him significantly. Just as he prepared to randomly select a beast for extraction, an object in his backpack began to flicker incessantly. What is this? The Bodhi Marvel Tree. What could this mean? As Li Jin held the Bodhi Marvel Tree aloft, he noticed that the surrounding magical beasts, upon seeing it, opened their eyes wide, revealing expressions of disbelief. What? The ancient divine artifact, the Bodhi Marvel Tree. Why has it appeared in the hands of a mere ant? Child, you and I are destined. If you choose me, I shall willingly follow you. Thunder Demon, your ambitions are so loud I can hear them from across the divide. The Bodhi Marvel Tree chooses its master. A new era is upon us. Perhaps this is the final opportunity. The surrounding beasts trembled, uttering sounds both intelligible and unintelligible to Li Jin. The Bodhi Marvel Tree possesses such a hidden effect? Remarkable. This legendary treasure is truly extraordinary. Now, Li Jin began to waver, contemplating which magical beast to select. Observing the myriad of mystical creatures eagerly awaiting his choice, their tails wagging in supplication, he wondered, are these truly the mightiest of beasts? Child, choose me. Little brother, pick me. Big brother, let me be your subordinate. Father, allow me to be your loyal companion. Grandfather, suddenly, these beasts grew anxious, urgently imploring Li Jin to select them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the next moment, a disturbance emanated from the endless darkness below, causing even the surrounding gales to still. This scene prompted the previously exuberant magical beasts to bow low, as if paying homage to their sovereign. The Bodhi marvel tree. How long it has been since our last encounter. Two enormous crimson dragon eyes ignited below, followed by the resounding clamor of clashing iron chains. A draconic creature slithered up the surrounding walls, its massive head coming to a halt before Li Jin. The formidable pressure dispersed the surrounding winds. As Li Jin discerned its form, he noted that its limbs and torso were ensnared by frost-laden chains. Even its four horns were securely locked, the chains taut and unyielding. Human, you are far too feeble. Should you attain the level of a combat sovereign, perhaps I would deign to return to this world, it proclaimed. Li Jin examined the extraction requirements of the dragon before him. Chaos World Dragon. 5,000 combat prowess required for one extraction. Probability 0.001. Chapter 13. The Contrast Dragon. You must have seen it. To forge a contract with me, you require at least 5,000 prowess, a rigid decree set by the domain's sovereign, which even I cannot alter. Currently, you possess merely 4 realms of power. How can you hope to attain such prowess? Alas, within this beast prison domain, any being may only enter once. The Chaos World Dragon expressed its regret, recognizing that this was a being destined to become extraordinary, yet its weakness rendered them merely fated to meet without any tangible bond. Li Jin gazed at the immense dragon head, comprehending its implication. Are you the most formidable presence here? He inquired. The Chaos World Dragon paused momentarily, then grasped that he was inquiring if it was the strongest entity in this realm. Infinite confines, not trapping the mundane beasts, all are bound within a cage. Only I dwell in the abyss. Were it not for the existence of the domain's sovereign, scouring through the myriad mortal realms, I would remain unrivaled. Though its speech was ornate, Li Jin understood, it was indeed a powerful being. Below the immortals, it is invincible. Above the immortals, it plays the role of a subordinate. Is that the essence? Once you possess 50 million prowess, you may depart with me from this place? Li Jin asked. The Chaos World Dragon nodded. Yet your probability of leaving is merely 0.001. Surely you jest? In response, the dragon's nostrils flared, exhaling a torrent of chaotic energy. Humph. Would I stoop to jest with you? To speak frankly, the allure of the Bodhi sacred tree to me is akin to your human desire for beauty. Li Jin suddenly understood. It was the influence of the Bodhi sacred tree that captivated the dragon, rendering it akin to a beautiful maiden to these mystical beasts. Bah, you old lecherous dragon. Haha, young one. With your current 4 realms of prowess, you can only attempt in the upper realm. Such a pity. Your strength is too feeble. We squander a chance to become the fated divine beast. I wonder who will benefit from this misfortune. Whispers from other mystical beasts surrounded them. Some reveled in the misfortune, while others genuinely expressed regret. Li Jin raised an eyebrow, surprised that these beasts could engage in such conversation. With a smile gracing his lips, he pointed at the Chaos World Dragon and declared, if you had said so earlier, we could have avoided this. I ask you, are you willing to venture forth into the world with me? At this, the entire assembly fell silent. This young man had lost his mind, daring to jest with such a being. I observe that the Bodhi marvel tree is once again seeking a master. This child evidently possesses a peculiar mindset. It has a penchant for attention, relishing in the spectacle. The Chaotic World Dragon, caught off guard, finds its mind abruptly incapacitated. Utterly astonished that a mere human dares to address it with such disdain. Does it truly believe that before entering this realm, it was an affable being? Has it never heard the legends surrounding my prowess? Youngster, are you courting death? A formidable pressure akin to the collapse of worlds envelopes the entire beast confinement realm, causing all magical beasts to tremble and bow in submission. Upon witnessing this, Li Jin unleashes nearly 70 million of his battle aura, manifesting as a solid tempest that withstands the dominion of the World Dragon. The Chaotic World Dragon exclaims in shock. Li Jin, unperturbed, poses his inquiry once more. Are you willing to venture forth into the world with me? Father, I have attained enlightenment. In an instant, Li Jin perceives a significant decline in his battle aura, while an extraordinary mental connection silently establishes itself between him and the Chaotic World Dragon. Chaotic World Dragon? Li Jin calls out within his mind. Father, I am here. The voice of the Chaotic World Dragon resonates within his consciousness, devoid of its earlier arrogance. It appears that this creature is merely a pretentious character. Prior to revealing its true colors, it carried itself with an air of superiority, disdainfully donning chains, but now, it incessantly calls out Father, fearing a kick from Li Jin. In the beast confinement realm, the other magical beasts stand in shock as the Chaotic World Dragon transforms into a diminutive serpent, joyfully coiling around the Bodhi marvel tree, flicking its tongue and wagging its tail. Its demeanor resembles that of a playful pup. The chaotic world dragon pays no heed to the bewildered gazes of the battle-weary beasts. You comprehend nothing. As an ancient saying goes, those who recognize the times are the true wise. Moreover, the Bodhi marvel tree is a treasure to be revered, coveted by countless beasts. The multitude of magical beasts exclaims in disbelief, "You sly one, feigning ignorance. Had you disclosed your vast knowledge earlier, we could have served together, or at least united under a single master." However, fate is sealed. Upon Li Jin's contract with the chaotic world dragon, his form gradually begins to dissipate, eventually vanishing within the dark confines of the beast confinement realm. The scene shifts back to the normal gaming interface, where Li Jin inspects the magical beast cultivation panel within the cave. A small, earthy yellow serpent lies coiled beneath the Bodhi tree, resembling a rather unsightly lump. How revolting! Is this creature for real? He examines its attributes. Chaotic world dragon. Realm. 1st to 12th stage. Growth value. 0200000. Aptitude. 0200000. Bloodline. Not yet evolved. What on earth? The 12th stage? What level is this? If we were to classify it within the realms of fights breaks fear. Even an Emperor of Battle is merely at the 11th stage. The emergence of a 12th stage entity genuinely astonishes Li Jin. Old fellow, what level does this 12th stage represent? Li Jin inquires directly. The 12th stage is simply the 12th stage. Oh, if translated into the terminology of this world, it would be above the Emperor of Battle. Then am I not invincible now? That is not the case. Currently, I hold the title of 12 realms. Yet my growth potential, aptitude, and bloodline remain sealed, requiring gradual unsealing to unleash my full strength. Alas, what a fleeting joy. I had hoped to rest easy. However, it must be said that my corporeal form of the 12 realms still exists, serving as a whip to strike down my foes, silencing them with a mere flick. Fear not the gallows. They are sturdy. To hell with it. How might one amplify their power? Simply summon a few minor Empyrean beasts. Do you believe I could render you fatherless in an instant? No, father. I was mistaken. I need merely a morsel of ancient primordial stone and some colored stones. Li Jin grumbled as he fed all the ancient primordial stones and the celestial grade colored stones he possessed to it. Chaos World Dragon. Realm. 5 realms, 12 realms. Growth potential. 20000000200. Aptitude. 20000002000. Bloodline. Not yet evolved. Not bad. It has recovered 1/10. Delightful. It has been ages since I savored such a grand feast. I, Hu Hanzheng, have returned. The Chaos World Dragon's body swelled, and it let out a howl akin to a canine beast. What is the dog barking about? Li Jin slapped it. To be flaunting after merely regaining the 5 realms. Yes, you are right, father. Observing the Chaos World Dragon's ludicrous appearance, Li Jin questioned whether he had fallen victim to a telecommunication scam. Out of sight, out of mind, he closed the beast interface. A glance at his remaining cultivation revealed. Current cultivation 18, 992, 560, 200, 000. Ready to break through. Chapter 14. Establishing a sect. The Forbidden Land of Emperors. With a cultivation of 20 million, perhaps I can directly leap across 1 or 2 significant stages. Li Jin opened the leaderboard. He remained at the top, yet other players, after 9 hours of diligent training, were no longer the same as when the battle energy first began. Rank 1. Jin D. Great Battle Master, 1 star. Rank 2. Young Matron Xiong, Battle Master, 9 stars. Rank 3. Misty Rain of Jiangbei, Battle Master, 8 stars. Rank 4. Lonesome Smoke, Battle Master, 8 stars. Rank 5. Knight at the Nunnery, Battle Master, 7 stars. Rank 6. Young Wong, Battle Master, 6 stars. Rank 56. Young Kunkin, Battle Master, 4 stars. Rank 57. Title de Luotang Laosan, Battle Master, 4 stars. Rank 99. Gun King, Battle Master, 2 stars. The top 100 have all ascended to the Battle Master rank. As he gazed at the names on the list, some were familiar while others were not. The current leaderboard remains fluid. Many players abandoned the game, making way for newcomers. He recognized many names on the list. For instance, Rank 2, Young Matron Xiong, is a noblewoman from a prominent family in the capital, and in her previous life, she was one of the renowned Tendo Zongs. Rank 6, Young Wong, is the heir of the Jianda group in the Dragon Kingdom, known primarily for his wealth in his past life. He gained notoriety for a nocturnal raid on the Widow sect, resulting in 37 members of the 6th tier sect becoming pregnant in a single night, shocking the world. Among the notable figures, there is the esteemed Kuan Kuan, whose true name is Dong Qian Kuan. He hails from a modestly affluent background, but possesses a commendable sense of loyalty, having stood closely by Li Jin during numerous trials and tribulations. Then there is the celebrated Gun King, whose real name is Shun Pajun, a distinguished military figure wielding a gleaming dragon's spirit silver gun. He bravely withstood an assault from the Seoul Palace's Emperor of Combat due to his formidable prowess. Alas, he later fell victim to treachery from his own comrades and met a tragic demise. Such characters abound in Li Jin's memories. I believe it is essential to establish a sect to gather these remarkable individuals. Without hesitation, leveraging the esteemed title of the Forbidden Emperor, we shall create a sect, and soon, many shall aspire to join. Dear players, Forbidden Emperor, shall you establish a sect? Yes, please name your sect, the Forbidden Domain of the Emperor. Congratulations on successfully founding your first sect, the Forbidden Domain of the Emperor. An announcement will soon be made across the entire server. Server announcement. Player Forbidden Emperor has successfully established the sect the Forbidden Domain of the Emperor, marking it as the first sect created on the server. All members will receive a permanent double enhancement to their basic cultivation speed. This announcement instantly ignited excitement across the server. What? A double enhancement to basic cultivation speed? By the heavens! Does that mean double the joy? I must join this sect. Do not hinder me. Is the Forbidden Emperor present? I can bring in many members. Setting aside the facts, this sect sounds truly appealing. Reserve 2 spots for my partner and me, and we shall be your loyal fans. We are university students. In an instant, Li Jin's game inbox was inundated with numerous private messages, predominantly from individuals eager to join his sect. However, is it truly so easy to join the Forbidden Domain? Thus, he ignored the majority of the messages and sought out a few acquaintances, extending invitations to them. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The sect chat interface suddenly buzzed with new messages. Gun King has joined the sect. Kuin has joined the sect. Beautiful Lady Fragrance has joined the sect. Dragon Nation's War God has joined the sect. Lucky Guy has joined the sect. Lucky Guy, wow. I made it in. Kuin, no way. So did I. Dragon Nation's War God. Incredible. Gun King, bowing to the Great One. Beautiful Lady Fragrance, sending my regards to the esteemed Forbidden Emperor. The chat erupted with activity, brimming with excitement. Forbidden Emperor, greetings, everyone. Welcome to the sect. Kuin, Great One. How did you achieve such a high rank in just 2 hours? At this question, the chat fell silent, as everyone was eager to uncover the secret behind Forbidden Emperor's rapid ascent. Forbidden Emperor, here's a screenshot. Li Jin promptly shared an image displaying his cultivation speed. Upon seeing the 6-digit cultivation rate, the participants were left astounded. Lucky Guy, goodness gracious. Kuin, unbelievable. Dragon Nation's War God, I'm speechless. Gun King, beautiful Lady Fragrance. Kuin, we are all playing the same game. Why do you excel so remarkably? Forbidden Emperor, it's because I have triggered numerous hidden rewards in the game, thereby enhancing my cultivation speed significantly. However, you are not lagging behind. With the sect's double enhancement, your progress will accelerate even more. Good fortune, brother. Do you have any suggestions, my esteemed elder? Forbidden Emperor, invest more. Good fortune, brother. Your 3 words encapsulate the arduous journey of cultivation. Forbidden Emperor, I am sincere. Investing more will not harm you. For a moment, silence enveloped the group as they pondered the Forbidden Emperor's words. Could he truly be a shill? Yet, which game would so openly encourage players to invest? If he is not a shill, what significance lies in his statement? What advantages could investing bring? Could it be that the game transcends into reality? Mature Lady Fragrance, I believe, although I already enjoy investing, I find this game possesses a unique charm. At that moment, Dragon Kingdom's God of War gazed intently at his phone, his brow furrowed. Does this person truly know something? He then made a phone call. Officer Zhang. How is the investigation I requested coming along? Chief, it's not that I am shirking my duties, but this game is exceedingly peculiar. We cannot trace its source code, let alone its origin, as if it materialized out of thin air. Complaints echoed from the other end of the line. And what about the company named Space Technology? Is there no information on them? Indeed, Chief, I have examined the registry of all companies in the Dragon Kingdom, and there is no entity by the name of Space Technology. While it could be registered abroad, the likelihood is minimal. It appears this company emerged from nowhere, leaving our Ministry of Industry and Information Technology colleagues with gray hair. Very well, I understand. After hanging up, the expression of Dragon Kingdom's God of War turned grave. As the commander of the Dragon Kingdom's cross-sectional battle zone, despite his youth, he possessed considerable experience. In his youth, he had ventured deep into the Hungduan Mountains, experiences he had never shared with anyone. Now, he suddenly felt that this mysteriously appearing game was so bizarre that it inexplicably evoked memories from a distant past. Thus, he opened a private chat window with the Forbidden Emperor. Are you there? The response came shortly. Yes, what can I assist you with? I have a humble request. I wish to inquire about your knowledge of this game. Forbidden Emperor, a life, so many. Chapter 15. The sect's infinite growth, how will you respond? Having conversed extensively with the Dragon Kingdom's god of war, Li Jin subtly hinted at the impending disaster without disclosing the source of his knowledge. In turn, the Dragon Kingdom's god of war recounted his early experiences, which reinforced his belief in Li Jin's words. Dragon Kingdom's god of war, understood, thank you for your caution. Forbidden Emperor, if possible, I hope you can promote this game within the military, for our Dragon Kingdom soldiers are always at the forefront of every calamity. I do not wish to see them perish without the means to resist. Dragon Kingdom's god of war, rest assured, I will. After concluding the conversation, he glanced at the group chat, where camaraderie was blossoming as individuals began to share jokes. Li Jin had no time to indulge in their banter. While he genuinely wished to assist them, he had already conveyed what was necessary, and whether they believed him was entirely up to them. At this moment, he turned his attention to the construction of the sect. The construction of the Grand Hall necessitates the consumption of ancient jade. Li Jin directly maximizes the construction, thereby augmenting the foundational cultivation speed of the sect's members by an additional 100 points. In the lower left corner of the sect lies a spring, bubbling forth with pristine water. Suddenly, Li Jin feels a strange vibration in his pocket. Upon reaching in, he discovers that the mysterious bottle he acquired is vibrating at an enigmatic frequency. In a swift motion, he loses grip on it, and the bottle transforms into a streak of light, darting into his phone. Ah, my bottle. What the hell? Li Jin exclaims as he picks up his phone, scrutinizing every angle for any trace of the bottle, but to no avail. I just obtained this divine artifact. How could it vanish so easily? He is so infuriated that he nearly spits blood. Yet, his expression shifts as he notices something peculiar. Earlier, there was only a pool at the lower left corner of the sect, but now, a grand platform has inexplicably manifested. On this platform are inscribed mysterious patterns, and at the very center, the small bottle hovers. My bottle has come here? Incredible. He gasps. Has it begun to influence reality before I even reaped its benefits? This sight intensifies his urgency. Could disaster be looming closer than anticipated? Shaking his head, he dismisses such thoughts and inspects the information about the small bottle. Starry Sea Bottle, a vessel that seizes the essence of heaven and earth, nurturing spiritual springs. It can be ingested or used for soaking, and possesses the ability to enhance physical strength and refine spiritual energy. Starry Sea Array, utilizing the Starry Sea Bottle as the core, it constructs a grand formation for spiritual elevation. Within this formation, practitioners can accelerate their cultivation. Daily entry into the formation lasts for 10 minutes. Goodness, this aligns perfectly with my aspirations. He exclaims, I was pondering how to bestow the benefits of this bottle upon the righteous. And now it seems I only need to invite them into the sect to enjoy the enhancements without the risk of overexertion. Remarkably, what he initially perceived as a loss has turned into a stroke of fortune. Unfortunately, the sect's capacity is somewhat limited, allowing only 50 individuals at the first-level sect. While he wishes to accommodate all the warriors of Long Country, the forces of heaven and earth are inextricably linked. When they align, prosperity follows, and unity ignites a blazing fire. Successfully establishing a sect is merely the first step toward greatness. We have thoughtfully prepared a special sect package for you, available for just 288, 888, promising unparalleled exhilaration. Suddenly, a system notification chimes, and a colossal package materializes within the grand hall of the sect. You must be joking. What a ridiculous price. Li Jin exclaims, incredulous. If you do not forsake me, I shall honor you as my adoptive father. Although 288, 888 seems rather exorbitant, it must surely be a package of immense value, he reasons. Purchased. Congratulations. You have acquired the sect's special package, Growth Type Sect Foundation. Is that it? Just one item? He scoffs, curious about the supposed treasure that commands such a price. Growth Type Sect Foundation grants the sect the characteristic of limitless expansion for every disciple recruited. The foundational cultivation speed of existing disciples increases by 0.1. Well, this is genuinely astounding. The sect can now expand infinitely, and recruiting members comes with additional speed bonuses. In an instant, Li Jin was struck by a thought. Should he take on disciples, countless individuals would undoubtedly flock to him, eager to expedite their cultivation. However, he could not guarantee their character. Should a traitor emerge from his sect, would that not be his burden to bear? Fortunately, he had never intended to recruit from the wider society. With such a platform now available, he vowed to safeguard the valiant soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom in this lifetime. He declared it. Not even Jesus could impede him. At that moment, Li Jin felt an exhilarating surge within him. In his previous life, he could only watch as the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom sacrificed their lives to fortify the walls for the people, while he remained powerless. Having been reborn, Why did he seek the Dragon Kingdom's war god? It was to provide the soldiers with a modicum of preparation time. Though he could not render them invincible, he could at least equip them with the means to retaliate. Now, he envisioned a time when he would unite all the Dragon Kingdom's warriors within his sect, propelling them to greatness. Yet, patience was required. He must await news from the Dragon Kingdom's war god, for matters of the military relied solely upon him. Why not allow others to join the sect? Emperor Jin, what are you playing at? I had messaged him privately requesting a position, yet he completely ignored my overtures. This individual truly lacked social grace. I even sent him fruit photos, and still, he refused my entry into the sect. Was he perhaps lacking in courage? Had he received a warning from the authorities? Serves him right for being so erratic. I'll surpass him tomorrow, mark my words. Having glanced away from world news for but a moment, I returned to find a chorus of denunciations aimed at Emperor Jin. Various players were vocally condemning him, even going so far as to slander those few who had joined the sect, accusing them of collusion and being mere pawns. Were it not for Li Jin's directive in the sect group to ignore such individuals, they might have engaged in futile arguments. What was there to argue with such people? They were merely sour grapes, lamenting their inability to partake. Those were Li Jin's exact words. Having spoken, he retaliated against the critics with the most immediate action. Current cultivation, 21352560200000. Potential for breakthrough. Breakthrough. Grand Fighter, 2 stars. Grand Fighter, 3 stars. Grand Fighter, 4 stars. Grand Fighter, 9 stars. Upon reaching 9 stars, Li Jin did not forget to purchase the growth package for the Grand Fighter realm. The elixirs obtained were directly enhanced using the Bodhi Marvelous Tree, resulting in an increase of 96 cultivation points upon consumption. The current breakthrough probability stood at a mere 35. Would he dare to attempt it? Li Jin scrutinized the prompt that appeared and felt no trepidation. After all, the title of From Adversity to Prosperity had granted him an additional 50, making an 85 probability seem more than sufficient to breach a mere Spirit Fighter realm. Let us do this. Breakthrough. Spirit Fighter, 1 star. If a tiny spark can ignite a prairie fire, then the flame of this breakthrough into Spirit Fighter could soar to the heavens. Server-wide announcement. Player Dou Emperor becomes the first to penetrate the Spirit Fighter realm, achieving an unprecedented feat, awarded the title of First Spirit Fighter, and unlocking equipment gameplay. Silence, a deathly stillness. Chapter 16, When Lawn in Peril. No way. Is he really a Spirit Fighter now? Was I too loud just now? Dou Emperor is incredible. Don't you all feel a twinge of guilt for praising him? Such blatant attempts to exploit players are surprisingly met with praise. It seems that the intellect of today's netizens may be somewhat lacking, with the exception of the esteemed gentleman among them. I stand by my words. Back in the day, with my hands in my pockets, I found myself unable to retaliate when struck. In a luxurious villa in the bustling metropolis, young Master Wang, indulging in a delightful massage from beautiful women, was simultaneously pouring money into a game, thousands upon thousands without a hint of remorse. Suddenly, he shouted, startling the nearby ladies. "Forgive me, young Master Wang. Did we fail to provide you with a satisfying massage?" Yet, he paid them no mind, engrossed in his phone, his teeth grinding in frustration. What the hell? I thought this guy had been banned. Why is he leveling up again? And he even made a significant leap. He had nearly pushed himself into the top 5 with his financial contributions. Perhaps by the time the major competition arrived, he might even contend for the top 3. Even though he had been restricted from high expenditures, the thought of stepping on the so-called Forbidden Emperor filled him with glee, prompting him to continue recharging in the game. Having already spent almost $1 million, he was enraged to discover that this individual had reached a new level. What the hell? He exclaimed, throwing his phone into the pool in frustration. I might as well have fed that money to the dogs. He then forcefully held down one of the ladies' heads. Little did he know, reaching the first star of the Spirit Duel was not the Forbidden Emperor's limit. Under the terrified gaze of onlookers, the Forbidden Emperor's level soared. Spirit Duel 2nd star, 3rd star, 4th star, 9th star. Purchasing elixirs and consuming them in one go, his cultivation soared by 192 points. With a mere 25 chance to break through, the option was presented. Current cultivation at 132, 625, 601, 300, 000. Breakthrough possible. Breakthrough, damn it. With a resounding success, he achieved the 1st star of the King of Duels. A thunderous announcement echoed throughout the entire server, and everyone felt the tremor in their phones. Confusion spread as they awaited an explanation, only to be met with a server-wide announcement. Player Forbidden Emperor has successfully broken through to the King realm, becoming the fastest ascendant in history. Awarded the title King of Cultivation and unlocking the Dou Qi Wings gameplay. King of Cultivation, basic cultivation speed doubled. The players erupted. Such a title exists? How does one obtain it? Is it exclusive to the first place? Damn it, I'm uninstalling this game. Farewell, world of martial arts. Can this game even be played anymore? They might as well create a server exclusively for him. Thanks for the invitation, but the fans of Dou Qi are enraged. A sudden wave of players quitting impacted the gaming experience for many. However, this did not soften Li Jin's resolve, for these individuals were often the most fickle-minded. It was better for them to leave now than to stab you in the back later due to external pressures or treasure hunts. The battles of the past were never supported by casual players. While a few in the clan group expressed their shock, it had not reached an unsustainable level. They had witnessed the Forbidden Emperor's cultivation speed and could only conclude that he was incomparable to ordinary players. At last, the cultivation of the Forbidden Emperor came to a halt at the 7th star of the Dou realm, currently standing at 25,602,700,000. The rate of cultivation is astonishing, with an influx of 300,000 Dou Qi every minute, truly a relentless harvester. In less than an hour, the breakthrough to the Dou realm is within reach. This remarkable leap across two major realms comes without even having the chance to explore the special gift package. As the starlight illuminates the path and Dou Qi nurtures the spirit, Dou Ling is the cornerstone of the Emperor's journey. To ascend to the revered status of a Dou Di, one must not skimp on support. A grand Dou Ling gift package has been prepared for you. Available for merely 328,888. What a delightful bargain. The aura of a king, the presence of a conqueror. Across 1,000 miles, none dare oppose. With a mere completion of the Dou Wang, the journey of cultivation is boundless. You are poised to become a local sovereign. With a special Dou Wang gift package available for only 648,888. What a splendid deal. Together, these two packages cost less than $1 million. What a steal. Congratulations. You have received the Dou Ling gift package, 100 gold-grade snow dragon ancient wood, 1 heaven-burning flame cauldron, and 3,000 general gold-grade materials. The items within this Dou Ling package are all tailored for the newly initiated equipment gameplay. Currently, there is no need for haste, as equipment remains a significant pillar of the combat power system. Upon purchasing the Dou Wang package, congratulations once again. You have received 1,000 wing transformation trial tokens, 1,000 stones of wind, 1,000 stones of thunder, 1,000 stones of fire, and 1 Dou Wang experience ticket. Li Jin initially assumed this package was designed for the Dou Wang's newly unlocked Dou Qi transformation gameplay, but the inclusion of the Dou Wang experience ticket left him somewhat bewildered. As a Dou Wang, why would he need an experience ticket? This seems absurd. The contents of this package appear to be a loss. Just as he began to grumble, the screen of his phone suddenly illuminated. A burst of light seemingly ready to emerge from the device. What on earth is happening? Before Li Jin could respond, the light shot into his forehead. Master, I have attained enlightenment. This Dou Wang experience ticket refers to reality. In other words, Li Jin can now wield the power of a Dou Wang in the real world. How incredible! A Dou Wang on Blue Star is akin to a walking nuclear bomb. Such terror. Before he could revel in his fortune, his phone rang abruptly. Hello? Aunt Lan, what brings you to call me at this late hour? Li Jin felt puzzled. For when Lan seldom called him at such an hour. Benefactor, if you wish to prevent harm from befalling one, please swiftly return the items of our temple. Otherwise, the law of the Buddha is merciless, and injuries to limbs are inevitable. The voice on the other end was not Wen Lan, but rather an elderly monk speaking broken Mandarin. What in the world is this? Have monks taken to robbing outright? Should I report this to the authorities? Suddenly, Li Jin recalled that he had taken the Star Sea bottle from the Yingzhan temple today. Could it be those monks? Damn it. If you dare lay a finger on Wen Lan, I will use your heads for bowling. Li Jin cursed vehemently. Monastics do not speak falsehoods. If the benefactor returns the treasures of this temple, then the innocent shall remain unharmed. Where are you? Just wait for me. Li Jin exclaimed while dressing. The poor monk awaits your esteemed presence at Benefactor Wen's residence. However, it would be wise for you to come swiftly. For the disciple who recently returned to secular life may, without the constraints of the vow of chastity, become unpredictable. Li Jin shouted fiercely, dare you? I shall arrive in 20 minutes. If anything befalls Wen Lan, I will ensure that not a single creature remains in your temple. The monk on the other end seemed oblivious to the chilling undertones of his words, merely chuckling lightly before abruptly hanging up. Damn it! Li Jin cursed as he glared at the disconnected call, startling Yin Wuhuan from her reverie. What's wrong? Where are you going? Spotting Yin Wuhuan, Li Jin rushed over and, before she could fully awaken, scooped her up and leapt from the third-floor window of the villa. Yin Wuhuan screamed as Li Jin landed gracefully. Without pausing to acknowledge her astonishment, he dashed away, reaching the parking lot a kilometer distant in less than half a minute. Enough with the chatter, drive. Wen Lan is in danger. His voice was strained, as if a storm was brewing within him. Upon hearing that General Wen was in peril, Yan Wuhuan's demeanor shifted, and she swiftly ignited the engine. The crimson BMW surged forth like a specter of the night, racing down the streets. Throughout the journey, Li Jin remained silent, lost in thought. If these monks could track him down, what of others? Would they too be able to find his whereabouts with ease? It would be one matter if they came directly for him, but he feared the treachery of those who would use the ones he cherished as pawns. Yan Wuhuan, her face set in stern resolve, though unaware of who threatened Wenlan, felt her boundaries encroached upon. She would ensure that those responsible learned the true meaning of a woman's wrath. Moments later, the screech of brakes echoed outside a solitary villa. This was a high-end residential area in Shilling City, where each villa was spaced far apart and entry was restricted, with multiple security teams patrolling. This suggested that those who could infiltrate the community and pose a threat to its residents were no ordinary adversaries. But what of it? Those who offend Li Jin's confidants shall face their reckoning, regardless of their strength. Chapter 17. Have you heard of the Buddhist lion's roar? Midnight. Within the villa, lights illuminated the space, causing Li Jin and his companion to wonder why not only the sofa, but also the walls were glowing. As they approached, they discovered that it was a gathering of bald monks, their shiny domes reflecting the light. Li Jin had intended for Yan Wuhuan to remain in the car, but she insisted on accompanying him. Knowing he could not dissuade her, he nodded and cautioned, if anything arises, protect Wenlan first. Upon opening the door, a familiar visage greeted them. Ba, benefactor, you are quite cunning, ensnaring this humble monk in a web of your design, causing me great distress. The young monk from Yingzhan Temple wore a slight smile, betraying no hint of the supposed suffering he spoke of. Li Jin paid him no heed, instead surveying the surroundings. Within this grand hall, there were 8 individuals, 6 with shining bald heads and 2 with short hair. An elderly monk seated on the sofa appeared to be in a meditative state, exuding an aura of protection. Where's Wenlan? Li Jin asked pointedly, gazing at the old monk. The monk opened his eyes, which glimmered with insight, and addressed Li Jin. Ba, I am Yuanji. The benefactor one is presently unharmed. But what of the item I seek? Do you seek liberation from life? Are you tired of living? Li Jin retorted. Not liberation in that sense, but rather the passage of time. Yuanji replied. Li Jin's expression hardened. I care not for your riddles. I must see her first, or you shall not reclaim what you desire. Yuanji chuckled, glancing at a monk with hair atop his head. Shortly thereafter, the monk entered a nearby room, emerging moments later, bringing forth a woman bound in a masterful manner. It was none other than Wenlan. Her long hair lay disheveled, and she was clad in a delicate nightgown, clearly captured from her slumber. Her shapely legs, a sight to behold, and her alluring form, accentuated by the expert bindings, were nothing short of breathtaking. With her elegantly arched eyebrows and bright, expressive eyes, her delicate features bore the charm typical of Jiangnan women. However, her lovely face betrayed a sense of panic. Such a dramatic scene was unfamiliar to her. Upon seeing Li Jin and Yan Wuhuan at the doorway, she attempted to speak, but a peculiar bead muffled her voice, allowing only whimpers to escape. One, Yan Wuhuan exclaimed, eager to rush forward, but was halted by Li Jin. What you are doing constitutes illegal kidnapping and trespassing. Do you truly believe that with a mere phone call I could summon the entire police force to apprehend you? As Yan Wuhuan prepared to dial, the monks, clearly not to be trifled with, swiftly dispatched a relic that sent her phone crashing to the ground, rendered useless. Oh, the female benefactor has quite the sense of humor. Since we dared to come, we fear not your threats of law enforcement, one of the young monks retorted, retracting his raised arm. Li Jin, realizing these monks were formidable opponents, discerned they had likely received considerable blessings from the Star Sea bottle. The item is with me. Release her first, Li Jin declared, retrieving a black box from his pocket. Yuanji examined it closely. It is indeed the same formula. It was evident that Yuanji possessed both skill and audacity, showing no doubt in the integrity of the youth before him. Jia, release her. Yes, master, came the obedient reply. The monk, having gazed longingly at Wenlan, finally untied her bonds. Once liberated, tears welled in Wenlan's eyes as she rushed towards Li Jin. Yan Wuhuan stepped forward, intending to catch her, but Wenlan suddenly dodged, colliding directly into Li Jin's embrace. Yan Wuhuan stood bewildered. What is the meaning of this between those two? Oh, I thought I would never see you again, Xiao Jin, Wenlan sobbed, her demeanor evoking an instinctual urge to cradle her gently. All right, you and her wait for me outside. Li Jin gently patted Wenlan's back. No, no, the two women exclaimed in unison. Li's gaze shot daggers at Yan Wuhuan, before he turned gently to Wenlan, saying, be obedient and wait for me outside. We shall depart from my home shortly. Although Yan Wuhuan was perplexed by Li's audacity, the pressing presence of numerous adversaries left her no choice but to act. With Wenlan being utterly defenseless, she could not afford to divide her attention in protecting her. Thus, she grasped Wenlan's hand and hurriedly departed. Ah, benefactor. I have released the person. Now it is time to return what belongs to this humble monk, is it not? The monk Yuanji clasped his hands together, exuding an air of pious devotion. Here you go. Li casually tossed the black box toward him. Yuanji, unable to remain seated, sprang to his feet to catch the box. Oh dear, what if it breaks? Such rudeness. He mumbled, preparing to unveil the contents within. As Li retreated slowly towards the door, he found his path obstructed by a young acolyte. Do not be hasty, benefactor. You may leave once the abbot has completed his inspection. The young acolyte chimed with a smile. Li inwardly mused. These old and young bald heads are quite astute. It seems this night shall not end amicably. Very well. These monks are but hypocrites, usurping the nests of others and feeding off the people's flesh and blood. Thus, it appears I must eradicate this pestilence for the sake of the populace tonight. Ah, where's my vial? Yuanji exclaimed upon opening the black box. Discovering only a small bottle of milky liquid inside, his fury igniting. This wretch has deceived me. He is utterly contemptible, a fool seeking his own demise. Speak the truth. Where's the vial? No one has ever dared to trick this monk. Today, I declare that even if the Buddha himself were to arrive, should you fail to return what is owed, I shall extract your marrow. As he spoke, Yuanji's presence surged, his robe billowing ominously, creating an imposing spectacle. Li clapped his hands in admiration, exclaiming, Abbot, your display of unaccompanied movement is truly a remarkable performance. I am in awe. You shall not evade responsibility. You must comply today. The surrounding 7 young monks closed in, encircling Li. What if I insist on leaving today? Li's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Yuanji. With hands clasped, Yuanji proclaimed, Since you disregard the profound teachings of Buddhism, I too possess a modicum of martial knowledge. Pra 2 precepts. 3 precepts, swift as the clear wind, subdue this child at once. Yes, Abbot. The 7 monks advanced toward Li, revealing their martial prowess. Come forth. Li was no novice. With a lifetime of combat experience between life and death, combined with a physique far surpassing that of an average person, he was more than capable against these monks, who were merely slightly stronger than typical men. In a flurry of movement, within 10 exchanges, Li had dispatched all 7 monks to the ground. What? You have absorbed the power of the sacred spring. Yuanji's eyes widened in disbelief, and with a swish of his robe, he descended to the fray himself. You shall not be spared. With that, Yuanji formed a seal and struck toward Li's forehead. Clang. Li deftly evaded, and the monk's blow shattered a large section of the marble wall. Yuanji then unleashed a barrage of blows, pursuing Li with relentless fury. How outrageous. Do you truly believe I am a pushover? Li Jin had ignited his true fury. Although devoid of any combat techniques, his intent was not diminished in the slightest. The clash between him and the monk Yuanji was remarkably even. After a flurry of exchanges, Yuanji subtly massaged his wrist. Have you ever heard of the lion's roar technique from the Buddhist sect? Li Jin's expression turned grave. He was aware of the lion's roar, a method known for inflicting severe psychological damage. He instinctively retreated a few steps, bracing himself for the monk's move. Yuanji took a deep breath, his chest swelling, and then unleashed a wave of sound from his mouth. Brothers, come to my aid swiftly. Chapter 18. Subduing the bald donkey with a backhanded blow. How audacious. To dare to flaunt your skills at our doorstep, Prajna Permitha. Great might heavenly dragon. Great Luo spell. Suddenly, 2 elderly bald monks leaped in from outside, their faces bearing a resemblance to the monk Yuanji within. Today, as the 3 brothers of the Buddhist sect, we shall subdue you, this human aberration. Yuan Shu and Yuan Mo. Take your positions. We shall form the triad formation to vanquish this demon. Yuanji stepped back, while Yuan Shu and Yuan Mo moved to either side. The 3 formed a triangular formation, encircling Li Jin. Humph. If you surrender now, I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, today you shall meet the Buddha. Yuanji assumed his stance, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Li Jin. Get lost. I'm allergic to bald donkeys. Li Jin retorted. Yuanji glared furiously and proclaimed, You refuse to heed my warning. In that case, we shall send you on your way. And then turn your abode upside down. I refuse to believe we cannot find it. Brothers, attack. Yuan Shu and Yuan Mo sprang into action, all 3 attacking Li Jin in unison. Li Jin discerned a mysterious energy enveloping their fists and palms. Do not confront them head-on. A judgment flashed through his mind, and he rolled onto the ground, evading the monk Yuan Mo's attack and swiftly escaping the encirclement. How shameless can you be? Yuan Mo exclaimed in astonishment. Incensed that Li Jin resorted to such underhanded tactics to escape, Li Jin sprang to his feet, pointing at the 3 monks and scolding. Since you three lack any sense of honor in overwhelming me with your numbers, why should I care? Is it merely about face? If so, I have none to lose. In fact, it only empowers me further. As he spoke, Li Jin retreated to the villa's garden, while the three monks advanced relentlessly. Ba, since I have come, I shall not leave empty-handed. Take a look behind you. Yuanji gestured with one hand, raising his chin, indicating for Li Jin to glance backward. To his dismay, Li Jin saw that the villa's entrance had indeed been surrounded by monks, and the recently fled Wenlan and Yin Wuhuan were now pinned down by several burly monks. Unable to move, Xiaojin, hurry, don't worry about us, Wenlan shouted. Yin Wuhuan remained silent. As Wenlan's personal bodyguard, her failure to protect her was a dereliction of duty, and her pride prevented her from begging Li Jin for help. Bald donkeys, are you prepared to fight to the bitter end? Li Jin's brow furrowed, his eyes alight with menace. What folly is this notion of eternal conflict? It is merely the case that you, esteemed monk, have pilfered treasures from our temple, and we are simply reclaiming what is rightfully ours, declared Monk Yuanji. Huh, your treasures? If one were to trace history back a century, that place was known as Ancient Temple. A band of usurping monks dares to hoard wealth in this manner. Truly, you are oblivious to the concept of cosmic retribution, retorted Li Jin with a smirk. However, Monk Yuanji was unfazed, responding with serene conviction. All that we possess is by divine decree. Our actions are in harmony with the will of heaven. Well said. Then, my acquisition is also but the will of heaven, which makes your actions a transgression against destiny. Are you not afraid of retribution? Li Jin replied, his lips curling in derision. Monk Yuanji, slightly vexed, responded. It seems you are determined to remain obstinate today. Do not blame this humble monk for resorting to wicked deeds. He then gestured to the monks outside the villa. Commence. Instantly, the group of unkempt monks erupted into lewd laughter, shedding their garments with intent that was unmistakable. At that moment, tears streamed down Wenlan's cheeks as she turned to Li Jin, saying, Little Jin, forgive me. Auntie Lan must take her leave. Li Jin's expression shifted to one of horror. He understood that beneath Wenlan's gentle facade lay a fierce spirit, and at this moment, she was resolute in preventing those vile monks from succeeding, contemplating self-sacrifice. You bald donkeys. How dare you? I will slay you all, Li Jin shouted, activating a Demon King experience ticket. In an instant, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, crackling with thunder, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. In the garden of the villa, a violent storm erupted around Li Jin, uprooting flowers and plants. The sudden turn of events left all present in shock, their gazes drawn skyward, quelled by the impending doom. Ba, the heavens unleash their might, boundless and unyielding. Surely, a wretched soul has descended. Monk Yuanji stammered. You bald donkeys, none of you shall escape today. Li Jin's voice thundered, drawing the attention of all present. At that moment, he was enveloped in an enigmatic aura, radiating mystery. Boom, crack, thunder descended from the heavens, engulfing him. Ba, it appears the esteemed one is the destined calamity. Monk Yuanji chuckled, believing Li Jin had provoked the heavenly order and would face annihilation. Wenlan struggled desperately, calling out Li Jin's name, while Yin Wuhuan closed his eyes in despair. 6 bolts of lightning struck down, ravaging the garden. Yet, one figure remained steadfast at the center. As the lightning dissipated, a pair of ethereal, violet-hued wings materialized in the night. With a mighty flap, they conjured a tempest that rendered the onlookers unable to stand firm. Then, Li Jin's voice resonated. To hell with your calamity. Today, it is you bald donkeys who are destined for doom. Li Jin spread his energy-infused wings and hovered in midair, astonishing all present. Little Jin, Wenlan had never witnessed such a sight of him, majestic and enigmatic. In stark contrast, the monks suddenly found their movements hindered, as if they bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Abbot, I cannot move. One cried. Neither can I, another echoed. Nor I. At this moment, the 3 brothers of the Yuan family sensed the overwhelming pressure, but they could still endure it, albeit not without significant discomfort. What is happening, brother? Yuan Chu inquired loudly while assuming a horse stance. How would I know? Yuan Ji furrowed his brow. It must be that little brat's doing. We must find a way to subdue him. Yuan Mo pointed towards Li Jin, who hovered in the air. However, Li Jin, now wielding the power of a battle king, had transcended the comprehension of these mere mortals. Die! Li Jin raised his hand towards the group of young monks, and with a mere gesture, an immense force descended upon them. The monks were instantly reduced to a gruesome puddle of flesh, the metallic scent of blood permeating the sky. Wenlan was petrified by this horrifying spectacle. She had never witnessed such terror before. Even Yin Wuhuan felt a wave of nausea ripple through him. The Yuan brothers, upon witnessing the carnage, were left with eyes wide in disbelief, soon overtaken by an overwhelming dread. What kind of power could crush dozens of people into bloody pulp with such ease? Their hearts were filled only with fear. Chapter 19. Annihilating the Monks. You are a devil, Yuan Ji accused, pointing at Li Jin who loomed above them. His prayer beads, gripped tightly in his hand, shattered under the strain, scattering relics across the ground. A devil, you say? Huh. I embrace the deeds of a devil, and what of it? Those who offend my trusted ones shall face annihilation, regardless of distance. In an instant, Li Jin appeared before Yuan Ji. In the depths of his terrified gaze, a fist loomed large. Puff! Yuan Ji's head burst like a watermelon, his lifeless body collapsing to the ground, twitching. Yuan Shu and Yuan Mo, paralyzed by fear, fell to the ground. A foul odor wafting from them. To hell with it. They claimed to be high monks, yet here they lay in such a pitiful state. Li Jin dismissed them with a glance, casually unleashing a wave of energy that decapitated both of them. With that, the threat of the monks was extinguished. Wen Lan stared blankly at Li Jin, feeling an unfamiliar distance between them. In her memory, Li Jin had never harmed a living thing, let alone so many people. She could not fathom why he had transformed into such a malevolent figure, instilling fear in her heart. Li Jin exhaled, realizing that his power as a battle king was indeed invincible at this moment, though regrettably limited to a mere 10 minutes of use. Aunt Lan, are you all right? In an instant, Li Jin moved to stand before Wen Lan. Yin Wuhuan, alarmed, positioned himself protectively in front of her, fearing Li Jin might indiscriminately unleash his wrath. Huan, it's all right. How could Xiao Jin harm us? Wen Lan managed to suppress her fear, attempting to reassure him. In truth, her composure was remarkable, otherwise she would have fainted at the gruesome scene. Yin Wuhuan reluctantly stepped aside. Wen Lan took a couple of steps forward, approaching Li Jin. She gazed at his chiseled features, yearning to reach out and touch him, yet hesitated, fearful of provoking him. Li Jin grasped her hand and gently placed it on his face. Do not fear. I am here. A few simple words caused Wen Lan to lose her composure, tears streaming down her cheeks. She felt a mix of joy and sorrow, pondering what her dear Jin had endured to arrive at such a state. Oh, why are you crying? Don't cry. Too many tears will make your eyes swell tomorrow. Li Jin suddenly appeared flustered. Seeing his bewildered expression, Wen Lan couldn't help but chuckle. No matter how he changed, he remained her little Jin in her eyes. Without hesitation, she threw herself into Li Jin's embrace, burying her head against his chest, greedily inhaling his unique scent. All right, no more tears. How about I take you to the sky to pick stars? Li Jin gently brushed away the tears from her face, chuckling. Wen Lan was taken aback and pointed at the surrounding chaos. What about all this? So many have perished. The police will surely come knocking soon. Will we end up in jail? Li Jin tenderly patted her head, then snapped his fingers. Instantly, the gruesome scene around them vanished into thin air, leaving no trace. Apart from the disarray in the garden. All done. If anyone asks, we can say lightning struck here. They won't know the truth. These monks were not here for benevolence. And since they had evaded surveillance, even if someone discovered the temple's disappearance, they would not trace it back here. Now, let us depart to my home. Li Jin wrapped an arm around Wen Lan's waist and turned to the stunned Yin Wuhuan, extending his other hand. Sister Yin, what are you waiting for? Yin Wuhuan snapped back to reality, pointing to herself and then to the red BMW outside, implying she would drive. Li Jin effortlessly drew her into his embrace, disregarding her flushed cheeks, and soared into the sky, cloaked in shimmering wings, heading into the distance. The red BMW followed suit, vanishing into the horizon alongside Li Jin. Minutes later, the trio arrived in the courtyard of Li Jin's villa. Fortunately, it was late at night. Otherwise, they would have startled many. Upon landing, both Wen Lan and Yin Wuhuan felt their legs weaken, their faces flushed. Little Jin, that was too fast. I can barely handle it. Young master, you were too overwhelming. Their first words upon touching the ground displayed Li Jin's prowess. What is this? Just wait until you witness something even more thrilling. Li Jin clapped his hands. He then helped Wen Lan up and led her inside. Come, you were startled tonight. I'll prepare a bath for you to calm your nerves. He spoke as they walked. Wen Lan was still processing everything when they reached the third-floor bedroom. Li Jin placed her on the bed, then retrieved several bottles containing a milky, mysterious liquid from the cabinet, his face alight with excitement as he entered the bathroom, busily concocting something. Yin Wuhuan appeared stealthily at the door, waving at Wen Lan. President Wen, as a woman, I feel compelled to warn you. Your nephew may have some peculiar preferences. It would be wise for you to, exercise caution. Wen Lan, not quite understanding, was about to inquire further when Li Jin's voice called from the bathroom. Aunt Lan, you can come in now. Hastily, Wen Lan waved at Yin Wuhuan before heading toward the bathroom. Little Jin, what is this? In the bathroom. Li Jin stood beside the bathtub, which was filled with milky water emanating a faint fragrance. Suddenly, She noticed that Li Jin's zipper was half undone. And recalling Yin Wuhuan's earlier remarks combined with Li Jin's mysterious handling of those bottles, she thought, could it be? Is Xiao Jin that kind of person? Seeing Wenlan lost in thought at the door, Li Jin approached and grasped her hand. Come in quickly, or the spirit energy will run out. Now, take off your clothes. Wenlan exclaimed, what is this? Xiao Jin, are you really that kind of person? This is scandalous. Noticing Wenlan's hesitation, Li Jin could not help but assist in removing her clothing. There are only 3 minutes left. If you don't hurry, it will be too late. Inwardly, Li Jin thought, the time for the Dou Wang experience is limited to 3 minutes. I must help Aunt Lan cleanse her marrow and bones. Meanwhile, Wenlan's thoughts raced. What? Xiao Jin only has 3 minutes? No. Xiao Jin, I am your aunt. This is ethically questionable. She pushed back, muttering, besides, I'm not ready. Li Jin harbored no ulterior motives. She simply wished for Wenlan's well-being. Aunt Lan, what are you thinking? I merely suggested a medicinal bath. Not anything else. Given my current state, I can help you absorb it quickly. Undressing is simply for better absorption. I never implied you should undress completely. You unclean-minded woman. Li Jin gently tapped her forehead. Upon hearing this, Wenlan's face flushed deeply, realizing Xiao Jin's true intentions. How embarrassing to have let her thoughts run wild. It was mortifying, especially in front of Xiao Jin. Thus, with Li Jin's help, Wenlan began to immerse herself in the spirit liquid. Chapter 20. Yin Wuhuan's shock? Ah, that hurts. Xiao Jin, be gentle. The bathroom echoed with Wenlan's intermittent exclamations. Yin Wuhuan, standing outside, was taken aback. President Wen, what are you doing? Half an hour later, the bathroom door swung open, and Wenlan emerged, supported by Li Jin. Yin Wuhuan, witnessing this sight, was utterly astonished. Is this real? How intense? At that moment, Wenlan appeared disheveled, her complexion flushed. Spotting Yin Wuhuan, she instructed, Huan, quickly prepare some goji berry tea for Xiao Jin. Yin Wuhuan gasped. This is irrefutable. What a calamity. Li Jin, with Wenlan's support, reclined on the bed, feeling utterly drained. To her surprise, the after effects were overwhelming. She nearly couldn't bear it. While utilizing her Dou Wang strength to assist Wenlan had been manageable, after 3 minutes, the power had expired, and the catalysis should have ceased. Yet, inexplicably, a pulling sensation emanated from within Wenlan, siphoning away the little essence of spiritual energy Li Jin had painstakingly gathered, leaving her in a state of excessive indulgence. Before long, Yin Wuhuan entered with a bowl of nourishing soup made from goji berries and jujubes. I've placed this here for you. President Wen, I've prepared your room. It's on the 2nd floor. As Wenlan was about to nod, Li Jin interjected. No need for that. Aunt Lan will be staying here tonight. We have some rather passionate matters to discuss. If you have nothing else to attend to, you should retire early, Yin Mei. Yin Wuhuan responded with incredulity. You look like a dead dog, yet you speak of passion? Truly a case of a newborn calf fearing no tiger? An indestructible steel gun fearing no strike? Wenlan affirmed. Indeed, what Xiao Jin says is correct. We have matters to discuss. Huan, you should rest first. Li Jin watched as Yin Wuhuan left in shock, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. After a night filled with intense gaming, the morning brought forth Wenlan's excited voice. Congratulations. You have reached the fighter level. Xiao Jin, come look. I've achieved fighter status. Wenlan exclaimed, her eyes gleaming as she beheld her character's elevation on her phone. Last night, Li Jin had laid bare all his knowledge without reservation. There was no need for him to hold back any secrets from Wenlan. Listening to his narrative and witnessing the mysterious powers he exhibited, she unconditionally trusted him. After all, Xiao Jin had never deceived her since childhood. Thus, Li Jin guided her through the game Dou Patsong Qiao. Remarkably, Wenlan adapted quickly, adeptly managing her character's cultivation and utilizing elixirs without needing Li Jin's instruction. She was truly a gaming prodigy. In her previous life, her busy schedule at work had left her no time for such games, rendering her an ordinary person during the calamity of Dou Pa. She had struggled to survive amidst disaster, ultimately meeting her demise in the 2nd year of turmoil. In this life, Li Jin vowed never to let such misfortunes befall her. You possess great talent, Aunt Lan, Li Jin remarked as he awoke, still groggy. He had been exhausted after teaching Wenlan how to play and had fallen into a deep slumber. Now, refreshed and invigorated, he bore no traces of last night's chaos. Indeed, after gaming all night, I don't feel fatigued at all, and no dark circles either. How miraculous. Wenlan pinched her delicate face, using her phone as a mirror. Li Jin chuckled. Of course, you are no longer an ordinary person. Wenlan turned to Li Jin, her eyes filled with stars. Xiao Jin, you are so kind to me. Clearing his throat, Li Jin replied. Isn't that only to be expected? He rubbed his nose, somewhat overwhelmed by Wenlan's affection. Who is it that recently blacklisted me for a woman? Wenlan feigned anger. Li Jin felt a rush of embarrassment. Not long ago, he had indeed blacklisted Wenlan under the influence of Zhou Shana in an effort to please her. Reflecting on it now, he realized he had been foolish, unable to discern friend from foe. Wasn't that merely youthful ignorance? I have matured now. No malevolent forces shall disrupt my resolve. Seeing Li Jin's awkwardness brought a smile to Wenlan's face. Her dear Xiao Jin had returned. At the breakfast table, Yan Wuhuan wore an expression of utter disillusionment as she gazed at the two. Open wide. How is it? Delicious? Wenlan looked at Li Jin with eager anticipation. Yes, absolutely delectable. This is the best frozen dumplings I have ever tasted. Truly, Aunt Lan's cooking is unmatched. Li Jin lavished praise without restraint. Yan Wuhuan exclaimed. These are undoubtedly the finest frozen dumplings. All they require is a quick dip in water before they are ready to be savored. Is there any skill involved in that? Alas, if I remain in their company much longer, I fear I shall be rendered deaf and blind. With that, she viciously devoured the dumplings in her bowl, as though she were feasting upon the very essence of the two before her. After breakfast, Wenlan headed to the company, burdened with unfinished tasks. Now that she had foreknowledge of impending events, she had resolved, after discussing with Li Jin the previous night, to sell the entire Jinlan cultural media. This endeavor would require several days, thus necessitating her presence at the office for coordination. Before departing, she transferred the majority of her funds to Li Jin. As her own account could not sustain much expenditure, it was imperative for Li Jin, the one with the superior resources, to flourish first. Once Wenlan had left, Li Jin indulged in a lawful massage, leaving Yan Wuhuan exhausted. At 10 in the morning, the saga of Dou Qi commenced. After a night devoid of gameplay, he felt a profound discomfort. Dear player, you have been away for 12 hours. During your absence, the Dou Qi continent has experienced a plethora of intriguing tales. To help you catch up, we have prepared a return gift pack for you, available for just 288. It promises an exhilarating experience. Indeed, upon logging in, he was greeted by the offer of a return gift pack, evoking a sense of warmth and welcome. Purchase. Congratulations. You have received the return gift pack. 1,000 fire-seeking maps, 1,000 imperial treasure orders, 1,000 ancient stones, 1,000 heavenly colored stones, 100 condensing essence crystals, 10 mythical lottery tickets, and 1 Sangtian Wing treasure map. The only distinction from yesterday's gift pack is the addition of a Sangtian Wing treasure map. It appears to be yet another special item. Truly, limited time offers are the most rewarding. After claiming the gift pack, he glanced at the leaderboard. His position at the top remained secure, yet the ranks below began to shift dramatically. Rank 2, Young Madam Xiang, 6-star Dome Master. Rank 3, Dragon Nation War God, 5-star Dome Master. Rank 4, Kuan Youth, 4-star Dome Master. Rank 5, Lonely Cigarette, 3-star Dome Master. Rank 6, Gun King, 3-star Dome Master. Rank 7, Lucky Brother, 3-star Dome Master. Rank 8, Soul Void Child, 3-star Dome Master. The leaders of the ranks were predominantly from sects, a testament to the advantages conferred by their affiliations. Chapter 21, Gratitude for the Rocket Gifted by the Great One. Kuan Youth. The sect leader is online. Young Madam Xiang. Not seeing the Great One for a night has left me feeling quite off. The sect chat group buzzed with activity that early morning as all members gathered. Jin D. Is everyone present? If so, please respond with a 1. Lucky Brother, 1. Gun King, 1. Young Madam Xiang, 1. Dragon Nation War God, 1. Kuan Youth, 2. Jin D. I will soon open the spirit pool for everyone. Please enter for 10 minutes of cultivation. Young Madam Xiang, what is the spirit pool? Kuan Youth. It's clearly a means to enhance one's cultivation. Indeed, clinging to the powerful yields benefits. While the Great One feasts, we can savor the broth. Li Jin searched for the Dragon Nation War God in his friends list. Has there been any progress on what you mentioned yesterday? Yes, there has been some advancement. A few individuals have begun to engage with the game, and I have specifically scheduled time for them to do so. Very well, then select a portion of trusted individuals to enter the sect first, and later, everyone will proceed to the spirit pool for cultivation. Does the spirit pool possess any special effects? You shall discover that after experiencing it. Alright, I understand. Subsequently, a flurry of notifications announcing the entry of numerous newcomers into the sect appeared in the group chat. Southwest Dragon Ao Tian has joined the sect. Sister Brother Dama has joined the sect. Father has joined the sect. Zhan Wushuang has joined the sect. Kuan Xiaoyan. What the heck? Why are there suddenly so many newcomers? And they all possess fighting spirit accounts. Was the door left ajar? Good luck, brother. What the hell do you mean the door was left ajar? Those are the esteemed ones who were let in. Alright. Kuan Xiaoyan. Esteemed brothers. My apologies. I am Kai Luchuan Feng. Please guide me. However, These newly arrived individuals seemed to embody a high and aloof demeanor, uttering not a word, which left Kuan Xiaoyan feeling quite embarrassed. Jin D. All right, everyone prepare yourselves. Click to enter the spirit pool located at the bottom left of the sect. Good luck, brother. Understood. Kuan Xiaoyan. All right, brother. Li Jin also placed his account into the spirit pool. Within a vast water basin, numerous character avatars appeared, both large and small, creating a rather peculiar sight. Kuan Xiaoyan. Haha, I instantly feel that my fighting master's strength is overwhelming. The fighting spirit is like ants. Before he could revel in his joy for a few seconds, a colossal figure suddenly appeared, dominating his screen. Kuan Xiaoyan. What the heck? Esteemed one, you are enormous. Mature Lady Xiang. If the esteemed one were not large, how could we call him esteemed? In the presence of a fighting king, a fighting master resembles an ant, let alone the most rudimentary fighting spirit. One might mistake the pool for mere dust. Indeed, the disparities in strength across the fighting spirit continent could be glimpsed through the game. Each level seems to be a vast chasm. Before they could fully comprehend Li Jin's size, they were astonished to discover their cultivation was rapidly increasing. Good luck, brother. What the heck? It feels like we are on a rocket. Gun King. Thanks to the esteemed one for the rocket. Within the pool, individuals were continuously breaking through their cultivation levels, creating a magnificent spectacle. Kuan Xiaoyan. What the heck? A 10 increase in just 15 seconds. Does that mean in 10 minutes it could reach a 400 increase? Mature Lady Xiang. At this terrifying speed, it seems that within 10 days, our sect will distance itself significantly from everyone else. Gun King. Truly a lonely snow. Haha. Once again, I extend my gratitude to the esteemed one for leading us. 10 minutes passed swiftly, and as they were forcibly teleported out of the spirit pool, they still felt a lingering sense of fulfillment. They soon realized that their bodies felt invigorated, akin to having just emerged from a grand bathhouse. Kuan Xiaoyan. What is happening? Why do I feel as if I have become more handsome? Good luck, brother. I suddenly feel larger. Mature Lady Xiang, my heavens. The blemishes on my face have vanished, and I feel utterly rejuvenated. Gun King. Does everyone share this sensation? Could it be the spirit pool? Gun King's words left them momentarily stunned, but upon reflection, they realized their commonality was that they had just engaged in cultivation within the sect's spirit pool. How could this possibly be? Can the elements within the game truly manifest in reality? This surely borders on the fantastical, the sovereign of the forbidden, as many have surmised. The sect's spiritual pool is not merely a gaming aspect. For further specifics, I shall refrain from elaborating. However, one crucial point must be emphasized. Speak of this not to outsiders. Failure to adhere will result in expulsion from the sect. Upon hearing Li Jin's declaration, an uncanny atmosphere began to permeate the air. If reality could intertwine with the game, what else could be deemed impossible? Young Kunkin, esteemed leader, I beseech your support. Brother good luck, sect master, you have nurtured my growth. You are akin to my reborn parents. Madam Fragrant, great leader, as long as I may remain within the sect, I am willing to sacrifice anything. The sovereign of the forbidden, you all exaggerate. There is no need for concern. Daily cultivation within the spiritual pool is permitted. At this pronouncement, elation swept through the assembly. Merely 10 minutes of cultivation had equated to an entire day of effort. Furthermore, the benefits would extend to their physical forms in reality. How could one possibly refuse such an offer? At this rate, it seemed everyone would ascend to greatness. In the game, the standings of the sect members soared several levels, with the second-ranked Madame Fragrant seizing the opportunity to leap directly into the realm of the Grand Fighter. The public screen was ablaze with queries. What was happening? Were they collectively wielding some cheat? Speculations arose, suggesting a connection to the sect of the Forbidden Land. Consequently, envy burgeoned, and the vitriol increased. But what purpose does cursing serve? The sun continues to rise unabated. Yet, internet trolls take pride in their derogatory remarks, finding solace in their unique brand of disdain for others' ancestors, a spiritual refuge for their existence. In response, Li Jin merely remarked that we are still in an era of peace. Wait for 9 days and see if I remain so accommodating. After concluding the spiritual pool cultivation, Li Jin returned to his cavern. On the left side of the cave, a protrusion reminiscent of a volcano appeared. Li Jin recognized this as the place for weapon forging. In the game, if one lacked extraordinary or beastly flames, they could only rely on the subterranean fire from this location for forging. While it was possible to create equipment here, the probability of high-quality items varied greatly. He placed the celestial desolation flame cauldron. Suddenly, an ancient cauldron descended upon the volcano's mouth, completely encompassing it. Utilizing the 3000 flame fire, a dark purple flame erupted at the volcano's mouth, scorching the surrounding space. With extraordinary fire paired with an ancient cauldron, successful forging was assured. During the spirit battle, the equipment gameplay had been activated. Li Jin had only purchased a Grand Realm package, leading to yesterday's events. Now was the time to forge some equipment. In the world of Dou Qi, equipment held immense significance. An individual's power was greatly influenced by their gear, except for certain exploitative players. Generally speaking, equipment was categorized into weapons, armor, jewelry, and magical artifacts. Li Jin already possessed the ancient, an extraordinary weapon surpassing golden quality, eliminating the need for additional forging. Now, he needed only to forge the remaining equipment. His backpack contained special packages filled with golden materials and the golden snow dragon ancient wood, perfectly poised for forging. 30 units of materials could yield one forging attempt, and the golden snow dragon ancient would serve as an additional probability-enhancing item. Li Jin possessed only exquisite golden items, which inherently elevated his probabilities significantly. Not to mention, he also bore the title of nihility to prosperity. The probability of obtaining items from golden-grade equipment stood at 12, and with an additional 25 from the ancient golden wood, it surged to 37. With the endorsement of the title nihility to prosperity, the probability soared to a staggering 87. Surely, acquiring such treasures would become as routine as drinking water. As he examined the numbers displayed above the great cauldron, he felt a twinge of confusion. Wasn't it supposed to be 31 items? Why then did it require 300? Li Jin pondered if the game mechanics had undergone changes. Could it be that this new reality had altered the way the game was played? The notion filled him with urgency. He feared unforeseen complications could arise. He resolved to enhance his strength post-haste. 300 it would be. He would refine them. What? The ancient snow dragon would also require 10 pieces? This was outrageous. It must be known that a single piece of golden-grade snow dragon wood was a rarity, often deemed invaluable and hard to find. 10 pieces were akin to highway robbery. Cursing under his breath, he pressed on with the refinement process. Thus, 300 golden-grade items coupled with 10 pieces of golden snow dragon wood were cast into the great cauldron. As he summoned the 3,000 blazing flames, the cauldron began to radiate a brilliant glow. The sound of materials undergoing dissolution resonated within. After a full 3 minutes, the commotion inside the cauldron gradually subsided. Li Jin lifted the lid, revealing a visage of disbelief. Chapter 22. The Majesty of Imperial Might. How could this be? Upon unveiling the cauldron, what emerged was neither gold nor purple nor blue, but rather a mesmerizing kaleidoscope of colors that exuded an air of mystery. As the brilliance receded, a piece of armor floated serenely within the cauldron. Heavenly Dao sacred armor, mythical grade. What caliber of equipment was this? In his previous life, Li Jin had never heard of mythical grade equipment over a decade. Furthermore, he had never come across the Heavenly Dao sacred armor before. Heavenly Dao sacred armor, mythical grade doubles defensive power. Bond of the Heavenly Dao sacred armor, Heavenly Dao domain, unparalleled in the heavens. Good heavens, this was evidently an extraordinary item. Li Jin never anticipated that this piece of equipment would possess a bonding effect. If he could assemble the complete Heavenly Dao set, would he truly become invincible in the celestial realm? However, triggering the bond required 5 pieces of Heavenly Dao equipment, which posed a significant challenge. Furrowing his brow, Li Jin was primarily uncertain about the prerequisites for activating the Heavenly Dao sacred armor's refinement. Would it require 300 golden items and 10 pieces of ancient wood? As before, he contemplated attempting it, but was once again baffled upon opening the lid. Why had it reverted to requiring 30 materials for a single refinement? What was the connection? Li Jin mused over the possibilities. Was it related to the cauldron? That seemed absurd, for thus far, he had only acquired this one cauldron. Could it be linked to the? There was a strong possibility. He would ascertain the truth through experimentation. Li Jin expended a sum of ancient jade to exchange the 3,000 blazing flames for the azure lotus heartfire. To his astonishment, the materials required for the heavenly desolation burning cauldron transformed into 300 portions. Indeed, it was as he suspected. He chuckled heartily, reveling in his own cleverness. Thus, he proceeded with the refinement once more. After a dazzling display of light, a vividly colored ring floated within the cauldron. The Heavenly Dao Sacred Ring, mythical level doubles attack power. How exhilarating. I must see what kind of unparalleled existence the celestial unparalleled truly is. I'll attempt to exchange for another fallen heart flame. Apologies, exchange failed. Cooldown in progress. 23 hours and 59 minutes. Goodness, a full day's cooldown. So, does this mean I must wait 3 days to gather the entire set? No need to rush. First, I shall elevate my level. There is much to enhance. Indeed, thus far, Li Jin has unlocked an abundance of strengthening methods. Exotic flames, rare treasures, martial arts, magical beasts, equipment, wings, and so forth, the further one progresses. the more premium currency is required. I wonder if the game developers have undergone training at the Goose Factory. Yet, ultimately, level remains paramount. An ant, even with a divine artifact, cannot inflict harm upon a giant. This is an unyielding truth. Current cultivation, 2, 165, 430, 502, 700, 000. A breakthrough is possible. 12 hours of idling has yielded over 200 million cultivation points. Were ordinary players to witness this, would they not explode on the spot? An average Dou Wang would require nearly 6 months to amass 200 million cultivation points. This clearly illustrates Li Jin's rapid training pace, swift and sophisticated. Now, it is time for the eagerly anticipated heightening phase. Breakthrough. Dou Wang 8 stars. Dou Wang 9 stars. Current breakthrough probability stands at a mere 15. Shall I proceed with the breakthrough? Breakthrough. Buzzing. The phone vibrated incessantly, even affecting surrounding objects, causing them to tremble in tandem. Has this already influenced reality? Li Jin was somewhat astonished. He hadn't anticipated that breaking through to Dou Huang would create such commotion. What greater disturbances might arise when advancing to Dou Zong or Dou Zun? In his previous life, no one had reached this level in just 10 days. So these changes were unknown. It seems I must seek a secluded spot for future breakthroughs to avoid attracting unwanted attention. In the game, the pinnacle for a king is to ascend to emperor. An emperor, unafraid of heaven and earth, stands alone, radiating power. Congratulations. You are the first player to break through to Dou Huang and earn the title of First Emperor. A server-wide announcement is forthcoming. Server-wide announcement. Player Jin D has comprehended the essence of heaven and earth, unified the elements, and successfully ascended to Dou Huang. Let the world rejoice. Reward. Imperial Might Monument X1. Unlocking the Imperial Might gameplay. Netizen, let me put it this way. Even if he breaks through to Dou D today, I wouldn't be surprised. I confess, I'm just a laid-back pup. Netizen, a hanging loser. Must be sanctioned. Netizen, did you not see the official response? Either they're a shill or a pure player, merely triggering hidden rewards more often. Netizen, what hidden rewards? We also want that. Of course. Li Jin could only chuckle at these netizens' comments. Congratulations. You have become the first formidable being to break through to Dou Huang. Your imperial might stretches 3,000 miles. To celebrate the birth of the new emperor, a Dou Huang gift pack has been specially prepared for you, available for only 288, 888. What a delightful bargain. It is well known that the pricier the pack, the more adept the developers are. Just buy it, and that is all there is to it. Congratulations on receiving the Imperial Monarch Grand Gift Pack, the Demon Monarch Experience Card. It has arrived. The experience card is back. Haha. The Dou Wang experience voucher was used on some minor Karamis, which made Li Jin feel a slight sense of loss. Now, however, a more potent Dou Huang level experience card has arrived. With this, it is likely that certain island nations could be sunk with a mere slap. One word, exhilarating. Subsequently, he examined the items he had just acquired. The First Emperor, the foundational cultivation speed within your dominion is doubled. The Imperial Prestige Monument, within the radiation range. The foundational cultivation speed is doubled. Wow. 2 rewards that double the foundational cultivation speed, and they even provide area bonuses. This means not only will Li Jin's own cultivation speed increase, but others will benefit as well. What is this? A single person attaining enlightenment. And even the dogs and chickens ascend alongside them. Lucky brother, huh? Wow. Why has the cultivation speed suddenly increased so dramatically? Kunkin youth. I just finished 2.5 years of training and returned to witness such an impressive scene. Lady Xiang, indeed. What a surprise. I thought something had gone wrong. Turns out you all are experiencing this too. Gun King. It must be that the sect leader has released more benefits. Li Jin silently posted the effects of the 2 items he had just received. Lucky brother. Kunkin youth. Gun King. Amazing big boss. Lady Xiang. The big boss is too formidable. I can hardly contain myself. Dragon Kingdom War God. Impressive. Jin Emperor. Let us remain modest. Everyone should contribute more to the sect so we can elevate its level, allowing more brothers and sisters to join. The Imperial Forbidden Land has now reached level 3, accommodating 150 individuals, of which about 100 are personnel from the military district brought in by the Dragon Kingdom War God. Li Jin has only brought in a select few. It is not that he does not wish to recruit others, but he has forgotten the names of those who once fought alongside him in the game. After all, when the Battle of the Heavens commenced, the game servers went offline, and the game names naturally faded into obscurity. Who would use their juvenile in-game names in reality? Thus, he can only wait until he encounters them again to invite them into the sect. Chapter 23. A Great Surge in Strength. With the blessings of the Imperial Prestige Monument and the First Emperor title, the cultivation speed of those in the Imperial Forbidden Land quadrupled. The ranks of Dou Qi have all advanced to Dou Shi, maintaining speeds above 500, comparable to the typical Dou Huang cultivation rate. Moreover, the top ranks boast even more exaggerated cultivation speeds. For instance, the lowest among them, a Dou Qi with 7 stars, has surpassed 1,000, while Lady Xiang has achieved a terrifying speed of nearly 1,005. All of this is attributed to the support of the Imperial Forbidden Land sect. It can be said that joining the Imperial Forbidden Land is akin to boarding a high-speed train on the path to divinity. Within 3 days, the individuals of the Imperial Forbidden Land will stand alone in their prowess. Through everyone's efforts, the sect has ascended to level 4. Li Jin has once again incorporated a batch of military personnel, bringing the total to 200, with a foundational speed boost reaching 20. Well, it is now time to continue upgrading. Current cultivation, 2, 167, 830, 004, 000, 000, ready for a breakthrough. With over 200 million in cultivation, it seems that Dou Huang will merely be a fleeting moment, does it not? Li Jin waved his hand grandly and commanded, breakthrough. Instantly, his cultivation soared like a rocket. Dou Huang 2nd star, Dou Huang 3rd star, Dou Huang 9th star. The current breakthrough probability stood at a mere 10. Shall he proceed? With a cultivation level of 15. 678, 300, 012, 000, 000, a breakthrough was indeed possible. Even upon reaching the pinnacle of Dou Huang, he still had over 15 million in cultivation left. It was utterly absurd. He decided against the breakthrough. Li Jin paused his ascent to the next great realm, uncertain of the changes a breakthrough to Dou's zone might invoke. It would be prudent to wait and seek a more secluded place before proceeding. For now, he aimed to resolve all matters preceding the Dou zone stage, thereby allowing him to focus on his breakthrough with peace of mind. First, he fed the ancient primordial stones and the heavenly tier 5-colored stones from his bag to the Chaos World Dragon. The Chaos World Dragon expressed gratitude. Thank you for the offerings, esteemed master. To which Li Jin retorted, scram. It had been quite some time since he had upgraded his techniques. Now that he had attained Dou Huang, he could learn elementary earth tier techniques, with a total of 21 techniques spanning the Xian tier's intermediate and advanced levels. As well as the earth tier's elementary level, the consumption of technique points was substantial. Even Li Jin currently lacked sufficient technique points to illuminate them all. However, the game designers were astute, and after Li Jin exhausted his remaining technique points, they thoughtfully prepared a technique gift pack valued at 288, 888, replenishing his technique points. Additionally, there were 500 technique condensing crystals. With the ones he already had, he possessed a total of 750 crystals. This was ample to elevate 75 techniques. At this stage, it was more than sufficient. Thus, with great extravagance, Li Jin utilized all the condensing crystals on his yellow to earth tier techniques, causing his attributes to surge dramatically. Most notably, his foundational cultivation speed increased by over 500. Next, he focused on drawing rare treasures. Although he had amassed many, he had primarily secured treasures that enhanced his cultivation speed, leaving many that could augment various attributes unupgraded. Higher attributes indicated greater strength. To illustrate, in a brawl between a portly individual and a muscular one, who would emerge victorious? In the realm of Dou Qi, possessing only realm without corresponding strength would render one merely a furnace for others. Thus, after 2,000 draws, bolstered by an extraordinarily high probability, over 100 rare treasures were successfully acquired. His attributes soared once more. Following that, it was time to draw 4 rare fire. Now that he had reached Dou Huang, he could draw 4 types of rare fire. He was curious about their effects. They must be formidable. With 2,000 seeking fire maps in hand, he dove straight into the rare fire interface. The current available rare fire, Xianhuang Yen. Without further ado, he initiated the draw. After a series of 10 consecutive draws, a rich earthy yellow light flashed up from the ground. A colossal dragon composed of flames coalesced on the earth, its Xianhuang power weighing heavy, compressing the surrounding land by several yards. Xianhuang Yen returned to position. The available rare fire changed to Bone Spirit Cold Fire. The Bone Spirit Cold Fire was a significant entity in the world of Dou Pe. It had accompanied Emperor Yen for much of his life and could be considered the first rare fire he encountered, originating from his master, the revered Yao Chun. The Bone Spirit Cold Fire possesses attributes that are starkly opposed to those of other flames. It is profoundly frigid, yet capable of refining all things, rendering it extraordinarily enigmatic. Without hesitation, Li Jin immediately arranged for a tenfold extraction. In a short time, he summoned forth this chillingly white Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Return. The extraction of the was altered to Yin-Yang Dual Flames. Though the Yin-Yang Dual Flames do not feature prominently, they nonetheless hold a notable place on the rankings. Extract. Given the various enhancements provided by the The initial probability was exceedingly high, thus even the minimum guarantee was swiftly attained. Yin-Yang dual flames. Return. The extraction of was changed to nether poison fire. Speaking of the nether poison fire, it was renowned in the previous life. The individual who possessed it hailed from a small island across the ocean. By wielding this, they instigated an unprecedented calamity in the demon capital of the Dragon Kingdom, leading countless citizens to perish beneath the toxicity of the nether poison fire. Even a battle king of the demon capital was reduced to ashes, igniting a wave of resentment throughout the city. Ultimately, it required the intervention of a battle sovereign to eradicate that island's marauder. Thus, upon encountering the nether poison fire once more in this life, Li Jin felt a tinge of peculiar emotion. In this life, none of this has yet transpired. I now walk at the forefront. The future is mine to inscribe. Extract. Nether poison fire. Return. The extraction of was modified to Sea Heart Flame, available for extraction upon reaching Battle Sovereign. Li Jin successfully extracted for Xian Huang Flame. The Xian Huang, the mother energy of all things, weighs a multitude and can enhance equipment strength by 30. Bone Spirit Cold Fire, the coexistence of extreme cold and extreme heat, born during the transition of day and night, can enhance the solidity of by 20. Yin-Yang Dual Flames, born from the cosmic void. The black and white flames complement each other, directly pointing to the source, and can increase the efficiency of source comprehension by 100. Nether Poison Fire, originating from the ancient nether poison marsh, it is the most malevolent of all, capable of enhancing poison resistance by 50. The attributes of these four are remarkably potent, with the effects of the Xian Huang flame being readily apparent. What does the increase in solidity from the bone spirit cold fire signify? And what is the meaning of the source comprehension efficiency increase from the yin-yang dual flames? How curious. The nether poison fire can also enhance poison resistance? Truly extraordinary. Nevertheless, for now, I cannot comprehend these matters. Perhaps I shall understand them in the future. As long as they pose no harm to me. The burning technique currently cannot accommodate such an abundance of without a breakthrough. Li Jin opted to utilize his monetary abilities, directly elevating the burning technique to the 7th tier, thereby incorporating all within. The foundational cultivation speed of the burning technique has now escalated to 70. Meanwhile, his personal cultivation speed has reached a terrifying 45 minutes. Chapter 24, Wings of the Heavens. Such a horrifying cultivation speed is predominantly attributed to the endowment bestowed by the celestial statue. By the following day, nearly 20,000 individuals had made offerings to the statue, translating to a contribution of 200,000 to Li Jin's cultivation speed. If this were to be disclosed, it would surely terrify countless souls. Next comes the yet-to-begin methods of utilizing the wings of aura and the majestic royal play. These two techniques are accessible only to those who have attained the rank of Dou Wang and Dou Huang. In my previous life, Li Jin had never encountered these practices. He had merely ascended to Dou Wang and Dou Huang in a self-guided manner, devoid of any enhancement activities, and could only assume the most rudimentary form of Dou Huang. In this lifetime, however, my aspirations soar towards the pinnacle. I seem to possess a treasure map for the wings of aura. Subsequently, he rummaged through his backpack and unearthed the Tsang Tianji treasure map. Upon usage, the sky above was suddenly shrouded, revealing a pair of celestial wings imbued with the might of the heavenly Tao. Formed from the very laws of existence, they shimmered with a crystalline brilliance, effortlessly tearing through the vast expanse of the sky. Tsang Tianji, eternal and unyielding, forged by the heavenly Tao over 9,000 years. This wing boasts unparalleled speed in the heavens and a power that obscures the sun. Extraction conditions: possession of a heavenly Tao spiritual object and 100 wings transformation trial tokens grants 1 extraction attempt. Probability 001. Heavenly Tao spiritual object? Li Jin pondered. What exactly is a heavenly Tao spiritual object? There is no hint provided. If I lack such an item, would it not be a wasted endeavor? The only things I possess that are remotely connected to the heavenly Tao are the 2 heavenly Tao sacred artifacts I just refined. I wonder if they qualify. With a spirit of experimentation, Li Jin directly clicked to extract. Boom. With a mighty flap of the wings, a tempest erupted across the world. Tsang Tian Feather 1. Surprisingly, it worked. It appears that even a blind cat can stumble upon a dead mouse. But what exactly is this Tsang Tian feather? After inspecting it, Li Jin discovered that 40 Tsang Tian feathers could be combined to form 1 Tsang Tian wing. Goodness, if I failed to draw anything with my 1,000 wings transformation trial tokens, wouldn't that render my efforts futile? It seems I have fallen into more than one trap. This doggone planner. The first attempt yielded nothing. With a 50% failure rate, surely my luck cannot be that dire? Extract. Boom. The Tsang Tian wings flap. Tsang Tian feather 1. Good grief. Extract. Song Tian Feather 1. Curse it. Planner, come out. If I could transform into lightning, I would certainly traverse the wires to deliver you a couple of slaps. Extract. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone began to vibrate. And this time the animation effects were drastically different. Even Li Jin looked up to see that a strong wind had arisen outside, dispersing the clouds in the sky. Congratulations. You have obtained Song Tian Wings 1. At last, a pair of translucent, delicate wings radiating a faint blue glow sprouted from behind him, appearing razor-sharp. Ha! It seems my luck is not so dire after all. Li Jin erupted into laughter while clutching his phone. Yin Wuhuan, passing by his door, glanced at him in a state of frenzy and suddenly felt that Li Jin was not as terrifying as he had seemed last night, perhaps even a bit eccentric. After acquiring the Song Tian wings, Li Jin did not cease his endeavors. As this opportunity was singular, he wondered what more he could draw. He continued to extract. After 5 consecutive attempts, all yielded Song Tian feathers. The final attempt. Once again, the earlier scene unfolded. The sky over Shieling City was devoid of clouds, transitioning from cloudy to clear in an instant. Dragon Nation Meteorological Bureau, you now possess the Song Tian wings, which will be converted into 40 Song Tian feathers for you. After Li Jin exhausted all the transformation trial talismans, the colossal wings that obscured the sky flapped twice before vanishing into the horizon. Upon returning to the game's main interface, Li Jin examined the celestial wings he had just acquired. Celestial wings, initial form, can be upgraded using celestial feathers. Current progress, 4816, eligible for upgrade. Li Jin was not surprised by this, as even ordinary wings could be upgraded. Thus, it was only reasonable that the celestial wings could be as well. Moreover, the celestial wings he possessed were far inferior compared to those showcased in the event, and there was no reason they should remain in such a deplorable state. Surely, there must be more to discover. What a convoluted journey this has been. Upgrade. Celestial wings, descending form. Current progress, 3216, eligible for upgrade. Upgrade. Celestial wings, shattering form. Current progress, 1616, eligible for upgrade. One more upgrade. Celestial wings, celestial form. Current progress, full. After 3 upgrades, the celestial wings on Li Jin's back finally matched the appearance displayed in the event. Indeed, this truly aligns with his majestic aura. With a chuckle and a sense of satisfaction, he acknowledged that the aura wings not only granted the ability to fly, but also provided substantial attribute enhancements. This leads to the evolution mechanics of the aura wings. It requires the consumption of 3 types of stones: wind stone, fire stone, and thunder stone. Fortunately, Li Jin possessed 1,000 of each. He eagerly used them all, filling the energy gauges to their limits. The aura wings immediately advanced to the 10th tier. The next step would be the 11th tier, the Imperial stage. One could say that Li Jin's celestial wings were fully matured upon their inception, lacking any infancy. There was no need for pity. With that, the gameplay surrounding the aura wings was nearly complete, and now it was time for the Imperial Might. Li Jin clicked on the Imperial Might feature that appeared on the main interface. To his astonishment, it turned out to be a ladder ranking system. Players at the Dou Emperor level competed for rankings, with greater rewards for higher placements. Currently, Li Jin was the sole participant. Was this not akin to receiving a direct boon? Exhilarating. Li Jin didn't even need to click. His name appeared at the top of the leaderboard. First Dou Emperor, training speed increased by 10. This was the constant reward for ranking first in the Imperial Might. Additionally, there would be extra rewards calculated daily, making it quite bountiful. Moreover, this bonus of 10 applied to the overall training speed, meaning Li Jin's cultivation speed had now reached 50 minutes. Truly, a case of drought for the thirsty and floods for the drenched. It was time to break through to the Dou Zone level. With all these enhancements complete, Li Jin prepared for his breakthrough. He recalled a vast expanse of undeveloped primeval forest located south of Shieling, which would serve as an excellent location. For safety's sake, he decided not to bring Yin Wuhuan this time, as he was uncertain of what might occur. After sending a message to Wenlan, Li Jin took a taxi to the Shieling National Forest Park. Upon arrival, he found the area bustling with nature enthusiasts seeking fresh air. Li Jin did not linger there, but instead ventured deeper into the forest park alone. It must be said that the journey was quite refreshing for him. Had it not been for the impending calamity, perhaps he too would have grown fond of this sensation. Half an hour later, on a secluded path, Li Jin climbed over a fence and ventured into a small grove. After considerable effort, he arrived at a small hillock. The view here was expansive. He could detect any unusual occurrences immediately. Well, it was time to transcend to the Dou Zone level. I'm eager to see if it is indeed as terrifying as the potato claimed. Chapter 25. The Dou Zone Expert. So terrifying. Deep within the National Forest Park of Shieling City, insects and beasts roamed freely, and human presence was scarce. Li Jin sat atop the hillock took out his phone, and connected to the 5G network. Let me witness the horror of a Dou expert. Revive, transcend. As Li Jin pressed the breakthrough button, a tempest surged simultaneously in both the game and reality. Time seemed to flow even more swiftly than usual. Before his eyes, the 9 stars representing the Dou began to whirl, accelerating with increasing speed. Ultimately, they transformed into streams of light, crashing into his corporeal form. Li Jin felt an inexplicable pang of pain, followed by an overwhelming heat, as if he were being scorched in a furnace. With each flame of Dou that entered his body, the agony intensified. When all 9 flames fully merged within him, Li Jin's roar echoed through the depths of the forest. What in the world is that scream? 2 young individuals engaged in outdoor activities were startled, interrupting their spellcasting. The pain. It is unbearable. Even with his body cleansed by spiritual liquid, Li Jin felt a searing torment. Had it been in the past, he would have surely met the king of hell. With unwavering willpower, Li Jin endured the excruciating pain. As 3 translucent flowers appeared above his character in the game, 3 similar blossoms manifested above his own head, swirling incessantly 3 inches above him. 3 inches above, divine beings reside. 3 flowers gather at the crown. In the depths of fate, a voice resonated, unclear yet meaningful. The 3 flowers above intertwined, ultimately coalescing into a round orb that radiated a pure aura. Whoosh! Before Li Jin could react, the mysterious orb plunged directly into his brow. Subsequently, he felt his consciousness explode, radiating outward in all directions. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. He was unaware of how far he spread, but he had long since soared past the monument in the northern part of Shilling City. Boom! An explosion resonated within his mind, and his consciousness unified instantly. Following this, a surge of vibrant power coursed through his body. Li Jin found himself levitating without support, as if he had mastered the art instinctively. Is this the ability of a Dou expert to traverse the void? A casual sweep of his hand made the space tremble and wail, as if with a bit more force, it might shatter entirely. Indeed, a Dou expert is truly terrifying. Breakthrough achieved. Dou 1 star. The phone displayed a successful breakthrough notification. Wait. No. In midair, Li Jin, who was experiencing the sensation of ascending to the rank of Dou, suddenly felt a rapid diminishment of power within him, and his ability to tread the void abruptly vanished. In an instant, he began to plummet towards the ground at a velocity of 98 meters per second. Thud. He found himself ensnared among the dense branches of a tree. The feeling of falling unprotected from nearly 100 meters above was truly exhilarating. After struggling to land, Li Jin discovered that his strength had stabilized at a level equivalent to that of a great Dou master. Neither superior nor inferior, it was a curious balance. To his astonishment, this breakthrough had granted him an early taste of the powers of the Dou Qi continent, and in the realm he was most familiar with, the great Dou master level. Although he possessed only the rank without any other accompanying abilities, it was nonetheless a commendable achievement. Li Jin gazed at his clenched fist, murmuring to himself. In his previous life, he had commenced his arduous training from the great Dou master level, and after enduring countless tribulations, he finally ascended to the Dou rank. Having fought throughout his life, he had yet to savor the fruits of his labor, only to be betrayed and ultimately slain by the wretched Zhou and her brother. Such a grievance must not go unavenged. Just as this thought crossed his mind, his mobile phone chimed with a message. Dear, I'm planning to stay at the Royal Green Hotel today. Will you join me? Speak of the devil. It was indeed a message from Zhou. Suddenly, Li Jin recalled that this was the very occasion when Zhou had first adorned him with the proverbial green hat. Cursing inwardly, he felt a wave of shame wash over him at the memory of foolishly paying for her accommodations in the past. How he longed to slap that past version of himself. All right, just wait for me, he replied curtly, disregarding her further messages. This time, he would not wait until late evening. He intended to catch her completely off guard. The mere thought of delivering a resounding slap to her face quickened his pace. With the swiftness of a great Dou master, he traversed from the depths of the forest to the visitor's center in mere minutes. A wild ride costs an extra $200. His master could make it to 140. Yet, if Zhou were to receive $200, she would find endless reasons to complain. Such is the harsh reality. He truly felt blind to his past naivety. Soon, the vehicle halted before the Royal Green Hotel. Just as Li Jin was about to enter, a security guard intercepted him. Sir, your attire is inappropriate for entry. Taking a step back, Li Jin glanced at himself. Apart from his clothes being torn by branches and 2 twigs protruding from his head, he appeared relatively presentable. What constituted proper attire, then? The guard gestured to his colleague, stating, at the very least, one should wear a suit and tie. 3 minutes later, Li Jin emerged from around the corner of the hotel, clad in a sharp suit. Meanwhile, the security guard who had previously barred his entry clutched a stack of cash, tearfully bidding farewell to Li Jin as he entered the hotel. Upon entering, Li Jin made a beeline for the front desk. "Hello, miss, I'd like to check out." After a polite smile, the receptionist inquired, "Certainly, sir. Which room? May I ask?" "I've forgotten the room number. It's registered under my girlfriend, Joshana," Li Jin replied nonchalantly. The receptionist harbored no suspicion and promptly located Joshana's reservation in the system. "Sir, is this room 601? Thank you." Li Jin smiled faintly before turning and stepping into the elevator. The receptionist stood there, utterly bewildered. Is this really happening? Could it be that the room from my past life remains unchanged? It seems my scathing reprimand had not altered her course of action after all. Li Jin had anticipated that the butterfly effect of his rebirth would alter Joshana's trajectory, which had led to the earlier inquiry about the room. However, it appears that some things are as immutable as ever. Ascending to the 6th floor, he turned the corner to find room 601. Li Jin quietly sensed the situation within. With the power of his soul as a master fighter, he could discern the general happenings inside. At that moment, within the luxurious suite, two figures were engaged in an intimate exchange. How scandalous! Li Jin cursed inwardly. Fortunately, having been a lifelong bachelor in his previous life, he could hardly imagine succumbing to temptation now. Channeling his energy, he discreetly unlocked the door. Upon entering, he was greeted by words that shattered his sensibilities. "Oh, Bide, you truly excel. All these years, my affection for you has not been in vain." Chapter 26, a shocking scene. Li Jin swore. This was the most astonishing spectacle he had ever witnessed. Inside room 601, the two were in the throes of passion, with several cameras set up, capturing the scene as if it were a grand production. Not that anyone would wish to see such a thing, so I shall spare you the details. It was utterly riveting, akin to a masterpiece from a renowned director. Suddenly, a voice from outside interrupted, jolting the two from their revelry. "Ah, who is it?" Upon recognizing the intruder, Joshana's mind reeled. "Li Jin, what are you doing here?" In a flurry, she pushed Zhou Bide off her and hastily covered herself with a blanket. "It's not what you think, Li Jin. Let me explain." Li Jin was taken aback, incredulous. "Seriously? You're caught in the act, and you want to explain?" Joshana truly was something else. Zhou Bide, with his tousled blonde hair, rose from the floor, furious at the unexpected disruption. "Who the hell are you?" he growled, raising his fists, ready to confront Li Jin. "Bide, stop. He is my boyfriend," Joshana interjected. Grasping Zhou Bide's arm, he paused, taken aback. "Boyfriend? Does that mean he can play around with my sister too?" The thought made his blonde hair feel as if it were turning green with envy. "You're her boyfriend? Kid, from now on. She has got nothing to do with you. Got it? Or I'll make sure you can't show your face in shilling again," Zhou Bide threatened, pointing a finger at Li Jin. Before Li Jin could respond, Joshana quickly pressed down on Zhou Bide's hand and whispered in his ear, "What are you doing?" "He is very wealthy." The emphasis in her last words was unmistakable. Zhou Bide's eyes lit up at this revelation. Could it be that such fortune was within reach? He looked at Li Jin as if he were a lamb awaiting slaughter. Under Li Jin's watchful gaze, Zhou Bide dashed to the door and locked it, ensuring there was no escape for Li Jin. Then, with a wolfish glint in his eyes, he exclaimed, "Ha! It seems today is a day of double blessings. Oh, my dear fellow, your arrival is indeed timely. I have heard whispers of your considerable fortune. Pray tell, might you lend a bit to indulge my whims?" Zhou Bide approached Li Jin without a stitch of clothing, emitting an unsettling chuckle that felt rather peculiar. Li Jin's expression twitched in response. "Damn it." With a swift motion, I struck him down to the ground, and in an instant, his face swelled to the size of a pig's head. It was utterly revolting. In a fit of frustration, he even delivered 2 kicks. "Li Jin, please cease your actions. I implore you to stop." Joshana rushed forward, shielding Zhou Bide. "Li Jin, will you not spare him? He is merely 20 years old, still just a child. Just a moment of confusion earlier. I will certainly educate him well once I return home." Li's patience has worn thin. After all, he is merely a 20-year-old child. I am indeed targeting you, and no one else will suffice. The mere thought of being schemed against by the two of them in my past life ignites a furious ire within me. To hell with education. Today, I shall impart a thorough lesson to you two despicable individuals. In an instant, the atmosphere within room 601 erupted with heart-wrenching cries. How exhilarating this is. Li Jin twisted her neck and engaged in combat with the two for a full 10 minutes. Fortunately, she had restrained her strength. Otherwise, they would not have lasted even a minute. At this moment, they lay curled upon the ground, resembling a mass akin to pig heads. One was swollen, while the other appeared as if in a stupor, as if the pot were swaying in their presence. Joshana, with her swollen face, struggles to articulate her words. "Letting you off the hook? Well, that is not entirely out of the question. After all, do you not relish a touch of excitement? Li Jin approached a camera, adjusting its position to face the bed directly. With a wicked grin, he remarked, "Come on, if any of you can bring the other to the brink of ecstasy, I shall grant him his freedom." What do you say? Zhou was momentarily taken aback, and then her pupils dilated in astonishment. She truly did not anticipate that Li Jin, who usually obeyed her every whim, would utter such outrageous words. He cast a peculiar glance at Zhou Bai. However, upon further reflection, he realized that Zhou's anger stemmed from the unexpected encounter regarding his own troubles today. His words were merely the product of his vexation. He had already inflicted punishment upon himself and would likely calm down soon. Once his temper subsided, he could offer some kind words, perhaps even a gesture of goodwill. Even if there were extenuating circumstances, surely there was that restorative procedure available now. After undergoing it, he would be as good as new. He was certain that Zhou would come around. After all, he has harbored feelings for her for 3 years. Why has there been no progress? Must I intervene personally to arrange this for you? Li Jin seized the camera's frame and wielded it like a club, striking Zhou Bai, who trembled all over. Zhou Bai, although accustomed to the streets and possessing a certain reputation for his skills, felt utterly powerless before Li Jin, resembling a mere child in the face of such force. It is worth noting that the last time he endured such a beating was indeed from someone of formidable stature, the underground boxing champion. In other words, this fellow Li Jin possesses the strength of a boxing champion. Why has this not been heard of until now? Having betrayed him, it seems that today I cannot escape without incurring some loss. Once I depart from this place, be prepared to face my vengeance. Silently concealing her resentment, she steeled her heart, lifted Zhou effortlessly, and cast her onto the bed. First, he struck her with a slap and exclaimed, "Damn it. Do you think I didn't see that look in your eyes just now? You wanted me to take the blame, you wretched woman. I will end you." Without caring for her screams, he proceeded with his actions. "I understand that many may not wish to witness this, so I shall indulge in the spectacle myself." An hour later, Li Jin emerged from room 601, clutching a storage card, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In the dimly lit room behind him, Zhou trembled as she crawled off the bed, her gaze filled with venomous resentment as she watched Li Jin depart. Who would have thought she would emerge as the victor? Indeed, there are no fields ruined, only exhausted oxen. A dangerous act. Dear readers, please do not attempt this lightly. As Li Jin exited the hotel, a slight sense of relief washed over him. Collecting a bit of interest before the outcome between the two of them was indeed quite refreshing. He even felt as though his state of mind had undergone a subtle elevation. Just as he stepped outside the hotel, a beggar rushed in front of him, desperately pleading for alms. Li Jin stated that he had no cash, to which the beggar wore an understanding expression, then pulled out his dark purple phone. Skillfully opening the WeChat payment code, Li Jin was taken aback. Has begging become so lucrative? Apologies, I don't have a phone, but I do possess something you might find intriguing. He produced the storage card from his pocket. The beggar looked puzzled. What is this? With a mysterious smile, Li Jin replied, a man-esque gas station, a woman-esque beauty salon, you understand. Chapter 27, Mythical Treasure, Twin Stars Mirror. Having left the hotel, it was now midday. To reward himself, Li Jin visited a high-end restaurant he hadn't frequented in quite some time. After indulging in a lavish feast, simply because he had the means, he felt utterly satisfied. He then took out his phone and browsed a gaming forum. To his astonishment, just 2 days after launch, a wealthy player had spent lavishly, amassing millions to create the top account in the entire server. A formidable fighter, terrifying indeed. The first fighter of the Dou Zone, Jin Di. Reflecting on the hidden secrets of Jin Di over the years, he noted the new gameplay, Dou Zone Challenge. All players could unite to challenge the first Dou Zone. The rewards were tantalizing. The fourth trending topic caught his eye, indicating a new gameplay feature had emerged in Dou Zone. After his breakthrough to Dou Zone, he had logged off due to the incident with Zhou and had yet to see what benefits awaited him. It was time to check it out. Dou Patsong Qiong activate. Dear player, you have been away for 2 hours. During your absence, many perplexing tales have unfolded in the Dou Qi continent. To help you catch up, we have prepared a return gift package, available for just 288, 888. It will be exhilarating. Alright then, the return gift package. Let's indulge. Congratulations. You have received the return gift package, Soul Gathering Array 1. Li Jin was momentarily bewildered. What is this? Soul Gathering Array. The array creator can absorb the souls of the deceased. Each soul's power increases the cultivation speed by 1, cumulative. Wow, what a marvelous item. It bears similarity to a statue. But where should I use it? Must I forge a banner of the Emperor of Humanity? Ah, indeed. Is there not a new event in the Dou Zone realm? Li Jin perused the newly unveiled activity on the main interface. Dou Zone Challenge. The arrival of Dou Zone, where players may engage in combat and discourse. All may challenge the Dou Zone, with bountiful rewards. You are the one to be challenged. Li Jin beheld that the character displayed was none other than himself, emanating an aura of strength, majestic and imposing. Gazing down upon the world, by heavens, it seems I have been cast as the invincible one. Yet, I embrace this notion. At last, I have a venue for the soul gathering array. In an instant, Li Jin arranged the soul gathering array on the activity interface. Any who dare challenge him would likely meet their demise, for the might of the Dou Zong is indeed formidable. All he need do is await the exponential rise in his cultivation speed. 1,000 words distilled into a single declaration. Oh, esteemed planner, I adore you. Truly, heaven has favored me. Dear player, you have unclaimed rewards. Title, Terrifyingly Powerful, and the Dou Zong Grand Gift Pack, for a mere 6, for 888. You can revel in delight. Terrifyingly Powerful, recognized by the Dou Emperor. Those who bear this title may dominate all directions, conquering foes of equal rank, their prowess unmatched. The more adversaries they face, the stronger they become, augmenting their power by 1 for each enemy. What can one say of this title? An embodiment of invincibility. A natural tool for ostentation, essential for brawls. Goodness, is this to render me the sole ruler of eternity? By the way, is the Dou Zong Grand Gift Pack truly so exorbitant? Does it contain something extraordinary? Li Jin glanced at his balance. After his aunt Wenlan had transferred a significant portion of liquid assets to him that morning, he found he had just under 10 million remaining. This single pack would consume 6.5 million. One wonders if he could afford the subsequent packs. The decision now rests with Aunt Lon. Purchase. Congratulations. You have acquired the Dou Zong Grand Gift Pack, Spatial Trial Talisman 1. Yet again, I have spent a fortune for but a single item. Were it not a divine artifact, I would unleash my wrath upon the planner. Spatial Trial Talisman. Should a Dou Zong master aspire to transcend to the Dou Zun tier, they must comprehend the power of space. This talisman permits the user to enter the essence of space for cultivation without additional consumption. As an ardent fan of Dou Pa, and having endured a calamity, the concept of Dou Zong masters being terrifyingly powerful is deeply ingrained in Li Jin's mind. This realm represents the first watershed on the path of cultivation. What renders the Dou Zong so fearsome is their mastery over spatial forces, a capability that the Dou Huang cannot hope to rival. The enigmatic power of space ranks just below the force of time. It can be stated that a Dou Zong master could effortlessly send a Dou Huang to an untimely demise. In his previous life, the top 10 Dou Zong of the Dragon Kingdom showcased their might repeatedly, their capabilities cataclysmic. Yet, the most powerful among the 10 barely attained the rank of Dou Zong 3 stars. For to grasp the power of space is exceedingly arduous. The foremost Dou Zong of the Dragon Kingdom, Qi Tianling, publicly declared that achieving 9-star Dou Zong status would take no less than a century and a half. Now, this Dou Zong trial talisman astonishingly allows entry into the essence of space for cultivation. Be aware that the essence of space is said to exist only in legends. It can be sensed but never seen. This sufficiently attests to the talisman's extraordinary nature. Li Jin seemed to envision the triumphant visage of the planner, as if inquiring, "Is that impressive?" Indeed, exceedingly impressive. Although these 2 gift packs yielded merely 2 items, they were undeniably worth their weight in gold. Kuan, the youth, exclaimed, "Wow, the big shot has already splurged nearly 20 million. Good luck," brother chimed in. "What an extraordinary spendthrift. I only won 5 million in the lottery last year. And it would take 4 wins to equal the big shot's expenditure over just 2 days. Kuan retorted, "Shut up, you dog." It was upon seeing their remarks that Li Jin recalled his own expenditure had surpassed 10 million. He was now able to continue drawing from mythical treasures. To be frank, the mythical treasures had brought Li Jin immense joy. The Dou Qi ancient emperor jade could aid him in pushing the limits of his burning decision, while the Bodhi marvel tree had already assisted him in acquiring the formidable dragon of the chaotic world. It was unfathomable to contemplate the benefits that other mythical treasures might bestow upon him. He still had a staggering 87 lottery tickets for mythical treasures. So why not give it a try? Without hesitation, Li Jin entered the lottery interface. Let's warm up with 1 draw. A miss. 1 more. Another miss. 3rd time the charm. I'll go for a 10 draw. 10 draws. Apologies, you have missed again. This doesn't feel right. Don't make me pull out the ancient primordial essence compendium. 10 draws. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A peculiar wave emanated, and Li Jin seemed to perceive 2 lottery interfaces. Soon, the 2 interfaces merged, overlapping like reflections in a mirror, and then the view expanded, revealing an ancient bronze mirror on the phone screen. The twin star mirror, consuming cultivation. It can replicate all things. The description was succinct, yet left Li Jin astounded. Was this not replication? Could everything be imprinted? A thought sprang forth in Li Jin's mind. What if he used the twin star mirror to replicate the Bodhi Marvel tree or the ancient Emperor Jade? Would that not yield double the joy? Let us give it a try. Imprint Bodhi Marvel tree. Prompt. The current imprint target is a mythical item, requiring the consumption of 10 billion cultivation. Note, after imprinting, the twin star mirror will be rendered inoperative. Li Jin. 10 billion? When on Earth will that happen? And it will be destroyed after imprinting? What a bizarre stipulation. Alas, it seems I shall not enjoy double the joy in the near future. I can only attempt to imprint something more commonplace. Chapter 28. The sudden appearance of monsters. Dragon Kingdom War God, are you there? Jin Emperor, yes. Dragon Kingdom War God, shall we meet? Jin Emperor. Dragon Kingdom War God, sent that by mistake. Jin Emperor. Dragon Kingdom War God, could you kindly add me on WeChat? I have some matters to consult. Li Jin was unsure of his intentions, but still provided his WeChat. After verification, the Dragon Kingdom War God noted him as Huang Tianyi, followed by sending a video. Upon opening it, Li Jin saw a scene filmed in the mountains. The sky was dimming, and a troop was traversing through the mountains when suddenly, from the opposite slope, some unknown creatures surged forth, looking entirely unlike any known species. With 6 legs, it crawls forward, adorned with sharp spikes on its back, its brain resembling a durian, and its mouth a gaping abyss lined with serrated teeth, fierce and terrifying. The army soon engaged in combat, but those peculiar creatures displayed extraordinary agility, seldom struck by bullets. Ah, damn it, you beasts! I shall slay you. The soldiers' battle cries echoed, yet they quickly faded into silence. For this battalion was decimated within mere minutes of encountering the monsters. What is this? Beasts of the abyss. Li Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom why such creatures appeared in this video. Even the lowest tier 6-legged rodent would be an anomaly on Blue Star at this juncture. Could it be that Dou Qi has begun to influence reality? Upon realizing that he possessed the strength of a grand Dou master, he pondered whether, in some unknown realm, the beings of Dou Qi had commenced their invasion of Blue Star. Thus, he inquired, "Did you capture this?" Huang Tianyi replied, "It was recorded by one of my soldiers." "Do you recognize this creature?" Li Jin responded, "You indulge in Dou Qi. Do you not find these beings somewhat familiar?" At Li Jin's suggestion, a flash of insight struck Huang Tianyi. "Dou Qi? Monsters? Could it be?" Huang Tianyi exclaimed, "No. How is that possible? Those creatures cannot be beasts of the abyss." Li Jin remarked, "Have you not already witnessed a different world? Is not the cultivation in the sect's spiritual pool beyond comprehension? If Dou Qi were to manifest in reality, what would be so surprising about it?" Huang Tianyi fell silent. After a unique experience, he sensed that this world had become far more complex. If all of this were true, then Blue Star might soon face a cataclysm. "No, Jin Di appears to possess considerable knowledge." Huang Tianyi implored, "Please, guide me." He lowered his stance, showing no arrogance despite being the commander of the Hongduan war zone. After watching the video, Li Jin also became intrigued. In his past life, places where beasts or Dou Qi beings appeared typically harbored spatial wormholes. These wormholes contained dense spatial energy, aiding Dou Zong experts in enhancing their spatial comprehension, a strategic point fiercely contested in later generations. If he were to cultivate there, could he not expedite his progress in spatial understanding? Therefore, Li Jin replied, "Very well, send me the location, and I shall personally investigate." Huang Tianyi was taken aback. "How can that be? Those beasts fear not even bullets. As the master of the Forbidden Land, you must not take any risks." Li Jin countered, "Those creatures do not concern me. Simply inform me of their whereabouts." Huang Tianyi suggested, "Why not come to the Hongduan war zone first? I shall accompany you." Li Jin did not decline, wishing to enlighten the youngest general of Long Country about the impending threats. Huang Tianyi provided the coordinates. Location, Hongduan no man's land. Li Jin responded, It is quite near. I shall arrive before 6 this afternoon." After agreeing on a time with the war god of Long Country, Li Jin sent a message to Wenlan, urging her to remain vigilant. Subsequently, the journey to the Hongduan mountains commenced. In the game, the Forbidden Emperor addressed the charming young woman, "I have arranged for you to assume the position of deputy sect leader, starting tomorrow. You shall oversee the cultivation in the spiritual pool." "Wow, is that true? I have been promoted," exclaimed the young woman. "Boss, I too wish to be elevated," chimed in Kuan. "Don't even think about it, Brother G," replied Good Luck. "The deputy sect leader is a girl. What could the sect leader possibly want from you? Your 36-degree steel physique?" Li Jin casually appointed the other 4 as elders, for he had a fair understanding of them and valued trust above all else. 3 hours later, at the Hongduan high-speed railway station, Li Jin exited empty-handed. "Excuse me, are you the Forbidden Emperor?" A capable young man dressed in military attire approached him, his eyes sparkling with intensity. Li Jin nodded. "This way, please. The general specifically sent me to fetch you. I am Zhuang Yan. You may call me Xiao Zhuang." Zhuang Yan saluted Li Jin. The name Zhuang Yin immediately evoked thoughts of a special forces soldier. Li Jin followed him aboard a military Hummer, which traveled along a national highway. Upon reaching the foot of the Hengduan Mountains, the Hummer abruptly veered onto a side road. After a bout of jostling, they found themselves on an unnamed path, flanked by watchtowers that indicated they were in a military confidential area. After traversing approximately 2 kilometers, a cluster of low buildings unexpectedly emerged in the valley. As they approached, the words Hengduan War Zone came into view. General Huang Tianyi awaited them at the entrance of the war zone. He was a man of iron, with sharp brows and bright eyes, possessing a forthright demeanor. The traces of age had left deep marks on his face, yet he appeared somewhat anxious. Upon seeing the Hummer, his eyes brightened, and he stepped forward a few paces. Forbidden Emperor? Li Jin smiled slightly and nodded. Huang Tianyi, elated, then boarded the Hummer, stating, "Let us converse as we travel." During the journey through the war zone, Huang Tianyi recounted the circumstances. Last month, a soldier from the war zone had mysteriously vanished. Following a series of investigations, all leads pointed to the Hengduan Mountains. Upholding his responsibility to every soldier, Huang Tianyi ordered a thorough search of the mountains, yet they found no trace of the missing individuals, as if they had never existed. This led him to consider that the Forbidden Emperor might possess some unusual insight, prompting him to reach out in hopes of discovering answers. After listening to his account, Li Jin concluded that there must be spatial wormholes within the Hengduan Mountains. Otherwise, how could a meticulous search yield no sign of the beasts? Time is of the essence. Prepare some field rations, and we shall depart, Li Jin instructed. Huang Tianyi was taken aback. Are we in such a hurry? I will summon the soldiers immediately. Li Jin shook his head resolutely, stating, "No, it shall be just the 2 of us. Do you believe that having more people would be beneficial?" Huang Tianyi was momentarily at a loss for words, yet he knew Li Jin spoke the truth. Ordinary soldiers stood no chance against those creatures. Chapter 29. Delving into the Hengduan Mountains. Huang Tianyi acted with remarkable decisiveness. Once he had made up his mind, he swiftly arranged for the items required by Li Jin. Once again, it was Zhuang Yin who drove them deep into the Hengduan Mountains. "Commander, we can go no further by car. We must proceed on foot." Zhuang Yin turned to Huang Tianyi and said. Huang Tianyi nodded and, together with Li Jin, disembarked to commence their trek on foot. Li Jin, are those truly the monstrous beasts from Dou Qi? Huang Tianyi, walking through the mountainous terrain, found it hard to believe. Li Jin chuckled and replied, "What difference does it make whether they are or not? They are all menacing creatures that must be found and eradicated. Indeed, they are merely delaying your gaming progress." Huang Tianyi felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, Li Jin shrugged it off, saying, "Even if I refrain from playing for several days, they will not catch up to me. Besides, I am not inclined to be overly proactive about matters that do not benefit me." Huang Tianyi grasped the implication. He too harbored doubts. Was there something here that could enhance gaming progress? The lines between reality and the virtual world were becoming increasingly blurred for him. The 2 remained silent as they continued their journey. In terms of pace, Huang Tianyi could not quite match Li Jin, whose prowess as a great dome master was evident. Whereas Huang Tianyi was merely an ordinary person enhanced by spiritual liquid. Before nightfall, they reached the edge of the Hengduan Mountain's heart. Huang Tianyi discerned the direction and pointed southwest, stating, "That is the direction where we encountered the beasts, as well as where I inadvertently stumbled into a mysterious realm." Li Jin glanced ahead. With his exceptional vision as a great dome master, he could still make out the contours of the terrain. For peaks were arranged in an intricate formation, their positions subtly shifting, presenting paths that led to different destinations at every moment. Li Jin could faintly see a shadowy gorge emerging behind the mountains. This was a manifestation of a mystical strategy, a convergence of illusions into one. It possessed the power to gather the essence of heaven and earth. Only by stepping into the right space at the correct moment could one access the gorge beyond the peaks. Perhaps what they sought lay beyond that gorge. "Let us proceed." Li Jin nodded and took the lead towards that location. Huang Tianyi gazed at the mountains before him, puzzled. "Our warriors have searched this area several times, yet found nothing." "That is because you did not enter the right space at the right time," Li Jin replied nonchalantly. Huang Tianyi was taken aback. The right time? The right space? It sounds rather esoteric. Regardless, he decided to follow the path laid out by the Emperor of Banishment, trusting in his expertise. Arriving at the foot of the mountain, Li Jin came to a halt, gazing up at the sky. It was early summer, and due to the elevated terrain of the Hengduan Mountains, the starlit sky was exceptionally bright. In about half an hour, the 4 stars would align, facing these 4 peaks, at which point they would cease their mysterious shifting. The celestial phenomena and the study of formations were knowledge Li Jin had accumulated in his previous life to transcend to the Dou Huang level. Learned from a master of formations in the Dou Qi world, now, it found its purpose. Half an hour later, Huang Tianyi noticed that the peaks, which had previously appeared dreamlike and surreal, now stood clearly before him, even his flashlight easily illuminating their forms. Li Jin glanced at the time before stepping into the mountains. It was time to go. Huang Tianyi hurriedly followed. Upon entering the mountainous region, he felt a shiver run down his spine, a sensation that raised the hairs on his neck. He removed the firearm he had slung over his shoulder, keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings. In contrast, Li Jin remained relaxed and carefree, walking as if the wind were at his back. Whether it was due to his remarkable skill or a facade of calmness, Huang Tianyi could only think impressive. As the commander in the war zone, he had some understanding of the extraordinary individuals hidden within Long Country, and in his eyes, Li Jin belonged to this category. Be cautious and don't stray too far from me, Li Jin suddenly spoke, startling Huang Tianyi, who had been deeply immersed in vigilance. The surrounding silence amplified even the slightest sound in the valley. Just as Li Jin finished speaking, a chilling, beastly roar echoed through the valley, sending chills down their spines. This sound unmistakably belonged to the six-legged rodent beast, a low-tier magical creature, indicating that something peculiar was indeed afoot. Be careful, Huang Tianyi shouted, aiming his weapon towards one side of the valley. Li Jin looked up, and under the starlight, he discerned several dark figures that had suddenly emerged in the valley, moving swiftly and scaling the cliffs without faltering. The intruders were the six-legged rodent beasts, known for their cowardice towards the strong and ferocity towards the weak. Akin to a malignant presence in the world of Dou Qi, much like rats in Blue Star. Rat-a-tat-tat. Huang Tianyi immediately opened fire. Despite nearing 40, his reflexes and capabilities remained sharp. Enhanced by the essence of spirit liquid, he wielded the rifle with efficiency, managing to repel several six-legged beasts. Before long, however, the ammunition was exhausted, and the beasts surged forward, demonstrating a level of intelligence not to be underestimated. Stand aside, Li Jin bellowed. In an instant, a long blade struck first, cleaving the nearest six-legged beast in two. This spectacle left Huang Tianyi astounded. The beast's tough hide, impervious to bullets, was effortlessly sliced open by Li Jin's blade. Then he beheld Li Jin engulfed in a pale blue flame, which enveloped both his weapon and his body, coalescing into an armor adorned with intricate patterns. This conjured memories of the Dou Qi armor that one could only don upon reaching the Grand Dou Master level in Dou Qi. Is this possible? Li Jin is a Grand Dou Master? This is madness. This world feels so alien. I wish I could go home to my mother. As Li Jin donned the Dou Qi armor, he resembled a war god, effortlessly dispatching the oncoming six-legged beasts. Subsequently, he retracted his Dou Qi, returning to his original state. Is that Dou Qi armor? Are you a Grand Dou Master? Huang Tianyi inquired eagerly, his curiosity piqued. Li Jin shrugged and replied, as you can see, this world has begun to change. Soon, calamity will descend. Just imagine what it would be like if those terrifying entities from Dou Qi were to arrive in Blue Star. Despite Huang Tianyi having harbored some suspicions, the candid revelations of Li Jin left him profoundly shaken. He could scarcely fathom the catastrophic consequences that would befall humanity should the demonic beasts or malevolent races from Dou Qi descend upon Blue Star. What are we to do? Huang Tianyi inquired, almost trembling as he posed the question. Li Jin solemnly produced his mobile phone, pointing to an application on the screen, and proclaimed, to prevent the invasion from Dou Qi, play Dou Pat Song Qiong. Chapter 30, Dou Wang Beasts. Huang Tianyi now held unwavering faith in Li Jin's words. The formidable prowess of the Grand Dou Master was evident before him. Could he still maintain his atheism? Would he not wish to experience the enlightenment of a Grand Dou Master? No wonder. I had commissioned a search into the operational data of this game and its developers, yet found nothing. This suggests that the game materialized out of thin air, enabling Blue Star to muster a counter against the impending arrival of Dou Qi. However, I see that not many engage with it. What shall we do then? We must devise a strategy to promote it. Li Jin interrupted Huang Tianyi's thoughts. You are far too naive. Do you think your solitary assertion can convince the entirety of Dragon Nation that a game could alter the world? Huang Tianyi felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Indeed, how could the populace of Dragon Nation believe that an illusory world was on the verge of becoming reality? And how could a mere game save the world? It is exceedingly difficult. What fate awaits the Dragon Nation? As a general of Dragon Nation, the welfare of the country and its people had become his daily concern. Li Jin, having discerned his inner turmoil, enlightened him. Your individual strength cannot shake entrenched beliefs. You must begin with those around you. We can initially lead the strong to inspire the weak. Moreover, it is not wise to expose everyone to such matters at this time. Human nature is unpredictable. A timeless truth. Though Li Jin's words were simple, they incisively highlighted the pros and cons. Huang Tianyi appeared to wrestle with his thoughts, and after a prolonged silence, he sighed. I understand now. Since my singular efforts cannot elevate everyone to the status of dragons, I still possess absolute authority within the Hongduan war zone. I will start with the soldiers. I shall strive to ensure that the entire Hongduan war zone possesses the capability to stand alone before the impending disaster. I will rely heavily on you. Huang Tianyi saluted Li Jin. Li Jin waved his hand dismissively. We are all citizens of Dragon Nation. Everything we do is for its sake. You are free to act. The sect shall always remain open to the Hongduan war zone. With Li Jin's assurance, Huang Tianyi felt a surge of confidence. After all, if all the warriors in the war zone were to undergo the cleansing of the sect's spiritual pool, their collective strength would certainly be greatly enhanced. Moreover, the sect's terrifying training speed would be a critical factor in seizing the initiative. Very well. Let us first address the immediate concerns. Li Jin tilted his head and continued deeper into the mountains. Before entering the dark gorge, neither encountered any beasts. Yet, this did not lead Li Jin to lower his guard. After all, he had witnessed too many instances of downfall from overconfidence in his previous life. Is it safe now? Huang Tianyi exhaled. No, the real danger is only just beginning. Li Jin pointed towards the dimly lit canyon, and Huang Tianyi followed his gaze. There, a pair of crimson eyes opened in the darkness, instantly locking onto the two of them. As he beheld the countless pupils, a cold sweat drenched Huang Tianyi's back. Shall we run? He asked. Li Jin replied, his gaze sharpening. Upon hearing this, Huang Tianyi prepared to turn and flee. However, he was suddenly yanked back with great force, and in the next moment, he felt as though the world was spinning. Li Jin had effortlessly clasped him around the waist, and, channeling the strength of a grand Dou master, surged towards the canyon. Hey, who said to run that way? Huang Tianyi exclaimed. Roars echoed through the canyon, resounding with terrifying ferocity. Huang Tianyi thought his end was near, but when he opened his eyes, he was astonished to find that the surrounding beasts dared not approach within 10 meters of them. Turning to glance at Li Jin, he noticed a faint blue glow emanating from his eyes, surrounded by a formidable aura of fighting spirit. He was carving a path through the throng of beasts. Soon enough, the two burst forth from the canyon, while the monsters dwelling within seemed utterly terrified of the world beyond, not daring to take a single step, merely watching helplessly as Li Jin and Huang Tianyi departed. Wow, these wretches actually don't dare to come closer. Fantastic, we're safe now. Huang Tianyi exclaimed breathlessly as he was set down by Li Jin, appearing even more fatigued than him. Li Jin, however, merely smirked and said, Safe? That's impossible. Look over there. Huang Tianyi turned his head to the distance, his pupils constricting in shock. Beyond the canyon lay a basin surrounded by mountains, and at its center, a colossal figure coiled beneath the starlight, emanating a dark purple glow akin to cold iron. A pair of fleshy wings lay sprawled on the ground, as if hiding something. A dragon? Huang Tianyi's voice quivered with astonishment. Li Jin scoffed. Just a long worm. Calling it a dragon is an overestimation. Huang Tianyi was momentarily stunned. You refer to this 100-meter-long behemoth as a long worm? The massive creature seemed to sense the intrusion into its territory and slowly lifted its body. It was a titanic serpent, covered in purple-brown scales and bearing wings. A fearsome creature known as the Purple Xian Guiyuan Jiao, a beast of Dou Wang rank. Its power was extraordinarily terrifying. If it were to emerge from the Hongduan Mountains, with humanity's current technological capabilities, only a nuclear strike could hope to challenge it. And on the Dou Qi continent, a Dou Wang was merely of average strength, with even more formidable entities like Dou Huang and Dou Zong lurking beyond. You, mere human ants, trespassing into my domain, you have sealed your fate. The Purple Xian Guiyuan Jiao spoke human words, sending a chill down Huang Tianyi's spine. In that instant, he comprehended that this beast was far beyond a Dou Wang. His mind was consumed by a singular thought. It was over. It was all over. We are finished. The Hongduan is finished. The Dragon Kingdom is finished. Humanity is finished. Who can save humanity? Just as despair washed over Huang Tianyi, Li Jin uttered words that seemed to defy disbelief. Just a king-rank bug, daring to boast on Blue Star? Yield quickly, and perhaps I shall spare your life. Otherwise, you shall meet a fate worse than death. Upon hearing these words, the Azure Dragon of primordial origin was momentarily taken aback. In this era, did grand fighters possess such audacity? Huang Tianyi also felt that Li Jin had entered a state of fervor. What was this? As long as life endures, the bravado never ceases? Ants, how dare you offend my majesty, courting death? The Azure Dragon snapped back to reality, immediately consumed by fury. How could the dignity of a king allow such insolence from mere insects? Thus, the oppressive aura of the grand fighter engulfed the entire basin. Huang Tianyi felt as though he were struggling to breathe, as if a colossal weight were resting upon his shoulders. Death was imminent. Yet suddenly, this overwhelming force dissipated. Huang Tianyi opened his eyes, wondering if perhaps the grand fighter beast had shown them mercy. Instead, he was met with a sight that caused his heart to falter. Li Jin, who had been beside him just moments ago, was now standing before the Azure Dragon. Even more astonishingly, two jet-black wings had sprouted from his back. They appeared to be composed of pure energy. It was evident that he had transformed his fighting spirit into wings. Could it be? Li Jin had become a grand fighter. Chapter 31. Slaying the Azure Dragon of Primordial Origin. I have said it before, if you had surrendered sooner, I might have granted you a dignified demise. However, it appears that you shall not be afforded such an honor. Li Jin hovered in midair, enveloped in a dark, blazing fighting spirit, with fearsome black wings unfurled behind him. The Azure Dragon's eyes widened in disbelief and terror. This human, who was merely a grand fighter. How had he suddenly acquired the strength of a grand emperor? Could it be some secret technique? Yes, that must be it. If I can just hold out until his technique expires, I can eliminate him. How infuriating. The power gained through secret arts is ultimately not the righteous path. Your fighting spirit is tainted with demonic intent. Before long, you shall be consumed by madness. As the Azure Dragon spoke, it channeled its fighting spirit to the utmost. Prepared to evade Li Jin's assault, it had ascended to the rank of Grand Fighter, and its wisdom was not to be underestimated. Only a fool would attempt to withstand the onslaught of a Grand Emperor. Li Jin wore a sinister smile. Regardless of the means by which you acquired your power, it pales in comparison to my own. Today, no matter how you struggle, you cannot escape your demise. The chilling intent of his words was unmistakable, leaving the Azure Dragon's expression grim. It seemed that today would be its greatest calamity. If it could survive, the path to becoming an emperor would be within reach. After all, it had painstakingly discovered this secret realm. How could it simply perish? Die? The Azure Dragon glowed with an ominous purple-brown light. A grand sphere of purple energy coalesced within its maw, then surged forth towards Li Jin. Li Jin merely raised a hand to block, and the purple light erupted, enveloping the entire valley. A mere illusion? Child's play. Outside the valley, the Azure Dragon flapped its four wings frantically, seeking to escape. It was cunning enough to understand the art of feigned attacks. Ha ha ha, truly a makeshift Grand Emperor, unable to decipher my intentions. The Azure Dragon reveled in its fortune, believing it had averted disaster today. Prosperity awaited me. I shall seize it. Where do you intend to flee? A sudden sound echoed above it. Li Jin stood with his hands clasped atop the creature's head, his feet positioned on an enigmatic, pitch-black formation, emanating a chilling aura of death that had encased the head of the Zixuan Guiyuan Jiao in a layer of mystical ice. The moment it brushed against the tremor of its soul, a wave of panic swept through the creature's mind. How could this be? No, I refuse to die. A heart-wrenching scream reverberated through the Hengduan Mountains. Boom. The formation activated, and in an instant, the head of the Zixuan Guiyuan Jiao was consumed by the ice, erasing both its consciousness and existence. Its colossal body plummeted to the ground, collapsing a mountain and raising a cloud of dust. In the basin, Huang Tianyi watched the two figures vanish in an instant, his heart engulfed in confusion. Who am I? Where am I? He felt utterly out of place in the surrounding world, the gun in his hand feeling as useless as a mere stick. Moments later, he caught sight of the massive silhouette of the Zixuan Guiyuan Jiao reappearing in the sky. Had Li Jin failed? It was over. Death was imminent. With a thunderous crash, the Zixuan Guiyuan Jiao fell to the ground, devoid of life. Moments later, Li Jin, adorned with imposing black wings and an aura of formidable energy, appeared in Huang Tianyi's line of sight. The chilling sight of his dark energy and menacing gaze made Huang Tianyi feel as though he were gazing upon an ancient demon, sending shivers down his spine. Are you all right? He tentatively inquired. Li Jin descended before him, the malevolent energy around him receding with each breath. He had forgotten that this experience card was named the Demon Emperor Experience Card. No wonder his power felt somewhat unfamiliar. Yet, the murderous intent was unlike anything he had ever encountered. It was evident that those who practiced demonic cultivation were born from endless slaughter. Had he faced a Dou Huang, he might have tapped into even greater strength, risking the possibility of succumbing to madness himself. Fortunately, it was merely a weakling of Dou Huang level. I'm fine. You can take this creature back and turn it into food. Consuming it will significantly enhance your physique. Li Jin gestured towards the corpse of the Guiyuan Jiao on the ground. Huang Tianyi swallowed hard. This was a Dou Huang. Just a moment ago, its mere presence had nearly claimed his life, and now it was reduced to mere sustenance. He glanced at Li Jin. The young man exuded an air of mystery, his true strength utterly inscrutable. Before Huang Tianyi could speak, Li Jin instantly transported himself to the center of the basin. There, where the wings of the Zixuan Guiyuan Jiao had previously obscured, a peculiar object resembling a black hole hovered atop a small blade of grass, exuding an eerie aura. So this is the Qingjie grass. It was Li Jin's first encounter with such a phenomenon. He had only heard of it in his past life. A tiny blade of grass capable of holding a spatial wormhole. Truly, the wonders of the world are beyond comprehension. The power of space was overwhelmingly dense. How could he absorb it? At that moment, Li Jin felt as though he stood before a treasure mountain, unsure of how to proceed. For his own strength had yet to reach Dou's zone, and his perception of space was still lacking. He wondered if haphazard attempts might lead to unforeseen consequences. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A phone, which Li Jin had carelessly placed in his pocket, vibrated unexpectedly. Is there signal in this strange place? Upon retrieving his phone, Li Jin discovered that it was not a call, but rather the game Dou Qi vibrating on the screen. The game autonomously initiated, transitioning to the cave interface, where the old beggar, whom he had encountered twice before, was diligently wielding a hoe to cultivate the land on the right side of the cave, having already cleared a patch of fertile ground. Ha ha ha, my young friend, we meet again, the old man exclaimed. I observe that your cave brims with spiritual energy. It is indeed a rare treasure for cultivating celestial herbs. Now that the spiritual field is prepared, do hasten to plant any fine celestial herbs you possess. As the beggar finished speaking, an unexpected force of attraction surged forth. Li Jin watched in astonishment as the Chungjia grass before him suddenly transformed into a flickering green light, vanishing from sight. Where did it go? He wondered. Oh, there it is. In the game's spiritual field, the Chungjia grass was now firmly planted, while a spatial wormhole above emanated spatial energy, resonating with his Dou zone cultivation. Upon reaching the Dou zone level, one could no longer simply advance through mere cultivation. Mastery of spatial energy became essential. The realms of spatial power were delineated into 3 stages: Suyu, Jinwei, and Inxian. Typically, a Dou zone capable of attaining the Jinwei perfection stage would be regarded as an extraordinary talent among countless others. Such mastery of spatial control would enable a smooth ascension to Dou zone, transforming one into a true powerhouse in the realm of Dou Qi. Should anyone manage to cultivate spatial energy to the Inxian stage while still in the Dou zone realm, they would be deemed invincible among peers, possessing the potential to challenge those of higher ranks. However, achieving such heights without a suitable spatial treasure or guidance from a venerable elder would be exceedingly arduous. The Chungjia grass, nurtured by nature, was undeniably a rare spatial treasure, accessible only to those of great fortune. It was said that if one were to obtain a spatial wormhole within a century, they could harness its spatial power to reach the Inxian realm. Li Jin noticed 3 flames of spatial energy manifesting above his character's head within the game, one of which was gradually solidifying. This indicated his progress towards the Suyu realm, and he estimated that within 10 days to half a month, he could attain this level by absorbing the spatial power emitted by the wormhole. Yet that was still too slow. With the impending invasion in 8 days, his Dou zone strength would not suffice to fulfill his past life's ambition of saving Long Kingdom. It seemed he would have to explore the spatial trial talismans to see if they could aid his advancement. He then returned to Huang Tiany's side and delivered a swift slap through the air. Bang! The dark canyon crumbled instantly, reduced to rubble by the might of a Dou Huang, annihilating the 6-legged beasts within a single strike. Li Jin then turned to Huang Tiany and declared, "This matter is resolved. Henceforth, no beast shall roam the Hengduan mountains." Huang Tiany was taken aback, muttering in awe, "Goodness! The power of a Dou Huang is astonishing. Able to level mountains with a mere flick of the wrist. What about higher-level Dou zones? Dou zuns? I dare not ponder further, lest I be haunted by nightmares." The survival of Long Kingdom amidst calamity now seemed to rest upon the shoulders of this unfathomable youth before him. In that instant, he contemplated many things. Those who lack foresight are bound to face immediate troubles. Huang Tiany lowered the long spear in his hand, adjusted his hat, and then performed a military salute befitting a general of the Dragon Kingdom. As a major general of the Hengduan war zone, Huang Tiany expressed his gratitude on behalf of the fallen soldiers to you, esteemed sir, for your immense kindness. He also conveyed the respect of all soldiers in the Hengduan war zone who have benefited from the sect's grace. Should calamity inevitably descend, when faced with the abyss, we, the warriors of Hengduan, shall wield our blades with valor, striving to secure a glimmer of hope for the Dragon Kingdom. His voice resonated powerfully, prompting Li Jin to glance over. Indeed, this was the commander of Hengduan, the youngest general in the Dragon Kingdom. Truly, he was no coward. I did not misjudge him. Huang Tiany was not a rigid individual. He extended due respect to all who had contributed to the Dragon Kingdom. If disaster truly struck, he believed that this young man before him would charge forth even more swiftly than he would. Li Jin smiled and then unfurled his wings, allowing Huang Tiany to experience a taste of speed and exhilaration. In just 1 minute, they traversed 30 kilometers at a staggering speed of 1,800 kilometers per hour. Even the battle-hardened Major General, a veritable deity of war, found his legs momentarily unresponsive. It was as thrilling as being caught by one's wife on the second floor of a public bathhouse. Li Jin regarded Huang Tianyi. In his previous life, he had led the Hengduan war zone to fend off the invasion of the demonic sect, a battle for which he perished valiantly. In that encounter, he fought to the death against 3 of the demonic sect's elder emperors, saving millions in the provincial capitals of Xiling, Tianquan, and Luiying. At that time, Li Jin was merely a lowly grand fighter, weak and frail. It was that very battle that solidified his path to strength. Perhaps he owed thanks to this selfless pillar of the nation. I shan't elaborate further. I trust you are an astute individual. Moreover, our time is limited. After Li Jin spoke, he gestured with his hand. 8 months. Huang Tianyi exclaimed in surprise, immediately inquiring. Li Jin shook his head. 80 days. Witnessing Li Jin shake his head again, Huang Tianyi's heart raced. Could it be 8 days? Li Jin nodded. This revelation struck Huang Tianyi as a death knell. 8 days. How could he possibly attain the strength to safeguard the Dragon Kingdom in such a brief span? Li Jin discerned his alarm and patted his shoulder, offering a confident smile. Fear not, I shall handle everything. Huang Tianyi remained dazed for a moment until Li Jin soared into the air, vanishing into the distance. Indeed, the Dragon Kingdom still had Li Jin, the Emperor Jin. 8 days were sufficient for him to reach an extraordinary level of cultivation. The journey there took several hours. Yet the return would only require a mere few minutes. An Emperor fighter could traverse vast distances in a single day. In the dead of night, Li Jin silently descended into the villa's backyard. As he climbed through the window to the second floor, he caught sight of a snowy figure emerging from the communal restroom. Oh my! The vision of an Emperor fighter's keen eyesight was remarkable, able to perceive everything at night. Yin Wuhuan was momentarily stunned before letting out a startled scream. Ah! Bang! She retreated into the restroom, slamming the door shut. You! Why do you return without a sound? After a brief silence, Yin Wuhuan, still irked, called out from the restroom. Li Jin touched his nose, feeling somewhat awkward himself. I had not anticipated that you would still be bathing at such a late hour. Furthermore, this is my home, so I shall return whenever I please. Wouldn't you agree, Sister Yin? That said, take your time. I shall ascend to the 3rd floor first. With that, I swiftly made my way upstairs. One might wonder why I ventured to the 2nd floor, for the perception of a Dou Huang expert is formidable. I wondered if anyone would believe it, but Li Jin suspected a thief. How exhilarating it is to return to such a stimulating environment. Never mind. I shall take her on the path tomorrow. Consider it a small recompense. After a brief wash, Li Jin reclined upon his bed. At this moment, a full 12 hours had elapsed since he last logged in at noon. Dou Qiong commence. Upon opening the game, I was greeted with the warmest, simplest, and most sincere salutation. Dear player, you have been away for 12 hours. During this time, many twists and turns have transpired in the Dou Qi continent. To ensure you catch up, we have prepared a return gift pack just for you, available for the modest sum of 288, 888, guaranteed to delight. Oh, the familiar formula. It seems the planners are aware of my meager finances, as I have less than 4 million left. Such a price for this gift pack is indeed clever. Purchase. Congratulations. You have obtained the return gift pack, Chaos Sky Ranking I. What? The Sky Ranking? This item can be traded? Oh dear, the planners have resorted to personal gain. Is the game doomed? Chaos Sky Ranking. Possessing the power of sealing. It can confer authority upon all beings within chaos. The recipient, empowered by chaotic forces, cannot be vanquished by mere mortals. Note, each use consumes a century of lifespan. What in the world is this? I have never heard of such a thing. Li Jin was somewhat bewildered. Does this item exist within Dopa? Using it would cost a century of my life. I am a player of monetary investment, not a life investment. Never mind. I shall set it aside for now. My cultivation has accumulated significantly, yet my spatial mastery has not advanced, limiting me to a maximum breakthrough to 3 stars. Thus, Li Jin first aimed to elevate his level to Dozong 3 stars. Presently, with the enhancement of the soul gathering array and the statue, my cultivation speed has surged to 70 minutes. After 12 hours, I accumulated over 500 million in cultivation. It is far too much to utilize. Currently, my cultivation stands at 66, 510, 300, 021, 000, 000, and I cannot break through. I possess over 600 million in cultivation. Yet my spatial mastery does not keep pace. I cannot advance. It is time for a spatial trial. Chapter 33, String Tuning Realm. The Spatial Trial Talisman, upon use, grants entry into the primordial space, allowing one to comprehend the power of spatial principles. It is an extraordinarily impressive item. Imagine this. You could only stand far away in a tree outside the stadium, listening to Jay Chou's concert. But suddenly, you possess a ticket, and not just any ticket. but a front row VIP one. Who can fathom such a feeling? Success or failure hinges upon this little item. Li Jin rubbed his hands together and then clicked to use it. Whoosh. The game screen gradually dimmed, and everything was engulfed by the chaotic void, leaving only a gray-white mysterious domain. Here, sporadic spatial storms swept through, capable of tearing apart realms in ordinary circumstances, but here, they were a commonplace occurrence. Is this the source of space? Truly miraculous. Li Jin gazed at the character on his phone, drifting within the essence of space, immersed in a profound and enigmatic state of enlightenment. A timer appeared at the top of the screen, counting down from 3 hours. Only 3 hours for such a profound experience? How rather brief. Li Jin furrowed his brow. If Yunshan were to learn that he could still enter the source of space, he would not hesitate to exhaust all his resources, even for a mere 3 seconds. Ding. The moment of completion. No sooner had he stepped into this realm and begun to comprehend than Li Jin received a system notification. His mastery of space had reached the first realm, the moment. This was sufficient to break through the shackles of the 3 stars of Dou. The power of this source space was indeed terrifying, comparable to decades of ordinary cultivation. Li Jin's eyes widened in astonishment. What heights could he reach in those 3 hours? 2.5 hours later. Increase for me. Only half an hour remains. Li Jin clenched his fists, anxiously observing his newly crossed threshold into the realm of subtlety. He had not anticipated such a slow advancement, despite his extensive contemplation of the source path within the space. Other Dou, are you even speaking human words? You traversed in 2 hours what took us decades. While the reasoning was sound, Li Jin remained undeterred. Am I to rely solely on my subtlety to break through to Dou? That felt somewhat unsatisfactory. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the source of space. A wind? But how could there be wind in the source of space? Li Jin watched as wisps of black and white mist floated by, his character's hair swaying restlessly. A wormhole suddenly erupted from the character's dantian, swirling with the contrasting colors, like mist and flame. Once the wormhole appeared, it was swiftly captured by the source of space, which then tore it apart, yet the black and white colors surged forth more violently. Is this the dual flames of yin and yang? Li Jin was momentarily bewildered. Why would they appear uncontrollably here? But in the next instant, through the connection established with the dual flames of yin and yang, Li Jin suddenly realized his mastery of space was exponentially increasing. What is happening? After some contemplation, he recalled the characteristics of the dual flames of yin and yang. Dual flames of yin and yang. Efficiency of source comprehension increased by 100. However, even with doubled efficiency, such speed was unattainable, was it not? It could be said that Li Jin's mastery of space was soaring like a rocket. It was not merely a matter of doubling. Never mind, since this opportunity has arisen. It must be fate. Li Jin cast aside distracting thoughts and began to fervently delve into the power of the source of space. On the Dou Qi continent, within the purple Xian Guiyuan Jiao clan, an elder clad in purple robes was bracing himself, hands raised to the heavens, supporting a rift in space. This individual possessed the formidable strength of a Dou. The rift above him emitted a fierce suction, drawing not physical objects, but the very power of space. What is happening? My ancestral space comprehension is vanishing? The loss of spatial comprehension would severely diminish the strength of a Dou. Who is stealing my insights? The furious voice of the purple-robed elder echoed across a large portion of the continent. What he failed to notice was that in the shadows of the clan, a low, sinister laughter echoed. On the blue star, Li Jin could only perceive his spatial comprehension rapidly ascending. Within less than half an hour, he had already reached the realm of bowstring. With only a few minutes left, he found himself in an inexplicable state of perfect completion. Observing the stagnation of his spatial insight, Li Jin let out a long breath. Ding! The trial time has concluded. He is about to be transported back. After a whirlwind of sensations, Li Jin's character returned to his cave abode, where a breakthrough button appeared before him. Current cultivation, 80910300021000000. Breakthrough possible. It was time for a midnight surge of passion. Let the breakthrough commence. Dou 4 stars. Dou 5 stars. Dou 9 stars. Current spatial insight, bowstring. Breakthrough possible. Current cultivation, 66780300040000000. Breakthrough possible. Only when both conditions are met can one successfully transcend to the realm of Dou. Yet, Li Jin refrained from proceeding, as he was uncertain of the consequences that a breakthrough might invoke. The Dou had already triggered such extensive spatial tremors. What chaos would Dou unleash? Rumbling. The night sky gathered into boundless black clouds, an oppressive weight rendering the air nearly unbreathable. Lightning flickered within, cleaving the darkness as, in that instant, A profound void appeared in the sky above Shilling City, slowly rotating. A realization seized Li Jin as he glanced out the window. Is this a spatial wormhole? The thought instantly consumed his mind. Impossible. How could it manifest so soon? Li Jin bolted upright in bed, his eyes wide with astonishment. In his previous life, there indeed existed a spatial wormhole above Shilling, the very harbinger of the city's early downfall. The vortex that had suddenly emerged bore an uncanny resemblance to that previous wormhole. This meant that the calamity of this life had arrived ahead of schedule. It was only the third day. What would become of Blue Star? Even if he began to cultivate now, only a handful would reach the strength of a great Dou master, let alone Dou Wang or Dou Huang. Perhaps this life would mark a hellish beginning for the Dragon Kingdom. Hey, Aunt Lan, where are you right now? Li Jin quickly retrieved his phone and dialed Wen Lan's number. On the other end, Wen Lan's voice carried a hint of fatigue. What's the matter? Xiao Jin, I'm still at the company. Forget about the company. Come back immediately. Li Jin's tone was grave. Wen Lan was momentarily stunned by his urgency, perplexed by why Xiao Jin was so insistent on her return. What had transpired? Furrowing his brow, Li Jin gazed at the sky and spoke. The disaster may have arrived sooner than I anticipated. Boom. The night sky was alive with flashes of lightning. As if the world itself lamented. The vortex slowed its rotation. Once it came to a complete standstill, the gateway to another realm would swing wide open. Li Jin understood that this spatial wormhole connected to an exceedingly perilous place, the paradise of the beasts, the Beast Mountain Range. Chapter 34, The Seven Emperors and 22 Kings. On the Dou Qi continent, within the Gamma Empire, several formidable Dou Huang powerhouses cast their gaze towards the northwest, where the Beast Mountain Range lay. At that moment, the skies above the mountain range were shrouded in oppressive dark clouds, and terrifying thunder echoed, a force potent enough to obliterate even a Dou Huang. National Master. Could that possibly be the fabled spatial wormhole? Inquired a Dou Huang adorned with an imperial crown within the holy city of Gamma. Beside him, an elderly sage, one hand cradling a small cauldron, chuckled, Your Majesty, do you not find it strikingly similar to the spatial wormhole leading to Zhongzhou? The Gamma Emperor pondered. In your esteemed opinion, how should we proceed regarding this matter? The old national master stroked the small cauldron and replied, It has been 10,000 years since the last Dou Di emerged. Another grand era is upon us. Unusual phenomena such as these must be contested. The emperor's eyes glimmered with contemplation, and he nodded, I understand. Deep within the heart of the Beast Mountain Range, in a cavern suffused with ethereal purple mist, two eerie lights flickered. Roar. A resounding roar echoed, as if declaring sovereignty. Humans, this is the Beast Mountain Range. I have tolerated your presence for a century. Do not mistake my patience. A colossal lion, its body a striking blend of purple and black, with wings sprouting from its back, slowly emerged, soaring into the sky. Its gaze fixed on the edge of the mountain range. There stood a shadowy figure among the treetops, radiating an overwhelming aura. It was a human Dou Huang. However, upon being discovered by the purple crystal-winged Lion King, the Dou Huang dared not advance carelessly. After all, there exists a fundamental disparity between human and beast Dou Huangs. Even at the same level, the physical prowess of beasts far surpasses that of humans, bestowing upon them an unparalleled advantage. Boom. A swirling gray wormhole manifested in the sky, pulsating with powerful spatial energy. The purple crystal-winged Lion King howled towards the heavens. Fellow beasts of the mountain, the path has been silent for 10,000 years. Today is our opportunity. Ascend with me to the heavens. In an instant, numerous formidable auras erupted from the Beast Mountain Range. 1, 2, 3. Colossal figures coalesced, taking flight. Serpent King, Bear King, Deer King, Ant King, Rooster King, 13 in total. Including the mightiest, the purple crystal-winged Lion King. They comprised 3 emperors and 10 kings. An unrivaled force in the Gamma Empire. Yet, astonishingly, this tremendous power did not even stir the thunderclouds above. The purple crystal-winged Lion King rejoiced. For this signified boundless opportunities lay beyond the wormhole. Heaven aids us. Suddenly, a blast of energy shot from the horizon, aimed directly at the purple crystal-winged Lion King. With a breath, the Lion King expelled a plume of dark purple mist, firmly resisting the incoming energy. Your words are mistaken. Treasures and opportunities belong to those with fate, and those without must seize them by strength. From the southwest, 3 figures approached, each bearing wings of Dou Qi and emanating formidable presence. The purple crystal-winged Lion King's eyes burned with murderous intent. You dare to stake a claim with merely the Emperor and 2 kings of the Alchemist Guild? If the Alchemist Guild is insufficient, then let us include my 3 great families. In the southwest direction, 4 figures soared through the air, 1 emperor and 3 kings. All formidable human beings. The azure spirit demon Serpent King flicked its tongue, exclaiming, "Humans are truly a feeble and greedy race." The dark flame bear emperor, treading upon the void, roared, "What need is there to converse with these repugnant humans? Let us devour them all at once." The 3 kings and 10 monarchs held an advantage over the 2 emperors and 5 kings, with the might of the magical beasts on their side. Should a battle ensue, it was likely that 1 or 2 of the battle emperors would fall here. The alchemists and members of the 3 great families bore somber expressions. Just as tensions escalated between the 2 factions, a radiant golden light emerged from the west. "Gentlemen, must we resort to violence?" A jovial voice resonated, revealing several winged human champions appearing once more. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." The alchemists and the 3 great families hastily paid their respects. The newcomers were none other than the ruler of the Jamma royal family, Gatlin, alongside the national master, Asher, and 7 other members of the Jamma imperial family, all possessing the strength of battle kings. In an instant, the humans boasted a splendid assembly of 4 emperors and 12 kings. However, due to the inherent physical disparity between humans and magical beasts, neither side dared claim victory prematurely, plunging the situation into a stalemate. "Hee. Might I suggest a course of action?" Asher, appearing quite frail, exuded an unexpected air of persuasion. Both sides turned their attention towards him. Asher leisurely stroked a small cauldron and remarked, "I trust you have all noticed the immense power of this spatial wormhole. It is unlike anything I have ever encountered in my lifetime. It also signifies the vast opportunities that lie ahead." He surveyed the gathered crowd of humans and beasts before continuing. "Yet I believe we all understand a fundamental truth. Opportunity and danger coexist." Upon his words, many present, both human and beast, felt a shiver of trepidation. Asher nodded at Gatlin, who then addressed the magical beasts, saying, "Might we set aside our grievances for the time being and join forces to explore the world beyond the wormhole?" The Azure Spirit Demon Serpent King grinned. "Hee. Collaborating with humans is akin to seeking shelter from a tiger." However, the Amethyst-Winged Lion King pondered thoughtfully, agreed, "But should we encounter an opportunity, we shall not yield." Asher chuckled. "Indeed, we humans also share in the toil while relishing the rewards." Ignoring the sentiments of both parties, the strongest among them solidified their alliance. On Blue Star, Li Jin waited anxiously for nearly an hour without any sign of Wen Lan's return. "Come on, answer the phone." He dialed her number. It connected, but no one picked up. This was peculiar, as Wen Lan usually answered promptly, even when busy. Li Jin stood in the courtyard, gazing up at the slowly swirling wormhole, murmuring, "The calamity of the 7 emperors and kings." Having experienced this in his previous life, the disasters weighed heavily on his mind in this one. Presently, he possessed only the strength of a great fighter, far from being able to contend with a battle emperor. And he had already exhausted his sole battle emperor experience card. His situation was dire. "I must find her," he resolved, promptly donning his attire and leaping from the windowsill. "Young master, where are you going?" Yin Wuhuan leaned out from the 2nd floor, inquiring loudly. Li Jin pondered for a moment, realizing he was in need of a driver. He leapt onto the 2nd floor, swept Yin Wuhuan into his arms, and jumped down. "Ah, what are you doing? I haven't finished dressing." Li Jin had indeed overlooked the fact that Yin Wuhuan was clad in only a thin gauze garment, her delicate bosom and fair thighs exposed. Quite pleasant to the touch. "Ahem, I need to head to the company. Wen Lan's phone is unreachable. You will drive, as I cannot." Li Jin's face flushed slightly. Yet he did not set her down, carrying her swiftly to the parking lot. Yin Wuhuan stood beside the car, puzzled. "Aren't you able to fly? Wouldn't that be faster than driving?" Li Jin shot her an exasperated glance. "If I could fly, would I need you? Less chatter, drive." "Oh." Yin Wuhuan pouted and took the driver's seat. Chapter 35, The Onset of Calamity. Late at night, many bald individuals were awake. Thus, the bizarre phenomena in the sky over Shieling City quickly surfaced on various short video platforms, garnering immense attention. Relevant departments across the Dragon Kingdom swiftly intervened. Meteorological and astronomical agencies arrived on the scene for research, while the Shieling police and rescue teams prepared for action. Undoubtedly, the shadow of the Hengduan war zone loomed behind all of this. After Li Jin notified Huang Tianyi, he immediately contacted various units in Shieling, as his status as a major general held considerable weight. To be honest, Huang Tianyi was reluctant to believe that a crisis had arrived so abruptly. Yet the oppressive atmosphere in the sky could be felt even from dozens of miles away. At this moment, beside a small park not far from Jinlong Company, 2 furtive figures were tampering with something next to a luxury car. "Damn, I've never seen such a beautiful woman before. If I could just have a moment with her, I'd be willing to die right away." Zhou Bide, with a piggish face, exuded a vulgar charm. Zhou Shana, her head bandaged, was filled with a mix of smugness and derision in her eyes. "Did I lie to you? Playing with such a beauty would absolutely be exhilarating. Let us collect a little interest first, and later we can settle accounts with Li Jin. Zhou Bai glanced at her, as if forgetting the near fallout between them. Inside the car, when Lan was bound at the arms and legs, her mouth gagged, desperately writhing to create noise in hopes of attracting someone for rescue. Little did she know, the Maybach was too plush to budge. "Someone, please save me." Thunder rumbled, and the storm seemed to intensify. "Hurry up. Once we're done. We need to flee. This dreadful weather frightens me." Zhou Shana prodded the still enraptured Zhou Bai. "Why the rush? This may be my only chance to indulge in such high-end pleasures. I intend to enjoy it thoroughly." Zhou Bai grumbled in dissatisfaction. "I already know your speed lasts only 3 minutes. You haven't taken your pills today, so why act so grand?" Seemingly struck by a sore spot, Zhou Bai waved his hand impatiently. "Go away. Stop disturbing my enjoyment with your trivial remarks." Thunder crashed once more. A sudden bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the Tower of Shieling and illuminating the night sky in an instant. Boom. The Tower of Shieling, renowned as a lightning rod capable of withstanding tumultuous thunderstorms, now swayed precariously, teetering on the brink of collapse from a singular flash of lightning. Thunder rumbled ominously. Crack, crack, crack. A series of thunderous roars reverberated across Shieling City, their ferocity akin to that of explosives, leaving gaping craters several meters deep in their wake. My heavens! What calamity is unfolding? Is this divine retribution upon humanity? How terrifying! This tempest is more ferocious than the missiles of a neighboring conflict. Umitba, I did not spy on the nun's bath last night. Surely this calamity is not directed at me. In an instant, Shieling City erupted in chaos, and netizens could no longer remain passive. The spectacle resembled the apocalyptic thunder calamities of legend. Boom, crackle, crackle. The number of lightning strikes multiplied, as did the sites of impact. The sirens of rescue vehicles echoed through the streets and alleys. Under the onslaught of the thunderstorm, numerous residential buildings collapsed, leaving the lonely and the bereaved crying out for help. Shieling City called for assistance. Assistance. The rescue agency, recognizing the magnitude of the disaster, immediately sought aid from neighboring cities, a testament to the enormity of the crisis. The thunderstorm persisted for over 10 minutes, unleashing catastrophic devastation that engulfed the entirety of Shieling City. 20% of the structures suffered damage or collapsed due to the furious strikes of lightning. The number of affected individuals reached 7 million, with casualties soaring close to 100,000. This is a horrifying figure. It must be noted that throughout the history of the Dragon Kingdom, no such tragic calamity has ever occurred, not even in the most fierce of ancient wars. The head of the Dragon Kingdom issued an emergency decree, prompting swift support from all sectors of society to rush to the aid of Shieling City. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this was merely the inception of the catastrophe. Near a small park, Zhou Bai trembled, retreating in fear as a bolt of lightning struck a nearby building. "Bide! Look at that!" Zhou Shana exclaimed, tapping Zhou Bai and pointing quiveringly at the sky. "Damn it, don't disturb my revival. Even if the King of Heaven came down, I wouldn't care." Zhou Bai cursed, raising his gaze and instantly becoming astonished. Above, a vortex spun languidly in the sky, and while no further lightning fell, 20 figures abruptly emerged within the vortex, larger than a football field. They bore wings, some resembling humans while others took on the fearsome aspect of wild beasts. Their mere presence in the sky seemed to overshadow Shieling. Some streamers, daring the risk of being struck by lightning, initiated live broadcasts, riding the wave of this fervor. Following the appearance of these figures, the excitement reached a crescendo. "What is that? Holy moly! Deities! Damn it, I wish for something. Have you noticed how inexplicably familiar they seem? Streamer, hurry and ask if they accept disciples. Whether we can ascend depends on this moment." The netizens went wild. It is well known that live broadcasts cannot capture images. This means that the scene appearing simultaneously across various streams is indeed real. In the sky, the amethyst-winged Lion King circulated its battle aura, secretly mending the wounds inflicted by traversing the wormhole. Initially, the 7 kings and 20 Dou monarchs entered the wormhole together, but they encountered a spatial maelstrom, resulting in the loss of 9 battle kings along the way. An inexplicable fury lingered in their hearts. This place, it turned out, was a realm of flawed existence. The laws of the universe were chaotic yet clear, making it an ideal location for enlightenment. Haha. The amethyst-winged Lion King inhaled the air of the blue star, releasing a chilling laugh. Below, an abundance of flesh and blood awaited its consumption to restore its strength. The dark flame bear king glanced down at the city of Shieling, let out a strange cry, and then swooped down. The other injured beastly warriors followed suit, for flesh was the finest remedy for their wounds. Meanwhile, the human warriors frowned. Emperor Gamma Gatlin expressed his confusion. Why do such feeble humans exist in this realm? The imperial advisor Yashi was also taken aback. Your Majesty, the beasts have already begun their assault. our losses exceed theirs. We can no longer afford indecision. We must regain our strength at once, or we shall become stepping stones for the beasts. The Alchemist Guild's Battle King nodded in agreement. Indeed, during our passage through the wormhole, our elixirs were nearly depleted. We must gather resources on-site to concoct blood pills to restore our powers. Gatlin furrowed his brow and sighed. Very well, those not of our kin may have differing hearts. Let us commence the restoration of our strength. At that moment, the human warriors of the Battle Aura continent transformed into embodiments of slaughter, extending their predatory grasp towards the blue star, humans below. Chapter 36, The Calamity of Shieling. Roar. With each beastly roar, dozens, even hundreds, of humans were swallowed whole. The Bear King and Snake King stirred chaos in the city of Shieling. The amethyst-winged Lion King perched atop the tallest skyscraper, mockingly observing the human warriors engaging in similar devastation. The Shieling Police Department reacted swiftly, organizing both offense and defense. Yet the bullets fired by the humans merely tickled the Battle Kings, proving utterly ineffective. Instead, the beasts of the Battle Aura continent slaughtered a significant portion of the police force. In an instant, Shieling was drenched in sorrow. Desolation spread far and wide. Do. A dozen armed helicopters soared through the sky, launching missiles that detonated among the humans and beasts alike. Finally, there was some efficacy. Both beasts and humans felt the sting and turned their gazes towards the flying metal behemoths above. In a mere moment, several Battle Kings appeared among the ranks of the helicopters. Bang, bang, bang. The sky erupted into a tapestry of brilliant fireworks, captivating yet despairing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Missiles surged from a distance, bombarding the Battle Kings in succession. Remarkably, one beastly Battle King, due to its enormous size, bore the brunt of the missiles. Unable to withstand the damage from the spatial rift it had already endured, its wings vanished, and it plummeted, crashing down upon a cluster of buildings. Humph. Trivial tricks. Amethyst Ray. The amethyst-winged Lion King opened its maw wide, unleashing a robust and arcane beam of light. With a mere sweep, several aircraft that had just emerged were obliterated. The technology of Blue Star seemed utterly ineffective before the might of the Dou Emperor. Far away in the command center of the Hongduan operation, Huang Tianyi observed this scene, feeling an overwhelming chill coursing through him. It seemed that Shieling City was destined to fall. Given the city's population exceeding 10 million, a nuclear strike was unthinkable. What means could possibly halt these terrifying intruders? He recalled Li Jin, the enigmatic young man. But even if Li Jin were a Dou Emperor, what could he achieve against so many of his peers? Shieling City was doomed. At this moment, on the streets of Shieling City, a crimson whirlwind raced forward. Li Jin instructed Yan Wuhuan to follow the route that Wen Lan might have taken, as they had already visited the company without finding her presence. How could this happen? How could such horrific creatures appear in Shieling City? Were they to be consumed by them as well? Yan Wuhuan felt a surge of panic. Stop! Li Jin suddenly exclaimed, startling Yan Wuhuan, who instinctively slammed on the brakes. The tires screeched against the pavement, leaving long marks behind. Li Jin swiftly exited the vehicle and dashed towards a small park, with Yan Wuhuan hurriedly following. He had caught a glimpse of Wen Lan's blue Maybach, along with two familiar faces. A wave of fury surged within Li Jin. He advanced to the driver's window in 3 strides, and with a fierce blow, shattered the glass. He reached in and yanked a figure out through the window. Damn it! An enraged Li Jin slammed Zhou Bide to the ground. The sound of cracking bones echoing alongside the shattering earth, followed by Zhou Bide's agonized cries. It seemed he had been too lenient, allowing them time to live. Now, he would teach him the meaning of death. Li Jin's fury manifested in a powerful punch that struck Zhou Bide's arm. Crack! Oh! The wails reverberated through the air, and before Zhou Bide could recover from the initial blow, he was struck again. He was bewildered. How could Li Jin appear so suddenly? And why was he so brutally incapacitated? He hadn't even dealt with Li Jin's aunt yet. In the passenger seat, Zhou Shana, witnessing the chaos, flung open the car door and fled, disregarding their sibling bond. Trying to escape? Not a chance. Li Jin seized Zhou Bide as a weapon and hurled him forth. Whoosh. Ah! The impact struck home. Zhou Bide's weight of 140 pounds, combined with Li Jin's formidable strength, sent Zhou Shana crashing to the ground, her back bending painfully. Their cries blended into a more tragic symphony. Li Jin opened the rear door and found Wen Lan, still impeccably dressed, lying in the back seat. He hurried inside to untie her. Wu Xiaojin. Wen Lan clung to Li Jin, genuinely frightened this time. She could face death, but she could not bear to be humiliated. Li Jin suppressed his anger, gently stroking her hair. It's all right. It's all right. Everything will be fine. I've come to rescue you. After soothing Wen Lan, Li Jin entrusted her to Yan Wuhuan, for he still had unfinished business to attend to. He then strode towards the Zhou siblings. the flames of fury reigniting within his eyes. With a swift motion, he crushed Zhou Bai's thigh underfoot, the excruciating pain eliciting a hoarse scream from him. You enjoy playing with women, do you? Let me show you what that truly entails. Li Jin unleashed another kick, accompanied by a cacophony of chaos. As Zhou Bai reached a pitch of agony previously unheard. In comparison, the pain of a broken leg or arm seemed trivial. It is said that the agony of shattered testicles is akin to giving birth to 100 children simultaneously. Get out of my sight and cry elsewhere. I will send you to meet the king of hell shortly. With a forceful shove, he cast him aside, setting his sights upon Zhou Shana. My waist. Li Jin. I was wrong. It was all Zhou Bai's fault. Yes, he threatened me. You must believe me. Zhou Shana, witnessing the fierce wrath radiating from Li Jin, was so terrified that she wet herself. You speak with a clear conscience. Oh wait, you have none. Tell me, how have I treated you all these years? You conspired against me, treating me like a fool, leading to my betrayal of those dearest to me. When the elders of the Soul Hall came for me, you had the audacity to stab me in the back, pushing me to the brink of death. I remember every single grievance. Li Jin loomed like a vengeful spirit risen from the depths of hell, his eyes wide with a hatred capable of scorching souls. Look at the sky. Does it not resemble death smiling upon you? He seized her hair, forcefully tilting her face toward the heavens, his words laced with a chilling intent to kill. No. Zhou Shana struggled desperately, but her efforts were in vain. Suddenly, a commotion erupted on the nearby street. Thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled incessantly, as if a road-breaking machine were at work. A colossal centipede beast emerged, rivaling the size of a green train. As it traversed the road, a dark brown mist enveloped the area. Automobiles, bus stops, anything crafted by human ingenuity was corroded upon contact with this miasma. At that moment, the beast raised its body, gazing southwest, having caught a whiff of the rich scent of blood. Chapter 37. The Disparity of Power. The dragon army has arrived. We are saved. Wonderful. Drive these monsters away. The residents of Shilling City beheld the iron tide surging from the southwest, vibrant crimson flags billowing defiantly against the storm. Boom, boom, boom. Several tactical rockets soared through the air, striking true against the canine beast intent on devouring humanity. Awoo. The massive form of the Silver Blade Wind Wolf King was sent crashing into an office building. Cheers erupted throughout the community. Thank heavens. The dragon army has arrived just in time. Wonderful. Mother, we are saved. Before the might of the dragon army, all manner of demons and monsters must bow in submission. A swiftly advancing armored synth brigade approaches the densely populated areas of Shilling City, with the noble intent of rescuing as many souls as possible. Despite the knowledge that they will confront terrifying entities, they remain undeterred, determined to face the peril head-on. Old Yen, isn't your wife about to give birth? One soldier inquires. Indeed. I spoke with her via video just yesterday, comes the reply. Within the synth brigade, on a combat vehicle, the squad leader converses with his men. In 2 months, I was supposed to hang up my uniform and return to civilian life. Who could have anticipated this turn of events? Damn it. The squad leader, in his 30s, bears the marks of hardship upon his face. His eyes, fierce and bright, reflect both hope for the future and resignation to the present. He and his comrades have already penned letters of farewell, fully aware of the dangers that lie ahead. Alas, when the nation is in peril, we must rise to the occasion. Old Yen asserts with a smile. The squad leader casts a deep, contemplative glance at him. Do you know that if our fortunes wane tonight, you may never see your unborn child again? Old Yen, scratching his helmet, responds with a somewhat naive bravado. What is there to fear? If I fight valiantly, I may be covered in ash. If not, I will be but a box of ashes. If we do not stand firm now, I would fear returning to my village, where I would be met with scorn. Should I fall, please tell my wife that her husband has given his all for the country. Inform my unborn child that his father was a great hero. I shall not betray my youth, nor my nation, though I may let down my family and loved ones. Since time immemorial, loyalty and filial piety have been difficult to reconcile. In this uniform, who else but me shall take on this mantle? The squad leader pauses, struck by an inexplicable sorrow for this man in his 30s. Indeed, the duality of loyalty and filial duty is a heavy burden. Very well. Today, we shall fight with all our might and turn the tide. 100,000 valiant soldiers shall march forth from the battlefield, filled with youthful vigor and an unyielding desire for vengeance. The roar of battle resonates, embodying the spirit of those who will not return until victory is achieved. A chilling wolf howl pierces the air. Within the office building, 2 eyes ignite with a candle-like flame, cruel and bloodthirsty. Despicable bipedal insects. How dare you strike at me? You seek death. The Silver Blade Wind Wolf King, a colossal beast, lunges forward, its wings of wind unfurling, granting it an aerial vantage over the attacking warriors. Fire. Rocket forces. Launch tactical missiles. Dozens, if not hundreds, of rockets, trailing long tails of flame, soar towards the Wind Wolf King. Humph. Ants. It scoffs, baring its massive jaws in derision. Suddenly, a semi-spherical shield of energy materializes before it. Boom, boom, boom. The rockets explode, yet fail to inflict any damage upon the creature. One must understand that, given the current technological advancements of the blue planet, rockets are classified as medium-grade weaponry, among the most destructive available. Even a barrage of hundreds should be enough to level a small mountain. This underscores the fact that a fighter of the kingly caliber is an entity far beyond the realm of ordinary existence on this planet, let alone those of imperial stature. Wind blades. The Wind Wolf King howls to the heavens, summoning dozens of razor-sharp wind blades to strike at the dragon army. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions fills the air incessantly. Every blade of wind struck the heavy artillery within the ranks with pinpoint accuracy, inflicting devastating losses upon the warriors of the Hongduan. The combined forces were rendered entirely incapacitated. Ha ha ha. Is this truly the indigenous folk of this realm? How frail they are. The Silver Blade Wind Wolf King mocked. They are only worthy of becoming the sustenance for our resurgence. Within the dragon army, many gritted their teeth. Yet they were acutely aware of the chasm between the two sides. This was undeniably a battle devoid of hope. Such a sense of helplessness also permeated the troops encountering other beasts and the human races of the Dou Qi continent. At this moment, Shieling City was ensnared in a deadlock, wholly transformed into a paradise for the 7 emperors to regain their strength. Despair and hopelessness became the dominant themes of the night. By the small park, Shaojin. Is this what you refer to as an invasion? When Lan gazed blankly at the fireballs exploding in the sky, the formidable beings displaying their prowess, instilling a profound sense of terror within her. Indeed, when the song of blood and fire resounded, calamity had already arrived. Li Jin observed the Dou Wang and Dou Huang wreaking havoc in Shieling, his fists clenched tightly. What can I do now? Should I attempt to shake the tree with the strength of a great Dou master? Such an action would be utterly unwise. What should I do to save Shieling? What must I do to rescue the Dragon Kingdom? Buzzing. The phone nestled in Li Jin's bag vibrated incessantly, as if yearning to leap out. Upon retrieving it, he discovered that, unbeknownst to him, the Dou Putsong Qiong game had activated on its own, and the screen transitioned to a cave. A young man with sword-like brows sat cross-legged, his eyes suddenly wide open, gleaming with an extraordinarily captivating light. Current cultivation, 80995300021000000. Potential for breakthrough. Upon witnessing this scene, a fierce light erupted from Li Jin's eyes, mirroring that of the image before him. Yes, I can still transcend my limits. Reflecting on the brief moment of power he experienced upon breaking through to Dou Zone, he realized that even though it lasted only a few breaths, it was undeniably real. If he were to break through to Dou Zone now, that fleeting moment would yield terrifying strength. In the realm of such levels, a mere few breaths could accomplish an extraordinary amount. Now, with nuclear weapons at bay, the fate of Shieling City rests entirely upon my shoulders. Very well. Let me experience the might of the Dou Zone realm. The unfulfilled aspirations of my past life shall now be reclaimed with interest. This time, the Dragon Kingdom is sufficient with my presence. Li Jin turned to glance at Wenlan and Yin Wuhuan not far away. You two should leave first. Wenlan opened her mouth, intending to persuade him, but Li Jin shook his head, turning his back to her. You know, Wenlan, once I make a decision, it is unchangeable, and besides, this is my mission. Although Wenlan did not comprehend the meaning of Li Jin's mission, the way he called her name sent shivers of excitement through her. What should I do? I feel utterly drained. What is wrong with you? Yin Wuhuan supported Wenlan, clearly sensing her body growing weak. Wenlan's gaze seemed somewhat dazed. It's nothing. I just feel that Shaojin has grown up. Chapter 38. The Great Catastrophe of the Crossing Master. A drop of water shall be repaid with a fountain of grace. Once, the Dragon Kingdom shielded me for a decade. Now, I shall protect it for a lifetime. Those who offend my confidants shall be ruthlessly punished, regardless of their strength. Those who transgress against the Dragon Kingdom shall also face the same fate. Li Jin's gaze was resolute, his fighting spirit soaring to unprecedented heights. He then cast his eyes upon the two individuals at his feet, a murderous intent radiating from him. Do you think that the Shieling Society cares about the lives of 2 more individuals tonight? Zhou Shana shook her head in terror. No, Li Jin. You cannot do this. Murder is against the law. In times of calamity, the law crumbles. To slay one is a crime. Yet to execute 100 is to display might. Strength is the ultimate truth. And, I regret to inform you, my strength is beyond your grasp. Hence, I bid you both to your demise. Use your lives to pave the path of my vengeance." Amidst Zhou Shana's horrified screams, Li Jin seized her and Zhou bowed by their ankles, disregarding their struggles. With his fighting energy surging, he exerted force with both hands. In an instant, the two transformed into shadows, hurtling toward the Centipede King that was crossing their path in a parabolic arc. The Demon Centipede King sensed the two seemingly insignificant attacks land upon it. Though they were neither painful nor bothersome, it perceived them as a provocation. The majesty of a king is not to be desecrated by mere ants. Turning its head, it beheld the two distorted native corpses tumbling nearby. Not far away, a native enveloped in a faint blue fighting energy was advancing toward it step by step. The beings of this realm can cultivate fighting energy as well. Splendid. If I can devour more of these ants, my strength shall swiftly recover, granting me the upper hand. The Demon Centipede King clearly sensed that this native possessed merely the strength of a great fighter. Though small in stature, it was certainly superior to the common populace. Ants, yet you dare to strike at me? The Demon Centipede King glared with a fierce countenance, its mandibles gleaming with a chilling luster. Li Jin lifted his gaze to meet it, recalling how, in his past life, he had been crushed beneath the ruins wrought by this very creature. Thankfully, the game had bestowed upon him the might of a great fighter, enabling him to escape the wreckage. Otherwise, he would have long since become a mere pile of bones, forgotten by all. Thus, with the first strike, he severed ties with his former lover. The second strike would undoubtedly be aimed at this loathsome insect. An insect dares to claim kingship. It is truly a mockery of the grandest scale. To disdain the mundane is sheer folly. Have you ever heard that mortals can slay gods? Li Jin taunted, pointing at the Demon Centipede King. The Demon Centipede King paused for a moment, only to erupt into laughter. Mortals dare to speak of slaying gods. Ha ha ha. Ants are ultimately ants. I have roamed for centuries, devouring no less than 1,000,000 mortals. Perhaps they harbor such thoughts, but they lack the fate to realize them. And you are merely a larger ant. In light of your impending sacrifice to me, I shall allow you a few moments of complaint. Li Jin laughed, a loud, unrestrained, and audacious laughter. He spoke of ants and the mundane. Yet a mere fighting king was, in the eyes of others, nothing but an ant. Today, I shall make you experience the powerlessness and despair of being an ant. Upon uttering those words, he extracted his mobile phone and pressed the pulsating breakthrough button situated at the center of the screen. A cacophony of sounds erupted. The air was filled with a mournful wail, followed by a thunderous roar. In an instant, a fierce wind swept through the sky, stinging faces with its intensity. The once stable storm clouds above began to churn ominously, with lightning flashing fiercely, exhibiting an unyielding dominance. This heralded the arrival of a revered figure. Which esteemed being had descended? The purple crystal-winged Lion King and 6 other Dou Emperors ceased their actions, gazing skyward with a blend of astonishment and trepidation. Should a true revered one manifest, utmost caution was imperative, for the majesty of such beings must never be provoked. The Demon Centipede King, startled by the sudden manifestation of the tribulation, lifted its gaze, surveying the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Li Jin was entirely disregarded. How could an insignificant ant possibly incite such a cataclysmic phenomenon? Within the game, an immense tribulation cloud formed above Li Jin's character, brimming with ferocious thunder. A bolt of purple-brown lightning struck down, targeting the character's head. Yet, the protective barrier of Dou Qi effortlessly absorbed the onslaught. In the real world, Li Jin was similarly enveloped by a barrier of Dou Qi. With a resounding crash, a crimson-brown lightning bolt descended, precisely striking above Li Jin's head. This spectacle captured the attention of all present, as well as the beasts. After all, this was the revered tribulation. They were compelled to ascertain which entity was advancing to the Dou Zun level, lest they inadvertently offend the sacred taboos of the revered. The Demon Centipede King observed the lightning crash before it, its heart seemingly skipping a beat, its iron-like compound eyes fixated on the ground. In an instant, it met the gaze that sent shivers down its spine. An overwhelming sense of impending doom enveloped it. No. How could this accursed ant suddenly be undergoing the revered tribulation? With a thunderous crack, a second bolt of lightning plummeted, hurtling towards Li Jin's head. This bolt, too, bore a crimson-brown hue, exuding a sense of sanguine menace. When it struck the Dou Qi barrier, it merely sent forth a few ripples. At that moment, Li Jin felt an ocean of Dou Qi surging within him. Compared to the Dou Emperor experience he had previously endured, it was akin to the difference between a pond and a vast sea. The realm of Dou Zun was indeed terrifying. With another resounding crack, the third crimson-brown bolt followed suit, striking against Li Jin's Dou Qi barrier, yet still leaving him unscathed. The revered tribulation comprises 8 bolts of lightning. The greater the number of tribulations one endures, the stronger their prowess becomes. In the Dou Qi continent, prodigies are abundant, yet revered figures are scarce, emerging only from those with extraordinary talent. Only a select few can withstand 3 bolts of the revered tribulation. This revered being's strength is formidable. At that moment, the purple crystal-winged Lion King dared not ascend into the sky, fearing the repercussions of the tribulation. It could only navigate the streets below. The other emperors and kings shared this sentiment. They all yearned to pay homage. For to be fortunate enough to be taken as a disciple by a revered figure would undoubtedly catapult them to greatness. Yet, they remained blissfully unaware that this was not a pilgrimage, but a march toward oblivion. The demon centipede king felt a chill coursing through its body. This ant was indeed undergoing the revered tribulation. If it succeeded, would it still have a life to play with? Struck down by lightning, struck down by lightning. Within its heart, a frenzied curse erupted. If it were possible, it would intervene in the heavenly tribulation. Yet, alas, its strength as a Dou Wang rendered it as insignificant as an ant, easily extinguished with a mere flick. Thunder crashed, and this time, the lightning descended in a profound shade of reddish-brown, imbued with a chilling aura. Upon contact with the Dou Qi barrier, it transformed into a viscous crimson liquid, flowing languidly. Though it appeared soft and insubstantial, only Li Jin understood that this bolt's power surpassed that of the previous 3 combined. The minute tendrils of reddish-brown lightning incessantly gnawed at Li Jin's Dou Qi shield. Break! Li Jin bellowed, and the barrier emitted a dazzling azure light, dispersing the minuscule bolts entirely. Chapter 39, Ashen Catastrophe, the Demon Centipede King. Following the passage of the 4th tribulation, Li Jin's body levitated gently into the sky, untouched by winds. Without the Dou Qi wings, he relied solely on the fabric of space, which continually solidified and shattered around him. Upon reaching the Dou Zone realm, one could suspend oneself in the air through sheer will, independent of the Dou Wang's winged methods. The Dou Zone realm, however, was even more formidable. While the Dou Zone merely interacted with the power of space, the Dou Zone commanded it. The 2 levels were not comparable. At this moment, Li Jin felt as if he could manipulate the surrounding space at will, an experience both wondrous and profound. The thunderclouds above brewed with terrifying might. Li Jin slowly turned his head, his gaze piercing. Insect, are you prepared to perish like the lowly ant you are? His voice resonated like a demonic echo, deafening in its intensity. The demon centipede king trembled, gripped by an instinctual fear of the superior being before it. In this instant, it found itself unable to channel its Dou Qi, for it faced a Dou Zun whose power surpassed its own by 3 great realms. The ant had transformed into a dragon, and it, in turn, had been reduced to a true insect. No, the heavens are unjust. They toy with us. Damn it. The demon centipede king howled to the heavens, its fate sealed. A smile curled at the corners of Li Jin's lips. With a mere thought, the demon centipede king was lifted into the air. No matter how it struggled, it could not escape the shackles of space. Li Jin sent it soaring high above the city, a height visible to all. The myriad kings of the 7 empires, racing through the streets, glanced upward, astonished to see the demon centipede king suspended in midair. What? Is it this creature? Impossible. It is merely a Dou Wang. How could it be undergoing a tribulation? Could it be a legacy of the Dou Zun, claimed before us? Such thoughts quickly spread among the kings, igniting a frenzy as they raced towards the scene. They knew that if it truly was a legacy of the Dou Zun, it represented an unparalleled opportunity for ascendance. They traversed the perilous spatial wormholes for what? To seize the immense fortune hidden behind it. Now, the chance lay before them. They could not allow a scaled creature to claim it first. Li Jin hovered low in the air, yet he could perceive everything within Shilling City. The sole power of a Dou Zun was formidable. Even a mere fraction of it could envelop the entire city. A cold smile graced his lips. Yes. Come forth, all of you. You, who indiscriminately wreak havoc and carnage. Brace yourselves for the tempest of slaughter. With a resounding boom, the 5th thunder of calamity descends from the heavens, its hue as profound and dark as blood. This bolt of wrath hurtles directly toward the demon centipede king. Alas, it barely has time to utter a cry of despair before being reduced to ash beneath the might of the venerable tribulation. To the watching monarchs, this spectacle is nothing short of exquisite. With the demise of the demon centipede king, their chance for supremacy has finally arrived. In an instant, they charge recklessly through the streets, all vying to reach the site of the impending thunderous calamity first. The thunder, having obliterated the demon centipede king, does not relent, as if it merely brushed against a feather with an air of nonchalance. Boom! The thunderbolt strikes Li Jin, enveloping him entirely in a dense shroud of crimson lightning. In midair, a blood-red sphere forms, plummeting earthward like a spherical lightning bolt, crashing into the ground with a tremendous impact. As the dust settles, Li Jin's figure reemerges. He appears relatively unscathed, save for the fact that the aura surrounding him has taken on a faint reddish-brown hue due to the lightning. Those strands of thunder are as stubborn as maggots, difficult to eradicate. Li Jin pays them no heed, instead contemplating whether he can withstand the 3 subsequent strikes of thunder. His protective barrier can endure but one more bolt before shattering, and the challenge of surviving this venerable tribulation is far from trivial. Yet, despite his musings, Li Jin is devoid of trepidation, for he has only harnessed the power of the venerable realm thus far. The mastery of spatial control has yet to be unleashed. Come forth. Let me witness the true might of the venerable tribulation. The storm clouds above seem incensed, accelerating the formation of thunder. In mere moments, a torrent of lightning cascades down, its grandeur unparalleled. The oppressive force of the thunder is palpable. Even the mightiest of Dou Huang feel the crushing weight, struggling to maintain their footing. Ordinary mortals, on the other hand, are gripped by a sense of foreboding. Under the thunder's dominion, all beings are rendered equal. Perhaps even the common folk can seize the momentum of the thunder to contend with the divine. At this moment, Li Jin gazes at the thunderstorm, furrowing his brow. He raises a hand and gestures to send Wenlan and Yin Wuhuan 1,000 meters away, sparing them from the impending wave of thunderous energy. As the closest spectators, they experience the palpable sensation of thunder crashing above them. Now safely distanced by Li Jin, they cannot help but worry for his safety. Yet, they remain powerless, for this ordeal exceeds their comprehension by leaps and bounds. All they can do is pray for Li Jin. Meanwhile, Li Jin channels his energy to its utmost, forming a solid shield of Dou Qi as he ascends against the torrent of lightning. Boom! Thunder and Dou Qi collide with a deafening roar. Throughout the baptism of thunder, the protective barrier is relentlessly battered, enduring for a full 5 breaths. One can only imagine that a strike of such force, which could annihilate a Dou Wang or Dou Huang in an instant, multiplied over 5 breaths, would possess immeasurable might. As the tempest of lightning dissipates into the ether, the protective shield in midair shatters as well. Li Jin furrows his brow, surveying the thunderstorm above. The magnitude of this power has exceeded his expectations. Fortunately, having transcended the 6th thunder tribulation, I have now surpassed 90% of the esteemed ones. Ha ha ha, I am the first. A figure suddenly leapt out from beside a distant building, laughing heartily. This was a middle-aged man with a rather sinister appearance, garbed in the cloud robe symbolizing the Alchemist Guild. He arrived at the site of the thunder tribulation, scanning the surroundings, eager to seize the opportunity of the esteemed one for himself. What are you searching for? A voice suddenly echoed from the air, indifferent in tone. Gong Ji looked up, astonished to see a human figure standing midair, seemingly defying gravity. Who are you? Is the opportunity of the esteemed one with you? Li Jin scoffed at the remark. Indeed, it is with me. What do you intend to do about it? A glimmer of greed flickered in Gong Ji's eyes, yet he still cupped his fists and inquired. What manner of person are you? I am Gong Ji, a 4th-grade alchemist of the Alchemist Guild of the Gamma Empire. Li Jin pointed to himself. Me? Just the native ant you speak of. Gong Ji was taken aback. Then his expression transformed into one of unrestrained joy. Is that so? Then I implore you to hand over the esteemed one's legacy to me. Once I attain the status of an esteemed one, I shall ensure the safety of your 3 clans. Li Jin chuckled, genuinely amused. Indeed, a touch of greed is good. It makes my killing all the more merciless. Heh. If you desire the esteemed one's legacy, it is not impossible. Kneel and offer me 3 bows and 9 kowtows, and I shall grant you a chance. Li Jin's eyes narrowed, looking down at Gong Ji from above. Gong Ji could hardly believe that an ant would dare seek recognition from him. It was akin to courting death. Chapter 40. Slaying kings and annihilating emperors is as easy as drinking water. Gong Ji's expression darkened with fury. Never had an ant dared to provoke a dragon. It seemed you had lost the chance bestowed upon your 3 generations. Die, ant. The legacy of the esteemed one is mine. With great difficulty, Gong Ji summoned his fighting spirit, brandishing a greenish bone whip that he unleashed, entwined with dark green flames. Aiming it at Li Jin in the air, his expression was one of rage and exhilaration, as if he could already envision himself soaring majestically, gazing down upon the world. A thought that stirred his very soul. Yet, in the next instant, his excitement came to a halt. He was astonished to find that the bone whip he had summoned was firmly halted 3 feet before the ant, no matter how he urged it forward. What horrified him further was that the whip seemed beyond his control. In other words, his innate weapon had slipped from his grasp. In the next moment, crack, crack, crack. Li Jin merely raised his hand and lightly tapped. The whip began to explode from its tip, bursting apart like firecrackers. Ah, my innate fighting weapon. Gong Ji clutched his head and screamed, the shattering of his weapon inflicting a deep wound upon his spirit. Immediately after, he realized to his utter dismay, that he was uncontrollably lifted into the air. Yet, he could not break free from this control. This is the spatial mastery of an esteemed one. Gong Ji's eyes darted as he struggled to glance at Li Jin, and then he was struck with terror. For at that moment, Li Jin was enveloped in a surge of powerful spatial energy. No, this is impossible. He possesses the strength of an esteemed one. No. Gong Ji's mind was in utter turmoil. He realized he had gravely miscalculated, and the magnitude of his error was beyond comprehension. What the various emperors and kings perceived as the revered legacy was, in truth, the individual before them enduring the tribulation of a venerable. How mistaken they all were. Li Jin observed the collapse of his adversary's resolve, now teetering on the brink of madness, and suddenly found it rather tedious. Indeed, the insignificant are merely insignificant. Faced with overwhelming pressure, their will to survive dissipates. Utter trash. Let them perish. With a mere clenching of his hand, the space surrounding Gong Ji began to fracture and compress. It was as if a sphere was collapsing towards its core, until it was reduced to nothingness. Thus, an imperious Dou Wang was effortlessly erased. This, indeed, exemplifies the formidable power of a Dou Zun. With a mere gesture, one can render another into oblivion. When a Dou Zun adeptly masters the power of space, they can even construct a wormhole transcending dimensions. It can be said that in an era devoid of Dou Shang, the mightiest force traversing the world is none other than the esteemed venerables. This is the very reason why various emperors and kings are drawn to them like moths to a flame. The scene of Gong Ji being annihilated into nothingness by Li Jin was witnessed by several arriving Dou Wang, whose spines chilled with terror, wishing fervently for additional legs to flee the scene. Esteemed ones, since you have arrived, there is no need to depart. Li Jin's indifferent voice resonated under the thunderous tribulation, echoing like a demonic incantation. Rumbling, the thunder clouds above continued to brew ominously, as if the next bolt would be cataclysmic. Li Jin raised his hand, calling forth the fleeing Dou Wang, who abruptly found themselves before him. Space displacement, a revered technique. The kings exclaimed, "Our lives are forfeit." Without further ado, Li Jin, akin to a butcher dispatching trapped beasts, utilized spatial rending to slay the several Dou Wang. The corpses of magical beasts and humans plummeted to the ground like stones, their blood pooling in the depressions, transforming the area into a hellish battleground. With a roar, the dark flame bear emperor crashed through a small building, poised to bellow and intimidate the other competitors. When the sight before it rendered it momentarily speechless, the ground was strewn with shattered corpses, the stench of blood rising to the heavens. It recognized that these were the Dou Wang who had accompanied them, now reduced to a heap of mangled flesh. The bear emperor, eyes wide with confusion, lifted its gaze. A gaunt yet imposing figure emerged within its line of sight. Treading the air with ease, relying on no external aid, it was an unassailable presence. A Dou Zun? The bear emperor's mind trembled violently. If this individual were indeed a Dou Zun, it could be concluded that these Dou Wang had all fallen to him. What of their own Dou Huang? They seemed scarcely capable of resisting. Flee. At that moment, the dark flame bear emperor was consumed by a singular thought. In the face of life and death, it unleashed its latent potential as a Dou Huang, condensing its Dou Qi into wings, and surged forth at an accelerated pace, transforming into a stream of dark red light racing towards the outskirts of Shilling. How dare you presume the Dragon Kingdom is a place you can enter and exit at will? Having committed such atrocities, divine justice will not tolerate it. Those who offend the Dragon Kingdom, no matter how powerful, shall face retribution. What of the Dou Huang? Prepare to meet your demise. Li Jin's voice boomed, reverberating across the expanse of Shilling City. In that instant, the surviving Dou Huang and Dou Wang alike felt an icy wave of murderous intent wash over them. Roar. Following this, a chorus of feral howls erupted, clear even beneath the thunderous tribulation. The amethyst-winged lion emperor acutely sensed the dissipating aura of the dark flame bear emperor, promptly halting its gallop and warily gazing towards the tempest below. That cry belonged to the dark flame bear emperor of the beast clan. What calamity has transpired? Gatlin and Yasi also came to a halt, their brows furrowed in concern. Yasi felt as though the small cauldron in his hands trembled in fear. Your Majesty, an immense terror lies ahead. We must retreat swiftly. With that, Yasi braved the pressure and summoned his wings, accelerating away and leaving Gatlin behind. National Master, Gatlin exclaimed in shock, puzzled by Yasi's overwhelming fear, yet acutely aware of Yasi's enigmatic reputation within the Gamma Empire. In that moment, he chose to flee as well, daring not to linger, and forcibly summoned his wings to pursue Yasi. Li Jin hovered in midair, a mocking smile gracing his lips. I have stated before, anyone who entangles with the fate of my dragon nation shall not escape. His eyes transformed into a silvery hue, and the surrounding space seemed to buckle under his pressure, warping grotesquely. In the next instant, several fleeing figures abruptly materialized a few dozen meters ahead of him. Indeed, the arriving Dou Emperors and Dou Kings. This is the grand teleportation technique of the Venerable. Yassi's expression was one of shock, his legs trembling uncontrollably, for he had witnessed the Venerable's prowess before, rendering him even more fearful of the impending danger. The other emperors and kings appeared bewildered, grappling with the inexplicable circumstances that had led them here. Gradually, they sensed their Dou Qi stagnating within their bodies, leaving them as vulnerable as ants awaiting slaughter. Li Jin gradually descended, revealing himself to their view. Esteemed guests from afar, allow me to extend my hospitality. His calm tone resonated in the ears of the emperors and kings like a harbinger of dread. Gatlin inhaled deeply and spoke. Predecessor, I am Gatlin, Emperor of the Gamma Empire. I was unaware of your tribulation in this place and apologize for any disturbance caused. I am willing to exchange material wealth for my life. Li Jin's gaze fell upon him, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Oh, what could possibly equate to the life of an emperor such as yourself? In a previous life, this emperor of the Gamma Empire had instigated a massacre against humanity to regain his strength. Subsequently, he had assumed the airs of royalty, coercing the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation to serve him, indulging in wanton acts of exploitation. To him, only the inhabitants of the Dou Qi continent were deemed human. The people of Blue Star were no more than beasts. Chapter 41. The Qualification of a Sage. I am willing to offer 10 Imperial Essence pills as a token for my life. Gatlin seemed to have made a momentous decision, producing 10 small boxes from his spatial ring. It is worth noting that Imperial Essence pills are 6th-grade elixirs capable of liberating Dou Kings from their constraints, allowing them to ascend to the Dou Emperor realm. The surrounding Dou Kings turned envious, astonished at the Gamma royal family possessing such a wealth of Imperial Essence pills. Imperial Essence pills? Li Jin inhaled deeply, and the 10 boxes flew before him. He had not anticipated that Gatlin would resort to such a means to bargain for his life. Observing Li Jin's surprise, Gatlin felt a surge of confidence. Even Dou Zun experts would not disdain the value of Imperial Essence pills, although it is merely a 6th-grade elixir. The ability to cultivate a Dou Emperor from it is an exceedingly rare resource. Among the great powers of the Dou Qi continent, the Huangji Dan is not abundant. Thus Gatlin was confident in turning his predicament around. However, he could not have anticipated that the individual before him was an extraordinary being, one who had been utilizing an external advantage. Long before reaching the Dou Emperor rank, Li Jin had amassed a wealth of Huangji Dan from the gift packs within the game. It could be said that he consumed them as if they were mere beans, devouring dozens at a time. Now, you dare to tell me that you wish to exchange 10 Huangji Dan for your life? Li Jin chuckled, a smile of pure delight gracing his features, while Gatlin mirrored his laughter. If this is all you can offer, I'm afraid it falls short. Gatlin's smile abruptly vanished. What? Li Jin surveyed the room and cheerfully remarked, is there anyone else who wishes to bargain for their life? If you can meet the price, I may grant you an opportunity. Yet, despite these words, Li Jin had no intention of allowing these executioners to leave. The Dou Emperors and Dou Kings present had no inkling that Li Jin was a man devoid of martial ethics. They racked their brains, laying forth the most valuable items they could conceive. This Dou instrument is commendable, but insufficient. This earthly-level technique is admirable, yet still lacking. Li Jin resembled a teacher reviewing assignments, methodically confiscating all that they had to offer. After one Dou King was dismissed, he indignantly protested. We have presented treasures that at least match our own rank to purchase our lives, yet the esteemed one declares them inadequate. Is this not a mockery of us? Others echoed similar sentiments. With keen interest, Li Jin regarded them and slowly spoke. The life I refer to is not the purchase of your lives. Rather, it pertains to accounting for the sins you have committed. In that instant, the Dou Emperors and Dou Kings felt a chilling wave wash over them, realizing that this enigmatic Dou Zun had never intended to spare them. Boom. Crackle. At that moment, the ominous clouds above seemed to gather an ominous energy, thick bolts of lightning dancing within. Li Jin glanced upward and beheld a crimson lightning serpent coalescing within the dark storm clouds, emerging with its forked tongue flicking. The tribulation is taking form. Ha! You are doomed. Seeing this, Gatlin erupted in maniacal laughter, as if foreseeing the demise of this seemingly invincible figure. It is well known that among the Dou Zuns on the Dou Qi continent, nearly 90% only endure 3 tribulations, while a meager 10% barely withstand 6. As for the subsequent 2 tribulations, few dare to confront them after millennia. The terrifying power of a tribulation that takes form is such that even a high-ranking Dou Zun would find it challenging to withstand, let alone one who is merely undergoing the Dou Zun tribulation. The outcome is inevitable. One after another, The various emperors and kings felt a surge of exhilaration. The fall of this Dou Zun had become a foregone conclusion. Would this lead to an opportunity for them? This was a living legacy of a Dou Zun. In an instant, they shed any awareness of their status as captives, revealing instead their greed and murderous intent. They awaited the descent of the lightning serpent, eager to witness the obliteration of the Dou Zun. Boom crackle. The lightning serpent seemed to have reached its zenith, leaping down from the storm clouds. Aiming directly for Li Jin. The distance between heaven and earth may appear vast, yet the thunderous serpent descends in an instant. At this moment, Li Jin stands devoid of his martial energy barrier, raising his arm to the heavens with a singular resolve. Even without the protective shield of martial energy, I, Li Jin, shall transcend this tribulation and confine the sovereigns of all realms. Above his head, the fabric of space begins to undulate, as supple as water. The thunderous serpent collides with this space. Crackle. The crimson lightning incessantly corrects the spatial fabric, obliterating Li Jin's mastery over space. Throughout history, few have been able to endure the tribulations of the 7th or 8th rank. Only those who defy the heavens can achieve such feats. His spatial prowess, though formidable, merely mirrors that of the revered beings on the continent, falling short of the legendary realm of string mastery. Today he cannot escape the fate of demise. A gleam of mirth appeared on the aged face of Yasi, confidently proclaiming that Li Jin would be annihilated by this thunderous tribulation. Rumble. The crimson serpent envelopes Li Jin entirely, unleashing a cataclysmic force of thunder. Yasi and the others felt the spatial pressure binding them begin to dissipate, further validating his assertion. Yasi chuckled, while the amethyst-winged lion emperor and other battle emperors breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared the crisis had passed, and soon, immense opportunities awaited. Crack. Suddenly, a crisp sound of shattering echoed. Within the space enveloped by the thunderous serpent, web-like fissures appeared, encasing the entire serpent. Hiss! The serpent emitted a tormented cry, as if imbued with sentience. In the next moment, the fissures shattered, the entire three-dimensional space fracturing like a mirror. The serpent disintegrated, its might utterly vanquished. Impossible. This cannot be. In an instant, Yasi felt his heart racing. After the collapse of space, a completely dark void remained suspended in midair. Li Jin stood within it, seemingly cloaked in a silvery membrane, a manifestation of the string attire that could only be condensed upon attaining the realm of string mastery. It was only upon reaching this realm that Li Jin comprehended the essence of space as strings. Every spatial entity is composed of countless strings arranged in harmony, transitioning from open strings to closed ones, giving rise to the physical objects we perceive. The great displacements and spatial traversals of battle lords are founded upon these strings. They can compress and stretch the strings at will, achieving a realm where distance becomes trivial. With the string attire as his armor, he could even rend space itself, traversing the void in a single stride that spans thousands of miles. This is the sophisticated application of space by battle lords, transcending the superficial tearing and contraction known to battle sovereigns. The prowess exhibited by Li Jin left Yasi and the others in utter astonishment. It defied all logic. A 7th tribulation sovereign, he bore the aura of a saint. One must remember that since the Dou Emperor's calamity on the martial continent 10,000 years ago, many saints have fallen, and after millennia of recuperation, not a single battle saint has emerged, let alone a battle emperor. Such beings belong to the realm of legends. And now such an entity stood as their adversary. Regret washed over them in waves. Had they not viewed the beings of this realm as mere weeds? Had they not indulged in wanton slaughter, would they have had the chance to forge an alliance? That could be a future saint. Alas. Chapter 42. The emergence of the ancient emperor's jade. I apologize for disappointing you. Li Jin stepped forth from the void, as the rift in space behind him sealed instantly, as though it had never existed. The gathered Dou Huang and Dou Wang were engulfed in shock and despair. Having survived such a cataclysm, it seemed inevitable that they would meet their own demise. Many bowed their heads, ceasing their struggles. No, that cannot be right. The thunder tribulation is not yet over. Yet she suddenly realized that the tempest above seemed to surge with even greater ferocity. An even more terrifying bolt of calamity was about to descend. Even the heavens favor us. Your esteemed energy has already been locked by the tribulation. This 8th bolt of tribulation is unavoidable. You have exhausted the power of the might of the tribulation will far exceed your capabilities. This time, you are truly doomed. Yashi laughed maniacally, showing no fear of being slain by Li Jin at that moment. To die witnessing the fall of a formidable being with the potential of a saint. What a form of completion that would be. Li Jin, upon hearing his words, felt a jolt of awareness. The pressure of the heavenly tribulation bore down solely upon him. Only he could sense the impending destruction of the next trial. My means are nearly exhausted, yet the tribulation remains. How shall I endure the next trial? Li Jin furrowed his brow, but suddenly felt a stirring in his pocket. Upon retrieving his phone, he saw that the game character had also crossed 7 tribulations. Faced with the imminent 8th trial, the character remained utterly unperturbed. Calmly, it summoned an ancient jade pendant, which hovered above its head. The ancient emperor's jade? As the game character completed this action, a dark green light surged from Li Jin's brow. Under the watchful eyes of all, it levitated 3 inches above his head. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An ancient and profound wave emanated from the light, exuding an imperial might that left no room for resistance. No. How is this possible? How could he possess an imperial treasure? Yeshi's eyes widened in disbelief, initially thinking Li Jin had exhausted all his means, with the 7th tribulation marking his end. Who could have predicted that he would summon forth an imperial treasure once more? The heavens seek to destroy me. Beneath the imperial might, all things are but ants. Not only could one easily withstand the tribulation of a sage, but even that of a saint could be navigated with ease. The ancient emperor's jade. How could this imperial treasure possibly be here? Gatlin recognized the treasure above Li Jin's head, utterly astonished. What? This is the ancient emperor's jade? Was it not taken to another realm with that individual? Why does it appear here? Confusion and terror would accompany their end. For Li Jin himself had no understanding of why this object had manifested in this place. At this moment, all the emperors and kings trembled in the presence of the imperial might, unable to muster any thoughts of resistance. Li Jin gazed at the ancient emperor's jade above him, murmuring, "This should secure my position." As he spoke, it seemed the thunder tribulation in the sky sensed the oppressive imperial presence and began to furiously gather its wrath. At that moment, all the inhabitants of Shieling City could see a colossal blood-red figure swirling within the ominous storm clouds. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the thunderous calamity seemed uncontrollably to descend below, with bolts as thick as a child's arm cascading over the entirety of Shieling City like relentless rain. Should these bolts strike the earth, it would undoubtedly result in a cataclysmic disaster. Humph. Do they think such trifles can disturb my resolve? Li Jin scoffed. With a mere thought, the ancient jade of the Dou Qi Emperor trembled above his head, sending ripples that enveloped the entire Shieling City. Boom. The tiny bolts of thunder fell, all thwarted by the jade's protective waves. The inhabitants of Shieling City felt as though they had narrowly escaped death. Although they were unaware that it was Li Jin who shielded them, their hearts brimmed with gratitude towards the enigmatic power. Perhaps only the Major General Huang Tian within the Hengduan war zone knew who was truly resisting this calamity. Li Jin, who exactly are you? After withstanding the onslaught of the thunderous calamity, Li Jin did not relent. He raised his gaze towards the colossal silhouette moving within the clouds. Thunder rolled and roared. Amidst the thunderous din, a beastly roar erupted from the storm clouds, resonating throughout the sky. Under the watchful eyes of all, a massive, blood-red head emerged from the tempest. A dragon? The same thought flickered in the minds of everyone in Shieling, refusing to dissipate. It was a calamity dragon, entirely composed of blood-colored thunder, its body clad in crimson scales that stained the storm clouds, creating an ominous sea of blood. The dragon's scarlet eyes moved with an eerie intelligence. Were it not for the knowledge that it was formed from the thunderous calamity, one might have mistaken it for a true divine dragon. This could no longer simply be described as a thunder calamity. 3,000 bolts of thunder, nurturing the path. All things possessing spirit. Perhaps it should be referred to as a thunder spirit. Yasi murmured, recognizing that what he witnessed today was destined to be recorded in history. The blood dragon surveyed all living beings beneath the thunder, ultimately fixing its gaze upon Li Jin. Its massive form began to spiral in the air. Rather than charging straight down like ordinary thunder, it seemed to be searching for a flaw in me. Truly extraordinary. Li Jin was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that this blood dragon possessed such intelligence. If this bolt of calamity were to flee, Blue Star would face yet another tribulation. Come, strike me down. Li Jin, with one hand on his hip and the other pointing defiantly at the sky, taunted. The calamity dragon, still lacking full intelligence, was provoked by his simple act of defiance, transforming into a blood-red flash that surged downward. Excellent. The Dou Qi Emperor Jade, sensing the threat, radiated a brilliant light as it charged towards the thunder calamity. Upon contact, a deafening clash resonated. Boom. From the point of impact, a wave of air exploded, uprooting grass and trees. Had Li Jin not sealed the surroundings with his spatial power, nearby structures would have been obliterated as well. The ancient jade pendant, seemingly innocuous, harbored tremendous power. Legend has it that it was the life weapon refined by the Dou Qi Emperor through alchemy. In the face of the oppressive 8th thunder calamity, The jade unconsciously unleashed the residual might of a battle emperor. In an instant, the blood-red thunder calamity shattered inch by inch. The might of an emperor is unassailable. Even the ancient imperial treasures, with their imperial might dissipated to a mere fraction, cannot be compared to the trifling thunder tribulations of mere respected ones. Roar. The sky reverberated with the unwilling howls of the blood dragon, yet it was powerless to alter its fate, relegated to the role of mere accompaniment on Li Jin's path. As the blood dragon faded from existence, the calamity clouds swiftly vanished into the night. A crimson glimmer was suddenly ensnared by the ancient emperor's jade, gradually being drawn down. What is this? Li Jin observed the flicker, the size of a mere earthworm, writhing incessantly while emitting a hissing sound. Thunder spirit. Hey, this is the spirit of the thunder tribulation. Might the master bestow it upon me? Suddenly, a strange cry resonated within Li Jin's consciousness. It was the Chaos World Dragon. At that moment, it was coiled beneath the Bodhi tree, eagerly awaiting, its tongue lolling out in a most endearing manner. What is the thunder spirit? Li Jin inquired. In the primordial dawn, when the heavens birthed thunder tribulations, there emerged a substance that exists in life and death, embodying the essence of the Tao. To evade one of its 50 manifestations is to encounter the thunder spirit. Legend has it that the thunder spirit can facilitate the transition of beings between life and death. It is a most valuable entity, crunchy and succulent, like chicken. The Chaos World Dragon waxed lyrical, drooling at the thought. Li Jin's head was engulfed in dark lines. Scram. All right then. The Chaos World Dragon withdrew. Boom. Crack. The thunder tribulation that had just disappeared re-emerged abruptly, seemingly displeased with the ancient emperor's recent maneuver. The unwarranted theft of a thunder spirit was no trivial loss. It carried the unmistakable air of impending conflict. Yet, a phantom emerged from within the ancient emperor's jade, turning its back to Li Jin and facing the thunder tribulation directly. The imperial might radiated outward, cascading across the cosmos, as an unusual fragrance materialized in the void. Both intoxicating and laced with lethal intent, the calamity clouds above were significantly weakened by the imperial might. Ultimately, a few resounding claps of thunder echoed before dissipating without a trace. An emperor must not be provoked. Chapter 43, The Emergence of the Soul Palace. Li Jin stood suspended in midair, the rhythms of the Tao swirling around him, his aura dominating the space. Having flawlessly transcended the tribulation of a respected one, even as he had just stepped into the first star of that rank, his prowess was already comparable to many seasoned respected ones. As the thunder tribulation subsided, despair washed over all present, including the Dou Huang and Dou Wang. Now that a respected one had emerged, it was time to settle accounts. Speak. What manner of death do you choose? Li Jin surveyed the world with an imperious gaze, his words imbued with authority. The various kings and emperors turned ashen. No. You cannot kill me. I am the emperor of the Gamma Empire. Do you not know that the Gamma Empire has once produced a Dou Emperor? Are you not afraid of incurring karmic retribution? Gatlin, with a face as pale as gold paper, implored desperately, hoping to use his background as a shield for his life. Others and the magical beasts were suddenly enlightened. Indeed, how could I not have thought of that? Mere strength is insufficient. One must leverage connections and status. The amethyst-winged lion emperor roared. We, the beasts of the mountain range, are descendants of the ancient realm of magical beasts. The three great families and the alchemist guild members also clamored, waving the tiger skin of the Gamma Empire as their banner. Observing the fervor of the crowd, Li Jin could only respond with a cold laugh. Oh, is that so? Each of you boasts a formidable background. He shook his head and sighed, lamenting, alas. How unfortunate it is that I detest being threatened. Merely the lives of a few insignificant ants. Should those behind you wish to hold me accountable, let them come if they are unafraid of their demise. With that, a silver glint flickered in Li Jin's eyes. The space around him began to twist, fissures emerging and tearing everything asunder. No. The words of Ga Telling were cut short as he was torn into shreds. The emperor-level warriors falling like mere insects to a merciless slaughter. Next, the members of the Alchemist Guild and the three prominent families were ruthlessly engulfed by the power of space, leaving no trace of their existence. On the human side, only Yashi, one emperor-level warrior, remained alive. In contrast, the beast faction was merely bound by the power of space, not annihilated. The amethyst-winged Lion King and the Serpent King exchanged glances, each recognizing the shared relief in the other's gaze. It must be the influence of the beast realm's backdrop. How wonderful. Li Jin turned his attention to the various beasts, offering his assessments. You have the bear paw, you could make a snake soup. You could create deer antler, and you could prepare lion's head. The amethyst-winged Lion King and the others felt as though struck by lightning. This fellow spared us only to turn us into food. After dominating the Dou Qi continent for countless years, having savored every delicacy from north to south, we are now reduced to mere sustenance for another. No. Yet, despite their struggles, it was all in vain against the master. With a mere gesture, Li Jin effortlessly extinguished their consciousness. Thud, thud, thud. One body after another fell, all trophies of Li Jin's conquest. Once he had dealt with the beasts, Li Jin's gaze shifted to Yashi. Cloaked in a gray hooded robe, Yashi's frail hands and face betrayed his advanced age, exuding a sense of impending demise. It seems that after a millennium, the Soul Palace has begun to scheme once more. Li Jin's voice was low, but it struck Yashi's ears like a thunderclap. How could this person know of my origins from the Soul Palace? I do not comprehend what you speak of. I am merely the national master of the Gamma Empire. Yashi insisted, forcing calmness while vehemently denying. Ha ha ha. The stench of the Soul Palace's rodents is something I shall never forget. Li Jin laughed heartily, then pointed, breaking the restraints on Yashi. Instantly, dark gas erupted from Yashi, as if tormented souls were struggling within. How could you know the method to break the Soul Lock Seal? Yashi exclaimed in shock. The Soul Lock Seal was a technique bestowed by the Soul Emperor, aiding those from the Soul Palace in concealing their identities to operate freely on the continent. He had never heard of anyone being able to see through and dismantle the Soul Lock Seal. Li Jin's prowess astounded him. How do I know? It is merely your own Soul Palace that has exposed itself. Li Jin chuckled. Yashi's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. Our people from the Soul Palace would never dare to act so recklessly. Li Jin shook his head, saying, You wouldn't understand even if I told you. I suspect that you were once the most concealed figure of the Soul Palace in the Dragon Kingdom, were you not? Amidst the ranks of the Gamma Empire, one clandestinely orchestrates this grand game, seeking to procure the essence of the world for the Soul Emperor. How shall I address you? As Ashi? Or perhaps Soul 9? When Li Jin uttered the name Soul 9, Ashi's countenance shifted dramatically, shedding his previous tremulous demeanor. At that moment, a dangerous glint illuminated his eyes. Why? How could such an individual exist in this realm, capable of discerning the Soul Emperor's designs? As he spoke, Ashi's skin began to disintegrate, revealing swirling tendrils of dark energy concealed beneath. The Soul Clan, a race formed from the solidification of soul entities, is both enigmatic and formidable. Soul 9 unveiled his true form, and simultaneously, his aura surged. Dou Huang, Dou Zong, half-step Dou Zun. It was astonishing that Soul 9's power had reached the threshold of half-step Dou Zun. Such an existence willingly subjugating themselves to a Dou Huang-level force must harbor significant ambitions. Naturally, even if Soul 9 possessed only half-step Dou Zun strength, it would be insufficient against Li Jin, a genuine Dou Zun. However, the Soul Clan has always excelled at conjuring surprises, especially under the auspices of the Soul Emperor, who had once battled a formidable adversary a millennium ago. Though he faced defeat by a narrow margin, he was not obliterated. Rather, he compelled that existence to transform into flames, utilizing the might of the For a Sealing incantation. A millennium later, perhaps the original seal has weakened, allowing the Soul Clan to once again traverse the realms. Soul 9 struck the small cauldron in his hand, causing a layer of copper skin to peel away, revealing an abhorrent entity writhing within. Devour the souls. Satiate your hunger. A fierce pull emanated from the cauldron, targeting the souls of those who perished in Shieling City that very night. The speed was such that even Li Jin could not intervene in time. Stop. Li Jin grasped with his palm, sealing the space around Soul 9, obstructing the cauldron's insatiable hunger. Yet, numerous souls were still drawn into the cauldron, primarily those of the recently deceased Dou Huang and Dou Wang. Ah ha ha. It has been ages since I feasted so heartily. The flavor of souls is truly exquisite. Soul 9 trembled with delight. After absorbing a multitude of souls, the cauldron transformed into writhing, indistinct forms that burrowed into Soul 9's being. His aura surged once more, surpassing the half-step Dou Zun threshold, reaching the realm of Dou Zun. Ha ha ha. Though your arrival has disrupted the Master's plans, fret not. I, Soul 9, shall rectify everything. It has been far too long since I savored a Dou Zun's soul. Chapter 44. The Power of Purification. Dark energy billowed ominously from Soul 9, indicating he was not to be trifled with. Li Jin furrowed his brow. It seemed an epic battle was inevitable, and he wondered when his own strength would falter. Deciding that a swift resolution was paramount. Spatial displacement. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Li Jin compressed the fabric of space, and in an instant, he and Soul 9 appeared in the heart of the Pacific Ocean. Ha ha ha. Truly generous of you. Soul 9 cackled, offering no resistance to Li Jin's maneuvering. Words are futile. Your Soul Palace is but a street rat, condemned by all. Stirring up trouble in the continent of Duel is one thing, but encroaching upon Blue Star is another. Do not blame me for severing your hand. With that, Li Jin launched the first strike. The power of space erupted, shattering the location where Soul 9 stood, revealing a swirling abyss of darkness. Aware of his inferiority in spatial mastery, Soul 9 evaded relentlessly. Is the rat of the Soul Palace capable only of evasion? Li Jin persistently tugged, compressed, and tore at the surrounding space. Cackling, he declared, since you are so eager, let us see how you relish the taste of soul devouring. Soul 9 braced himself against a spatial rift, unleashing a combat technique aimed squarely at Li Jin's head. Though this maneuver was a staple of the Soul Palace, in the hands of a dual sovereign, its might was formidable. In a mere exchange, Li Jin found himself struck by Soul 9's soul-devouring technique. It was not that Li Jin lacked strength, but rather that he was inexperienced in battles of this caliber. In an instant, he felt a suffocating black fog clouding his mind, as if it sought to engulf his consciousness. As he found himself within the sea of consciousness, he hesitated to wield his spatial power, for a moment's carelessness could lead him to madness. He could only rely on his own spiritual prowess to resist. Yet, how could even a sovereign-level spirit contend against a specialist in this domain? The Soul Clan was unmatched in this regard. Li Jin struggled, sharp pangs of pain echoing in his mind. What to do? The Soul Clan is indeed enigmatic. Am I to meet my end here? He attempted to locate the ancient Emperor Dou Qi's jade, but since it had aided him against the tribulation, it had vanished from his sea of consciousness. Cackling. What does it matter if you possess the potential of a sage? You are but a fledgling, your wings not yet fully formed. To extinguish such a talent would indeed be a glorious achievement for me. Soul 9 laughed derisively as he observed Li Jin clutching his head in agony. The Soul Clan's combat techniques were both strange and potent. Within mere moments, they had seized 80% of Li Jin's sea of consciousness. His own spirit was being compressed, akin to a solitary island amidst an ocean, desolate and helpless. This cannot continue. I must not succumb to impending doom. It seems I have no choice but to take a risk. With newfound resolve, Li Jin summoned a torrent of spatial power within his sea of consciousness, stirring it into a tempest. The force transformed into an ethereal guillotine, slicing through the black fog. Clang! The resounding clash echoed as Li Jin's sea of consciousness was torn open, revealing vast expanses of white void. A sharp pain coursed through him, eliciting a cry of anguish. Just so, the more the prey struggles, the more exhilarated the hunter becomes. Cackling, the soul beneath Soul 9's robe swelled with fervor, radiating an eerie delight. Allow me to stoke the flames once more. The desolation soul refinement palm, a hand forged from countless vengeful spirits, gradually materialized in the sky. Its might pressing down the sea below by dozens of fathoms. Should it descend upon the land of the Little Sun Kingdom, it would surely carve away at least half of the territory. Under the manipulation of Soul 9, a colossal mark descended upon Li Jin's head, plunging him into the depths of the ocean. He cackled, the natives shall forever remain as such. Even with the inheritance of the revered, they cannot fully comprehend its essence. It seems this opportunity ultimately belongs to me. Perhaps I shall truly break through to the rank of Dou Qi. And the Lord of Soul Emperor will surely delight in witnessing this moment. A melodious future appeared to unveil itself before him. Yet, amidst his reverie, a sudden flash of golden light emerged from the abyss, growing ever more radiant, as if a sun were rising from the depths of a cauldron. As the beams of light surged forth from the ocean and made contact with Soul 9's form, they inflicted a searing sensation upon him. Ah, what is this? The power of purification, Soul 9 exclaimed, instinctively evading the brilliance. The Soul Clan is a unique race, impervious to physical harm and possessing formidable resistance to magical damage. Their corporeal forms are unparalleled. However, the heavens are just, and nothing is absolute. Thus, the Soul Clan's ethereal bodies have their nemesis, namely, purifying damage, or what can also be termed as the power of judgment. Renowned for its association with the sacred chants of Buddhism. Yet, Buddhism appears to hold little significance on the Dou Qi continent, which is why, millennia ago, when the Soul Clan wreaked havoc across the land, they possessed no effective means of attack, aside from overwhelming their foes through sheer rank, often at the cost of their own lives. Were the Soul Clan products of the Blue Star, those bald monks would surely flee faster than anyone else, an embodiment of merit incarnate. Who wouldn't covet such a fate? The path to enlightenment and ancestral reverence rests entirely upon the shoulders of the valiant heroes of the Soul Clan. In this moment, the purifying light radiating from the ocean depths heralded something remarkable. Within the luminous glow, an ancient tree began to sprout, its majestic form breaking through the surface and stretching upward toward the heavens. In mere moments, the ancient tree had reached heights of several hundred meters. What could this be? Soul 9 could not discern the origins of this ancient tree, but its association with the purifying light could not be underestimated. Behold, a massive fruit hung from the tree. Cocoon-like in shape, its entire surface of vibrant green, pulsating rhythmically like a heart. As the frequency quickened, the ancient tree drew in the purifying light from the ocean floor, channeling it into the verdant fruit. A breathtaking brilliance erupted from within the fruit. With a crack, a fissure appeared, revealing a pair of golden eyes that snapped open. Then, a figure stepped forth, none other than Li Jin, who had just been struck by Soul 9. Now, he radiated the purifying light, exuding an aura of divine majesty as if he had descended from the heavens. Impossible. This cannot be. With my soul-devouring and soul-refining palm, no creature should survive. Even saints would be stripped bare. Soul 9 felt a chilling trepidation as he sensed the unsettling aura emanating from Li Jin. Li Jin's golden pupils bore into him, igniting within Soul 9 a sensation akin to being scorched by the sun. Should anyone venture into Li Jin's sea of consciousness at this moment, they would discover that it was no longer merely filled with the essence of souls. The boundless purifying light continues to circulate. It can be said that he now fears no soul attacks, becoming the nemesis of the Soul clan. Chapter 45, The Catastrophe of the Sovereigns. Soul-eating worms. Go. Soul 9 shook his sleeves, and repulsive worms shot out like lightning, heading straight for Li Jin's head. Had this been earlier, such an attack might have left Li Jin helpless. But now, how could those dark crawlers withstand the radiant exposure of the sun? Li Jin merely summoned the purifying light from his sea of consciousness, using his eyes as a medium to project it outward. Hiss. Chatter. The speed of light is eternally the fastest. Before the swarm of soul-eating worms could react, they were illuminated by Li Jin's gaze. In an instant, they were charred, and the air was filled with a foul, burnt odor. Ah, my treasure. Soul 9, in a frenzy, clawed at his own body, tearing his gray robe apart. The gray robe seemed to be a form of restraint. Without this layer of clothing, Soul 9's form suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, he grew to several dozen meters in height and hundreds of meters in length, resembling the soul-eating worms he had unleashed, or rather, Soul 9's true form was that of a colossal, soul-eating worm. Haha, so you've charred your own offspring. No wonder you're so furious, Li Jin mocked. After transforming into his true form, Soul 9's aura surged even further. I will make you perish. I will devour your soul and refine your essence, condemning you to eternal damnation. Soul 9 emitted a heart-rending roar. Then, his massive body began to writhe, folds rising from the tail and surging towards the head like ocean waves. After gathering strength, Soul 9 opened a gaping maw resembling an abyss, soul-devouring, demon-consuming. His entire being was suddenly drawn into his mouth, then fused into a beam of wronged soul energy, shooting towards Li Jin. The Black Death light corroded even the very fabric of space. A smile curled at the corners of Li Jin's lips as his eyes erupted in brilliant radiance once more. The purifying light manifested, also transforming into a beam aimed at Soul 9. The golden and black beams collided at the midpoint. Zzz. The Black Death light unleashed by Soul 9, fueled by all his might, indeed possessed some potency, capable of breaking through the laws of Nemesis. Yet, the laws are not to be desecrated. Soon, the Black Death light began to wane, firmly suppressed by Li Jin's purifying light, continually disintegrating. Ah, no. I refuse to accept this. Soul 9 bellowed, witnessing the impending arrival of the purifying light. He opened his mouth and expelled a piece of pitch-black bone, raising it to block the purifying light. Li Jin shouted, "Cease your futile struggles. Have you never heard that ancient adage?" Soul 9, bewildered, asked what? In ancient times, the left side of the wave always loses. Bang! The purifying light shattered the Black Death light and then struck the piece of black bone. Li Jin was taken aback. This small piece of black bone could withstand the might of the purifying light. Although it was emitting black smoke, it was more than sufficient to buy Soul 9 a chance to escape. Young one, by thwarting the grand scheme of the Soul Emperor, your fate can only be one of demise. First, allow yourself a moment to linger, to navigate through the realm of fear. The essence of Soul 9 retracts, transforming once more into an ethereal spirit, poised to tear through the fabric of space and flee. Upon witnessing this, Li Jin's brows furrowed in indignation. Is it so that you may enter and exit my dragon kingdom at will? You have taken a life without leaving your own. I cannot let this go unaccounted for. With a swift motion, Li Jin gestured behind him, causing the ancient tree to tremble and rapidly diminish to a size manageable by a single hand. Seizing the trunk, he thrust it forward with great force. Bang! The dark bone shattered instantly, along with the Soul 9 that stood behind it, obliterated before it could utter a sound. Who dares to extinguish the arm of this emperor? A voice that sent shivers through the soul emerged from the fragments of the black bone. Almost immediately, a nebulous shadow coalesced, its visage obscured, yet the swirling darkness around it, and its words indicated that this figure might very well be the dreaded leader of the Soul Clan, the Soul Emperor. When confronted by an emperor, to claim one feels no trepidation would be a fabrication. However, Li Jin, wielding the precious Bodhi tree, held a soul imprint that rendered him not entirely helpless. Is it you, insect? The Soul Emperor's shadow fixated its abyssal gaze upon Li Jin. You old wretch. What of it? You are but a remnant soul imprint now. I could extinguish you with a mere snap of my fingers. Li Jin retorted, pointing the Bodhi tree at the Soul Emperor's apparition. And what of it? Merely a shadow, to be extinguished at will. Yet it does not prevent me from remembering your essence. When the time comes, should I descend upon this realm, will you still possess such bravado? The Soul Emperor made no move to attack, yet his words bore an immense weight of pressure. Had Li Jin been an ordinary practitioner, he might have found himself consumed by anxiety. To ascend to the rank of Battle Emperor would require years, if not decades, along with an abundance of fortuitous circumstances. But little did the Soul Emperor know that Li Jin was a player, a veritable titan among them, unmatched across the entire realm. Old one. We shall see when you arrive. If you dare not come, I shall seek you out instead. But for now, I shall claim your shadow as interest. With that declaration, Li Jin swept the Bodhi tree once more. Truly an ignorant insect, the Soul Emperor's shadow dissipated into black smoke following the sweep of the tree. Thus, the calamity of the Seven Kings came to an end. Yet, Li Jin felt no sense of relief, for the crisis of this life had appeared prematurely. Did this imply that the trajectory of the future would diverge from that of the previous life? Such thoughts were of little concern. When soldiers confront adversaries, they shall fight. When water rises, the earth shall shield. As long as I possess sufficient strength, the Dragon Kingdom shall remain a forbidden ground for intruders. In Shilling City, the site of tribulation. Upon the arrival of the dragon army, they were awestruck by the scene before them. Gigantic corpses loomed at the edges of a massive pit, including an enormous purple lion and a serpent rivaling the size of a tunnel. These creatures had never before graced the blue planet. The chasm in the sky continued to rotate slowly, instilling a sense of dread. Would these terrifying beings descend upon them once more in the next moment? The first directive of the cross-sectional battle zone is to designate this area as a forbidden zone, and the higher authorities of the Dragon Nation have issued an order for the relocation of Shilling City. The wormhole looms like a ticking time bomb. This place is no longer suitable for habitation. At the edge of the quarantine zone, a throng of Shilling citizens has gathered, embodying the intrinsic nature of humanity to gawk at calamity. These individuals are the fortunate ones who have been spared. Xiao Jin, where are you? Outside the crowd, someone is calling out for Li Jin. Wen Lan and Yin Wuhuan exhibit anxious expressions, having been unexpectedly transported far away by Li Jin. Yet they can still feel the oppressive atmosphere that recently enveloped the area. With Li Jin now absent from sight, their hearts race with trepidation. Chapter 46, The National Leader. A gentle rain begins to fall from the sky, while the wormhole continues its slow, ominous rotation, heralding that this is merely the beginning of the disaster. The summer night is cool. Amidst the ruins scattered across Shilling City, the Dragon Army, rescue teams, and the populace are tirelessly endeavoring to save any potential survivors. Wails, gasps, and cries of sorrow reverberate through the air, momentarily becoming the dominant melody of Shilling. Surrounding cities are urgently constructing resettlement areas in preparation for the influx of Shilling's people. From the moment the order was given, various factions have operated with the precision of a finely tuned machine. A significant portion of the resettlement zones has already completed basic infrastructure, and by tomorrow morning at the latest, they will be ready for habitation. The speed of the Dragon Nation is forever astonishing. Medical supplies and food are provided free of charge, as all unite in the common effort to combat the disaster. At the edge of the Shilling calamity, Huang Tianyi is on site, directing operations. Beside him stands a frail old man, dressed in simple attire, resembling a neighborly elder. Though his hair is streaked with silver, his spirit remains undaunted. Tears glisten in his eyes as he gazes upon the tragedy that has befallen Shilling City tonight, his fists clenched in frustration. Why? Why is humanity so fragile? Why must my Dragon Nation suffer such calamity? Huang Tianyi approaches him solemnly and states, Leader, according to preliminary estimates, nearly 100,000 have perished in Shilling tonight, and the number of those affected is incalculable. The old man closes his eyes for a moment, concealing his tears, then turns to Huang Tianyi. Tianyi, what must be done to ensure that every person is as formidable as a dragon? Must we truly implement the dragon forging plan? Huang Tianyi looks at the elder in astonishment. Leader, the dragon forging plan is not yet complete. Hastily initiating it would undoubtedly lead to significant repercussions. A flicker of reluctance crosses the elder's gaze. Yet you have seen it too. Tonight, my dragon nation faced those suddenly appearing monsters with no means of resistance. Were it not for the mysterious presence that intervened, Shieling might have already become a desolate city. We must forge dragons in advance. Huang Tianyi clenches his fists, seemingly making a momentous decision. Leader, perhaps we need not pursue the dragon forging plan. We still possess means to combat those entities. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of doubt surfaces in the elder's eyes. Tianyi, what do you mean? Do you have a solution? Huang Tianyi shakes his head and replies. It is not that I possess the answer, but that another does. Oh, pray, tell me who it is that can save my dragon nation from turmoil. The elder's eyes blaze with intensity as he grasps Huang Tianyi's shoulders. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, above the lightning-struck pit, a figure gradually solidified, as if stepping forth from the void. Li Jin compressed the strings of space and, with a single step, returned from the Pacific Ocean to the city of Shieling. Upon his arrival, he noticed that the surroundings had already been cordoned off by the dragon army, with numerous figures bustling below. Huang Tianyi abruptly looked up, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. He stood on the ground, waving towards the sky. Li Jin, over here. The elder and the surrounding dragon army members looked up in astonishment. This person was actually treading the air like those terrifying creatures. Could it be that the catastrophe was not yet over? Cover! The captain of the guard shouted urgently, his heart racing. A glint flashed in the elder's eyes as he waved his hand to halt their actions. He is a friend, not a foe. Hearing this, Li Jin looked over, finding Huang Tianyi eagerly awaiting his arrival. However, his pupils suddenly constricted as he descended from midair, landing before Huang Tianyi. His gaze merely swept across Huang Tianyi's face before settling on the elder beside him. I have met the national leader, Li Jin nodded. The elder was somewhat taken aback. Having governed the dragon nation for so many years without ever appearing in public, how did this young man come to recognize him? The elder could not help but glance at Huang Tianyi, who promptly waved his hand, saying, National leader, it was not me. You know I could never expose your identity. The elder then turned his gaze back to Li Jin, his eyes reflecting an indescribable meaning. Huang Tianyi quickly raised his hand to introduce, National leader, this is Li Jin, the one I mentioned. The elder nodded, clasping his hands in a respectful bow, saying, Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. On behalf of Shieling City, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your life-saving grace. Li Jin's aura stirred, causing the elder's bow to stiffen. He stepped forward 2 paces to lift the elder up. No, National leader, I too am a member of the Dragon Nation, and Shieling City is my hometown. In times of national hardship, those capable must take the lead. Look at those soldiers of the Dragon Nation, braving the storm in the face of disaster, undeterred even in the face of death. They are mere mortals, yet they dare to erect walls of flesh and blood. Even I hold them in the highest regard. The soldiers of the Dragon Nation truly embody the spirit of the dragon. Moreover, under your stewardship, the Dragon Nation is flourishing. You have protected us for decades, and now is the time for us to repay that kindness. Please, no more polite words. Upon hearing this, the elder felt immensely relieved. Good, 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 he exclaimed 3 times. If the younger generation of the Dragon Nation is all like this, then what is there to worry about for the nation's prosperity? Child, the elder continued directly. Tianyi mentioned that you have a way to enable the Dragon Nation to withstand disasters. Might you share it with this old man? The elder's words were straightforward. As a leader of the nation, he naturally held no ulterior motives in the face of crisis. Only a heart devoted to the country and its people. Li Jin glanced at Huang Tianyi, surmising that he had shared something with the national leader. But he bore no resentment. Even if he had not spoken, he would have sought an audience with the national leader at the appropriate moment. After all, in this life, his goal was to ensure the Dragon Nation stood firm amidst turmoil. With a slight smile, Li Jin asked, What does the national leader think of the strength of those invaders? The elder pondered for a moment and sighed, unrivaled indeed. But what if the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom possessed such power? How could that be possible? The head of state was taken aback by Li Jin's words. If it were truly feasible to endow the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom with such prowess, no matter the cost, it would be worth it. The elder clenched his fists in anticipation and inquired, Pray tell, what is this method? Li Jin retrieved his phone and opened the mobile game battle through the heavens, subsequently accessing the interface of the Monster Mountain. The amethyst-winged Lion King stood majestically atop the peak. Honorable head of state, do you not find this creature rather familiar? Li Jin pointed at the amethyst-winged Lion King on the screen. The elder turned his gaze. Is this not the very lion? The head of state immediately recognized it, pointing at the enormous carcass by the pit in astonishment. How can it be that a mere virtual being from a game appears in Shieling? Li Jin withdrew his phone and gestured towards the wormhole in the sky. Are you familiar with wormholes, esteemed head of state? They serve as passages that connect 2 spaces, or rather, 2 worlds. What I just presented to you is a realm known as the continent of Dou Qi, which does not merely exist in the realm of fantasy. You may envision the continent of Dou Qi and Blue Planet as different pages of a book. Two originally parallel worlds now influence one another due to the emergence of spatial wormholes. Our understanding as humans remains exceedingly narrow, relying solely on our eyes to perceive this world. Little do we know, countless realms deemed imaginary are, in fact, truly existent, and those who conceive these worlds may not be as simple as they appear. Chapter 47. The Solution. The world we consider familiar may merely be a superficial layer of comprehension. Li Jin's words left the head of state, and Huang Tianyi profoundly astonished. Though they had heard of the theory of multidimensional spaces, they believed it to exist solely in the realm of imagination. Following the calamity and shieling, they were compelled to accept the reality of it all. Perhaps worlds akin to the continent of Dou Qi are but a fragment, with many more enigmatic realms yet to be unveiled. At present, our most pressing dilemma is the invasion of the continent of Dou Qi. The solution I propose is to address this through the game. The head of state appeared taken aback, questioning how a mere game could possibly counter the impending chaos. Li Jin discerned his skepticism and smiled nonchalantly, gesturing to himself. Do you not ponder where my current abilities originate? The elder shook his head, replying, among those I know, none can be compared to you. I cannot fathom your lineage. If I were to claim that I did not cultivate through the nurturing of my internal organs or the absorption of essence, would you believe me? How could that be possible? All sects of the Dragon Kingdom attain extraordinary strength through cultivation. What else could provide such power? The head of state remained perplexed by Li Jin's implication, as the notion of a game influencing one's cultivation seemed far too fantastical. Li Jin glanced at Huang Tianyi and remarked, you might want to inquire with General Huang about this. The head of state turned to Huang Tianyi, wondering how he was involved in this matter. Huang Tianyi noticed the inquiring gaze of the elder and spoke earnestly. Your Excellency, this matter is indeed rather peculiar. To speak of the game itself, it is remarkably simple, so simple that one can enhance their prowess merely by spending money. What sets it apart is that the advancement in levels within this game has a tangible impact on us players. The elder's eyes widened as he scrutinized Huang Tianyi's countenance. Are you aware of what you were saying? A game that can reflect one's cultivation? How could such a phenomenon possibly occur? Huang Tianyi understood that despite the elder's strategic acumen, he was of advanced age and somewhat resistant to new concepts. For instance, he had never engaged with games, let alone played one. Huang Tianyi approached a boulder, towering over him, and clapped his hands, declaring, Your Excellency, watch closely. Rise. With that, he gripped the edges of the boulder and exerted his strength. Crack. In the elder's astonished gaze, the immense stone, weighing over 1,000 pounds, was effortlessly lifted by Huang Tianyi. Thud. The boulder struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath them. Your Excellency, as you know, I have never practiced cultivation, yet I can lift this colossal stone. All of this is attributed to the game, or rather, to young brother Li Jin. If he is present, perhaps our dragon nation can indeed fulfill his assertion that every person can become as formidable as a dragon. Upon hearing Huang Tianyi's words, the elder found it increasingly difficult to disbelieve and could only acquiesce. After all, Huang Tianyi was someone he had personally elevated to his current position. A general he knew intimately. There was no reason for him to deceive. So, does this imply that playing this game could endow one with the ability to traverse the heavens and earth? With the elder's acceptance of this reality, Li Jin recognized it was time to devise a strategy. No, that is still insufficient. We require one more thing, Li Jin replied, shaking his head. The elder inquired earnestly. What more do we need? Can I assist? Even a head of state has limitations, especially when faced with matters beyond their capacity. Li Jin responded with equal seriousness. There is indeed one thing for which I require your assistance. Speak. Money. A substantial amount of it, to be distributed among every citizen of the Dragon Nation, enabling them to invest in the game and rapidly enhance their strength. The elder was taken aback. Huh? What does this have to do with money? Li Jin shrugged, expressing his exasperation. Although the game can reflect one's cultivation, it remains a game with a model that allows one to grow stronger through financial investment. If our citizens possess the means to invest, then we need not worry about lacking strength. Moreover, this initiative must be implemented swiftly, as the optimal window for enhancing prowess may only last 4 to 5 days. The elder was momentarily speechless, for these concepts were profoundly novel to him. However, he began to grasp the situation. So, by simply investing money in the game, one could grow stronger. But why was there only a limited time frame? Li Jin's gaze sharpened. Because the game will only operate for a limited duration. Thereafter, calamities will commence. It is not just our dragon nation. Other countries will similarly face invasions from other realms. This is a grand purging. If the dragon nation wishes to avoid its own demise, then the actions I propose are imperative. Upon hearing this, Huang Tianyi felt a flicker of joy, He had initially believed that only the Dragon Nation would face calamity, but upon learning that other nations would also be invaded, his hawkish disposition could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. The national leader cast his gaze around, observing the devastation surrounding him. The air was filled with mournful cries and lamentations. We must not allow the citizens of the Dragon Nation to endure such suffering. Very well, as you have stated, I shall personally oversee this matter, but I implore you to guide the citizens of the Dragon Nation along the righteous path. Li Jin nodded solemnly, responding, "This is only natural. I will prepare a strategic plan and inform the citizens of the Dragon Nation accordingly. If they adhere to my directives, perhaps when disaster strikes, they will regret their previous choices." The elder clasped his fists and said, "Young man, you truly embody the essence of a national hero. This bow is a gesture of gratitude from the citizens of the Dragon Nation. Do not decline." With that, he bowed deeply, and Li Jin refrained from stopping him, for he understood that it symbolized the leader's approval of him. Huang Tianyi stood tall and rendered a precise military salute. By the way, these corpses are a tremendous boon. While they may not benefit the citizens of the Dragon Nation directly, they will certainly provide fuel for the Dragon Army, propelling them further along their path of cultivation. Li Jin pointed to the corpses of the magical beasts at the pit's edge. Upon hearing this, Huang Tianyi's eyes lit up. The last time he had allowed the warriors of the Hengduan battle zone to partake of the corpse of the Zishuan Guiyuan flood dragon, the results had been remarkable. The warriors had become as strong as oxen and swift as the wind. Their physical capabilities had multiplied several times over. Almost everyone had reached the level of military kings. It was truly formidable. Excellent. With so many corpses, the entire Dragon Nation's battle zones will surely benefit. Huang Tianyi exclaimed with enthusiasm. The national leader was somewhat puzzled by Huang Tianyi's excitement. Huang Tianyi, with a mysterious air, remarked, "Did you not ask me yesterday how I annihilated 3 battalions of Old Myanmar in just 40 minutes? This is the reason. After consuming this meat, a single warrior from Hengduan can match the strength of dozens." Chapter 48, the one most concerned. Where could little Jean have gone? Amidst the bustling crowd, Wen Lan tirelessly searched for Li Jin's figure, her anxiety palpable, as if she had lost her most cherished possession. "What should I do? Huan, there has been no word for so long. Why hasn't little Jean appeared yet?" Yen Wu Huan, with a heavy heart, responded, "One, do you think he might?" Before she could finish, Wen Lan shook her head vehemently. "No, that is not possible. Little Jean is destined to be safeguarded by fate. He has always been. However, it has been so long, and the Dragon Army has completely sealed off this area. We cannot enter to search. If he were still alive, he would have come to find you by now." As a secretary, Yen Wu Huan's calmness and rationality were fully displayed in this moment. "Oh, have you been cursing me behind my back during my brief absence, Sister Yin?" A somewhat frivolous voice chimed from behind the two. Wen Lan turned sharply, and there stood that familiar figure, hands in pockets, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. Little Jean. As Wen Lan beheld Li Jin, the tears she had valiantly held back finally cascaded down, each drop falling in rhythm with her hurried steps. She then collided with Li Jin's embrace, clutching him tightly, her hands trembling slightly. It was evident how deeply she feared losing him. Li Jin understood that his aunt was not the aloof goddess she often portrayed. Rather, she was but a master of disguise, a weeper at heart. This vulnerable side of her, perhaps, only revealed itself in his presence. "It's all right now, it's okay. Today marks the second time I've comforted you," Li Jin said, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he caressed her head. Wen Lan squirmed in his arms like a child, insisting, "No, I want to let go, no matter what." "All right, let us head home then." Li Jin replied with a resigned smile, and with a surge of spatial power, they vanished from their spot. Yen Wu Huan stared blankly at the pair, still reeling from Wen Lan's contrasting persona, only to realize they had abandoned him. "Hey, you heartless beings. Miss Wen, are you out of your mind?" Within the villa, Li Jin seized the moment, employing his still potent Dou Zun cultivation to further refine Wen Lan's physique. He retrieved several fist-sized crystals from his spatial pouch, purple, green, white, a myriad of colors, harvested from the slain purple crystal wing lion king and other magical beasts. While humans cultivate their dantian, magical beasts refine their beast crystals, which are imbued with surging Dou Qi, perfectly suited to enhance Wen Lan's strength. "Aunt Lan, bear with me. It may hurt a bit. It's fine. I'm not afraid. Go ahead, Xiao Jin." Li Jin shattered the largest purple crystal wing lion beast crystal, unleashing a torrent of pure Dou Qi that surged uncontrollably. Gather. Under Li Jin's spatial compression, the Dou Qi coalesced into a pure white orb, which he gently placed into Wen Lan's mouth. As the Dou Qi entered her body, Wen Lan felt an overwhelming heat and a stinging sensation that permeated her being, akin to countless ants gnawing at her flesh. "Ah!" she cried out in agony. Gripping Li Jin's arm tightly, her nails digging in. Endure. The beginning is always the most painful. Once we surpass this stage, everything will become easier. Li Jin encouraged her. Yet, when Lan struggled against the pain, wishing to surrender, the sensation of a myriad of ants devouring her was unbearable. You cannot give up. Otherwise, all efforts will be in vain. This opportunity is singular, Wen Lan. If you do not wish to be a burden to me, then you must persevere. Li Jin's voice was resolute. If he softened now, Wen Lan's future would be fraught with difficulty. For her sake, and his own, success was imperative this time. Whether it was her desire not to be a burden or some other reason, Wen Lan felt her body soften, the pain seemingly lessening. Xiao Jin, I long to hear you call my name again, she murmured, her complexion flushed and her gaze dreamy, looking at Li Jin as if her eyes could spill forth water. The delicate beauty of a Jiangnan woman was vividly on display in this moment. All right, Wen Lan, Li Jin called out eagerly. Wen Lan gasped, struggling to articulate. Please be a bit gentler. Li Jin responded, what is the problem? Yet, who could resist the allure of his beloved aunt? If not for her, who else would he cherish? Wen Lan, hold on, I will always be by your side. His low, sultry voice sent a shiver through her. In an instant, she lost all strength and collapsed into the bathtub, her face alight with satisfaction. Aunt Lan, Wen Lan, Li Jin called out a few times, noticing her lack of response. Were it not for his keen perception, he might have feared she had truly passed out. How could she sleep in such a situation? It must be you, Wen Lan. Li Jin muttered, yet his hands never faltered, continuously channeling her internal energy into various meridians and acupoints. He guided this energy into a circulatory flow, knowing that if he succeeded this time, Wen Lan would be able to absorb the remaining energy from the crystals herself. A crystal from a beast of at least the 5th rank contained an immense reservoir of energy. Were it not for Li Jin's current prowess as a Dozuan, he would not dare undertake such a task. Any misstep could lead to utter annihilation. Wen Lan's condition grew increasingly stable, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, once she completed this absorption, her strength would undoubtedly not fall short of a Douwang. With her newfound ability for self-preservation, Li Jin would feel far more secure in his future endeavors. Bang! The sound of the villa's door slamming echoed through the space. As Li Jin descended the stairs, he saw Yin Wuhuan enter with a blank expression. Oh, what is the matter? Did you encounter some trouble on your way home? Li Jin teased. Typically, she would retort with a sharp comment, but today, it was evident that she had no desire to engage in conversation. What's so funny? Yin Wuhuan grumbled, clearly displeased. Oh dear, I had thought to grant you the ability to soar through the skies, but it seems you are rather uninterested. Very well then. I shall return to my slumber, Li Jin replied, shaking his head in mock sorrow. Young master, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been angry. I am willing. I am interested. You must be exhausted today. How about I give you a massage? Ah, women. Seeing her eagerness, Li Jin chose not to tease her further. Come. Let us head to your room. Yin Wuhuan followed, her steps light and eager. In a similar manner, Li Jin utilized a Douwang crystal to cleanse Yin Wuhuan's marrow. It wasn't that he was reluctant to use a Douwang crystal. Rather, Yin Wuhuan's capacity to endure was not as formidable as Wen Lan's. After all, she had merely sipped a few elixirs, while Wen Lan had immersed herself in an elixir bath. There was a significant disparity between the two. Even so, Yin Wuhuan endured excruciating pain, contemplating surrender multiple times. Ultimately, Li Jin had to render her unconscious to help her through the most agonizing phase. Chapter 49, Official Announcement. Shocking. A terrifying disaster has struck Shilling City. The sky has torn open, and monsters have descended. 10,000 weep in despair. What has truly transpired in Shilling City? Experts assert that a rare spiral cloud has triggered a geological catastrophe. Mysterious creatures have invaded, wreaking havoc across half of Shilling. The following morning, major newspapers featured such alarming headlines, with various news segments inundating the public. Short video platforms showcased harrowing footage from the scene, revealing a scene of devastation that was almost suffocating. Is it possible that the city of Shilling has been pierced through the heavens? This calamity is more terrifying than any prior disaster. Did you witness that bear-like beast? It was merciless, devouring an entire building in a single gulp. That imperial figure was no better, ruthlessly slaying countless individuals at will. Has anyone ascertained the current state of Shilling? Are those horrifying monsters still lurking? Let them not venture our way. In a moment, a flurry of comments flooded the internet, and a wave of panic began to spread. The authorities did not intervene to quell the torrent of conflicting reports, seemingly vanished from sight. However, at precisely 9 o'clock, citizens of the Dragon Kingdom received notifications of 1 million dragon coins transferred to their accounts. What in the world? Someone has sent me 1 million? Am I being targeted by criminals? I received it too. Hey, I got it as well. Officer, help me. Goodness, Even my 90-year-old great-grandfather's outdated device received this. What is happening? Could a hacker have compromised the entire mobile system of the Dragon Kingdom? Which hacker possesses such prowess? The Dragon Kingdom's red hackers are not to be trifled with. The Tianji network shield is reputed to be unbreakable for a century. So why is everyone receiving $1 million? Is this some form of national welfare? The fervor surrounding the disaster in Shilling was swiftly overshadowed by this nationwide transfer of $1 million. After all, for most, the calamity in Shilling had no direct impact, but that $1 million was undeniably in their hands. Yet, it soon became apparent that when they attempted to utilize this sum, they were unable to complete any transactions. What is this? A visible yet intangible $1 million? Is this not akin to the Emperor's new currency? The internet remains perilous, with even monetary data subject to arbitrary alteration. A mere half-hour after the $1 million was received, the Dragon Kingdom's officials appeared, presenting a video that dominated the front pages of numerous platforms, even monopolizing the entire news cycle. The video began with scrolling text against a black background. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. The heavens have perished. The Dragon Kingdom must rise. The previous night, blood flowed in Shilling, marking a modern-day tragedy for the Dragon Kingdom. Gradually, the black backdrop transformed into images of Shilling, showcasing the ruins and the tireless efforts of rescuers. Children wailed, the elderly wept, and the lonely struggled to find solace. Even without music or editing, the video evoked a profound sense of sorrow among the people of the Dragon Kingdom, prompting tears to flow freely. In the face of celestial loss, we must unite as one, collaborating to confront this natural disaster. Beyond our world, there are other realms. We, as a collective, shall not be mere frogs in a well. As the scene shifts, a chasm-like wormhole hangs ominously in the sky, seemingly existing since time immemorial. Dozens of figures descend from it, both human and beast alike, all adorned with wings, soaring majestically through the air. They then plunge towards the beleaguered city of Shilling, commencing their act of annihilation. Just as Shilling finds itself engulfed in turmoil, a thunderous calamity suddenly manifests in the heavens. One figure withstands the eightfold lightning tribulation unscathed, resembling a divine being descending from the sky, employing inscrutable methods to eradicate the invaders entirely. These images have been extracted from various surveillance feeds across Shilling. Although not comprehensive, they are sufficient to evoke a profound sense of dread in the face of such monsters. The valiant defenders strive to rescue the populace from peril and impart wisdom to the Dragon Nation. The high-level conference of the Dragon Nation has declared its intention to adhere to the Savior's edict, striving to cultivate an era where all may thrive like dragons. The scene transitions to the Grand Hall of the Dragon Nation's highest assembly. A group of leaders convenes. Yet the usual foremost leader is notably absent from the central seat, replaced by a lean elder clad in a Zhongshan suit. His identity plate bears an additional line of introduction: Supreme Decider of the Dragon Nation, Xianyuan Qingtian. The elder then takes the microphone, his voice resonating with authority. Greetings, compatriots of the Dragon Nation. I am Xianyuan Qingtian. Today marks my inaugural public declaration of identity, a decision reached after much contemplation. I trust you are all aware of the calamity that has befallen Shilling. It is a tragedy for the Dragon Nation, a lament of our people. In the face of those invaders, our nation's decline is painfully evident. All efforts have proven futile. It is a chasm of existence. Fortunately, a noble individual has vanquished the evil and safeguarded the majority of Shilling's populace. However, we cannot perpetually rely on him for salvation. As long as the wormhole remains, the crisis will persist. Self-reliance must be the enduring anthem of we, the people of the Dragon Nation. In preparation for any imminent threats, I sought counsel from that esteemed individual who generously imparted the path to national salvation to me. I believe many of you have received a sum of money, correct? This is a distribution from the Dragon Nation to its citizens. Some may question its utility, but contrary to belief, this money is indeed usable, albeit in designated areas. That area is a mobile game titled Dou Qi. Yes, you heard correctly, it is a game, yet not an ordinary one. Hidden within it lies immense secrets. Strengthening oneself in the game will correspondingly enhance one's abilities in reality. It may sound peculiar, yet it is the truth, as numerous pioneers have already reaped significant benefits. Subsequently, a grand screen in the assembly hall flickers to life, showcasing footage from the Hengduan battle zone. Soldiers effortlessly overturn armored vehicles, collaboratively lifting tanks, leaping several meters high, their speed rivaling that of a cheetah. You all witnessed that, did you not? As one's prowess in the game intensifies, so too does one's real-world capabilities, even rivaling those of the invaders. Thus, I implore all citizens of the Dragon Nation to take this game seriously. The 1,000,000 dragon coins you received are designated for your in-game purchases. Subsequently, a detailed guide to monetization will be distributed, enabling everyone to achieve maximum returns in the shortest possible time. Remember, life is no trivial matter. Do not take it lightly. In the face of crisis, let us await each individual to rise like a dragon. The video concludes here, yet the Dragon Nation is instantly ignited, with the populace left in astonishment. Although it seems utterly absurd, the highest authority of the Dragon Nation has issued a statement, rendering this matter undeniably authentic. Chapter 50. The Taoist of the Unconscious. At Tai Mountain, within the Wuxin Temple. What? The old Xianyuan Qingtian has become so muddled? In the serene bamboo grove, an elder with an ethereal demeanor angrily slammed the bamboo scroll he held onto the table. The dragon forging plan is on the verge of implementation. He would rather place his faith in this unorthodox path than in the legacy left by his ancestors. Beside him, a shadowy figure clad in a dark blue Taoist robe chuckled. Junior brother Wajishi, perhaps it is the case that he lost to you in the past sect competition, and now seeks to undermine you, considering he is indeed the highest decision-maker of the Dragon Nation. Wajishi Taoist scoffed, even if he holds dominion over the Dragon Nation. What of it? Our desire to overturn his decisions is as effortless as flipping a hand. I simply cannot be bothered to compete with such a mundane individual. The shadowy elder's lips curled into a smile. At this rate, junior brother, your dragon forging plan may very well come to a standstill. Are you truly willing to see all these years of preparation go to waste? Wajishi Taoist's expression darkened. It was evident he valued the dragon forging plan greatly. Seeing his hesitation, the shadowy elder continued. In truth, your dragon forging plan need not falter in the absence of Xianyuan Qingtian. I, your elder brother, acquired a secret technique during my travels years ago, which bears a remarkable similarity to the essence of your dragon forging plan. Wajishi Taoist turned to the shadowy elder. His eyes filled with inquiry. What do you mean, brotherly? The elder produced a small bamboo scroll from his sleeve and handed it to Wajishi Taoist. You shall know upon inspection. With a mix of apprehension and curiosity, Wajishi Taoist unfurled the scroll. Yet, after only a brief perusal, his breath quickened, and his eyes sparkled with revelation, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Brother, is this secret technique truly feasible? Do you not wonder why my cultivation has advanced so remarkably over the years? It is precisely due to this Tao of Soul technique. With that, Li Taoist revealed a portion of his own energy, immediately imposing upon Wajishi Taoist. It has only been half a year since we last met, and you have already attained such a realm. Wajishi Taoist marveled, astonished that his brother, once weaker than himself, had grown so formidable that he felt no inclination to challenge him. Clearly, this Tao of Soul technique is no trifling matter. Moreover, this secret technique indeed parallels the core essence of his own dragon forging plan. It merely substitutes the foundation of the human body with that of the soul. The human and soul are inherently complementary. Employing either is equally valid. I surmise the outcome shall be ultimately similar. After careful consideration, Wajishi Taoist grasped the bamboo scroll and inquired, is it true, brother, that you are willing to share this invaluable secret technique with me? Li Taoist chuckled. What are you saying, junior brother? Had it not been for your generous assistance back then, my esteemed senior, I would have long since become nothing more than a desiccated bone on the path of cultivation. What value does this minor secret technique hold? Please, take it and make use of it. Upon hearing these words, the Taoist of Inorganic recalled the circumstances of their previous encounter, and thus he ceased to be polite, promptly tucking the bamboo slip into the folds of his robe. Junior brother, I express my gratitude to you. Once the dragon forging project reaches fruition, you shall undoubtedly play an indispensable role on the path of ascension. The Taoist of Li offered a non-committal smile, and after exchanging pleasantries, he departed from the bamboo courtyard. Unbeknownst to him as he exited, a rather enigmatic smile lingered at the corners of the inorganic Taoist's lips. After the departure of the Taoist of Li, the inorganic Taoist's countenance shifted to one of exhilaration as he cradled the bamboo slip, poring over its contents. Xianyuan Qingtian, you have forsaken me and discarded your opportunity for immortality. Once I achieve great success, you shall come to realize how laughable your decision of today truly is. Ha! Qingfeng, come forth swiftly. At the sound of his call, a young man clad in a dark Taoist robe hastened into the bamboo courtyard. Master, Qingfeng bowed respectfully. The inorganic Taoist nodded. You are aware of the decision made by Master Qingtian, are you not? Indeed, Master, your disciple is aware. Very well. The dragon forging project has always been under your stewardship. Have you comprehended its essence? I have grasped 8 or 9 parts of it. Excellent, excellent. Truly worthy of being my esteemed disciple. Now, the actions of Master Qingtian indicate that the dragon forging project will no longer receive external support. Henceforth, We must forge our own path. At your command, Master. Here, take this technique and share it with your fellow disciples for their cultivation. By nightfall at the latest, you shall descend the mountain and, according to the practiced methods, gather souls for me to continue the dragon forging project. The inorganic Taoist solemnly handed the bamboo slip to Qing Feng. Qing Feng was taken aback. After many years of keeping his disciples from descending the mountain, his master now desired them all to do so. However, upon reflection, he recognized that his master, being a leading figure in the realm of cultivation in the Dragon Kingdom, must have sound reasons for this decision. Yes, I shall not disappoint your trust, master. Qing Feng departed with the bamboo slip, while the inorganic Taoist exhaled slowly, Xian Yuan Qingtian. This act can only be seen as severing your path to immortality. How tragic, how lamentable. Within the villa, Li Jin was abruptly roused from slumber. What on earth? It's over, it's over. Yan Wuhuan's piercing scream echoed, accompanied by the sounds of shattering objects, replacing the morning alarm. Is it so difficult to allow someone a restful sleep? Li Jin emerged, bleary-eyed, and upon witnessing the state of the villa, all remnants of sleep vanished. My antique blue and white porcelain. My millennium-old Nama chair. My sacred elephant wood floor. Yan Wuhuan, what are you doing? Gazing at the shattered vase, the chair cleaved in two, and the soaked wooden floor. Li Jin's temples throbbed. Young master, I am terribly sorry. I do not understand why, but today my strength seems exceptionally great. These items shattered at the slightest touch. Yan Wuhuan explained, looking aggrieved. Li Jin sighed, suppressing his anger. After all, this was not entirely her fault. Anyone suddenly endowed with such power would find it difficult to control it at first. Thus, Li Jin patiently guided her in mastering her strength. And it took nearly half the morning before Yan Wuhuan achieved a measure of control. Wow, this is truly marvelous. I find myself endowed with such extraordinary abilities. I shall be better equipped to protect President One. Yan Wuhuan gazed at her hands, her expression brimming with excitement. Li Jin, however, offered a merciless rebuttal. When Lan's strength surpasses yours, who protects whom is still uncertain. Yan Wuhuan's spirits plummeted. It turns out I am merely a supporting character. Observing her dejection, Li Jin couldn't help but chuckle. All right. Have you seen today's national announcement? Yes, I have. Is what it says true? Can games truly empower individuals? Although I did receive 1 million. Li Jin nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. Hand me your phone. Oh. Yan Wuhuan retrieved her phone from her pocket and handed it to him. Li Jin swiftly downloaded the game Dou Qi onto her device and returned it to her. Here, create your account. The sooner you start playing, the faster you will grow. Your mother need not worry about your addiction anymore. Chapter 51, Bustle. After lunch, Li Jin finally found a moment of leisure. Dou Qi activate. Dear player, you have been absent for 10 hours. During your absence, the Dou Qi continent has experienced numerous twists and turns. To help you catch up, we have prepared a return gift pack for you, available for only 888. Experience unparalleled excitement. The familiar tone brought a fleeting sense of nostalgia to Li Jin, though the exorbitant amount required for in-game purchases left him feeling overwhelmed. What the heck? Over 10 million. My total spending on in-game purchases seems to be less than 20 million. This one gift pack equates to more than half of that. Ugh, no money, what to do? Waiting online, quite urgent. Ding. Your bank card ending in 9527 has received 1,000,000,000 dragon coins. Current balance, 1,001,635,710 dragon coins. What is happening? Has my wish come true? Xiao Jin, the company shares have been sold. This is the advance payment. The final payment will take another 2 days. A message from Wen Lan popped up at the top of the screen. Oh, so this is my own money. Aunt Lan truly delivers. I adore you. After casually replying, Li Jin immersed himself entirely in the gaming endeavor. With a fortune at his disposal, he walked with newfound confidence. What gift pack could he not purchase? Isn't it merely a small 10 million? Bought it. Congratulations. You have received the return gift pack, Shattered Heart of the World X1, Pet Care Guide X1. The Heart of the World? Could it be that Heart of the World? As is well known, to become an emperor, one must possess the Heart of the World, which is the essence of a realm and can be deemed unique. Thus, throughout history, emperors have been exceedingly rare. But what is this shattered version about? Could they not provide a complete one? Planner, think. Fine. Perhaps this item will prove useful in the future. The Pet Care Guide. Li Jin clicked to view the details and discovered it was both trivial and surprisingly useful. It could convert excess Dou Qi cultivation into pet cultivation. One might wonder, if an ordinary player were to acquire this item, would they find it beneficial? If their own level has yet to rise, how could they be expected to tend to a pig? That would be utterly impossible. However, the situation is quite different for Li Jin. His fighting spirit is perpetually in a state of saturation, making it perfectly suitable for feeding dogs. It is as if it were custom-tailored for him. Thank you so much. Upon entering the game, Li Jin was greeted by a bustling world chat interface, with various low-level accounts bubbling up in excitement. Indeed, such a nationwide mobilization could only be flawlessly executed by the upper echelons of the Dragon Nation. In the sect's chat interface, good luck, brother. The sect leader is online. Kuan youth, big boss. What do you think about what happened in Shilling last night? Mature sister, it was terrifying. If it weren't for that mysterious, powerful individual, the Dragon Nation might not have been able to handle those Dou Wang and Dou Huang. Gun King, it's strange. Although the game gradually reflects our cultivation levels, we have only reached the level of Great Dou Master, and sister has even broken through to Dou Ling. I feel my strength is far less formidable than I had imagined. Mature sister, although I can clearly sense that I have grown stronger, the Dou Qi condensation of Dou Ling cannot be unleashed, and I can't even don the Dou Qi armor of a Great Dou Master, at most. I can only manifest a thin layer of Dou Qi gauze. Good luck, brother. What do you think, big boss? With your Dou Zun strength, you should at least reflect a Dou Ling level in reality, right? Dragon Nation War God, smirking dog emoji. Jin D. The current feedback is merely a precursor through the sect's spiritual pool training, and the overall strength is quite weak. I barely managed to scrape by with the strength of a Dou Huang. Kuan youth. Good luck, brother. Mature sister, can this Dou Zun actually reflect Dou Huang's strength? In an instant, the group was astounded. But only the Dragon Nation War God understood that Jin D was being modest. It's a joke. How could someone who easily dominates a group of Dou Huang and Dou Wang merely be a Dou Huang? Kuan youth. So, does that mean the big boss can freely soar in the skies? Wow, that sounds incredible. When will we ever reach such a realm? Jin D. Sometimes, great strength may not necessarily be a blessing. With greater power comes greater responsibility, which means you will stand at the forefront and dance on the edge of a knife. Good luck, brother. The big boss speaks wisely. Gun King, I have a question. I previously thought it was the sect leader who resolved the Shilling crisis, but he claims his strength is at the Dou Huang level. So, who was the mysterious person that resolved the crisis last night? That individual possessed the strength to overpower a multitude of Dou Huang. As soon as this was said, everyone was intrigued, hoping someone could provide an answer. Jin D. Actually, you guessed correctly. It was indeed me. Kuan youth. Wow. Good luck, brother. Wow. Gun King. Wow. Mature sister. Are you serious, big boss? You make it hard for me to control myself. I adore strong individuals. Dragon Nation War God, smirking dog emoji. Jin D. In fact, once one reaches the Dou Huang level in the game, every significant breakthrough in levels will influence reality. For a brief moment, or during a certain period, one can possess strength that corresponds to their game cultivation. This is something I discovered when I broke through to Dou Huang. Kuan youth. So, does that mean the big boss was undergoing the Dou Zun tribulation last night? Gun King. Wow. The case is solved. It turns out it was our sect leader. Good fortune, brother. Absolutely remarkable. Our leader is truly exceptional. Madam Fragrance, does the Forbidden Emperor still require attachments? I can lend my support. Dragon Country War God. Indeed. Gun King. Thankfully, with our leader here, otherwise it would spell an irreparable disaster for our Dragon Country. Young Kuan, the righteousness of our leader. A blessing for the Dragon Country. Salute. Good fortune, brother. The righteousness of our leader. A blessing for the Dragon Country. Salute. Madam Fragrance. The righteousness of our leader. A blessing for the Dragon Country. Salute. Dragon Country War God. Indeed. Forbidden Emperor. When the homeland is in peril, every man bears responsibility. Especially for us who have been nurtured by the Dragon Country since childhood. Well, everyone should be aware, but refrain from spreading it widely. Focus on investing to enhance your own strength. Allow me to reveal a crucial piece of information. In 4 days, calamity will descend upon us all. At that time, not only Shilling but every corner of the Dragon Country will no longer be safe, or rather, every region of the Blue Star will face disaster. Upon this proclamation, a wave of tumultuous reactions ensued. Good fortune, brother. Is what the great leader said true? Gun King. No way. Can it really be that dire? What can be achieved in 4 days? Madam Fragrance. The Forbidden Emperor surely does not speak without reason. If that is the case, then I must strive to invest. If all goes well, I should reach the level of Dou Huang. Dragon Country War God. The investment strategies provided by the nation can be followed by everyone. 1 million is sufficient for all to reach the Dou Huang level in 4 days. Gun King. Is this investment strategy crafted by our leader? Dragon Country War God. Correct. Good fortune, brother. Incredible. While we are still outsmarting the community Andes, our leader is already on familiar terms with the leaders. Impressive. Forbidden Emperor. The 1 million investment is merely a basic value I have provided for cultivation. If anyone has more funds, They may invest further to enhance their strength through exotic treasures, unique flames, equipment, pets, and techniques. This is indeed necessary. Gun King, I understand. Much like the distinction between a blank account and a crafted account. Good fortune, brother. Why doesn't the nation provide more funds for everyone? Dragon Country War God. Have you calculated how much it would amount to if everyone received 1 million? 13 trillion. It can be said that the national treasury would be depleted. Gun King. Then why not print more money? This could also resolve the investment issue. Forbidden Emperor. That approach is unfeasible. When the exchange rate of dragon coins declines, the recharge ratio in the game will correspondingly change. Thus, the same items will require more money to acquire. Good fortune, brother. I see. Young Kuan, I'm back. I just discussed the internal structure of spatial wormholes with my upstairs neighbor. Where did we leave off? Chapter 52. Dou Qi 9 stars. Through the relentless investment of its members, the sect has rapidly ascended in rank. With the support of the growth-type sect foundation, what could only reach level 10 has now soared to level 18. It can now accommodate 300 members. With an increased population, the growth will accelerate even further, as each person possesses a 1 million investment capacity. Moreover, the benefits provided to each member will become even more formidable, with the cultivation speed boost reaching 130. More than doubling. Eventually, the sect will evolve into a terrifying realm capable of encompassing the entire dragon country. By that time, every member within the sect will experience a meteoric rise in their cultivation. If the game does not close its servers prematurely, there is every reason to believe that everyone will attain the formidable level of 9-star Dou Saint. That would truly be an era where all are like dragons. Correspondingly, as the number of practitioners grows, diverse voices will inevitably emerge, and at such times, the elders and leaders of the sect will prove their worth. After all, in times of calamity, laws are bound to be overthrown, and once individuals acquire extraordinary powers, it is natural for some to become inflated with pride, leading to a blurring of hierarchy, or allowing those with darker hearts to act recklessly. These are unavoidable occurrences, yet as long as one joins the Imperial Forbidden Zone. Whether you are a dragon, you must coil, or if you are a tiger, you must crouch. Do you think your strength is unparalleled? Then let the Dou Huang leader teach you humility. Not sufficient? Then the Dou Zong elders will intervene. What? The Dou Zong is still inadequate? Well, sorry. But our sect master possesses a modicum of martial prowess as well. Despite being of relatively low rank, merely a Dou Di. Among the newly joined members of the sect today, a significant portion consists of officials from the Dragon Kingdom. After all, many concerns must be taken into account. In this extraordinary era, strength reigns supreme. Thus the sect's benefits will first cater to the officials and military of the Dragon Kingdom. After Li Jin entrusted all sect matters to the administrative minister dispatched by the national leader, he began his own cultivation. Although it had only been 9 hours since he last logged into the game, the events that transpired during this brief interval had a considerable impact on the game's content. The most immediate manifestations were the Sky Sculpture and the Soul Gathering Array, both of which rely on collective effort. With such a sudden influx of participants today, the frequency of offerings to the sculpture surged dramatically, providing Li Jin with an additional cultivation speed boost now exceeding 80. The Soul Gathering Array also reached over 50, with various enhancements. Li Jin's cultivation speed soared to over 160. This was a full double of yesterday's rate. Indeed, where there are many, there is strength. The Dou Di is within reach. Li Jin's heart brimmed with joy. Once my level rises, the Dragon Kingdom will become the safest haven on Blue Star. For those who fawn over foreign powers, it will not be so simple to return once they venture abroad. And to those vermin, those who scuttle like flies, await your reckoning. Current cultivation, 120, 380, 300, 045. 000, poised for breakthrough. 12 billion in cultivation. If I could transfer this cultivation to others, even a pig could instantly become a Dou Zong. Once the Dou Zun is surpassed, the path to Dou Sheng will be smooth sailing. With sufficient cultivation, the breakthrough is imminent. Breakthrough. Too much cultivation is a solitude akin to snow. Breakthrough. Dou Zun 2 stars. Dou Zun 3 stars. Dou Zun 8 stars. Dou Zun 9 stars. Current cultivation, 70, 380. 300, 045, 000, 000, unable to break through. The inner space nurtures 06, unable to be filled. See, leveling up is as simple as eating and drinking. There is no need for Li Jin to purchase cultivation packages, as natural growth is more than sufficient. Naturally, Li Jin's consecutive breakthroughs to Dou Zun 9 stars caught the attention of many. What is this? Has anyone ever witnessed a sudden leap of several levels? If it weren't for the official endorsement, I would suspect it to be a private server. Do not envy. That individual has invested over 30 million. I see many on the leaderboard who have spent millions. Why does he possess such a significant advantage in levels? Do not inquire. The answer remains elusive. Regarding such remarks, Li Jin remained indifferent, having already paved their path to self-salvation. Whether they choose to walk it is entirely up to them. He gazed at the screen of his phone, where a small sphere had appeared before his character, revealing undulating hills. Is this the embryonic form of the primordial space? It resembles a desolate planet. How can it be fully realized? Upon reviewing the gameplay of the primordial space, he discovered it required the grass of the realm. Goodness! Does the planner know I possess such an item? Gathering 6 pieces would perfectly nurture the primordial space and elevate one to the status of A. This is tantamount to declaring war on the Dou Qi continent. Yet, it aligns perfectly with my intentions. A smile crept upon Li Jin's lips. Currently, with the spatial wormholes yet to be fully activated, any beings arriving at Blue Star would not exceed the level of Dou Huang. The presence of a soul 9th half-step Dou Zun is exceedingly rare, requiring the means of a Dou Di to conceal their arrival. Thus, at this moment, Li Jin reigns supreme in Blue Star. I'm back. The voice of Wen Lan echoed from downstairs. Li Jin and Yin Wuhuan made their way to the living room. So early today? Li Jin inquired. Wen Lan's face radiated a victorious smile. Because I have successfully transferred the company, and all matters have been settled. Now, I am a free woman. She approached and took Li Jin's hand, gazing affectionately as she said, Little Jin, you wouldn't despise me for being a woman without a career, would you? Li Jin shook his head vigorously. How could that be? Auntie Lan has helped me immensely. From now on, I shall support you. Haha, I knew you would treat Auntie the best. Wen Lan beamed like a child, rising on her toes to peck Li Jin on the cheek. Yin Wuhuan observed the two, feeling as if he had overeaten at lunch and was now slightly nauseous. By the way, Little Jin, why has my game level changed to Dou Wang? Just yesterday, it was merely Dou Jia. How strange. Wen Lan pulled out her phone, opened the game, and showed it to Li Jin. He looked at the character level, which indeed was Dou Wang, and was taken aback. It must be a reflection of your real-world strength in the game. He then turned to Yin Wuhuan. Sister Yin, what is your game level? Yin Wuhuan snapped back to reality, perplexed. I think it's something like Dou Ling. I'm not very familiar with these terms. Li Jin nodded in understanding, realizing the truth. The game can mirror reality, and reality can likewise influence the game. In fact, such instances had already occurred around Li Jin. He simply had not paid much attention. The previous Star Sea bottle and realm grass had been absorbed into the game and had affected it, serving as a precedent. Your starting point is already high. I will devise a leveling strategy for you. Follow my guidance in spending, and you shall avoid many detours. Subsequently, Li Jin dispatched a document to the two ladies titled The Ultimate Guide to Monetary Investment in Dou Pai Song Qiong, Chapter 53, Embarking on a New Journey. After sending the pair off to diligently cultivate, Li Jin also dedicated some time to enhancing his own attributes. Upon reaching the Dou Zun level, he was able to acquire 2 additional types of the 9 Dragons Thunder Fire and the Ocean Heart Flame. The 9 Dragons Thunder Fire, nurtured by 9 silver dragons. Its formidable aura instills fear across the world, increasing soul damage by 50. The Ocean Heart Flame, born of the sea and destined to return to it. It boosts combat prowess on water by 50. Without further ado, the abundant fire-seeking map enabled him to procure them effortlessly. The Heavenly Dao sacred equipment could also be refined once more. This time, after swapping he could consume 300 golden materials and 10 ancient woods for superior crafting. This refining session directly produced a magical artifact. Heavenly Dao Sacred Pearl, mythical level, preserves a sliver of life after receiving a fatal blow. Astonishing. The Heavenly Dao Sacred Equipment is indeed formidable. This effect resembles a life-saving talisman. It's hard to fathom that such an item, which slaps the face of death, truly exists. Now, Li Jin only requires 2 more pieces of Heavenly Dao Sacred Equipment to unlock its bonding effect. He sincerely hopes it does not disappoint him. In terms of other enhancements, the current focus lies in mastering more techniques, as reaching the Dou Zun level has ushered in a new round of cultivation methods. The Earth tier techniques corresponding to the Dou Zun realm demand an immense number of technique points. But who is Li Jin, the prince of monetary investment? Could such a challenge truly impede him? As expected, he swiftly maxed out the technique points without a hint of childhood innocence remaining. Moreover, upon his instantaneous growth, he utilized the technique condensation crystal, propelling himself into a retirement phase. The basic cultivation speed increased by 500 points, which is the effect Li Jin values most. It seems there is nothing more to address. Li Jin scrolled through his game interface, discovering that all various gift packs and enhancement points had virtually vanished. Oh, right. I have a pet dog. He slapped his forehead. Had he not seen the pet care guide included in the return gift pack he had just purchased? He might have forgotten this once impressive, yet now rather unremarkable creature. Li Jin accessed the interface of the Bodhi marvel tree, where a small dragon was curled up in a ball, fast asleep. Wake up. It's time to eat. Li Jin utilized the pet care guide, and instantly a stone trough appeared beneath the Bodhi marvel tree, looking weathered and ancient. Where's the food? The world dragon sniffed the air and suddenly raised its head, scanning its surroundings. Li Jin pointed at the stone trough on the ground. Here it is. The world dragon's pupils dilated in shock, and then it collapsed onto the ground, rolling about. Animal cruelty. You don't treat a dragon like a dragon. Even if I, the dragon overlord, were to perish outside, I would never deign to eat your pig feed. The corners of Li Jin's mouth curled into a smirk as he poured his vast reserves of cultivation energy into the stone trough. Instantly, the pure fighting spirit transformed into the spiritual energy required by the spirit beast, coalescing into a liquid form within the trough. The world dragon's frantic rolling gradually subsided as it sniffed the air repeatedly. What is that smell? It's so fragrant. As it crawled along the edge of the stone trough, drawn by the enticing aroma, it beheld the vast accumulation of spiritual liquid within, and tears of regret involuntarily welled at the corners of its mouth. How delightful. Observing its joy and feasting, Li Jin felt a sense of relief. The products of the system are undoubtedly of exquisite quality. They would never harm any livestock. Thus, Li Jin poured all his fighting spirit into it, and the Chaos World Dragon, with an insatiable appetite, indulged extravagantly. Its realm also surged dramatically. Chaos World Dragon, Realm, 9th level, 12th stage. Growth value, 800,000,200,000. Aptitude, 800,000,200,000. Bloodline, unevolved. The spiritual power derived from over 600 million units of fighting spirit propelled its realm to the 9th level, equivalent to the status of a fighting sovereign. However, as one progresses further, the ascent in realm becomes increasingly arduous, consuming an immense amount of fighting spirit. In the hands of others, it would be utterly unaffordable. But for Li Jin, it was more than sufficient. The advancement to fighting saint is certainly no swift endeavor. Merely locating the boundary grass requires considerable effort, and finding it is not guaranteed. He must remain vigilant regarding information from the Dragon Kingdom and, of course, from other nations as well. Yet, not every wormhole necessarily yields boundary grass. For instance, the wormhole above Shieling is far too formidable for the humble boundary grass to endure. Such large wormholes are typically constructed within the framework of the world, akin to the distinction between a subway tunnel and a rat hole. Hence, Li Jin could not locate boundary grass in Shieling. Regardless, upon hearing any news, he must investigate. Subsequently, he conversed with Huang Tianyi, requesting that the national leader keep an eye out for any wormhole reports. Huang Tianyi promptly replied, stating, according to reliable sources, there seems to be a calamity of night parade of 100 demons occurring in the small day country, and we suspect a spatial wormhole has emerged there. Li Jin was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, the speed of Lord Chao is remarkable. He arrives just as I mention him. Thank you. Please inform me promptly if anything arises elsewhere. Upon receiving an affirmative response, Li Jin logged off. He reiterated to the two young ladies within the villa to refrain from venturing out and to invest more time and resources into the game before soaring into the sky, heading towards the eastern coastal region of the Dragon Kingdom. Above the clouds, Li Jin's speed eclipsed that of the latest fighter jets. As a fighting emperor, he could proudly look down upon the entirety of Blue Star. Departing at 1 in the afternoon, he broke through the clouds an hour later, landing in the most prosperous city of the small day country. The movements of a fighting emperor, if one wishes to remain undetected by humans, must remain concealed. After restraining his power, Li Jin strolled through this dreamscape of an otaku's paradise. It must be said, the city's vibrant nightlife is easily disorienting. Yet, love is only 200. How enticing indeed. As he surveyed the eclectic city, he sensed the faint ethereal essence within. Under the blazing sun, he could even detect ghostly energy. It seems the rumors were true. Extraordinary phenomena have indeed manifested here. However, with the 100 demons currently concealed and the ghostly energy faint, it would be overly troublesome to search now. It is best to wait until nightfall. After making up his mind, Li Jin began to wander through the city he had never before visited. Each city possesses its own unique charm, while the populace may leave much to be desired. The service is commendable as long as one is willing to spend. As he strolled along a relatively secluded path, imbued with the coastal ambience, he encountered a scruffy middle-aged man in his 30s, standing beside a wall adorned with pebbles, who gazed at him incessantly. Upon Li Jin's approach, the man respectfully bowed slightly and gestured invitingly, incessantly chattering in a language that, though incomprehensible to Li Jin, contained certain keywords he could grasp. Handsome. Are you weary from work? We offer the finest services, maids, secretaries, wives, students, and even life coaches, all for just 10,000 daily coins. Chapter 54. A chance encounter with a practitioner. Goodness, this city is indeed rife with opportunistic peddlers, and mentors abound like dogs. Although Li Jin did not fully understand the man's words, he was determined to decipher his intent. After firmly declining the man's sales pitch, he hastened toward the main thoroughfare. Just as he turned a corner, he encountered two stylishly dressed young men. What caught his attention immediately was their long hair, elegantly tied back, reminiscent of Taoist aesthetics. Perhaps this city was home to many, but these two were undoubtedly exceptional. Li Jin could distinctly sense the hidden spiritual aura they attempted to conceal, an essence possessed by practitioners who have achieved a certain level of mastery. In his previous life, the Dragon Kingdom had suffered from internal strife, partly due to the machinations of unscrupulous practitioners. These two individuals, though not lacking in skill, puzzled him with their presence here. What business could they possibly have in this period, wandering about a mundane city? Were they there to assist various female bodhisattvas? But isn't that a task better suited for monks? Practitioners, often referred to as Taoists, are traditionally tasked with exorcising spirits. In a city like this, where spirits roamed freely, the presence of practitioners seemed plausible. However, the peculiarity lay in the fact that these practitioners hailed from the Dragon Kingdom. Encountering them on Dragon Kingdom soil might not raise an eyebrow, but here, it certainly hinted at deeper mysteries. Surely, they were not here to rid the city of its troubles? If so, Li Jin would not mind taking the opportunity to clean up the mess himself. Deciding to follow them, he feigned interest in the local establishments, surveying the surroundings without revealing any particular emotion, yet his focus remained locked on the two men. Shortly after they brushed past him, he observed them turn into a high-end bathhouse, seemingly the most upscale venue on that street. After waiting a few minutes, Li Jin entered as well. Upon stepping inside, he found himself in a rather narrow reception area, yet it was exquisitely decorated. The sofas, coffee tables, floral arrangements, and aquatic features exuded an air of elegance. Had it not been for the alluring portraits of elegantly attired mentors adorning the walls and the collection of provocative magazines displayed on the coffee table, Li Jin might have mistaken this place for a cozy tea house. However, the warmth here is akin to that of a tea house, radiating a comforting intimacy. Shortly after Li Jin entered, a middle-aged woman, dressed modestly, emerged from the corridor. She was of petite stature, exuding a strong sense of domesticity. Upon her arrival, she greeted Li Jin with a courteous nod and a warm demeanor, promptly assisting him in removing his shoes and replacing them with a cool pair of wooden clogs. Just look at that service. It embodies the essence of hospitality. Wealth indeed is a powerful ally, a sentiment ingrained in the very fabric of domestic life. Once his shoes were exchanged, the woman gestured for Li Jin to take a seat on the sofa and retrieved a menu-like booklet from a nearby shelf. To all the discerning souls, you understand. She proceeded to introduce the establishment's esteemed mentors. Although the language was foreign to him, a simple nod from Li Jin sufficed, leaving the rest to her interpretation. While the chirping of birds was incomprehensible, the images were strikingly familiar. To his astonishment, there was the renowned teacher Ko's. Goodness! Teacher Ryu was also present. What? The elegant teacher. My word, this establishment seems to possess quite the reputation. As Li Jin flipped through the pages of the booklet, which spanned over 100, he recognized nearly a third of the names. No wonder those two fellows had chosen this place. They were here to indulge in their admiration for these stars. Suppressing his astonishment, Li Jin cautiously investigated, and indeed, the two Taoists were luxuriating in a bathtub, preparing for the upcoming activities. It seemed they shared his sentiments, both awaiting the arrival of nightfall. Having come this far, Li Jin resolved to immerse himself in the local customs and explore the scenic spots. The elegant teacher seemed to offer the perfect blend of cultural experience and sightseeing. A dual thrill. He pointed to the corresponding page, and upon seeing that he had selected one of the establishment's signature offerings, the woman's face lit up with delight. Her demeanor became increasingly respectful as she continued to express her enthusiasm. They traversed a lengthy corridor, flanked by inexpensive cubicles, and upon reaching the end, Li Jin was greeted by an expansive view. A quintessential Japanese courtyard unfolded before him, complete with cherry blossom trees, a hot spring, the gentle sound of wind chimes, and charming sunny dolls. The atmosphere was thick with local culture, leaving Li Jin feeling slightly out of place. Following the woman into a room within the courtyard, he observed her diligently prepare for the session before she retreated, leaving him to wait. Overall, this experience was refreshingly novel. After all, he had never even visited a foot bath or a public bathhouse back in his homeland, let alone a place like this. He decided to view this as an overseas venture for philanthropic work. After a long journey, a balance of work and leisure was in order. Who are we? We have never engaged in unlawful activities. All our actions are in accordance with the law. As for which country's laws apply, that remains uncertain. Just say it's lawful. Before long, the door to the room swung open, and a gentle breeze wafted in, lifting a few strands of hair from the newcomer. As Li Jin beheld her, he was utterly captivated. She was even more stunning in person than on screen. The elegant teacher, with a touch of makeup and dressed in casual attire, appeared as though she had just stepped out of a shopping mall. What impression does she leave? Mature, intelligent, resembling the lady next door? Well, not exactly. In short, her first impression does not evoke disdain due to her hundreds of masterpieces, which is quite remarkable. Yet, Li Jin sensed a faint aura of death surrounding her. It was a quality typically associated with those nearing their end, while the elegant teacher appeared to be merely in her 30s. At the prime of her life, the presence of such an aura was jarringly incongruous. Could it be related to the recent phenomenon of the night parade of 100 demons? Li Jin pondered. It seems the recent occurrence of the night parade has had a profound impact. Noticing Li Jin lost in thought, the elegant teacher gracefully approached, retrieving a small booklet from her bag, which turned out to be a private menu. It was filled with an array of clothing options, though none were intended for Li Jin. Student outfits, mature lady dresses, stepmother skirts, yoga attire, everything imaginable, challenging Li Jin's visual senses. What? To his astonishment, there were even Ultraman and monster costumes. Truly, as expected of a mentor, even the battle gear was so unique. How could those young girls from Long Country possibly compare? No wonder otaku flocked to this place, to experience the bittersweetness of love, even if that love costs several thousand dragon coins. A real man doesn't fancy lolas. If given the choice, he would opt for a yoga teacher dressed in a stepmother skirt. Li Jin scanned the booklet and selected a few outfits. Based on your preferences, you must be from Long Country, right? The elegant teacher suddenly smiled and spoke in fluent Dragonese. Li Jin, what is this fluent Dragonese about, elegant teacher? Don't tell me we are about to enact a scenario of undercover intrigue. Seeing Li Jin's astonishment, the elegant teacher smiled knowingly and explained, no need to be surprised. Dear guest, I taught myself Dragonese because I know there are many fans from Long Country. Occasionally, I attend fan conventions, and knowing Dragonese makes communication much easier. Li Jin awkwardly smiled, realizing he had almost assumed the elegant teacher was claiming to have had no options in the past, and now wished to be a good person. Well done. Your conscience is commendable. Li Jin gestured a thumbs up, expressing admiration for the teacher's generosity. Shall we begin? Yes, let us start. The elegant teacher smiled gracefully, her movements gentle. This is what professionalism looks like. Li Jin lay on the small bed, relishing the exquisite massage techniques. However, as the session progressed, the elegant teacher suddenly seemed to lose her strength, panting and occasionally retching. What's wrong? Li Jin turned to look at the elegant teacher, who was kneeling and gasping for breath. She hurriedly waved her hand, signaling that she was fine, unwilling to let her condition jeopardize this session, as she truly needed the money. Given your state, it seems you might not be able to complete the upcoming tasks, Li Jin remarked thoughtfully. The elegant teacher bowed repeatedly in apology. I'm sorry, but please believe me, I can do it. Li Jin observed her, breathless yet determined to persist in her work, driven by two fundamental reasons. Firstly, there is a lack of funds. Secondly, there is a lack of coherence. Yet, it is evident that the latter cannot be the case. Thus it must be the need for money. Is there a hidden burden that you, dear teacher Yuya, might wish to share? To speak candidly, I am a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Perhaps I could be of assistance. Li Jin interjected, halting her movements. Red bean paste? A practitioner of Chinese medicine from the Dragon Nation. Whether it was the mention of traditional Chinese medicine that softened her demeanor or the perception of her strength being seen through by an outsider, teacher Yuya finally succumbed. Exhaling deeply. Woo-woo, it's all because of my husband. He spends his days either drinking or gambling. All my savings accumulated over the years have been squandered by him. Otherwise, I wouldn't be working in such a place. He once claimed to be unbothered by my past, but since our marriage, I can see the disdain in his eyes. Yet what can I do? The past cannot be altered. It is a fact. Li Jin observed her weeping, her tears like rain on a pear blossom, and offered her a tissue, inquiring, have you never considered divorce? Teacher Yuya promptly shook her head, seemingly fearful of the term. No, that is out of the question. In our country, a divorced woman is essentially destined to be relegated to the lowest strata of society. I do not wish for that. Moreover, my husband would certainly not agree. After speaking, she appeared even more fatigued, collapsing onto the small bed. Li Jin pursed his lips, reflecting on the disheartening cultural customs that fail to uphold the notion of equality. Then, do share what is troubling you. When did this state of affairs begin? You wouldn't want to disappoint your clients, would you, madam? Li Jin discerned that her frailty was entwined with the faint aura of despair that enveloped her. Teacher Yuya gasped, her eyes filled with trepidation. I suppose it began this morning when I woke up feeling utterly drained. Li Jin queried, what transpired last night? The essence of traditional Chinese medicine lies in understanding the underlying issues. Upon hearing this, Teacher Yuya blushed, hesitating momentarily. There is no need for embarrassment. Consider this a visit to a hospital. Li Jin offered a gentle smile. After a mental struggle, Teacher Yuya began to speak. Last night, it was the first time my husband and I shared a bed. How amusing it was that someone capable of creating timeless cinematic masterpieces could exhibit such bashful vulnerability in this regard. After she finished speaking, the flush of shyness quickly faded, replaced by a countenance of sheer terror. Last night, when my husband returned home, he was entirely different. He did not strike me. He never treats me with such gentleness. He even bought red wine and prepared a candlelit dinner. He seemed like a completely different person, making me feel uneasy. Li Jin remarked, "Isn't that a good thing?" Teacher Yuya shook her head. At first, I thought he had come to his senses, but when I arose in the night, I witnessed a horrifying scene. As she spoke, she retched slightly. My husband, he was shedding his skin in the living room. A devil resides within him. I dared not make a sound, paralyzed by fear. Thankfully, after he shed his skin, he crawled out through the window. I ventured out in the dead of night and have not returned since, for I dread the sight of him. The elegant teacher, paralyzed by fear, curled up, her body cold and trembling incessantly. With a self-deprecating smile, she uttered, "I apologize, sir. It seems I have spoken too much." Such bizarre occurrences, it appears, even traditional Chinese medicine cannot remedy. Observing Li Jin shake his head, a shadow of despair crossed her face. Indeed, is there no solution? Li Jin smiled faintly, to be candid. I also work part-time as a feng shui master and frequently encounter various oddities. Your situation, I have seen. If the root cause lurking within your body is not eradicated, it is likely that within 3 days, you shall meet your demise. Upon hearing Li Jin's ominous words, the elegant teacher gasped in horror and promptly knelt before him, pleading, "Sir, I implore you, save me. I do not wish to die." Li Jin grasped her arm, stating, "To rescue you is not impossible. But I must first identify the source to prescribe the appropriate remedy. Please, rise and dress. Take me to your husband." Upon hearing that they were to seek her husband, she collapsed in terror, exclaiming, "Sir, he is not human at all. What if we go to find him?" "Fear not," Li Jin reassured her. "I mentioned I am a feng shui master. You may regard me as the yin-yang master of your daily life." Li Jin observed her from a higher vantage, while a glimmer sparkled in her eyes at the mention of a yin-yang master. A red bean paste? The yin-yang masters are the most formidable and enigmatic beings in our nation. I wish to seek their assistance, but as an ordinary person, I have no means to find them. Are feng shui masters truly akin to yin-yang masters? Li Jin nodded, extending a hand toward her. "Behold my handsome visage. Do I appear deceitful?" In the tranquil courtyard, 2 Taoist priests approached stealthily. "Brother Qingfeng, why not seize them directly? The woman harbors ghostly energy. Perhaps we could glean some clues through her," one priest whispered. Qingfeng shook his head. "Those who dabble in feng shui often possess a hint of the uncanny. We need not rush. Let us follow them for now. Remember, the mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole waits in the shadows." They exchanged knowing glances, sharing a conspiratorial smile. Unbeknownst to them, a smile also graced Li Jin's lips within the confines of the room. Chapter 56, The Husband Returns. Li Jin and the elegant teacher departed from the establishment. Before leaving, she paid for his services, for if he were indeed a figure of a yin-yang master, such a trifling sum would be of little consequence. Witnessing this, Li Jin mused, "Ah, elegant teacher, you truly know how to handle matters. A mature woman is indeed different. Even if devoid of funds, it does not hinder his bathing." As they emerged, it was nearing dinner time, and this bathing session had indeed served as a splendid way to pass the time. Li Jin sat on the back of the elegant teacher's electric scooter, donning a helmet, his arms wrapped around her slender waist, enjoying the gradually cooling sea breeze. What a delightful experience. May all esteemed gentlemen have the chance to relish such moments. The elegant teacher navigated through the streets of Dongdu on her scooter, finally halting beneath an old-fashioned apartment building. Who could have imagined that this globally adored actress resides in such a place? "Mr. Li, must we truly ascend? I fear." As the elegant teacher hesitates at the foot of the stairs, observing her anxiety, Li Jin resolved to showcase a bit of his skill to reassure her. "Do you possess any cash?" "Huh, cash? Yes, any denomination will suffice." "Oh, I have some. How much do you need?" "Just a single note will do." The elegant teacher, somewhat perplexed, retrieved the largest bill from her small purse and handed it to him. Li Jin took the bill, rubbing it between his fingers, and remarked, "I wonder if the elegant teacher is familiar with the feng shui masters of Longhua. What we typically confront is often more terrifying than your husband. Without some prowess, how could I confidently assure you?" With that, He pinched the bill and gave it a flick. Instantly, the bill ignited in flames, a marvel to behold. Wow! The elegant teacher gasped, her hands covering her mouth, clearly astonished by Li Jin's display. If she were not the one who had given the money, she might have thought it a magician's prop. Li Jin discarded the charred bill onto the ground and extinguished it with his foot. How about now? Do you feel more secure? The elegant teacher regained her composure, her gaze filled with admiration. Thank you, Mr. Li, for your assistance. But I find myself at a loss on how to repay you. At this moment, she found herself at a low point in life, feeling tainted and devoid of resources. If it came to offering herself in gratitude, surely Li Jin would decline. Li Jin shook his head, his eyes drifting into the distance, deep and complex. There is no need for repayment. You have already given the world the best of yourself. At that moment, Li Jin's stature in the elegant teacher's eyes rose significantly. He truly is remarkable. Subsequently, Li Jin followed the somewhat infatuated elegant teacher into the apartment. Nearby, Qing Feng and his companion peered around the corner, conspiring. Brother, it seems this fellow possesses some skill. Huh, if he had no tricks up his sleeve, would he dare call himself a feng shui master? After a while, upon hearing the sound of a door closing within the apartment, Qing Feng and his companion emerged from their hiding spot. Let us proceed. Night is approaching swiftly, and we must locate the presence of the specter before we are forced to wait another day. The night parade of 100 ghosts is no trivial matter. Even though we have entered the Foundation establishment realm, we must not be careless. And with her abdomen harboring a ghostly fetus, that spirit will undoubtedly return to guard her. If we act against her, we are sure to achieve results. At that time, discovering the source of the ghost will yield a wealth of soul power, aiding our master in reviving the dragon forging plan. This is the mission bestowed upon us by our master through the soul Dao technique. Once our master attains enlightenment, we shall claim the foremost credit. What benefits could we possibly miss out on? Indeed, it is thanks to my brother's extensive connections that we are even aware of events occurring in this small town. We shall heed your guidance. With that, the two ascended to the 7th floor, their Foundation establishment prowess allowing them to stealthily conceal themselves on the balcony adjacent to the elegant teacher's apartment. Inside, as Li Jin entered the room, he sensed an even more intense aura of ghostly energy. It seems that the elegant teacher's husband is likely facing dire straits. One wonders whether this is her fortune or misfortune. Mr. Li, my husband will be home from work shortly. What should we do now? The elegant teacher, upon entering the room, could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety as she grasped Mr. Li's sleeve. He gently patted the back of her hand, saying, "You should carry on with what you were doing. I will find a place to conceal myself, and we shall address everything once your husband returns." What? The elegant teacher gasped in surprise. "Do not worry, I have everything under control." After reassuring her, Mr. Li began to search for a hiding spot within the room. "Mr. Li, hide here," the elegant teacher called from the bedroom. Upon entering, Mr. Li discovered that she was pointing towards an open wardrobe door, revealing a hidden passageway within that led to a spacious area. Once the hidden door was closed, it would be imperceptible from the outside. What a remarkable hiding place. Mr. Li thought, his eyes wide with intrigue. Noticing his peculiar expression, the elegant teacher shyly explained, "This is meant for guests, you see. Some of them prefer unique forms of service. I thought that if I ever returned to my previous profession, it would remain undiscovered by my husband. So I intentionally left this space during the renovations." Mr. Li understood the implications of her unique service, certain activities that were not meant for the untrained eye. He could not help but admire her foresight. Without hesitation, he stepped into the hidden space, which allowed him to see the general layout of the bedroom through the wardrobe slats. The elegant teacher, now alone, dared not venture into the living room, and instead pretended to engage in household chores within the bedroom. Before long, the sound of the door lock turning echoed from the living room. With each click, her anxiety intensified. Creak. The door swung open. Yet, there were no footsteps. Could it be that her husband had not entered? Turning to glimpse outside the bedroom, she suddenly screamed, collapsing onto the bed. Her gaze filled with terror as she beheld her husband standing silently at the doorway, watching her intently. After forcing herself to compose her nerves, she managed a strained smile. "Darling, you're back?" Her husband's familiar visage appeared eerily pale, more ghastly than that of a beggar. "Yes, I finished work and came to see our child." "Our child?" The elegant teacher was perplexed. Outside, the sky had turned a deep shade of black, signaling the arrival of night. Her husband approached her slowly, making no sound. A careful observer would note that his footsteps barely left a trace. "Tonight, why not help me conceive another?" he said with a sinister grin as he began to undress. The elegant teacher's face contorted with fear. Unable to suppress her growing terror, she called out towards the wardrobe, "Yamidai?" Li sang, "Help me." Chapter 57, The Yin Yang Master. As her husband advanced step by step, even in silence, It felt as though a heavy drumbeat reverberated within the elegant teacher's heart. He showed no signs of halting at her cries, his smile becoming increasingly malevolent. "You, little demon, dare to stir up trouble." Li Jin's voice resonated, and the husband of the elegant teacher stood frozen as if ensnared by a spell. With a graceful emergence from the wardrobe, Li Jin approached him, scrutinizing his form. To be candid, encounters with supernatural beings were scarce in my previous life. After all, such entities were reflections of a game called Yuanhun Lu, unique to the realm of little days. Every nation boasts a game infused with its local flavor. Dou Patsong Qiong in Dragon Country, Yuanhun Lu in Little Days, and Avengers in the Beautiful Country, among others. Only elements that resonate with the native culture can evoke a profound sense of immersion, intensifying the resultant fear. If Yuanhun Lu were to be placed in the hands of OD and his companions, they would easily dismantle the defenses of the female specters. It is a well-known fact that Africa is devoid of ghosts, only an unending supply of bananas. Although my interactions were limited, it did not hinder Li Jin from recognizing these entities. They are mischievous spirits, fond of donning the skins of others and intruding upon their lives, with a penchant for procreation. In my previous life, a notorious skin-peeling ghost had once wreaked havoc in a city, leaving its women with ghostly pregnancies, sending shockwaves through the populace. "Let me delve into your mind and uncover the origins of your being," Li Jin commanded, pressing down upon the head of the skin-peeling ghost. As his spiritual abilities surged into its mind, initiating a search. So, the elegant teacher is your third target," he disowned. "You are accompanied by a ghost general, and above that, a ghost king. You hail from." Just as Li Jin was about to unveil that location, the skin-peeling ghost transformed into black smoke, swiftly drifting out the window, leaving behind the skin of the elegant teacher's husband. Li Jin furrowed his brow, casting his gaze outside, where atop a building stood a diminutive figure brandishing a flag. It was this very banner that had absorbed the skin-peeling ghost. "Is it not somewhat excessive to seize another's spoils without so much as a greeting?" Li Jin remarked coldly. The figure across from him chuckled. "A Dragon Country denizen. The Empire of Great Days has not summoned you Taoists. My Onmyoji is sufficient. Return whence you came." Li Jin's expression hardened. "I presume you are aware of the location of the land of ghosts?" The Onmyoji scoffed. "What? Seeking the Holy Land? Ha ha ha. Catch me if you can." With that, he leapt from the rooftop, utilizing momentum to vanish from sight. Li Jin did not hasten to pursue. He had already left a spiritual mark on the individual. The realm of little days was compact enough for a mere thought to encompass it entirely. It was akin to wielding a 40-meter-long blade, allowing you to run 39 meters before engaging. Li Jin maintained his composure, while Qing Feng and his companion could not contain their urgency, leaping forth in pursuit of the Onmyoji. Before departing, Qing Feng could not resist a jibe. "Those who dabble in feng shui are indeed worthless. With such meager skills, do not embarrass yourselves in public." Li Jin merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. He turned his attention to the elegant teacher, still shaken upon the bed, as the ghostly fetus within her remained unexorcised. Li Jin resolved to see this through. Channeling his energy, the ghostly presence was expelled from her body, transforming into ethereal mist. In an instant, she felt rejuvenated, as if a long-standing ailment had been miraculously cured. "All right, you are fine now." The elegant teacher finally snapped back to reality, gazing at Li Jin in a daze. "Is it truly so?" Li Jin nodded affirmatively. "Absolutely, but I must confess, your husband is beyond saving. He has long since passed away." The elegant teacher glanced at the pile of skin on the ground, her expression a mixture of complexity. "Well, he is dead, so be it. Being a widow is preferable to living in constant fear." Li Jin, not particularly skilled in offering comfort, replied softly. "Perhaps you could still play the lead in a couple of special episodes. They are sure to be immensely popular." The elegant teacher responded, "So I would be the grieving widow and charming widow?" "Thank you, Li Sang. I am at a loss for how to repay you. If you wish, I could continue to serve you." Li Jin shook his head, although he found it quite pleasant. It was inappropriate given that she had just become a widow and had yet to attend to her husband's affairs. There will be opportunities in the future. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With a reluctant glance from the elegant teacher, Li Jin departed. On the bustling streets of Dongdu, a handsome man lamented. A massage nearly stirred emotions in the technician. "It's all because of my charm that women find it hard to resist." The evening breeze whistled through the alleys, and under the night sky, the streets of Dongdu were nearly deserted. In a cosmopolitan city like this, one would typically find more people at night than during the day, yet here it was quite the opposite. Perhaps it was related to the recent occurrence of the night parade of 100 demons. Even those who were on the streets appeared to be hurrying along with purpose. Li Jin sensed the location of the soul mark and swiftly moved towards the eastern part of Dongdu. In a short span of time, he had covered over 100 miles. Indeed, He was quite adept at fleeing as an onmyoji, unfurling a pair of pale blue wings. He disregarded the astonished gazes of those around him and ascended into the sky. Since he had arrived, he had no intention of being discreet. It was merely a small place. One ought to act with abandon. With a sound that shattered the air, Li Jin transformed into a streak of blue light, soaring towards the east of Dongdu. At this moment in the Bandai district of Dongdu, a diminutive onmyoji was incessantly employing evasion techniques while muttering curses under his breath. Damn it, I never expected that brat to have such formidable allies. He has chased me for dozens of miles. The two pursuing Qingfeng were also grumbling. That little rascal runs like the wind. We have pursued him for dozens of miles without catching up. If I don't get to teach him a lesson today, I will find it hard to quell my anger. The two parties continued their relentless chase, oblivious to the bizarre transformation of their surroundings. In the sky, Li Jin, with eyes like a hawk, observed as the three figures vanished into the streets. It appeared to be an illusion, a specialty of the onmyoji, yet such a vast illusion must conceal something significant. Let me investigate whether this is the source of the demons, Li Jin thought. He landed at the edge of the illusionary barrier, restraining his aura, and stepped lightly inside. Upon entering, the environment abruptly transformed. The sky turned gray, and the surrounding flora appeared withered. The dense aura of malevolence was palpable, making this place a veritable paradise for vengeful spirits. What on earth is going on here? Are they nurturing demons or imprisoning them? Li Jin furrowed his brow, suddenly hearing hearty laughter emanating from nearby. Ha, junior brother. This place is truly a paradise tailor-made for the two of us. Indeed, senior brother. With such an abundance of soul power, it must surely be the land of ghostly origins. If we could harness it all for ourselves, transcending to immortality would be merely a matter of time. Chapter 58, The Clash of Both Sides. Qingfeng and his companion had never before felt such an affinity for the ghostly aura. After cultivating the Dao soul technique bestowed by the immortal being, their thirst for soul power was magnified infinitely. Junior brother, let us unleash our full potential and seize the moment. A wicked smile danced upon Qingfeng's lips, and at that moment, he no longer regarded the diminutive Yin-Yang master with any concern. What a joke. You've fallen into a gold mine, yet you still fret over trifles outside. Dao soul technique. Draw the two simultaneously activated the newly acquired technique, a powerful suction emanating from their bodies, drawing in the surrounding black, ghostly energy. It was visible to the eye, as torrents of ghostly essence surged into them through their eyes, ears, noses, and mouths. Ha ha ha. Exhilarating. This is beyond delightful. It is even more pleasurable than the initial stages of foundation establishment. Qingfeng's laughter became sharp and piercing, as dark, mysterious patterns crawled across their bodies, even enveloping their faces. Upon closer inspection, the patterns appeared to writhe continuously, as if they were alive. Yet, they seemed oblivious to any discomfort. All they felt was sheer ecstasy. In this moment, one could not deny their semblance to sinister practitioners. Damn it, those Dragon Kingdom fellows. How dare they brazenly seize the sacred source? The diminutive Yin-Yang master nearby was hopping in frustration. Do they think they can bully a solitary man? Do they believe I want to retaliate on my own turf? With that, he formed hand seals, and a lightning bird materialized from his fingertips, splitting into several and darting in various directions. Before long, several figures appeared within the illusion. Tall, short, plump, and thin, they varied in shape, yet all were garbed in peculiar attire. Some were swathed in white cloth, while others donned only shorts. Their bodies smeared with unusual paint. Which fool dares to act recklessly in my sacred source territory of the Great Dou Empire? A corpulent middle-aged Yin-Yang master, irate, smashed a skull into a nearby tree, which splintered under the impact. Chatter, chatter, I hear it's a Taoist from the Dragon Kingdom? It's been ages since I've tasted the flesh and blood of a Taoist. If I had been present when half of the Dragon Kingdom was trampled by the Great Dou Empire, what a magnificent sensation that would have been. Beside him, a gaunt woman extended her serpent-like tongue, licking her arm and casting a sinister grin at Qingfeng and his companion. Fatty, you can't handle just these two little kittens and puppies? The rotund Yin-Yang master turned to the diminutive Fatty. Burning Skull Celestial Master, they are Foundation Establishment practitioners. Even as a superior Yin-Yang master, I find it difficult to contend against four hands. Fatty explained. Humph, a newcomer to the Yin-Yang Hall, clearly lacking in skill, worthless. If it weren't for his father's demise, how could a waste like him ever occupy the position of Yin-Yang master in the Fatty family? Go play elsewhere. Let the uncles and aunts teach you what it truly means to be a Yin-Yang master. Fatty's countenance soured. Damn it, did I summon you here just to berate me? However, he could only endure, for the strength of these individuals truly surpassed his own. At the very least, they were all upper tier onmyoji. with the corpulent Ranlu and the slender woman being celestial masters of Onmyodo, entities capable of commanding 100 demons. Not to mention those ancient relics within the Onmyo Hall, where even the Onmyo Spirit King might reside. When the Spirit King emerges, all demons shall submit. Ranlu glanced at the several upper-tier Onmyoji beside him. They exchanged knowing nods before simultaneously launching their attacks towards the two individuals, Qingfeng and his companion, who were lost in their meditative practice. In an instant, the malevolent aura surged to their command, showcasing the Onmyoji's mastery over the path of spirits. Evil exorcism, soulbone horn, fourfold water wave burial. Various techniques erupted, each infused with the surging malevolent energy, radiating an extraordinary might. A slow smile blossomed upon their faces. What a joke. The practitioners of Long Kingdom are nothing remarkable. These individuals, much like the hereditary Onmyoji, had never participated in the past battles and possessed little understanding of the strength of Long Kingdom's cultivators. At this moment, as they were on the verge of witnessing the downfall of two practitioners from Long Kingdom, their disdain intensified. Even when hunting rabbits, a lion must exert its full strength. Do not be careless, Ranlu admonished. Yet, by the time he sensed the shift, it was already too late. Numerous attacks landed upon Qingfeng and his companion. Yet not a single scratch was inflicted, all being thwarted by the swirling malevolent energy surrounding them. The Onmyoji truly are a bunch of fools. Were it not for past external constraints, would you have managed to frolic in Long Kingdom for so long? Qingfeng opened his eyes, revealing a pair of eerily pitch-black orbs. He then extended his hands, which shimmered with dark patterns, and grasped the air as if seizing something tangible. Instantly, two Onmyoji appeared as though their throats were constricted. Struggling to breathe, release Yamada and Matsushita. The others nearby channeled their Onmyo spirit power and once again unleashed their techniques against Qingfeng. Yet, without exception, their attacks were repelled by an unseen force of malevolent energy. If you wish to spar with my senior brother, first contend with me. Qingfeng's junior brother crossed his arms, effortlessly neutralizing the incoming techniques. Junior brother, why speak of martial virtue with these mere mortals? If one can kill, then kill. Qingfeng's voice resonated. Accompanied by two crisp sounds of bone cracking, Yamada and Matsushita tilted their heads, lifeless. Retreat, Ranlu shouted, personally channeling his celestial-level Onmyo spirit power. The skull in his hand ignited with an eerie green flame, accompanied by a chilling aura, aimed at Qingfeng and his companion. He could not allow these upper-tier Onmyoji to perish, otherwise, their families would harbor enmity towards him, and the entities within the Onmyo Hall might hold him accountable. This was the most terrifying prospect. The might of the green-flamed skull far exceeded that of the previous techniques. Even though the flames were not directed at the upper-tier Onmyoji, they could still feel a chilling sensation from their very souls. Qingfeng's junior brother furrowed his brow, conjuring a black and white pattern in the air, Taoist Taiji, which appeared grotesque against the backdrop of the malevolent energy. Bang! The green-flamed skull collided with an unseen barrier, emitting a muffled thud. This strike shattered the Taiji, and Qingfeng's junior brother was violently rebuffed, spitting forth a mouthful of dark blood. The gentle breeze could scarcely afford to flee from the ascendant Onmyoji, swiftly steadying his junior. Junior, how do you fare? Elder brother, that adversary possesses formidable strength, likely rivaling that of a core formation practitioner. I have been careless and caused you trouble. The elder brother, Qingfeng, summoned his spectral energy to quell the tumultuous blood and qi within his disciple. Fear not. Retreat and tend to your wounds. Allow me to reclaim what is rightfully yours. With a flourish of his sleeve, he propelled his junior to safety. He then turned his gaze towards the assembled Onmyoji, including the fiery-headed Tianshi. So, you are Onmyoji? I am eager to experience your prowess. Dao Soul rotate. Manifest the celestial. He bellowed. Human pill, condense. At that moment, the surrounding spectral energy surged violently into his being. In an instant, his aura escalated dramatically as he forcibly transcended the foundation establishment stage, entering the realm of core formation. Who could have anticipated that the practitioner once presumed to be at the foundation establishment level would achieve such a breakthrough in the heat of battle? The cultivators of the Dragon Kingdom are shrouded in enigma, with the chasm between their realms resembling an insurmountable divide. Upon witnessing Qingfeng's ascension, both the fiery-headed Tianshi and the lanky woman displayed expressions of alarm. This scene rekindled memories for Tianshi, recalling events from decades prior on Dragon Kingdom soil. Back then, he was merely a mid-tier Onmyoji, following a procession led by the Onmyoji Spirit King across the seas, witnessing an extraordinary battle. Despite the prowess of numerous masters, none could prevail against a single individual from the Dragon Kingdom. Had it not been for the intervention of mysterious forces, Tianshi would have likely perished in a foreign land long ago. Qingfeng's breakthrough evoked the dread he had felt when his master was subjugated by a core formation practitioner. It is crucial to remember that his current strength mirrors that of his master during that time, a mid-tier Onmyoji Tianshi. Tianshi, what are you afraid of? He has merely just entered core formation. Surely, together we can handle him? The lanky woman bellowed, her face contorted with ferocity. Tianshi forced himself to regain composure. But his mind was already devising an escape plan. What a jest. You, woman, were not present during that grand conflict and know little of the Dragon Kingdom's cultivators. You merely speak bravado. The usual plan. You bear the pressure while I seek an opportunity to eliminate him. Tianshi conjured a skull, igniting it anew with green flames. The lanky woman nodded vigorously and advanced towards Qingfeng. With each step she took, her form swelled. Violent divine merge. A colossal, shadowy specter flickered behind her before melding into her being. A cacophony akin to popping beans erupted as the lanky woman, buoyed by the wind, transformed into a 2-meter-tall, formidable being. With a triangular head, a green visage, and sharp fangs, her black fur cloaked much of her skin, rendering her extraordinarily fearsome. Splendid. The green-faced Tianshi is about to strike. Those two from the Dragon Kingdom are in for a reckoning. The green-faced Tianshi has a particular penchant for exotic delicacies. The rotund figure observed this transformation with envy. It is worth noting that the green-faced Tianshi was merely a mid-tier Onmyoji like them a few years prior. However, she was blessed with fortune, receiving divine favor in the shrine, thereby ascending to the esteemed status of Tianshi, surpassing them all. Rumor has it that she is connected to a spirit king within the realm of Yin and Yang. And even other celestial masters whisper about her possessing the potential of a spirit king. The azure-faced master, having integrated with her Shikigami, displays an overwhelming might that is truly formidable. Dragon scoundrel, prepare to die. Become my sustenance. The ground beneath her feet crumbled in an instant as she transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly rushing before Qingfeng, raising her hands to deliver a powerful blow. Boom. Dust erupted, obscuring the view. Are you akin to a rodent? Afraid to confront me head-on? The mocking words of the azure-faced master resounded. Hold on. I still wish to play with you. Qingfeng's voice, laced with malice, sent shivers down spines. No sooner had he spoken than the azure-faced master charged forth. Her fist, akin to a sandbag, produced a sonic boom as it struck, dispersing the surrounding malevolent energy. Bang! It connected. The azure-faced master's punch could not be withstood without decades of cultivation. That dragon scoundrel must be nothing more than a mangled mess by now, right? Ha ha. Does that mean we share in the credit? Outside the dust cloud, a group of Onmyoji heard the sound of flesh meeting flesh, delighting in the demonstration of the azure-faced master's unparalleled strength. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the dust and revealing the scene within. In an instant, they were left speechless, their eyes wide with shock. For there stood the azure-faced master's formidable punch, effortlessly grasped by the dragon scoundrel with a single hand, showing no signs of strain whatsoever. Snap! Ah! The sound of bones cracking, accompanied by the azure-faced master's wails, pierced the heart. What? How is this possible? The azure-faced master cried out in agony, turning to shout, Ronlu, why haven't you made a move? But then she froze, realizing there was no sign of Ronlu among the crowd. Damn it! Ronlu has actually fled in the heat of battle. This infuriates me. Qingfeng's wicked visage curved into a smile. Yin-Yang master, I have experienced your strength. So now it is your turn to test my blade. With that, a thick malevolent energy, akin to spiritual power, swirled around the azure-faced master's arm. He then exerted force, and her arm was wrenched from its socket, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Ah! The shrill cry echoed through the heavens. The azure-faced master staggered back, clutching her severed limb. Her fighting spirit had been utterly crushed. With her ally having fled, faced with an overwhelmingly powerful opponent, and surrounded by nothing but inept companions, what could she do? Continuing the fight might cost her life. You cannot kill me. I am a servant of the great Jade Spirit King. If you retreat now, I can pretend this never happened. Sensing the dire situation, she attempted to intimidate Qingfeng with her connections. If she wished to survive, she must relinquish the source of her power, and she would depart. A smile crept upon Qingfeng's lips. The source of power? No. Absolutely not. The azure-faced master, now resembling a mere reed, shook her head vigorously. Then there is nothing more to discuss. I shall kill you and find it myself, Qingfeng declared as he prepared to strike. For a fleeting moment, the azure-faced master appeared dazed, then shouted loudly, Stop! I will lead you to the source of power. The gentle breeze lifted its arms before gradually descending, its momentum retracting. Would it not have sufficed to say this earlier? Must one feign arrogance and endure a beating to learn humility? The visage of the green-faced celestial master darkened, yet he had no choice but to lead Qingfeng. Qingfeng assisted his junior brother, and together they followed a group of onmyoji deeper into the illusionary realm. Unbeknownst to them, an additional figure had emerged from the crowd. The landscape within the illusion was convoluted and bizarre. Had it not been for familiar faces, one might have found it nearly impossible to navigate the correct path. Surroundings transformed continuously. One moment it was desolate mountains, the next serene lakes, and then enclosed spaces. Ultimately, an ancient edifice perched upon a low hill came into view. Upon reaching this site, the onmyoji collectively prostrated themselves in reverence. To Qingfeng's astonishment, it was the despised sacred toilet of the pure nation, a source of disdain among the people of Longhua. Hurry, I have no desire to witness your frivolous rituals. Where is the source of the spirits? Take me there, Qingfeng commanded. Although the onmyoji displayed dissatisfaction, they had no choice but to follow the green-faced celestial master into the interior. As they progressed into the courtyard of the sacred toilet, the celestial master suddenly dashed forward. Observing this, Qingfeng reached out, intending to grasp her back. However, this time he was met with failure. His spectral energy was repelled by an unseen force. The Taoist practitioners of Longhua. The Empire of the Radiant Sun is not your playground to manipulate at will. You have slain our kin, yet you covet our treasures? Very well, let us exchange lives. A figure clad in a suit loomed atop the roof, looking down imperiously. Chapter 60. The Master Hall of the Sacred Toilet. The sudden appearance of this enigmatic individual instilled a tinge of pressure within Qingfeng. Surely, you cannot be the formidable ally that this woman spoke of, the great Jade Spirit King? Qingfeng gazed upward, his expression grave. The man in the suit bore a sickly pale visage, yet a confident smile graced his lips. Indeed, I am one of the 12 Spirit Kings. The great Jade Spirit King. Qingfeng pursed his lips and remarked, no wonder I thought this woman had suddenly changed her demeanor. It seems you are her puppet master. The great Jade Spirit King chuckled lightly. The green-faced one is my most favored subordinate. Without her, I would lose much amusement. Thus, for my own enjoyment, I had no choice but to pay a visit. Nevertheless, this journey proves worthwhile, for a Taoist practitioner's condensed essence from Longhua is a rare treasure. With that, his gaze swept across Qingfeng's abdomen, laden with predatory intent. If you desire my condensed essence, let us first see how capable you truly are. Qingfeng scoffed coldly, channeling a substantial amount of spectral energy towards the great Jade Spirit King. The torrent of spectral energy surged fiercely, yet upon nearing the great Jade Spirit King, it inexplicably disintegrated, scattering like mist. The great Jade Spirit King sighed. I did not anticipate your folly in employing spectral energy against a Spirit King of the onmyoji. Ha! When it comes to manipulating spirits, none can claim superiority over our onmyoji. While I remain uncertain as to why you can absorb spectral energy to grow stronger, it seems your aspirations shall find their grave here today. Qingfeng maintained a calm demeanor, betraying no signs of panic. Brother, the Spirit Kings possess the power to contend with those at the primordial spirit realm. If we do not depart soon, I fear we may truly find ourselves trapped. His junior brother whispered anxiously from behind. The gentle breeze turned and gazed at him. Junior brother, do you trust your senior brother? The junior brother, taken aback for a moment, nodded and replied, of course. I always follow your lead. The gentle breeze nodded, placing a hand on his shoulder, and earnestly said, if your senior brother believes today's endeavor can succeed, it will undoubtedly come to fruition. However, it will require some sacrifice on your part to assist me. A sinister gleam flickered in the gentle breeze's eyes as an overwhelming force emanated from his hand. Under the astonished and terrified gazes of the onlookers, he drained the life from his junior brother, reducing him to a mere dried corpse, cruel and merciless indeed. After siphoning the malevolent energy from his sibling, the gentle breeze's form began to distort, as if myriad faces were attempting to emerge from within him. How could our master permit us to fail? My dear junior brother, you are far too naive. This way, you can lend me your strength, and you shall partake in the ascent. Suddenly, a cry of anguish pierced the air. Yuanshan, Tao manifest. Countless wraith-like energies were absorbed into the gentle breeze's being, and the onmyoji could not intervene in time. This fellow must be insane. With such an abundance of ghostly energy, he would surely explode. Yet, the anticipated scene of his demise did not unfold. At this moment, the gentle breeze's body swelled grotesquely, his features uneven. Yet, his eyes revealed that his consciousness remained intact amidst the chaotic energies. A formidable aura accompanied him. An overwhelming pressure that was impossible to ignore. Impossible. This cannot be. The blue-faced celestial master was struck with astonishment. Having experienced the prowess of the Qi condensation stage, she dared not underestimate him, even as he merely stepped into this realm. The great Jade Spirit King shook his head slowly. If it were that simple to break through, the Yuanshan realm would be filled with practitioners. He was only at the pseudo-Yuanshan stage, a matter of little concern. Reassured by the great Jade Spirit King's words, the Onmyoji felt a sense of relief. Observing the gentle breeze in his half-awake state, the great Jade Spirit King decided to provoke him further. Young man, considering you are about to become part of this place, I can clearly inform you. The source of the ghost you desire lies within that house behind me. Alas, you shall not obtain it. Even if you pass my test, there are unfathomable horrors awaiting you inside. As he spoke, even the great Jade Spirit King felt a shiver run down his spine, as if the house harbored an immense terror. Curiosity compelled the crowd to glance at the house, only to be met with confusion. Is that the great terror the Spirit King mentioned? It appears to be searching for something quite striking. Noticing the peculiar comments from the crowd, the great Jade Spirit King turned his gaze. Unbeknownst to them, the grand doors of the sacred hall had swung open, revealing a figure rummaging through the contents within, leaping about energetically. Bang! A blurred silhouette was flung out, and the onlookers felt an overwhelming sense of oppression emanating from it. The great Jade Spirit King's eyes widened in horror. It was the Red Ghost Lord. The entity expelled was indeed the very terror he had referenced, a formidable being hailing from another realm, rivaling the Onmyoji Emperor. But who was this person that could compel even a ghost emperor like the Red Ghost to yield? Upon perceiving that silhouette, the once muddled gaze of Qing Feng suddenly became lucid for a fleeting moment. Could it be him? That feng shui master? How could he possibly be here? Li Jin had searched the grand hall for quite a while, and only after overturning several offerings did he finally discover a verdant sapling beneath the altar, from which a wormhole the size of a fist was suspended. Huh, found you. He extracted his phone, collecting the Chungjie grass into his medicinal garden, while the spatial wormhole was dismantled into spatial comprehension. In the world of vengeful spirits, a formidable ghost suddenly felt a pang of pain, sensing the severance of its soul fragment, and was consumed by fury. Before the grand hall, everyone felt the ghostly aura permeating the illusion gradually dissipating, predicting that in just a few days, this place would revert to its former state. No, release the ghost source. That belongs to my great Sun Empire. The great Yu Spirit King could no longer maintain his composure and shouted. Qing Feng, whose mind was being gradually engulfed by the ghostly aura, could no longer remain still, transforming into a fleeting shadow and rushing towards Li Jin at great speed. Give me the ghost source, and I shall ensure your survival. Li Jin paused momentarily, then smiled faintly. I'm afraid I've already consumed it. What? What? Qing Feng and the great Yu Spirit King exclaimed in unison. Spirit King, I've encountered that lad before. The rotund figure, Tu Feiyuan, brandished the soul-capturing flag, calling out from the back of the crowd. He merely a faade. Incapable of subduing even a single ghost soldier, it was I who assisted him. Only then did the crowd recall the pivotal figure responsible for the current predicament, this very Tu Feiyuan. Had it not been for his summoning of the Yin-Yang order, they would have been basking in leisure outside. Suddenly, everyone turned their gaze towards him, their expressions darkening, as if to say, it was you who brought the Dragon Country fellows into the village. At this moment, the great Yu Spirit King was filled with trepidation. Retreating step by step, the sacred source is destroyed. You are finished. I tell you, the Imperial Army has surrounded the area. There is no escape. Qing Feng stood alone nearby, seemingly deranged. What does a feng shui craftsman want with that? To ruin my Dao fruit is tantamount to inviting death. It seems the only solution is to eviscerate you to safeguard my master's plan. The reactions of the two were starkly contrasting. Even the relatively stronger great Yu Spirit King was now faltering. He understood that if even the Red Ghost Lord could be easily defeated, then he would stand no chance. Yet Qing Feng remained oblivious, only aware that Li Jin was a feng shui master who might possess some skill. Thus, the ignorant are fearless, and he charged forward without hesitation. Chapter 61, The Red Ghost. Outside the hall, the gathered Yin-Yang masters felt as though lead weighed down their feet, caught in a state of shock from which they could not extricate themselves. Just what was that individual's background? How could he render a being of the Spirit Emperor level utterly defenseless? Only Qing Feng moved amidst the crowd, his grotesque form enveloped in a heavy ghostly aura. With hands forming incantations, he conjured ghostly hands to seize Li Jin. Ha! I've caught you. The ghost source is mine. Qing Feng laughed maniacally. However, he soon realized that as his ghostly hands approached within 10 centimeters of Li Jin, they dissipated into azure smoke. It was not merely that the ghostly aura was dispersed. Rather, it was being purified entirely. What? The gentle breeze widened its eyes, caught off guard, as a hand, as large as a fan, leapt before it. A sharp and resounding slap echoed through the air. Engaging in the pursuit of cultivation was one thing, but to present oneself in such a grotesque manner truly disgraced the Dragon Kingdom. Li Jin returned the earlier mockery with interest. Following that, he delivered a swift kick that sent the gentle breeze sprawling, leaving it unable to summon the ghostly energy within, crashing to the ground and creating a depression upon impact. After this blow, the gentle breeze was forcibly cast down from the half-step Yuanshan realm. Yet, your demeanor reminds me of a group of charlatans, wreaking havoc in the Dragon Kingdom. Li Jin stood at the threshold of the divine latrine, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon the breeze. Who is Wajizi to you? Upon hearing Li Jin utter his master's name, the gentle breeze's eyes widened in shock. Such nonsense. My master is one of the 3 titans of the Taoist realm in the Dragon Kingdom, preaching to mountains, rivers, and seas, bestowing blessings upon countless beings. How dare you slander him? Who are you? Do you dare reveal your name? His expression twisted in fury. He would not allow anyone to defame his master. Li Jin chuckled, shaking his head. Indeed, the disciples of Wajizi are a fervent bunch. I am the sovereign of the Forbidden Zone, Jin Di. Upon hearing Li Jin's declaration, the gentle breeze was momentarily stunned. Then his eyes bulged wider, as if they might leap from their sockets. Jin Di, he murmured, his mind reeling. The horrific calamity of last night in Shilling was known throughout the nation, yet the identity of the one who resolved the disaster remained a mystery to the public. However, for those within the enigmatic circles of cultivation in the Dragon Kingdom, information flows freely. They were already aware that this figure went by the name Jin Di, possessing terrifying power. Even his master, Wajizi, lamented that he was not a match. Even the dragon forging project had been stripped away by the Dragon Kingdom's officials, forcing them to seek alternative paths. The gentle breeze could not comprehend why he appeared in such mundane circumstances, and that his objective aligned with his own. Was all his fervent striving in vain? How infuriating. Do you even know what the Dao Soul technique you practice truly is? Li Jin scoffed. The gentle breeze retorted. This is an unparalleled secret method bestowed by my master to aid our cultivation. My ability to break into the Yuan Shun realm with the Dao Soul technique is the best proof. Huh, an unparalleled secret method? It is merely the raising of a puppet. You pitiful creatures, unaware that you are but fodder. Li Jin shook his head, though not a trace of pity lingered in his gaze. Nonsense. What if you are immensely powerful? You may corrupt my heart of Dao, but I still dare to take a piece of flesh from you. The gentle breeze's face contorted with rage, blood, and saliva mingling. Just a mere insect. You may certainly try. Li Jin provocatively beckoned him with a finger. After a barrage of taunts, the gentle breeze, tainted by ghostly energy, found its sanity slipping away, ready to rally and launch a ferocious assault on Li Jin. You treacherous fiend! How dare you ambush this emperor? Suddenly, a voice like thunder erupted, filled with unbridled fury. An overwhelming pressure descended upon the scene, suppressing even the surrounding ghostly energy, rendering it inert. Under this intense oppression, the gentle breeze could no longer sustain its battered form, exploding into a gruesome mass of flesh and blood. Thus, it met its bitter end in the northwest. Among the assembly of Onmyoji, a figure slowly rose, enveloped in a crimson mist that obscured its form, revealing only 4 eerie green vertical eyes fixated intently on Li Jin. Upon the emergence of this shadow, the surrounding Onmyoji turned pallid, their eyes devoid of vitality, resembling the long dead. The great Jade Spirit King stood among them, his companion, the green-faced heavenly master, reduced to naught but skin stretched over bones, appearing more mummified than an actual mummy. Li Jin glanced at the red demon, pursing his lips. How dare a wisp of lingering soul presume to claim imperial status? The red demon responded with a sinister chuckle. Were it not for the constraints of this world, would you dare to converse with me in such a manner? You have already paved your path to demise by obstructing mine. I shall make you aware of the exquisite sensation of your soul being weighed by me, the Emperor. With that proclamation, an endless torrent of crimson smoke emanated from the demon's form, enveloping the entire illusion in mere moments. The intense pressure ruptured the carefully crafted illusion of the Onmyoji Hall, the red mist sprawling outward into the distance. Beyond the illusion, the Wandai field was completely surrounded by the troops of the Little Sun. What is happening? Have the Onmyoji failed once more? Is the night parade of 100 demons about to commence? Where are the Onmyoji? The soldiers of Little Sun began to panic, having scarcely recovered from the terror of the last outbreak of the night parade just days prior. Then, the crimson mist descended. Oh, help! Save me! I do not wish to die. In an instant, the soldiers ensnared within the red mist began to scream in horror, their cries escalating in intensity. It seemed the mist possessed an arcane power, capable of infiltrating their very souls and devouring them from within. The sensation was far more maddening than any physical torment. Open fire! Shoot! In a frenzy, the surrounding troops unleashed a barrage upon the red mist. But how could physical means vanquish magic? Upon realizing the futility of their efforts, the soldiers of Little Sun hastily discarded their helmets and armor, summoning all their strength to flee. Return! You are not permitted to run. Cowards must commit seppuku. Oh. The commander, burdened by his girth, lagged behind, wishing for extra legs to escape. Yet he too fell victim to the crimson mist, meeting his end as he succumbed to a deep slumber. More and more soldiers perished, and the surrounding civilians gradually became ensnared as well. In an instant, the entire eastern capital was shrouded in slumber, enveloped by the red mist, transforming it into a ghost town. Li Jin acutely sensed the actions of the red demon. Yet he refrained from intervening. How absurd. This red demon had achieved the great annihilation of the eastern capital in times past. It would have been hailed as a hero of resistance. Such a remarkable strategy. Truly, it is worthy of the reverence bestowed upon it by the little son. I applaud this. He clapped his hands in approval, offering a nod of appreciation to the red demon. They are merely livestock confined within this realm, and their contributions to me are but a return to their soul's rightful abode. Are you prepared to tremble for your soul? Chapter 62, Playing with Fire and Burning Oneself. After absorbing a substantial number of souls, the red demon's strength ascended to an unprecedented pinnacle, comparable to the so-called Onmyoji Soul Emperor of Little Sun. Its aura rivaling that of a Dou Huang expert. The crimson figure of the red demon flickered in the red mist, seemingly omnipresent. I wonder what exquisite flavor your soul possesses. Come, let me savor it. With that, the red demon unexpectedly materialized behind Li Jin, its claws extending menacingly towards his head. If struck, even Li Jin would find it exceedingly uncomfortable. Hiss! A pair of resplendent energy wings unfurled from Li Jin's back, deftly intertwining and scorching the demon's claws. It is worth noting that Li Jin's fighting spirit was forged through various mystical fires, inherently possessing an intensely scorching quality, which proved highly effective against these malevolent entities. The burning energy clung to the demon like a parasite, inflicting immense pain upon it. What a despicable creature. The red demon vanished once more into the crimson mist, awaiting its moment to strike. From this exchange, Li Jin gleaned a rough understanding of its strength, superficially robust, yet fundamentally frail. Perhaps it had reached the level of a one-star Dou Emperor, albeit through the aid of potions. Li Jin commented nonchalantly, after all this time, how are you still so easily defeated? The red demon offered no response, appearing to have vanished entirely. Growing impatient, Li Jin scanned his surroundings. Hey, are you planning to fight or not? If not, I shall take my leave. My time is quite precious. Thinking to flee, however, was not so simple. The voice of the red demon reverberated through the heavens. Li Jin looked up to see a colossal scarlet skull looming above the red mist, its four eye sockets ablaze with green ghostly flames. A massive ghostly needle shot forth from the skull's maw, hurtling towards Li Jin. This was the red demon revealing its true form, and its power was undeniably formidable. Li Jin, not one to boast, immediately conjured a gigantic ruler in his hand and sent it hurtling towards the ghostly needle. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed across the skies of the eastern capital, yet no one could hear it. The ghostly needle trembled under the force of the gigantic ruler, veering off to the side, while the ruler recoiled back. Boom! Dust and debris filled the red mist, the sound of collapsing structures resounding. The main hall and side chambers of the sacred toilet of the pure nation were utterly obliterated. Ashes scattering everywhere. Hey, are you causing destruction here? Such a lack of morality. Li Jin cursed, seemingly relishing the chaos. The red demon remained silent, brewing its next powerful attack. Suddenly, the eerie green ghostly flames erupted from its four eye sockets, encircling Li Jin in a square formation. Taste my soul-desecrating fire. Refined over countless years. Ha ha ha. The red demon cackled, clearly confident in this assault. Yet, as Li Jin found himself surrounded by this soul fire, he did not betray the anticipated panic. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips. To his surprise, amidst countless methods, you chose to play with fire. How amusing. The soul-desecrating fire, under the demon's control, surged inward with ferocity, even the air igniting with a charred aroma. Although this fire appeared chilling and terrifying, its temperature was alarmingly high. Even steel would instantly liquefy upon contact. It bore a striking resemblance to one of the mystical fires Li Jin had unlocked, the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. However, the Bone Spirit Cold Fire was a natural phenomenon born of the heavens and earth, inherently the sovereign among flames. The soul corruption flame is but a flame born of the mundane. How could it ever hope to rival the extraordinary flames? As the soul corruption flame enveloped Li Jin, the formidable head of the red demon split its jaws with malevolent delight. No matter how fiercely you struggle, once my flames taint you, your soul shall no longer belong to you. Ha ha ha. It envisioned the moment it would consume the soul of a soul emperor-level powerhouse, perhaps breaking its shackles and ascending to a mightier existence. No longer would it cower, until it dominated this realm, and perhaps even surpassed its own master. Its ambition swelled uncontrollably at the instant the wormhole was annihilated. Alas, my extraordinary fire has yet to manifest, otherwise I would show you what true coldness and searing heat entail. Li Jin's voice resonated from within the soul corruption flame. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the flames, which recoiled in apparent fear, reluctant to make contact. The hand formed a grasping gesture. The surging soul corruption flame instantly transformed into a docile flicker, floating gently in the palm. "What? My soul corruption flame!" exclaimed the red demon, utterly horrified. It realized, to its shock, that it had lost all connection with the soul corruption flame, unable to summon it no matter how it strained. The flame appeared as if it had never belonged to it, remaining utterly still. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This emperor has devoted millennia to refining it. We are inseparable. What trickery is this? How can you impede my perception? The red demon's aura surged, refusing to accept this outcome. Li Jin smirked, toying with the soul corruption flame. "Let me put it this way. I possess a flame that can be deemed my grandfather, while yours is but a grandchild. What right does a grandchild have to stir up trouble before its grandfather?" The red demon roared in fury. "You speak utter nonsense. My soul corruption flame is one that even true spirits shun. It is the mightiest flame aside from the flame of retribution." Li Jin chuckled. "The flame of retribution, you say? Haha. If the red demon knew that its so-called mightiest flame of retribution ranked merely 8th in the realm of Dou Qi, it would hardly be so arrogant. Soul corruption flame, return to your rightful place." The red demon frantically manipulated the flames, attempting to dispel this so-called illusion. Li Jin's lips curled into a smile. "Since you are in such a hurry, I shall return it to you." A ghostly green flame soared from Li Jin's palm, leisurely ascending towards the red demon's colossal head. As it neared, the flame split into 4, each darting towards its 4 eye sockets. The red demon rejoiced at the return of the flame. A significant portion of its strength derived from this soul corruption flame. This urgency to reclaim it was now clear. "You truly are arrogant, daring to return the soul corruption flame to me. How ceremonial it shall be when I relish your soul." The red demon's words faltered as intense agony seized it, causing its head to thrash violently, desperate to expel something. "Ah, my soul corruption flame, what are you doing? Cease at once." At this moment, the soul fire of corruption returned to the eye sockets of the crimson demon, unleashing an unparalleled force of soul incineration that severely wounded its very essence. Its momentum plummeted instantly, causing the crimson mist to thin considerably, nearly on the brink of collapse. The crimson demon was driven to madness, unable to comprehend why the soul fire would turn against itself. Chapter 63, Justice for Heaven. Flee. This was the sole thought occupying the mind of the crimson demon. If the soul fire continued to burn it, it would surely dissipate into nothingness, or, at best, end up in a state of dazed stupor. Resolute, it forcefully tore its soul asunder, splitting it in two. The insidious soul fire was expelled from its head with great effort. The once massive skull diminished, its essence waning, now resembling that of a human head, with the 4 hollow eye sockets utterly vacant. The humiliation of today, I shall repay in full. After uttering this fierce declaration, the crimson demon stirred the surrounding crimson mist, obscuring its presence, and swiftly fled. Trying to escape? This realm is not so vast. I wonder where you think you can hide. Li Jin, with wings unfurled, ascended into the air, his soul abilities locking onto the crimson demon. In an instant, the sky above the eastern capital resembled 2 shooting stars, one red and one blue. It fled, he pursued. Before long, they had departed the eastern capital, heading towards the northern city. For a being of imperial combat prowess, traversing the lands of this realm takes but a fleeting moment. Even though the crimson demon had been reduced to the realm of the spirit emperor, its speed remained formidable. "Everyone, look, a shooting star. Wow, what a beautiful meteor. This scene reminded me of your name. Mitsuba, is that you? Hey, look, how can a meteor turn like that? Oh no, it's coming towards us." In another city of this realm, countless youths, captivated by the stars, made wishes upon the shooting star. Like in your name, the meteor descended to the earth, landing amidst the city. The crimson demon arrived, and in the blink of an eye, the crimson mist spread once more, reenacting the tragedy in the eastern capital. In the sky, the blue meteor hovered, and Li Jin bellowed, "You dare harm my kin? Today, I shall act as heaven's enforcer." With that, a massive azure fist descended from the heavens. Boom! In an instant, it was as if a comet had collided with the earth. The entire city crumbled under the force of the impact, leaving a 1-kilometer-wide pit at its center. Countless citizens of this realm met their end in that singular blow. Humans are truly shameless. The crimson demon cursed, then took flight once more, heading towards another city, desperately needing to regain strength, lest it face the risk of annihilation. Stop! I shall surely slay you. Li Jin cried out as he pursued. After their departure, the city was filled with cries of despair, many emerging from the rubble, terrified as they gazed at the two streaks of light fading into the distance. Who are these kin? How did they arrive here? Haven't you seen the splendid drama? He is a terrifying superhero. Yes, I have seen it too. Only he possesses such immense power. But who is he battling? Why is his eloquence in the language of the splendid realm not as good as mine? The other voice seemed to speak our tongue. Kin, return my dear Meow Meow. In an instant, the name of the compatriots blossomed among the refugees, and the events of this place spread across the internet like wildfire. What? Our compatriots have come to our great empire? I must seize the opportunity for a photograph. I am his devoted admirer. I am willing to trade my wife for a chance to pose with our compatriot. A crimson mist descended upon the skies of the city. Cursed rascal. Do not push me. The red demon was in a frenzy, having been pursued by Li Jin for hundreds of miles. Along the way, he traveled north, passing through the nuclear-contaminated county and the northern forest county, then retraced his steps through the Shortfield county. Without exception, wherever he attempted to spread crimson mist and absorb power, Li Jin would unleash a sweeping attack behind him, justifying it as a righteous act on behalf of the people. The red demon retorted, I believe you are the true pest here. On this journey, which city could withstand your blow? Li Jin closed in, revealing himself mid-air, clad in armor that resembled a tangible substance, albeit with a strangely familiar appearance. You vile creature, do not act so brazenly. I, the Iron Man, shall now act on behalf of justice and obliterate you in the name of the moon. Crash! Li Jin landed heavily in the heart of the city, drawing countless gazes towards him. Wow, it's Iron Man. It's really Iron Man. This is madness. The leader of the Avengers has come to our humble abode. Is this real? Are there truly Avengers and compatriots here? From above, someone shouted, Are you out of your mind? Wait, why does Iron Man's move seem so familiar? Isn't that the 360-degree sweep of an army? Li Jin brought his hands together before his chest. The energy surged beneath his armor as he slowly crouched down, then suddenly spread his arms wide. Two beams of energy erupted, devastating a multitude of structures along the way. As Li Jin turned his upper body, the energy beams swept horizontally, spinning around with lightning speed. The buildings of the entire city fell like chives severed at the root, crashing down with a thunderous roar. The county of Dabin instantaneously transformed into a desolate wasteland. Many perished, while others were wounded, cries of despair echoing throughout. A beam of red light, enveloped in crimson mist, hurriedly ascended. Oh heavens, why must Iron Man act in such a manner? What have we done to deserve this? Li Jin soared into the air and proclaimed with righteousness, The Avengers are pursuing cosmic criminals. All damages will be borne by my illustrious government. He then transformed into a streak of light, chasing after the red demon. In no time, the names of the compatriots and Iron Man resounded throughout the realm. Nearly evenly matched, you sunk 5 cities, and I have severed 5 cities in half. Shortly thereafter, news arrived from the west that the Sea King, too, was acting on behalf of justice, flooding the 9 provinces, vowing to contest with the 2. The higher-ups of the humble abode were in a frenzy. In less than an hour, almost all their territory had been ravaged. What madness! The compatriots, Iron Man, Sea King, aren't these figures from the realm of film? Why do they appear in our great empire? The Prime Minister, hiding in a shelter, was fuming with rage, eager to confront the illustrious president and demand an explanation for this chaos. The Prime Minister, a few days ago, heard whispers of an organization called the Avengers emerging from the beautiful land. It seems their regime has been usurped by the Avengers. His aide responded with a bow. What shall we do now? Shall we allow them to wreak havoc upon our sovereign territory? Immediately contact the United States. The Prime Minister, in a fit of rage, pointed at his aide. The aide, trembling, rushed to the side to urgently communicate with the Americans. Before long, he returned looking utterly despondent. Prime Minister, we reached out to them, but they inquired about the magical cloak. What is that? Upon hearing this, the Prime Minister nearly exploded with fury. Was this not the very essence that the Dragon Nation frequently boasted of? The American seemed intent on a scorched earth policy. He seized a nearby folder and hurled it to the ground. Yalu, have we not already dealt with enough of their sordid affairs? Do not compel me to expose everything. After a few labored breaths, the Prime Minister seemed to recall something and inquired further, What of the Onmyoji? Are they not all remarkably powerful? Under such circumstances, they should be involved. Prime Minister, we cannot reach the Onmyoji. We are unsure of what has transpired. The aide lamented with a look of deep despair. The Prime Minister cursed vehemently. Incompetent fools. A bunch of gluttons who only know how to indulge themselves. Fleeing at the first sign of trouble. Prime Minister, we have received a message from the United States. They claim that the people from our homeland are entirely fraudulent and unrelated to them. advising us to take care of ourselves, the aide announced, holding up his phone. The Prime Minister felt a chill. Baka? This is indeed a typical ploy of the Americans. They think a mere statement can absolve them of responsibility? I shall not allow it. Go. Prepare any usable intercontinental missiles. Chapter 64. The Path of Nahado. This night is destined to be one of sleeplessness. On the territory of the Little Sun Nation, aside from the remote countryside still standing, every location touched by the Red Demon has been reduced to ruins. Yet, this devastation is not the doing of the Red Demon. It can only be attributed to that damned brat's ruthless actions. It seems as if he bears a profound grudge against the Little Sun Nation. Compared to you, I am far more righteous. I only capture birds, while you raise entire nests. Ultimately, the Red Demon was driven to a barren wasteland, where a large pit remained, filled with greenish water. This was once the cherished site of the Little Sun Nation's treasured boy, Factory Island. After all these years, it remains desolate, likely to stay lifeless for another century. This is the superweapon of the Blue Star, nuclear strikes. The Little Sun Nation, though unable to produce such weaponry themselves, can still boast of having once possessed it. As the Red Demon approached the Black Lake, the water began to churn, bubbling forth a substance reminiscent of oil. Soon, a massive shadow emerged from the depths, rivaling even the largest of whales. It is unfathomable that, in such a place teeming with lethal materials and radiation, any life could persist. Little brat, why are you here instead of scheming in your national shrine? The shadow slowly revealed part of its form above the water's surface. It bore a shell resembling iron scales, enveloping its massive body, appearing invulnerable. The shadow revealed itself, appearing as its back, yet a row of sharp serrations and a circle of deep green eyes were discernible. Nahado, save me. The Red Demon unveiled its true form, which was a skull smaller than a human head, and in this moment, panic began to spread. Oh, are you not on the verge of attaining the realm of the Emperor Demon, looking down upon us mere frogs at the bottom of the well? Nahado's words dripped with a hint of sarcasm. The Red Demon turned to gaze at the approaching blue light, growing increasingly anxious. We belong to the same realm. If I perish, you shall not fare any better. If you die, does that not leave me with only that fellow from the Void Gate as my competitor? Is that not fortuitous? Nahado's laughter reverberated across the lake. The Red Demon, vexed, threatened. This place is also a source realm. Those hunting me have come specifically for the source grass. Tell me, will they spare you? Nahado fell silent. Although it had long dwelt in this location, it was still well informed, able to sense external happenings through the rivers. The circumstances surrounding the Red Demon's pursuit were clear, though it remained unaware of the reason behind it. Initially, it had assumed the Red Demon was targeted due to rampant slaughter, drawing the attention of powerful beings. However, upon hearing the Red Demon's words, if those pursuing it were indeed after the source grass, it too would likely find itself in their sights. Rather than facing them one by one, it would be wiser to join forces and confront that individual together. Does the Void Gate know of this matter? Nahado inquired. The Red Demon shook its head. I initially intended to seek it out, but that fellow arrived even faster than I, and without a word, he summoned the waves, submerging the entire 9 provinces island. I dared not linger. Nahado's form pressed down upon the lake, causing tumultuous waves, as 8 colossal spider legs emerged, their hairs resembling steel needles, fully unfurled, sufficient to dominate a significant portion of the lake. Supported by its spider legs, Nahado's immense body slowly surfaced from beneath the water. Its shape resembled a gigantic abalone, with a hard shell on its back, yet beneath the shell sprouted 8 spider legs, presenting an unusual and bizarre sight. The sharp serrations surrounding the shell extended from a constantly writhing mass of flesh, intertwining with its movements. Meanwhile, hundreds of terrifying eyes were already embedded around the shell, arrayed like the gun ports of an ancient ship. This was Nahado, an enigmatic creature from the Book of Vengeful Spirits, resembling both an abalone and a spider, amphibious in nature. Its roar capable of devouring souls and swallowing the yellow springs. The Void Gate is undoubtedly the strongest among us 3. It must be aware of the unfolding events here. And without complete certainty, it would not reveal itself. Since it seeks an opportunity, let us create that opportunity for it. Nahado's voice was heavy, almost dragging the spirit down, a sound reminiscent of lost souls. Upon hearing this, the Red Demon's heart leapt with joy, signifying that Nahado had consented to join forces with it. Nahado was already comparable to its peak state, and with the addition of a stronger ally in the Void Gate, this alliance could prove formidable. This is assured. While Li Jin was in the heavens, he had seen Nahado, and now it descended not far away. Oh, is this an abalone gone astray? Or a spider that has strayed from fidelity? Your visage is truly breathtaking. Upon hearing Li Jin's derision regarding his appearance, Nahado felt a tinge of irritation, though not to the extent of losing his composure. The Red Demon, witnessing Li Jin's sudden change in attire to that of a mage, complete with a grand cloak, could not help but question, "What is this, brother? Is this truly how you wish to proceed? You are hardly diligent." Unperturbed by such remarks, Nu Hada responded in a deep voice, "Is it merely wit that causes the Red Demon to falter?" Li Jin refrained from engaging, as he suddenly sensed spatial fluctuations around him, familiar and rich waves of the boundary grass. The mere thought of possibly finding boundary grass here brought a smile to his face. If he could acquire this specimen, he would only need 3 more to be one step closer to the Dou Saint realm. Yet, beneath this wave lay another obscure spatial disturbance. Had Li Jin not enhanced his spatial perception after breaking through to Dou Zun, he might have failed to notice it altogether. "Ah, de Baozhu, it seems we share a peculiar bond," Li Jin chuckled. Nu Hada, puzzled, retorted, "What connection could we possibly have? Do not forge unfounded relations." No. What I mean is, what you possess is precisely what I require. It is a matter of supply and demand, a rare serendipity." Nu Hada paused, realizing what Li Jin implied, yet he could not allow it to show on his face. "I do not comprehend your words. You have sealed the fate of the spirits of my realm." With that, Nu Hada launched the first strike, a robust spider leg aimed at Li Jin. "Not only do you refuse to appreciate beauty, but you also resort to violence?" Everyone witnessed this. I wonder if the peculiar doctor was coerced. Li Jin spread his hands, signaling his reluctance to engage. However, the colossal azure array forming above his head was utterly sincere, its expanse possibly greater than the explosive might of a small boy. Intricate beyond measure, the Red Demon had already experienced many of Li Jin's techniques, yet this one appeared to be a brand new rendition, seemingly more formidable than before. "You claim not to strike, yet when it comes to action, you are more ruthless than any. Behold the new technique I, the peculiar doctor, have mastered. Winds of the extreme, radiance of the setting sun." Chapter 65, The Shattered Little Days. Under the night sky, a resplendent sun erupted above the Isle of Little Days, dazzling in its brilliance reminiscent of the small boy's former glory, rendering it impossible to gaze upon. A beam of light, transcending the heavens, cascaded to the earth as if the sun itself were collapsing, its power boundless. Beneath this radiant column, the Red Demon and Nu Hada were struck with terror, for they sensed a looming threat of death within its depths. It was a force so overwhelming that the chasm it created seemed insurmountable. "No, this cannot be. He is not that strong." The terrifying might left the Red Demon in utter shock, rendering him forgetful of his defensive maneuvers. "You have led me to this fate, little rascal." Nu Hada desperately summoned his shell to form a dark barrier, encasing himself within. "Is this truly what you call a partnership to prevail? If I survive, your clan shall face devastation." Winds of the extreme, radiance of the setting sun, a technique steeped in narrative. In an instant, the brilliance descended upon the scorched earth. Those who remained within the territory of Little Days felt a violent tremor, akin to an earthquake of magnitude 8. The radiance cascaded, overwhelming with immense force. A substantial portion of the factory island succumbed to this single strike. The seawater surged inwards, forming an inland sea spanning several miles. Yet, as the brilliance faded, the overwhelming might receded. Floating upon the surface was a colossal black shell, surrounded by scattered remnants of shattered skulls. In a single blow, the formidable Red Demon, empowered by half-step Spirit Emperor strength, along with the fully realized Nahado, met their demise. It was not due to their inadequacy in power, but rather because Li Jin's strike was akin to the pinnacle of an Emperor of Dou, a force not to be underestimated even by the Dou Zone. A tender blade of grass swayed atop the black shell amidst the waves, cradling a fist-sized wormhole above. Indeed, it was the realm-connecting grass. Truly, divine fortune smiled upon me. Li Jin beamed with joy, not anticipating that in this humble setting, he would unearth a third specimen. The Red Demon possessed one, and the Baozhu had another. Could it be presumed that the lurking entity also harbored one? To the shadowy figure, "Where do you think you're fleeing?" A smile curled upon Li Jin's lips as he sensed a subtle fluctuation in space. The mysterious presence seemed to harbor a fear of Li Jin, hastily retreating. Safeguarding the realm-connecting grass, he pursued it. In terms of speed, the Emperor of Dou could soar across dozens of miles in an instant. Before long, Li Jin intercepted it on Jiuzhou Island. In midair, an ethereal crimson portal emerged, as if connecting to another realm, shrouded in mystery. "Inhabitants, do not deceive yourselves. Just because you've slain 2 fools, do you believe yourself invincible?" A somewhat sharp voice emanated from the portal. Li Jin pointed at it and replied, "I dare not claim invincibility, but it is a fact that you are currently at my mercy." The entity within the portal, the Void Gate, was exasperated yet had no grounds for rebuttal. For now, it indeed could not contend with Li Jin, judging by that recent strike. The fellow's strength had likely surpassed that of the Spirit Emperor level. Meanwhile, It was merely at the mid-tier Emperor realm. And though stronger than the Red Demon and its ilk, it was not nearly powerful enough to rival Li Jin. Hence, it was left with no choice but to seek an escape. How about we strike a deal? Aside from the realm-connecting grass, I can offer you everything I possess. The Void Gate proposed, attempting to appease Li Jin in a bid for survival. However, Li Jin shook his head, stating, I came here specifically for the realm-connecting grass. If you refuse to give it to me, it signifies your disdain for me. I present you with two options. Either you voluntarily surrender the realm-connecting grass, and I shall let you go, or I will take everything. The Void Gate trembled at Li Jin's words, evidently incensed yet powerless to act. For beings of its kind, the realm-connecting grass linked to the essence of another realm. Losing it would signify a failure in their schemes. As the supreme existence of that realm, how could it allow a mere insect to disrupt its plans? Had it not been for the constraints of this world, how could it have descended to such a diminished manifestation of power? Absolutely not. I will not concede. After making up its mind, the Void Gate's form instantaneously became ethereal, merging into the void and rapidly fleeing northward. Li Jin's smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression as he declared, You shall not escape. With a single hand grasping the air, surging battle energy coalesced before him into a colossal flame-scaled ruler. He then raised it high, facing the direction of the fleeing Void Gate. Flame-devouring wave ruler. The flame giant descended with a fierce cleave, its boundless fighting spirit manifesting as a breathtaking crescent that pursued the Void Gate. From the onset at Kyushu Island, the terrain along the path was shattered by this strike, cleaving the earth asunder. Just as the Void Gate was on the brink of escaping the confines of the Little Sun country, a sudden chill enveloped it from behind, a suffocating aura of death casting its shadow. No, you indigenous wretch, when I descend, I shall surely slay you. The final roar of the Void Gate was torn apart by the flame-splitting wave, and its body plummeted from the void, divided in twain like the land of Little Sun itself. A small blade of grass fell from the shattered portal, and Li Jin appeared, seizing it in an instant. The third one. His gaze was tinged with fervor. Indeed, Little Sun is a blessing for me. Good fortune comes in threes. I shall return when the opportunity arises. Li Jin glanced back at the masterpiece wrought by his compatriots, a satisfied smile gracing his lips, before soaring into the clouds, heading towards Dragon Country. I must admonish these fellows from my homeland. Truly, they have acted in such an inhumane manner. The citizens of Little Sun were utterly oblivious as catastrophe suddenly struck. Almost all cities were reduced to ruins, and a staggering 80% of the population perished in their slumber that night. Such a calamity. The Prime Minister, within the super-doubled shelter, gazed at the satellite images, the land aglow. An uninformed observer might think the nightlife of Little Sun was bustling. Yet he knew. Those were the marks of flames. Every city was ablaze. With each passing moment, lives were extinguished. The earth lay riddled with wounds. The devastation was more outrageous than that of Ultraman, particularly that crack that traversed the entire territory. It was utterly heart-stopping. Could such destruction be wrought by human hands? Baka, fire. Demand an explanation from the beautiful country. The Prime Minister trembled as he pressed the button, and in an instant, the remaining missile silos opened their hatches, transforming their seething wrath into arrows of truth. Dozens of missiles ascended, aimed at the beautiful country. They crossed mountains and oceans, traversing the masses of humanity, all in pursuit of an explanation. Meanwhile, within the military base of the beautiful country, General MacArthur, a 5-star general, fixated intently on the screen. Wang Defa. How dare those Little Sun folk show such audacity? Intercept them at once. Report back to my compatriots, and see if we can pay a visit to Little Sun, to quell their arrogance. His subordinates hastily contacted the presidential office. At this moment, in the presidential office of the beautiful country, the compatriots were engaged in a conversation about life with the president's secretary. Which scoundrel dares to disturb my enjoyment? I shall make him regret it. Hello. I am your compatriot's father. Chapter 66. The Turmoil in Long Bay. While Li Jin journeyed through Little Sun, Long Country faced a sudden upheaval. A massive rodent disaster erupted upon the Tianshan Mountains in the north, impacting the surrounding provinces, including North Star, and even threatening to strike Longjing Province. The atmosphere in the Long Bay war zone was exceptionally tense. Have we still not been able to contact Emperor Jin? Commander Su Mudong of the Long Bay war zone inquired of a robust middle-aged officer. Shen Pajuan shook his head, responding, We cannot reach him. I have inquired within the sect, and they are unaware of his whereabouts. Su Mulong's expression grew grave. In this era where everyone indulged in microtransactions, their strength had yet to catch up, rendering them utterly defenseless against the vermin on the mountaintop. The situation in the Hungduan battle zone would take a while longer to resolve. How daunting. Shen Pajun tentatively suggested. Shall I see if I can invite some of the stronger players from the leaderboard? Su Malone glanced at him and nodded. Yes, that would be prudent. We must ensure that the rodent infestation does not breach Longjing. With this approval, Shun Pejun immediately set to work. In the sect's chat interface, Gun King, Young Mistress Xiang, Kuan, Brother Good Luck, Dragon Kingdom War God, Aunt Jean, No Joy. Kuan, what up, Gun King? Brother Good Luck, what is going on, brother? Gun King, the rodent infestation in Long Bay urgently requires your assistance. Brother Good Luck, what? You're in Long Bay? I just encountered reports of the rodent problem there, and I heard that many perished in Beijing province. Kuan, I saw that too. It's worse than last night's shielding. Young Mistress Xiang, I'm in Longjing province, preparing to check the defense line. Brother Good Luck, what about our sect leader? Gun King, why don't you tag him? Gun King, I can't seem to reach the sect leader. Dragon Kingdom War God. He must have gone to Xiao Rizi's side. Gun King, when will he return? Dragon Kingdom War God, not sure. Kuan, with the sect leader absent, we elders cannot falter. I'm heading to Longjing now. Brother Good Luck, I'm getting ready too. Mainly, I want to see what young mistress looks like, hee. As Shun Pejun observed these old friends of the sect willingly risking themselves, he felt a surge of pride. Perhaps this was the essence of the sect's solidarity. When one is in peril, all come to aid. Suddenly, a relatively unfamiliar player spoke up in the sect chat. Aunt Jean, Wu Huan and I will head to Longjing shortly, probably in half an hour. Where should we meet you, Gun King? Gun King, that would be splendid. Just head to the northern defense line in Longjing and report my name. Aunt Jean, understood. Gun King, I am truly grateful. Shun Pejun smiled at the messages. It was noteworthy that Aunt Jean and Wu Huan had unexpectedly risen to prominence yesterday, occupying the second and third spots with their impressive skills of 5-star and 8-star respectively in combat prowess. Young Mistress Xiang had only just achieved combat prowess herself. He couldn't fathom how those two had become so formidable. The addition of two at least formidable combatants to the defense line would surely ease their burden. Kuan, Aunt Jean's name is quite reminiscent of our sect leaders. This remark sparked a flicker of doubt among the others. Could it be that Aunt Jean was indeed related to the sect leader? In a villa in Shilling City, when Lan turned to Yen Wu Huan. With Li Jin absent, we cannot afford to lag behind. What do you think, Wu Huan? Will you join? Yen Wu Huan inhaled deeply, slowly exhaling. Li Jin has stated that we can now be considered the strongest force in the Dragon Kingdom. If he is not present and we retreat, we would truly have no way to justify our actions to him. Wen Lan smiled warmly. You understand me well, Wu Huan. Although Wen Lan often presents herself as a demure and gentle lady in front of Li Jin, she embodies an entirely different persona in the realm of society. After all, how else could she possibly manage a publicly traded company with assets worth billions? Take, for instance, her swift and astute maneuvering in selling company shares for maximum profit. Few in Shilling City can rival her cunning. At her core, she is an ambitious individual, continually striving for greater strength. 18 years ago, at her sister's funeral, she vowed to protect Li Jin at all costs. However, feeling increasingly stifled by her repeated calls for Li Jin's rescue in recent days, she yearns to possess the formidable power that Li Jin wields. She too desires to safeguard those she holds dear. With Li Jin away on an expedition and turmoil erupting in Longhua, witnessing those less capable than herself fall one after another leaves her with no justification to retreat. A crimson aura emanates from Wen Lan, and a pair of resplendent scarlet wings materialize on her back. Subsequently, a streak of red light cuts through the sky, heading towards Longjing. At the forefront of the Longjing defensive line, an overwhelming number of grotesque rat corpses lay scattered on the ground. Unlike any known rodent species on Blue Star, they appear larger, more ferocious, and their screams are excruciatingly piercing. Gun King Shun Pejun stands resolutely on the front lines, his expression grave. Beside him stands a plump and beautiful woman, the renowned socialite Lu Lixiang, who is currently cleansing the bloodstains from her hands. The sheer number of these rats is staggering. The slaughter seems endless. Lu Lixiang furrows her brow. Indeed, if this continues, we will surely be overwhelmed, Shun Pejun sighs. Lu Lixiang inquires, how long until reinforcements arrive? With just the two of us, a grand fighter and a handful of fighters, we may not last half an hour. Shun Pejun shakes his head. I do not know. We can only attempt to hold our ground. The previous wave already included rats nearing grand fighter level, and I fear that if we wait any longer, even we may meet our end here. Lu Lixiang feels the weight of the situation, and even she senses the pressure. If only my strength could increase a little more. Damn it, why have I only reached the level of grand fighter? Hearing Lu Lixiang's lament, Shun Pejun shares her sentiments. Unfortunately, the rules remain unbroken, and the potential for breakthrough has yet to manifest in reality. Otherwise, these rats would not stand a chance. Report. Drones have detected another wave of rats approaching. Please advise. A soldier hastily approaches from behind. Shun Pejun slams the bottle in his hand onto the ground. Damn it, the frequency is increasing. Artillery units, prepare. Once within striking range, open fire immediately. After issuing a simple command, Shun Pejun need not provide further direction. The soldiers of the Long Bay war zone instinctively know what to do. Shun Pejun leaps atop a jeep, surveying the multitude of soldiers on the defensive line. He plants his long gun firmly on the ground and calls out with a booming voice. Brothers, have you all written your letters of farewell? Yes, we have. All right. The soldiers instinctively clench their fists and cheer. Excellent. Truly, they are the iron-blooded sons of Longhua. Today, it is my honor to stand shoulder to shoulder with you all on the front lines. Should we emerge victorious in this battle, I shall treat everyone to a drink. Should we meet defeat, then we shall accompany each other to the underworld. All soldiers, heed my command. Let us eradicate this menace. Chapter 67. The front lines of Longjing against the rodent tide. In the distance, the earth seemed to writhe as if a golden wave surged towards our defenses. It was a swarm of golden-haired rodents, each the size of a human head, rushing forth with eyes ablaze like bloodthirsty sharks. Bang, bang, bang. A fiery meteor streaked across the sky, its trajectory precise, landing amidst the throng of rodents. Boom. The brilliance of the explosion illuminated the night for an instant. In the wake of the cannonade, swathes of rodents were reduced to mere fragments, scattering the tide. Yet, the sheer number of rodents was overwhelming, even after such a cleansing. They continued to surge forth with fervor. Infantry, prepare. Fire. At the command, rifles and machine guns unleashed a torrent of flames, instantly illuminating the long trench. Bullets rained mercilessly, striking the oncoming wave of rodents with unyielding force. Countless rodents fell, but they were merely fodder in the grand scheme. The true threat lay in the larger rodents, whose strength varied from fighters to masters. Shun Pejun and Lu Lixiang had already vanquished 2 waves of the rodent tide, having dispatched around 100 of the formidable fighters and masters. The corpses had been cleared away for use as battle rations. Were it not for humanity's current weakness, these invading beasts would have long since become a feast. As the firestorm subsided, the rodent tide was diminished by over half, leaving the remaining rodents unimpeded as they charged towards the front line. Brothers, fix bayonets. Kill. The war cries reverberated through the heavens. The warriors of the Long Kingdom brandished their blades, whether sheathed in their firearms or clutched in their hands, their expressions resolute as they leaped over the trench, crashing into the rodent tide. Fearless, valiant, and undeterred by death, the warriors of the Long Kingdom are no cowards. Shun Pejun and Lu Lixiang led the charge, forming a sharp spearhead of fighters as they plunged into the heart of the rodent tide. The battle was on the verge of eruption. The soldiers swung their weapons, each strike lethal. Yet, the rodent tide proved relentless. The ordinary rodents, frenzied and undaunted, surged towards the warriors of the Long Kingdom, clawing and biting, trading life for injury. The larger fighter rodents lurked within the tide, occasionally darting out to deliver deadly blows to the soldiers. In a fleeting moment, hundreds of warriors fell. Yet the rodent tide was held at bay, unable to advance further. Die. Shun Pejun strode forth with purpose, wielding a gleaming silver spear, moving like a dragon. He impaled every fighter rodent he encountered. Of course, his carnage drew the attention of the master rodents within the tide. In an instant, 3 half-human-sized rodents lunged forth, surrounding Shun Pejun in a fierce assault. Lu Lixiang, her hands adorned with claws of condensed fighting energy, was tearing apart one of the master rodents. Upon seeing Shun Pejun besieged, she was poised to assist. Watch your back, don't mind me. Shun Pejun shouted loudly. Lu Lixiang felt a powerful gust of wind rushing towards her neck, her eyes widening in alarm as she instinctively raised her arms to defend herself. A sickening sound echoed as flesh was pierced, warm blood splattering across the ground. Lu Lixiang stared in disbelief at the Dragon North warrior before her, who had intercepted the lethal blow. Blood streamed from his mouth, yet he wore a smile, as if to reassure her that she need not worry, for a warrior of the Dragon Kingdom stood guard behind her. No, Lu Lixiang cried out, her eyes reddening as a surge of rage ignited within her. Unleashing the full strength of a grand combat master, she struck down with a claw, obliterating the peak combat master rat that had attempted to ambush her. Yet, the life force of the Dragon North warrior could not be restored. At this moment, Lu Lixiang longed to weep, but she could not, for she had to become the pillar of strength in this battle. An endless sorrow transformed into a torrent of fury as she charged towards the heart of the rat tide, the very core orchestrating this onslaught. With her prowess as a grand combat master, she rampaged through the horde, no rat daring to approach her. Young Mistress Qin, come back. Shun Pejun shouted in a desperate attempt to halt her reckless advance into the depths of the rat tide. However, he found himself ensnared by 3 combat master rats, unable to extricate himself. In that moment, Lu Lixiang harbored but a singular thought: to find and eliminate the Grand Combat Master Rat within the tide, to honor the spirits of the fallen warriors of the Dragon Kingdom. As she delved deeper, the Combat Master Rats swarmed like locusts, yet none could impede her relentless progress. When the rats assembled in droves, Lu Lixiang finally slowed her pace, moving with calculated precision. Though her heart burned with rage, she retained her composure. Each action a deliberate choice. Lu Lixiang was originally the esteemed matron of the Qin family in Longjing province, but after losing her husband at a young age, she had never remarried. Fond of indulging in games and known for her gentle demeanor, she had always been regarded as the most graceful flower among the elite women of Longjing. Who could have imagined that beneath her gentle exterior and playful nature lay such fierce resolve? I will slay you, vile rats. Lu Lixiang's prowess as a grand combat master was unmistakable. With her full might unleashed, even the collective assault of the combat master rats could not deter her. Her eyes were set on the golden-toothed rat standing not far away. Unbeknownst to her, the number of combat master rats she felled only increased, and her advance quickened. As sweat beaded on her brow, she finally stood before the grand combat master rat. The sight of its prominent golden teeth, still dripping with blood, ignited a profound rage within her. This creature had undoubtedly slaughtered countless warriors of the Dragon Kingdom. Its crimes were unforgivable. With determination, Lu Lixiang unleashed her energy, claws of combat surging towards the golden-toothed rat. Squeak! Squeak! The rat emitted a cacophonous shriek, its sound piercing and jarring, causing Lu Lixiang to stumble and fall to the ground. She had not anticipated that this rat possessed the ability to unleash sonic attacks. Such a tactic had never been displayed before. It was clear that they had concealed their true capabilities, the previous two waves merely a feint, a ploy to deceive. When humanity lets down its guard, that is when it shall be caught off guard. The wisdom of a swarm of mice may very well rival that of humankind. Lu Lixiang struggled desperately against the control of the sonic waves, yet all her efforts were in vain. This predicament was tied to the strength of her spiritual power, which has always been the most challenging to cultivate. Even in the continent of fighting spirit, only alchemists possess formidable spiritual abilities. Thus, when confronted with the sonic control of the golden-toothed mouse, Lu Lixiang found herself utterly unable to extricate herself. In her dazed state, she seemed to catch a glimpse of the triumphant smile of the golden-toothed mouse. A sharp claw was slowly reaching towards her head. Am I to perish? Shun Pejun witnessed Lu Lixiang collapsed on the ground, firmly suppressed by the golden-toothed mouse, and his eyes filled with anguish, yet he felt powerless to rescue her. No. Upon hearing his desperate shout, Lu Lixiang felt a pang of guilt. It was my recklessness. I thought I could manage this. Alas, Qin Xiu, I shall join you. She closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Whoosh! A fiery red beam of light streaked across the horizon, swiftly descending into the heart of the battlefield. The immense fighting spirit sent all the mice flying, including the formidable golden-toothed mouse. As the crimson fighting spirit dispersed, a slender sword forged from fighting spirit was embedded in the ground. A slightly urgent yet elegant voice resonated from the heavens. I apologize for my tardiness. Chapter 68. The Fighting King, Wenlan. The radiant light from the sky arrived in an instant. As the red glow dissipated, two graceful figures stood proudly in midair. One of them, clad in a red ensemble and adorned with fiery wings of fighting spirit, exuded an imposing aura. It was none other than Wenlan and her companion, who had traversed 2,000 kilometers from Shilling. A fighting king? Shun Pejun looked up at the magnificent wings in the sky, his astonishment evident. The other Dragon North warriors were equally captivated by Wenlan's regal presence. After all, they had never witnessed Li Jin single-handedly vanquish the Seven Kings. Thus they could not compare this moment of witnessing a fighting king's might. Wenlan's form was etched in the hearts of many, embodying both strength and beauty. She gracefully descended to the center of the battlefield, extending her arm towards Lu Lixiang. Are you unharmed? Her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, akin to a redemption from life itself. Lu Lixiang finally regained her senses from the initial shock of seeing her. She quickly grasped Wenlan's hand, rising with her assistance. Thank you for saving me, Lu Lixiang expressed sincerely. Wenlan smiled softly. It was my duty. Don't let that creature escape. Shin Pejun's voice suddenly rang out. It was then that everyone realized the mouse tide was stealthily attempting to flee. Lu Lixiang instinctively wanted to pursue, but Wenlan stopped her, saying, Leave it to me. With that, she formed hand seals, and the sword on the ground instantly soared into the air, splitting into 2, then 4, and multiplying into countless blades. A torrential rain of swords descended from the sky, pinning every mouse to the ground in an instant. Even the mighty golden-toothed mouse was cleaved in one stroke. This display left everyone in awe. The might of a fighting king was indeed terrifying. Lu Lixiang turned her head and inquired, "May I ask who you are?" Wenlan smiled and replied, "It's Aunt Jean." She then gestured towards Yan Wuhuan and said, "This is Wuhuan." Upon hearing this, Lu Lixiang was instantly filled with questions. "What about your abilities?" Shun Pejun stepped forward, equally perplexed. Wenlan maintained her smile and said, "Our situation is somewhat unique. It's not something that can be explained in a brief moment. Let us first address the rodent infestation in Tianshan." Upon realizing that Wenlan did not intend to elaborate, they chose not to dwell on it further. After all, they were elated to have two formidable allies on their side. Shun Pejun reported the situation to General Su Mulong on the rear line, and the arrival of a Dou Wang-level expert left them both astounded and subsequently exhilarated. With such high-end combat strength on their side, they felt assured about Long Jing's safety. They could even rally for a counterattack, leveraging the Dou Wang's prowess to sound the horn of resurgence. The support from the Hengduan battle zone was soon to arrive at the front lines. "Please inquire with the Dou Wang if he can assist us in countering the rodent problem and reclaiming Tianshan." This was General Su Mulong's exact words. After obtaining Wenlan's consent, Shun Pejun promptly set his plan into action. During this time, a young man donned in suspenders, sporting a trendy hairstyle and dribbling a basketball, arrived at the frontline position. Accompanying him was a bespectacled man adorned with a large gold chain, exuding the appearance of a nouveau riche. The bespectacled man and the young man in suspenders locked eyes. "Is it you?" "Oh, no. Is it Kuan Kuan, the young man? You're quite handsome. Are you good luck, brother? You're quite wealthy." After confirming their identities, they felt an instant camaraderie and embraced each other as they entered the defense line. As the members of the Imperial Forbidden Zone gathered, Kuan Kuan, the young man, spoke incessantly, as if his mouth had been unhinged, while Good Luck Brother listened intently to the tactics, occasionally glancing at the voluptuous Lu Lixiang. "Hey, Lao Wang, are you really here to see Sister Xiao? Any thoughts?" Kuan Kuan, Dong Qian Kuan, suddenly appeared beside Good Luck Brother Wang Haoyun, teasingly remarked, "Hey, stop." Wang Haoyun quickly grabbed him, shaking his head in embarrassment. Although he was quite open online, he felt somewhat insecure in person. Lu Lixiang was simply too perfect. Her grace and beauty were unparalleled, and her background was far beyond what a nouveau riche like him could compare to. It was better to avoid any pitfalls and remain just ordinary friends, which was quite satisfactory. Seeing that he had no intentions in that regard, Dong Qian Kuan ceased his teasing and shifted his gaze to the other two equally stunning women. "Ah, how can such perfect goddesses exist in the world? Once I grow stronger, I shall no longer be a trainee. I shall seek a beautiful wife instead." Before long, more people arrived at the front lines, and Huang Tianyi strode in wearing battle attire. Shun Pejun hurried forward to greet him. "General Huang, what brings you here personally?" Huang Tianyi raised an eyebrow and replied, "I am also a member of the sect. Why shouldn't I come?" Shun Pejun pondered the names within the sect, then widened his eyes in realization. "You are the war god of Longhua?" "Indeed." Huang Tianyi nodded with a smile. From this point onward, the leadership and the powerful within the sect convened to devise strategies. During this period, the tide of rodents did not strike again, perhaps intimidated by the might of the battle king. Meanwhile, individuals from society, driven by noble aspirations, continuously flocked to the front lines, whether to fight or to assist in logistics, all eager to contribute to the Dragon Kingdom. This phenomenon unmistakably reflects the unprecedented cohesion of the Dragon Kingdom. Even when aware of lurking dangers, the people of the Dragon Kingdom bravely march toward them. United in purpose, they can overcome any hardship. Beijing City, a city adjacent to the Tianshan Mountains, was once renowned as a tourist haven, attracting millions of visitors annually due to its stunning scenery. However, who could have imagined that the Tianshan, revered by the people of Beijing as their maternal mountain, would become the epicenter of calamity at noon today? A massive horde of golden-haired rodents emerged from the mountains, mercilessly slaughtering the tourists ascending the peaks and swiftly invading Beijing City. Their presence was felt everywhere, on the walls, in the sewers, and within homes. The station troops in Beijing fought valiantly, yet against the relentless wave of golden rodents, their efforts proved futile. In less than half an hour, Beijing City fell, with even the animals being devoured, rendering it nearly a ghost town. After conquering Beijing, the rodent horde was not content to remain localized. They began to spread to neighboring provincial capitals. With their overwhelming numbers, even extending to 3 surrounding provinces was within their capacity. Otherwise, they could not have appeared in the northern regions of Longjing Province, applying pressure to the Longbei War Zone. The provinces surrounding Beijing included Mabei, Tianhe, and the far northern Ludong Province of the Dragon Kingdom. Crossing the Tianhe would lead one directly into Longjing Province. Presently, several major cities within Tianhe Province have already succumbed to the rodent tide. Though they have not faced total annihilation like Beijing City, Those who survive can only cower in corners, trembling in fear. Humanity has been displaced from the pinnacle of the food chain, exchanging roles with the rodents. Chapter 69, The Springtime King Xiao. In Coppergate City, Tianhe Province, faint breaths can be heard emanating from a public restroom. A man and two women lie trembling in a sewage pit. King Xiao, when will those rodents leave? A strikingly beautiful woman whispers, her voice barely audible. The man referred to as Xiao grimaces against the noxious fumes surrounding him. How the hell should I know? If I had known, I wouldn't have come to Tianhe on a trip with you two wretched women. He muttered under his breath, completely disregarding the feelings of the two women. His outburst brought tears to their eyes, but they fought back the urge to cry, fearing it would attract the rodents lurking outside. Glancing at his Patek Philippe watch, Xiao cursed again. Damn. Why hasn't anyone come to rescue us? Are the dragon army a bunch of useless fools? No sooner had he voiced his frustration than a cacophony of rodent squeals erupted outside, accompanied by the sound of collapsing debris, creating a deafening uproar. The three inside the restroom quickly covered their mouths, ignoring the filth that stained their hands, with Xiao even shifting to a larger area, as if seeking solace in the chaos. The mice did not invade, and the area outside the restroom fell into a tranquil silence. Suddenly, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from beyond the restroom walls, as if a fierce battle was being waged against the rodents. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiao swiftly turned and crouched by the small window to peer outside. Indeed, in the street, a well-armed battalion was relentlessly firing at the advancing mice. The once formidable giant rodents that had instilled a sense of dread in him were now easily vanquished. From within the ranks, a striking woman emerged, effortlessly beheading these colossal adversaries with grace. This scene made Wang Xiao's heart race. How powerful she is. I am utterly captivated by such a woman. The thrill of gradual conquest was intoxicating. In an instant, he envisioned showering her with wealth, compelling her to do his bidding. Exhilarating. Wang Xiao trembled with excitement, warm liquid streaming down his pant leg. Wait for me. We are here, he shouted with all his might, successfully drawing the attention of the dragon army. Shortly thereafter, he and his companions were rescued from the restroom. A pungent odor suddenly wafted through the ranks, causing even the seasoned dragon army soldiers to instinctively distance themselves. Shen Pejun frowned and said, "Hey, you three, go wash yourselves in the basin up ahead." The two women nodded eagerly, diving into the water to cleanse themselves of the filth. However, Wang Xiao seemed oblivious, striding toward the center of the formation with an air of defiance, reeking of foulness. "Halt! What do you think you're doing?" A soldier blocked his path. Wang Xiao swatted the soldier's hand away, arrogantly declaring, "Have you lost your senses? I am Wang Sichun of Jinda. Step aside." The soldier was pushed aside, but others quickly aimed their weapons at him, ready to teach him a lesson should he dare to advance further. Clearly intimidated by the scene, Wang Xiao had never faced a gun before. "What are you doing? I warn you, show some respect. Hey, aren't those in charge coming to see what's happening?" He stood on tiptoe to catch a glimpse of the center of the group, shouting loudly. Shen Pejun approached with a furrowed brow, sternly stating, "What are you yelling about? Once you join the ranks, you must adhere to the orders." Wang Xiao glanced at Shen Pejun's insignia, 2 stripes and a star, a mere junior major, utterly laughable. Have majors today become so arrogant? After all, my father, Wang Tsongjun, holds some sway within the military. Upon hearing Wang Tsongjun's name, Shen Pejun's brow furrowed deeper. If it was indeed the Wang Tsongjun of Jinda Group, he carried significant weight. Not only was he a titan in the business realm, but he also had numerous connections within the military, including high-ranking allies. Observing Shen Pejun's hesitation, a smile crept across Wang Xiao's face. "So, have you remembered?" Shen Pejun raised a hand, signaling the surrounding soldiers to lower their weapons. "This is a critical moment. No one holds any privilege. Only life and death matter. Regardless of whether you are Prince Jinda or any other figure, as long as you are part of the team, obedience to orders is imperative. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences of life and death." The smile on Wang Sichuan's face instantly vanished, replaced by a somber expression. He had intended to erupt in anger, but, considering the heated firearms surrounding him, he chose to suppress his emotions. "I see you are preparing to exterminate those vermin. Count me in. I currently possess the strength of a 1-star fighter. I wish to contribute to the Dragon Kingdom." As he spoke, Wang Sichun continuously peered through the gaps in the crowd, stealing glances at the woman clad in black attire. Upon hearing that he indeed possessed the strength of a fighter, Shen Pejun reflected that this fellow seemed to be one who relished gaming and had a penchant for spending extravagantly. With the philosophy that an additional fighter in the team equates to enhanced strength, Shen Pejun advised him to temper his demeanor within the group and refrained from further commentary. After Wang Sichun had finished washing in the pool, he jogged to catch up with the main contingent, a smile lingering on his lips. "Little beauty, await your conquest by your elder brother." An hour later, The team departed from Tongmen City, where the rat infestation had been largely eradicated, leaving only a squad to finalize operations and assist other refugees. During this time, an increasing number of individuals expressed their desire to join the main force in the campaign against the vermin in Tianshan. Consequently, Shun Pajun allocated a small group of warriors to assist these newcomers. Along the journey, the encountered vermin were generally dispatched by artillery fire, while formidable rats of the great fighter caliber were typically dealt with by the stronger members of the team. Wang Sikan meticulously observed that within this contingent, there were 3 remarkably strong and strikingly beautiful women: the voluptuous lady Lu Lixiang, a sagacious woman in black known as Yan Wuhuan, and the one who captivated him most, Wen Lan. Her figure was simply unparalleled. Her beauty was a sight to behold, though he was uncertain of her combat prowess, as she had yet to reveal her abilities. She likely wasn't very strong. He couldn't help but fantasize about the delightful scenes of playfulness he could share with the 3 goddesses. What a splendid joy that would be. Throughout the journey, he gravitated closer to the front, seizing opportunities to introduce himself to the 3 women. Ladies, allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Sikan from Jindao. Have you ever considered working at Jindao? I believe there is a position perfectly suited for you, my girlfriend. Please don't walk away. How about we exchange WeChat contacts first? Let's get to know each other. As for me, I may not have much, but I certainly possess wealth. I can buy you anything you desire. Others call me the naive little playboy, too timid to even hold a girl's hand. Shin Pajun observed him buzzing around the 3 women like a fly, his brow furrowing in discontent. Yet, he refrained from reprimanding him too harshly, for the other's father was a colossal figure who thrived in military, political, and business realms. Chapter 70. The Fighter King in Beijing City. Wang Sikan returned to the rear of the team, crestfallen. Wang Sikan, why are you ignoring us? His female companions pouted, displaying a demeanor akin to that of a scorned lover. Wang Sikan, already feeling a sense of melancholy, grew even more disheartened upon seeing them. 2 little internet celebrities, entirely reliant on cosmetic enhancements. Had it not been for their commendable skills, would this young master even engage with them? Go away. Do not disturb me. Upon reaching a place of safety, one individual declared, each of us shall take 1,000,000 and depart. The 2 internet celebrities pouted, too intimidated to utter a word. In the heart of the group, Lu Lixiang pinched her brow, her mind buzzing. That foolish Chun is utterly repugnant. I've already told him to keep his distance. Yet he insists on encroaching. Were it not for his status as the heir of the Jinda group and the business dealings the Qin family has with them, I would have long since dealt with him. Wen Lan chuckled. Why bother with such a person? He will quiet down after realizing the futility of his efforts. Yan Wuhuan, with a look of disdain, replied, I sincerely hope so. If he continues to cling on, I shall not concern myself with his princely status. I will ensure he learns a lesson. At that moment, Shun Pajuan and Huang Tianyi approached from the front of the line. This pace is far too sluggish. We must divide our forces. The weaker ones should remain behind to clear the path, while our vanguard moves swiftly to catch them off guard. Huang Tianyi stated solemnly. The group collectively turned their gaze to the most formidable member among them. Wen Lan waved her hand, saying, You may make the decisions. I am adept in commerce. But I am utterly ignorant when it comes to military maneuvers. I shall obey the organization's arrangements. Huang Tianyi smiled. Your agreement suffices. Under Shun Pajuan's direction, all those of the doubler rank and below were designated to the 2nd echelon, while the majority of those above the doubler rank formed the vanguard. The footspeed of the doublers was sufficient to facilitate rapid movement from Tianhe to Beijing. A few doublers remained in the 2nd echelon for contingencies, with the teams delineated. The 1st echelon set forth, unencumbered by doubts, advancing with remarkable swiftness. In just 1 hour, they beheld the majestic Tianshan Mountains rising before them. Beneath it stood a colossal city, yet it was not aglow as usual. Occasionally, flickers of light emerged, remnants of flames struggling to survive in the aftermath of catastrophe. Shadows darted through the city, accompanied by gusts of rancid wind. Silence reigned, yet countless souls lamented in despair. Damn it, this pack of beasts. Shin Pajuan struck a tree trunk with his fist, denouncing those rodents. Huang Tianyi, too, bore a heavy heart. Compared to Xiling, the devastation in Beijing seemed even more harrowing. Into the city, Huang Tianyi commanded with gravity. The army began preparing to assault Beijing City. Yet, an ill-timed voice suddenly pierced the air. Hey, why not just use missiles to level Beijing City? That would be far more efficient. Huang Tianyi and the others whirled around to find Wang Sikan lounging nonchalantly on a stone, speaking grandiosely. What do you know? Shin Pajuan pointed at him, his tone grave. Wang, unfazed, shrugged. Then let us blow them all up. There can't be too many survivors anyway. I wouldn't feel remorseful about it. Before Shin Pajuan could respond, Huang Tianyi harshly reprimanded. Shut your foolish mouth. You, an uneducated fool. dare to spout such nonsense here? The moment Wang heard himself being insulted, he could no longer remain seated. He had never endured such derision before. To hell with you. A bunch of lowly individuals, still expecting us elites to save them. It would be better if they had some self-awareness and went to be reborn. His words instantly ignited the fury of the crowd. What audacity he possesses. Who could blame him, being a pampered scion of privilege? While others toil under the weight of their father's expectations, he is merely handed trivial objectives to toy with. Huang Tianyi, seething with rage, pointed an accusatory finger at him, exclaiming, "Your life is valuable, but what of others? Do their lives hold no worth? Consider yourself fortunate not to be one of my subordinates. Otherwise, I would have dealt with you most severely." Wang Xikun, exuding an air of self-importance, looked down his nose in disdain and declared, "Indeed, I am precious. I willingly ventured to this perilous place alongside you. Yet that does not imply I shall put myself in harm's way. Moreover, even if you fail the mission, saving me would still be a commendable feat for the military. So take pleasure in that." His arrogance and hubris seemed beyond description. "You." Huang Tianyi pointed at him, his face trembling with indignation. Had it not been for the other members of the team, he might have already resorted to violence against Wang Xikun. The atmosphere grew tense, but soon enough, it was shattered. A brilliant golden light suddenly illuminated Beijing City, and within that radiance, a figure unfurled a pair of wings. It was a middle-aged man with a sharp face and golden hair, his back swelling with a pair of golden wings of fighting spirit. "Ah ha ha ha. This realm truly is a land of opportunity. I, Jin Dou, have finally taken this crucial step. From henceforth, the skies and seas are mine to traverse. The Golden Mice clan shall have its place in this world." The aura of a fighting king radiated powerfully, causing all the golden-haired mice in the city to kneel before him. His voice echoed throughout the vicinity of Beijing City, accompanied by an overwhelming presence. In the mountains, the vanguard troops lay flat against the ground, bracing themselves against the force. Only Wenlan and Yin Wuhuan managed to remain standing. As the pressure dissipated, the group exchanged glances, bewildered. Is it true? A fighting king has emerged from Beijing City. How are we to contend with this? Dong Qianquan remarked with exasperation. The others wore expressions of concern. Did you see that? I told you missiles were the way to go. With a fighting king in this city, who knows if there are any survivors left? You can go if you wish, but I shall not accompany you. Wang Xiao pointed towards Beijing City, embodying an air of unwarranted certainty, as if he were the ultimate truth incarnate. Huang Tianyi regarded him coldly before drawing his sidearm, stating, "From the moment you joined this team, you became a warrior of the Dragon Kingdom. I previously afforded you the opportunity to choose, and since you have decided to come, you will abide by the orders given. Should anyone contemplate retreating in the face of battle, I regret to inform you that my weapon is not to be trifled with." His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly with all the volunteers present. For fighters, bullets still held considerable intimidation, particularly against those who had yet to reach the level of a great fighter who could condense fighting spirit into armor and thus no longer feared bullets. Therefore, aside from those from the sect, most present were indeed fighters, making this tactic quite effective. Seeing the gun waved before him, Wang Xiao quickly fell silent, swallowing hard. Once Huang Tianyi discerned that no one harbored thoughts of desertion, he holstered his weapon and nodded at Shin Pejun, understanding the situation. Thrust his spear into the ground and proclaimed, "Let us not succumb to undue psychological pressure. Within Beijing City resides a Dou Wang, and we too possess one." His words, upon utterance, left everyone but the warriors of the Longjing defense line utterly astonished. We have a Dou Wang. Chapter 71, Wenlan battles Jin Dou. Wenlan tilted her head and addressed Shin Pejun and the others. "Leave the Dou Wang in the city to me. The other nuisances are for you to handle." Shin Pejun nodded, harboring no doubts about Wenlan's capabilities. After all, her prowess had reached the level of a 5-star Dou Wang, and dealing with someone who had merely stepped into the realm of Dou Wang should pose little challenge. However, in the absence of the Dou Wang's protection, the members of the team needed to exercise utmost caution. Wenlan moved to the forefront of the team and instructed Yin Wuhuan beside her, Huan. "Ensure their safety." Yin Wuhuan nodded, indicating her readiness. Beneath the Dou Wang, her 8-star Douling realm was undoubtedly among the elite. The team continued to speculate on the identity of the Dou Wang that Shin Pejun had mentioned. Suddenly, a radiant red light illuminated the front of the group. A pair of fiery red Dou Qi wings unfurled majestically, captivating all hearts. Oh my, there truly is a Dou Wang. It's goddess one. In an instant, the team erupted with excitement, none expecting that this Dou Wang was the rarely seen Wenlan. How stunning, with her flaming wings fluttering. Wenlan transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards Beijing City. Wang, witnessing this spectacle, stared wide-eyed, his mind filled with the enchanting figure adorned with wings. Ecstatic, overwhelmed with emotion. Damn it, this woman is a Dou Wang. If I could win her over, I would be secure for life. No, I must have her. After Wenlan took flight, Shun Pejun commanded the army to advance, rushing through the mountains towards Beijing City. Meanwhile, within Beijing City, Jin Dou had yet to recover from the euphoria of breaking through to Dou Wang. However, upon noticing a flash of red light approaching from afar, he felt a sense of pressure. As the red light entered Beijing City, it unleashed countless streams of Dou Qi, bombarding the powerful golden-eating rats within the city like a squadron of fighter jets. In an instant, the golden-eating rat tribe suffered devastating casualties among their Dou masters and Dou lings. Jin Dou ascended into the air, glaring at the intruder. Who dares to act so recklessly in the territory of the golden-eating rats? As the red light dispersed, a breathtaking figure emerged, momentarily dazzling him. Yet he quickly regained his anger. Wenlan manifested a long sword, gazing coldly at Jin Dou. Since when has my long kingdom's Beijing heavy city become the territory of foreign races? Jin Dou's tone grew frigid in response. What? Do you intend to reclaim this city? Wenlan's voice was resolute and unyielding. The lands of the Long Kingdom shall never fall into foreign hands. Jin Dou furrowed his brow, his mind racing as he pondered. After a moment, he replied, If you desire this city, we shall relinquish it. The golden-eating rats will seek another place. Expecting Wenlan to graciously accept, he was taken aback when her voice turned even colder. Having killed so many of my kin, do you vermin think you can simply depart unscathed? And what will you do? Have you not also slain so many of my compatriots? Jin Dou squinted his already small eyes, gleaming with a dangerous light. Wenlan raised her long sword, pointing it at Jin Dou with a cold smile. I demand the lives of you rats, and I shall have them. With that, she initiated the attack. Fiery red energy erupted, and a sword light pierced toward Jin Dou. How dare you? Jin Dou retorted coldly, swiftly channeling his energy to block the strike. Since you refuse to relent, then we shall fight. He gestured, and a mountain-splitting axe materialized out of thin air, glimmering with a chilling sheen. In the next instant, he transformed into a golden streak of light and lunged toward Wenlan, the massive axe descending with the might to cleave mountains. Die! Wenlan focused her gaze, her energy surging wildly as she raised her sword in a diagonal slash. The clang of metal echoed as their forces collided. Both seemed to have gained no advantage, yet Jin Dou held a slight edge. The golden-eating rat clan was renowned for its brute strength, formidable even with Jin Dou's recent ascension to the Dou Wang level. His prowess was not to be underestimated, especially in close combat. Wenlan evidently suffered from a lack of cultural knowledge. Had Jin Dou been even slightly stronger, she might have sustained injury from that strike. Ha. The little lady's strength is lacking. Can't even withstand my grandfather's attack? Jin Dou began to taunt, hoping to provoke a flaw from Wenlan. Yet, Wenlan was not so easily baited. Having navigated the treacherous waters of commerce for years, she was well acquainted with deceit and manipulation, and was far from intimidated. Arrogant. Invocation technique. The red energy enveloping Wenlan split into countless strands, resembling ethereal serpents, attacking Jin Dou from all directions. When Li Jin had purified her veins the previous night, he had embedded numerous techniques into her soul, this being one of them. She found this technique particularly intuitive to wield. Jin Dou hastily channeled his energy, forming a shield to resist. This move, why does it feel so familiar? A flicker of doubt crossed Jin Dou's mind, but before he could ponder further, he felt an intense threat approaching him. Energy ribbons technique. Wenlan formed a crimson array with her hands, and in the next moment, a colossal illusory serpent of pure red surged forth from within the array. The gigantic serpent, exuding tremendous pressure, bore down upon Jin Dou. This technique was a secret art practiced by the elite of the serpent people, involving the extraction of magical beast souls for summoning during combat. The colossal serpent Wenlan commanded was the spirit-devouring serpent monarch, which Li Jin had used to bless her with the serpent monarch's core the previous night. The serpent soul was now under Wenlan's control through the energy ribbons technique. Thus, when she unleashed this secret art, its power rivaled that of a Dou Huang. What? A technique of the serpent people? Jin Dou was instantly alarmed. This was indeed a secret art of the serpent people. What connection does this woman have with them? However, there was no time for contemplation as the giant serpent approached with a hint of Dou Huang's might. Heavenly Cleave. Jin Dou gathered all his energy into the massive axe in his hand, striking fiercely at the serpent's shadow. Boom! The axe collided with the serpent, sending shockwaves through the air. After a moment of rigidity, the giant python gradually gained the upper hand, overpowering the giant axe with sheer force. Following this strike, the colossal serpent became increasingly ethereal, yet it had not completely dissipated. Under Wenlan's manipulation, it surged menacingly towards Jin Dou. Damn it! What madness has possessed this woman? Dou cursed under his breath, a flicker of pity crossing his eyes. He then produced a metallic token and hurled it towards the giant serpent. Dou's own Ling, manifest. He bellowed, and from the token surged a torrent of fighting spirit, swiftly coalescing into the formidable shadow of a giant rat. The rat's eyes sparkled with intelligence. As it emerged to collide with the giant serpent, creating a cascade of fighting spirit ripples, an awe-inspiring spectacle. After a fierce clash, the serpent's shadow finally exhausted its last vestige of energy, dissipating into nothingness. The giant rat's shadow also diminished significantly, revealing the considerable power of one land strike. To think that in this realm, one could witness the combat techniques of the serpent people, thought to be extinct for millennia. Little girl, from where did you acquire such skills? The flickering shadow of the rat spoke, seemingly intrigued. Wenlan frowned and coldly retorted, I know not what you speak of. If you wish to fight, then let us. Ah, such an impetuous young lady. I shan't press you too hard. In deference to the serpent people, simply retreat from here, and I shall refrain from attacking you. What say you? The shadow of the giant rat chuckled. Wenlan sneered, responding with decisive action. Serpent Technique, Rampage. Chapter 72, The Battle of the Fighting Kings. Wenlan formed a crimson array with her hands, and her fiery fighting spirit surged violently. Her form visibly enlarged, transforming into a giant, as her powers swiftly escalated to the peak of the Fighting King realm. Serpent Technique, Rampage, one of the serpent people's most potent secrets. Greatly enhances one's strength upon activation. The shadow of the giant rat glimmered with surprise. The girl is indeed resolute. However, do you believe this is sufficient? Dou, standing behind the shadow, scoffed. Whether you are at the pinnacle of the Fighting King or a Fighting Emperor, you are still insignificant before Hezu. Merely an apparition. What is there to fear? Wenlan conjured a crimson longsword, wielding it with unparalleled might. The shadow chuckled and shook its head. I intended to forge a benevolent bond with the serpent people, but it seems I shall now have to teach you humility in the face of your elders. With a flash of golden light, a claw descended upon Wenlan, tearing through the air with a thunderous roar. Come at me. Wenlan channeled her internal fighting spirit, infusing it into her dual blades, crossing them in a powerful swing. A massive scarlet cross formed, aimed at the descending claw. Boom. A dazzling explosion of fighting spirit illuminated the air, a brilliant spectacle. To not reciprocate is impolite. Wenlan unleashed her energy summoning technique, striking towards Hezu. Merely a trivial skill, Hezu scoffed, effortlessly dispelling the attack. Fire-red blossoms of fighting spirit erupted continuously in the air, painting the sky crimson. Amidst the haze, Wenlan's figure appeared like a specter, suddenly materializing not far from Dou. My target is you. Wind's extremity. Cataclysm. A scarlet array manifested in midair, and an astonishingly sharp beam pierced through it, targeting the unsuspecting Dou. What treachery! Enraged by the sudden assault, Dou could hardly contain his fury. Who would have thought that this striking beauty harbored such a venomous heart? Such disregard for martial ethics. He barely had time to raise his massive axe in defense, channeling his combat energy for protection. Clang! The crimson beam struck the axe, shattering it instantly, and subsequently pierced through Dou's protective energy shield. A cry of agony escaped his lips. As the red glow dissipated, it revealed his left shoulder severed. His entire left arm vanished without a trace. Blood gushed forth, and his vitality waned in an instant. What a vicious little girl. It seems that Hezu cannot allow you to live today. The ethereal figure of Hezu emerged from the crimson energy mist, furious at seeing his descendant gravely wounded. However, Wenlan merely chuckled, asserting, I can distinguish between primary and secondary matters. You are but a shadow, and I doubt you can sustain yourself for long. In battle, as in commerce, the principle of capturing the leader before the followers is well understood. Hezu replied solemnly, even if this incarnation of mine cannot endure for long, it is more than sufficient to deal with an ant like you. With that, Hezu's ethereal figure opened a vast maw, preparing to engulf Wenlan. She attempted to evade, only to discover an overwhelming force of attraction emanating from the gaping mouth, making it difficult for her to escape. Serpent Technique, Enchantment. Wenlan's eyes blazed with fiery crimson light as a surge of spiritual power enveloped the figure of Hezu, seeking to disrupt his offensive. Yet, to her astonishment, her spiritual assault vanished into the void like a drop in the ocean, causing no discernible effect. Although the charm of the serpent people was formidable, the devouring gold rat clan inherently possessed superior spiritual prowess. How could they be swayed by such trivial enchantment? Hezu spoke calmly. In addition to their formidable physical strength, the devouring gold rats possessed remarkable spiritual abilities, particularly adept in sound wave attacks. Allow me to demonstrate what true spiritual assault entails. Devouring gold soul sound. The ethereal figure of Hezu shimmered in golden light, unleashing a piercing shriek that sent tremors through the soul. Observing this, Wenlan frantically activated her charm technique in defense, but it only managed to weaken the attack marginally before the sound waves struck her ears. In an instant, she felt an intense, tearing sensation in her mind, involuntarily letting out a muffled groan of pain. Ha ha ha, as I said. This is more than sufficient to deal with you. Perish, and let your flesh and blood heal my son's body. Hizu's colossal mouth descended once more, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. Just as Wenlan was about to be swallowed whole, she suddenly bit her tongue, forcing herself to regain a moment of clarity. Serpent technique, division. A burst of fiery crimson energy erupted, transforming into dozens of energy serpents that shot out in all directions. Hizu's ethereal figure managed to capture only a few, yet they were composed of condensed energy, turning to ash in an instant. Humph. The serpent people are indeed tenacious. Even after millennia, their legacy persists. Though you may flee swiftly, I shall grant you a reprieve today. As Hizu's eyes gleamed with a contemplative expression, his figure gradually faded, leaving behind a golden medal that fell from the sky. The fierce battle above Beijing City was witnessed by all. Everyone was captivated by Wenlan's formidable strength, able to single-handedly vanquish the Dou Wang rat and the mysterious yet powerful shadow. Wenzong, Yin Wuhuan exclaimed, her heart racing as she saw Wenlan seemingly gravely injured and fleeing. Yet, she was utterly unaware of Wenlan's whereabouts, and the rodent infestation within Beijing City remained unresolved, obstructing her desire to search for her. At this pace, even with Wenlan having plowed through first, it would require considerable time to clear the city. Not to mention, there was a golden doe unaccounted for. Should they encounter it without her presence, the team would suffer grievous losses. Wenlan would never permit such a scenario. Do not fret, Shen Paijuan said amidst the fray. I have dispatched several small teams to search the surroundings. We must first eliminate the stronger rats within the city before we can fully commit to the search. Yin Wuhuan clenched her fists tightly. That is all we can do for now. I can only wonder what Li Jin will say upon learning that I failed to protect his Aunt Lan. Nearby, Huang Tianyi felt a sense of foreboding upon hearing this. If Li Jin were to discover the truth, chaos would surely ensue. Lu Lixiang and the others shared her concern. Dong Qianquan timidly inquired. Surely the sect master would not blame us for this, would he? It is too dreadful to contemplate. In a team hastily assembled to search for Wenlan, Wang Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Who would have thought that Wenlan was actually the aunt of the Emperor of Prohibition? This is becoming increasingly intriguing. At that moment, his perverse desires swelled to unprecedented proportions, nearly overwhelming his reason. As this small team departed Beijing City, none noticed a shadow stealthily following them. Chapter 73, The Shadow. In the dim forest, several figures dashed swiftly. This team consisted of 5 individuals, all at the Dou level. I believe I have detected some residual Dou Qi. A crimson hue. Perhaps the goddess one is just ahead. One warrior from Long Bay exclaimed joyfully. Having traveled 10 kilometers away from Beijing City, it was evident that Dou Wang experts were indeed exceptional, able to traverse such distances in a blink. Another volunteer from the vanguard team marveled. At the rear of the team, Wang Xiao's eyes glowed red with exhilaration. His heart raced with excitement. Heaven has favored me. It truly lies in this direction. Ha! Emperor of Prohibition, it seems I shall be the first to enjoy your woman. Licking his lips, he began to regard the 4 individuals ahead with a dangerously predatory gaze. What a bothersome group. It appears I must send you all on your way. In the shadows, none suspected that a traitor lurked within their ranks. By the time they realized it, Wang Sikan had already slain 2 of their number. The remaining 2, mere survivors who had just joined, possessed only the strength of a 1-star Dou, far inferior to Wang Sichuan's prowess. After a brief struggle, they too were dispatched. Bah! Trash! Wang Sikan spat disdainfully. Subsequently, he directed his gaze towards the faintly crimson aura lingering in the air, his tongue leisurely caressing his lips, emitting a peculiar chuckle from his throat. After he departed, a shadow materialized beside the corpse. Ruthless am I? I relish it, ha ha ha! With a sweeping motion of his hand, for souls were drawn into the folds of his robe. In a nearby cavern, Wenlan leaned against the wall, cradling her head in one hand, racked with pain, occasionally letting out low moans. She had not anticipated that the gold-eating mouse clan were masters of the soul. It was her own fault for being so engrossed in her studies that she had no time for novels. How could she have been unaware of the clan's methods? She had suffered due to her scholarly dedication. Disregarding the damp chill of the cave, she laboriously settled into a cross-legged position, channeling her remaining energy to nurture her spirit. In her current state, her strength was almost entirely depleted. Encountering a Dou master might prove insurmountable. If it weren't for this predicament, she wouldn't have expended a significant amount of energy to maintain her separation. She desperately needed a safe haven. As she settled down, the remnants of her energy began to circulate slowly, gradually mending her spirit. Suddenly, a crack echoed from outside the cave, a branch snapping beneath a foot. A precaution she had deliberately set at the entrance for alertness. Upon hearing the sound, Wenlan's weary eyes snapped open, fixating on the cave's entrance. A figure ambled in with a leisurely gait, making its way towards her. "Who is it?" Wenlan queried weakly. The voice from the entrance responded with a restrained chuckle, which soon erupted into boisterous laughter. "Ahahaha, I have come to rescue you. O Goddess One, I must express my gratitude to those rodents. Without their assistance, perhaps I would not have this delightful opportunity today. Ahahaha." As the figure drew nearer, Wenlan recognized the intruder. "You." Her brows furrowed, and her expression turned grave. It was Wang Xikhan. This was hardly a favorable turn of events. His eyes glowed with fervor as he stared intently at Wenlan. "Beautiful. Exquisite. I have never encountered a woman of your caliber before. Tonight shall be a fortunate one." In light of such circumstances, Wenlan could not fathom his intentions, and a wave of revulsion washed over her. Initially, she had assumed him to be a mere philanderer, but never did she expect such despicable behavior, taking advantage of her vulnerability. Anger surged within her, and she bellowed, "Get out. Do not compel me to take action against you." Wang Xikhan pouted, brandishing a bloody dagger, and grinned mischievously. "Oh dear. I am so frightened. A Dou Wang is truly something else." Yet, he quickly adopted a menacing grin. "What strength can you possibly muster in your current state?" Wenlan clenched her fists, gritting her teeth, wishing she could reduce him to mere dust at that moment. Even a frail camel is larger than a horse. "Feel free to try. Witness for yourself what prowess I can still wield." Wang Xikhan, consumed by desire, could no longer contain himself. As he approached, shedding his garments, he proclaimed, "Let us see what you've got, beauty. Here I come." Bang! A figure was hurled from the cave, tracing an elegant parabolic arc through the air. Wang Xikhan fell hard, akin to a dog gnawing on a bone, his front teeth scattered upon the ground. His body was riddled with fractures, pain contorting his features. After a prolonged moment, he managed to utter words through his gurgling throat, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. "Damn it, you vile creature. How can you still wield the strength of a warrior?" His heart was filled with resentment. Such beauty was so close yet unattainable. What difference was there from being like Lu Xiaowei? Yet, at this moment, he was engulfed in despair. In his current state, what enjoyment could he possibly seek? The very question of surviving the night loomed over him. As he writhed in agony on the ground, a figure emerged from the forest. Wang Xikhan turned to look, his eyes widening in shock, an involuntary fluid escaping him in fright. "Are you human or ghost?" he stammered, staring at the approaching figure. It was the Dragon North warrior he had just slain, now appearing grotesque, with a gaping wound on his neck still oozing blood, a truly terrifying sight. Whether human or ghost, they were merely embodiments of desire. "Your desires, more intense than those of ordinary men, enchant me. For this, I can grant you a single wish, regardless of its nature." The resurrected Dragon North warrior exuded a sinister aura that made Wang Xikhan uneasy. Yet, the words he spoke were undeniably alluring. Had the atmosphere not been so dreadfully eerie, he might have thought he was in the presence of an Aladdin's lamp. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Wang Xikhan cautiously inquired, "Can any wish truly be granted? What must I give in return?" "There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world." The resurrected warrior's lips curled into a smile. "I prefer dealing with the astute. The cost is but a trifle, insignificant compared to the fulfillment of your desires." With this revelation, Wang Sichuan's spirit soared, merely a small price to pay. If he could indeed gain the affection of Wenlan, what was a trivial cost? He could not fathom that there existed anything in this world that money could not procure. "Very well, I demand immense power. At least at the level of a warrior king. I want that vile creature to find herself unable to live or die in my grasp." His eyes burned with fervor, and as blood spewed from his mouth in excitement, he appeared even more vengeful. The resurrected Dragon North warrior's eyes were shrouded in dark mist, and his smile sent chills down one's spine. What intoxicating desire! "Come forth. Let me bestow upon you the strength to fulfill your every whim." With a resounding hum, a torrent of dense black mist erupted from the warrior's body, swiftly invading Wang Sichuan's mind. With a thud, the warrior's lifeless corpse fell to the ground. After a painful struggle, Wang Xikhan gradually found tranquility, a strange smile emerging upon his bloodied visage. Cackling with glee. Chapter 74. The Return of Li Jin. After Wenlan unleashed her power, propelling Wang Xikhan away, her own energy became increasingly chaotic. Already at the end of her strength, this blow only exacerbated her plight. She knelt upon the ground, gasping for breath, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. "Cursed be it. I never imagined he would find his way here. I must swiftly regain some strength. Otherwise, should a similar situation arise, I would be utterly powerless." Wenlan once again sat cross-legged, intending to cultivate her energy. However, on the planet of Blue Star, there was no fighting spirit available for people to harness. Thus, this process was destined to be protracted. Just as she entered her meditative state once more, the sound of breaking branches echoed from outside the cave. Startled, Wenlan's beautiful eyes fixed upon the darkness beyond. Who could it be? Could they have sent someone to find me? She did not consider the possibility of Wang Sikan, for her kick had possessed the strength of a 4- or 5-star fighter. How could a mere combatant withstand that? Even if they were not maimed, they would be left incapacitated. A chilling laughter emanated from outside the cave, rendering the already eerie cavern even more terrifying. Who dares to play tricks? Wenlan exclaimed sharply. A shadow appeared at the cave entrance, limping as if grievously injured. Have you forgotten me so soon? Was my kick truly for naught? Wang Sikan approached, and Wenlan's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before her. Wang Sikan was drenched in blood, his arm hanging limply, and one of his legs grotesquely twisted. His toothless grin seemed almost comical. Yet, Wenlan could not muster a smile, as she was baffled by how Wang Sikan could still stand. Then, to her horror, she observed something writhing upon Wang Sichuan's hunched back. Under her scrutiny, a pair of gray-brown wings slowly unfurled. It was indeed the manifestation of fighting spirit. Impossible. How could you be a fighting king? Wenlan could hardly fathom this revelation. Wang Sikan sneered menacingly. Why is it permissible for you to possess the might of a fighting king while others cannot? You once feigned inscrutability. Now, I shall test the depths of your prowess. Ha ha ha. With each step Wang Sikan took, it felt as though an alarm was ringing in Wenlan's heart. Yet she was overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. She was but a flickering candle in the wind. How could she contend with this adversary? Come with me, fair maiden. Allow me to escort you to a realm of bliss. With a sweeping gesture, Wang Sikan summoned a black mist that ensnared Wenlan, rendering her unable to break free. He then dragged her out of the cave, soaring towards the direction of Longjing. In the dead of night, a figure appeared outside the frontline position of Longjing. Li Jin, holding his phone, had hastened to this location after witnessing their exchanges within the sect. However, all that remained here were personnel engaged in tidying the battlefield. Damn, the internet connection is down. He immediately unleashed his spiritual abilities, probing towards the direction of Beijing City. Wherever he ventured, every detail became crystal clear. The traces within the forest confirmed that Wenlan and her companions had forcefully advanced to Beijing City. Yet, upon probing within Beijing City, he observed individuals engaged in exterminating a rat infestation, but there was no sign of Wenlan. Nevertheless, he sensed that a fierce battle had recently transpired above Beijing City, leaving lingering traces of its ferocity. Among these energies, one was familiar. It was the residual fighting spirit of Wenlan. The other, imbued with properties of gold and stone, likely belonged to a formidable member of the golden-eating rat clan. Since Yin Wuhuan and her companions have been able to purge the minions of the golden rat clan in Beijing City, it indicates that Wenlan must be the victor. But where has she gone? Subsequently, Li Jin expanded his spiritual prowess, finally detecting Wenlan's faint presence within a cave, exceedingly withered. Yet, beside her lingered another presence, exuding a sinister aura. The rats of the Soul Palace. Seeking death, Li Jin's fury erupted, a formidable aura radiating from him. A pair of azure battle wings unfurled in an instant, as Li Jin transformed into a streak of light, darting toward the essence of Wenlan. Good heavens! Who was that person just now? They could actually fly. My word, this must be a powerhouse at the King of Fighters level. King of Fighters? Is there truly anyone who can achieve that level now? Do not jest. No. Have you forgotten about someone? Who? That enigmatic master of the Imperial Forbidden Zone. The Forbidden Emperor. Upon this revelation, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. If it were indeed him, it all made sense. A Dozun powerhouse is truly terrifying. In the skies, a black streak of light was barely discernible within the night. Wang Sichuan's smile was uncontainable. I heard you are the Forbidden Emperor's aunt. At this moment, Wenlan remained silent, not wishing to engage in conversation. Ha ha ha. Your silence is of no consequence. Once we reach my domain, I have myriad ways to make you speak. After I finish my fun, I shall release the video, and it will undoubtedly go viral across the Dragon Kingdom. What shall the title be? The Dou Wang, Aunt of the Forbidden Emperor? Wenlan could no longer contain herself. This fellow was insufferably vile. Be silent, you wretched creature. Wasting air while alive, wasting land when dead, and wasting Dragon Kingdom currency by your mere existence. If you possess any courage, do not take advantage of my plight. Once I regain my strength, we shall battle. If I lose, I shall leave my fate in your hands. Wang Sikan cackled, saying, ha ha ha, leave your fate in my hands. How enticing. But are you not already at my mercy? Put away your pathetic provocations, no matter how you struggle. You shall not escape my grasp today. Wenlan, filled with indignation, found her internal injuries rendered her incapable of resistance. She could distinctly sense that the gray-black mist binding her was incessantly obstructing the flow of her internal energy, preventing her from nurturing her spirit, let alone regaining her strength. At this rate, if she did not tend to her wounds promptly, she might suffer irreparable harm. Wen Lan's eyes dimmed in an instant, enveloped by a wave of despair. At 18, she founded Jinlan culture, navigating the tumultuous business world for 7 or 8 years, encountering all manner of individuals and situations. Yet, none could compare to the current sense of crisis, for all previous measures had to be exercised within the boundaries of law. Any transgression of this limit would invite retribution. But what of now? The world has transformed, extraordinary beings have invaded Blue Star, laws have collapsed, and human nature is laid bare. The fate of the individual appears to hold little significance in this era. Who could possibly bring these individuals to justice? Cease dreaming those impractical dreams. Savor your final moments of completeness. Wang Xikun turned Wen Lan's face towards the front, examining the perfect prey before him with great excitement. However, what he failed to notice was the sudden spark of light that blossomed in Wen Lan's previously lifeless eyes. A brilliant azure light flickered across the sky, accompanied by a chilling voice that resonated. You, the rats scurrying in the shadows, dare to disturb my realm. Chapter 75, Lord of the Soul Hall. The azure glow descended swiftly, carrying an overwhelming force that bore down upon Wang Xikun. The very atmosphere chilled with the arrival of Li Jin, and a palpable aura of murderous intent thickened the air. 3,000 thunderclaps. Before the sound even reached him, Li Jin unleashed the earth-level combat technique. In an instant, a bolt of azure lightning streaked through the sky, causing Wang Xikun to tremble in fear, uncertain of how to respond. At that moment, a mysterious entity within him took control of his body. A dense black mist enveloped him, placing him in a liminal space between reality and the void. Boom! The thunder ripped through the mist, shattering it in fragments before retreating into the distance. Wang Xikun emerged from the dissipating darkness, his expression far from favorable, evidently wounded by the previous lightning strike. Yet, what infuriated him more was that Wen Lan had vanished. The cooked duck had flown away. He looked up towards where the thunder had dissipated, and there was Wen Lan, cradled in the arms of an extraordinarily handsome man. They gazed deeply into each other's eyes, completely disregarding him. Damn, how dare they treat me like a mere dog? Li Jin looked apologetically at the person in his arms and said, I'm sorry for being late. Wen Lan's face was pale, yet she smiled radiantly, shaking her head as she reached out to caress Li Jin's face. It's not too late. Your presence is all that matters. Li Jin channeled his own fighting spirit, nurturing Wen Lan's body until her complexion improved slightly, allowing him to finally turn his attention to Wang Xikun. You dare to emerge from the shadows like a rat, thinking no one in Long Kingdom can handle you? Faced with Li Jin's piercing gaze, Wang Xikun felt a twinge of fear, having only seen such intensity in the eyes of desperate individuals. Yet, he quickly reminded himself that he was a Dou Wang. Even if Li Jin was also a Dou Wang, this was merely a one-on-one confrontation, and the outcome remained uncertain, especially since he carried a burden. Wang Xikun consulted the mysterious entity within him about whether he could contend with a Dou Wang, receiving the confident assurance that even a Dou Huang would be no match for him. In an instant, he was filled with exhilaration. It seemed his victory was all but assured. This situation was a buy-one-get-one-free deal. He had long held disdain for this so-called Emperor Jin. The Long Kingdom was not a dictatorship. Did he not realize the precariousness of the current times? Why not indulge himself first? Was there any wrongdoing in that? As for whether anyone could subdue him, that was uncertain. However, he believed that a mere Dou Wang would struggle to contend with him. Wang Xichuan's eyes were shrouded in black mist, his demeanor exuding arrogance. Li Jin, upon hearing this, felt a twitch in his cheek. Did he truly regard me as a Dou Wang? How absurd. He was merely a rat from the Soul Hall. Where did he find such audacity? Upon the utterance of those words, Wang Xichuan's countenance abruptly altered. The essence of the Soul Hall within him seized control of his form. His expression began to take on an unusual aspect. To his astonishment, it appeared that there were individuals in this realm who were aware of the existence of the Soul Hall. How intriguing. Li Jin chuckled. You peculiar beings, neither human nor ghost. Do you all relish in posturing so? Would it be fatal to refrain? Those unaware might assume you to be some formidable figure of the Soul Hall. You, truly a barbaric savage, utterly uncouth. I am Huanjing, the presiding master of the Soul Hall. Do reveal your name, for I do not slay nameless wretches. Huanjing exclaimed. His finger accusingly pointed at Li Jin. Ah, but I fear your master may inscribe my name in his little ledger, considering he has already suffered the loss of a valiant warrior and an avatar at my hands. Li Jin shrugged, feigning indifference. Yet, this revelation struck Huanjing with astonishment. Upon his arrival in this realm, the elders had informed him that Elder Soul 9's soul lamp had extinguished, signifying his demise in this world. He had approached his arrival with utmost caution, always wary and circumspect. Could it be that he truly encountered a being beyond the formidable Elder Soul 9? It must be noted that Elder Soul 9 was merely a step away from attaining the rank of Dou Zun, a superlative entity. However, as he pondered further, Huanjing dismissed the notion, scoffing at the thought that this fellow could merely be a Dou Wang, at best a Dou Huang. Even a breath from Elder Soul 9 might prove too much for him to withstand. Indeed, he must be attempting to intimidate me. Young man, the trick of wielding another's power will not serve you here. If such a being were to arrive, I would not hesitate to end my existence here and now. Li Jin shook his head in regret. Alas, it seems today I cannot witness your demise. However, I can assist you in achieving your goal of passing. Huanjing laughed. Hee. Then let us put that to the test. With a flourish, Li Jin bound Wanlan with his Dou Qi upon his back, conjuring a colossal ruler with one hand. Advancing towards Huanjing. Sensing the opponent's momentum, Huanjing discerned a mere 5-star Dou Wang, far too feeble. Young man, today, you are fated to be no hero rescuing a damsel. Soul Hand Seal. A claw-like imprint of black mist surged towards Li Jin, exuding the might of a peak Dou Wang. Huanjing reveled in his triumph, eagerly anticipating the moment he would mock this fool. Yet, before his smile could fully manifest, it froze, as a giant ruler shattered the Soul Hand Seal. And Li Jin lunged forward. Impressive, young one, yet still insufficient. Death Soul Scripture, Soul Capture. Huanjing chanted incantations, as if reciting a sacred text. Instantly, the sky was enveloped in a shroud of black script, twisted and eerie, ensnaring the very souls of all within its grasp. Even Dou Huang masters would find themselves affected if their spiritual fortitude was lacking. Indeed, the artifacts of the Soul Hall were truly bizarre, yet this was still insufficient. Mountain Opening Seal. With a single hand gesture, Li Jin conjured an immense array, from which a colossal ancient seal emerged, descending upon Huanjing like a dominating mountain. As this technique unfolded, the winds shifted, and the stars of the night dimmed in response. Huanjing, taken aback by the sheer power, gasped, "What? This is the ancestral ultimate technique of the ancient clan, the Imperial Seal Technique. Who exactly are you?" In the wake of shock, the Soul Mirror hastily channeled its soul energy, summoning its most formidable defense to withstand the impending strike. Mirrored blossoms, water moon. The entire sky appeared to transform into a vast mirror, reflecting the overwhelming might of the mountain-splitting seal above. This exquisite technique of the Soul Mirror was designed to counter any attack, unless faced with a formidable opponent of the Dou Zong rank. Once I extract your soul and refine your essence, all your secrets shall become my trophies. Hee hee. The Soul Mirror laughed recklessly, viewing Li Jin as merely a Dou Wang. Believing that even if he could invoke the mountain-splitting seal, it was merely a forced display. Though it seemed frightening, in truth, it was akin to an ornamental pillow, beautiful yet ineffective. Filled with curiosity about Li Jin, he mused that this individual possessed such a treasure. Was he not a veritable fortune-bringer? This realm was truly a land of fortune for him, and the Soul Mirror was certain of his imminent rise. However, while his fantasies were splendid, the reality was harsh. The mountain-splitting seal descended with relentless force upon the mirrored blossoms, water moon. Crack! The mirrored blossoms shattered into a cloud of black mist in a mere 0.01 seconds. Chapter 76. The Extermination of the Mice in North Star City. You thought I possessed only the strength of a Dou Wang. That was merely what I wished for you to see. This move, honed over 20 years, I wonder if you can withstand it? The mountain-splitting seal, bearing unparalleled might, crushed the mirrored blossoms and bore down upon the Soul Mirror. No, this cannot be. The Soul Mirror was aghast. Could it be that this fellow possessed Dou Zong's strength? Yet, he felt no spatial pressure characteristic of a Dou Zong. It seemed likely he was at the pinnacle of Dou Huang. Damn this brat. Do not linger for battle. This was his sole thought at that moment. You wretched boy, how cunningly you feign weakness. Today, I shall let you go. We shall meet again. The denizens of the Soul Palace were unmatched in their ability to flee. As Li Jin's mountain-splitting seal was on the verge of pinning him down, he managed to escape. Fortunately, they had mastered the art of eluding capture. Otherwise, survival on the Dou Qi continent would have been impossible. Li Jin observed the figure dissolving into black mist. Feeling somewhat helpless, at this stage, he truly had no effective means to detain him. Very well, I shall spare your life, for you have but a few days left. With a sweeping gesture, the mountain-splitting seal dissipated. Yet, Li Jin discovered beneath the celestial imprint a dark, ancient ring. With a swift motion, he drew it into his palm. Ah, a treasure has emerged. A storage ring, no less. Let me see what treasures these rodents possess. As his consciousness infiltrated the ring, he swiftly erased the mark within. revealing a vast space brimming with peculiar items. Yet, one particular object brought him immense joy. He had unexpectedly uncovered the realm-connecting grass from the Soul Palace's mice. What an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Thank you, my friend, for the realm-connecting grass. Li Jin beamed with delight. He was now just one step away from ascending to Dou Qi, to become a sage amidst heaven and earth, uttering laws that would obviate nature, living in harmony with the cosmos. What brings you such joy? Came the gentle voice of Wenlan from behind. Li Jin regained his senses and promptly retrieved some healing elixirs from his storage ring, administering them to Wenlan. The actions of that individual from the Soul Hall were akin to offering timely assistance in a moment of dire need. Fully aware that he possessed nothing but his cultivation at present, after consuming the elixirs, Wenlan's condition improved significantly. Come, I shall help you reclaim your dignity, Li Jin whispered, yet his eyes burned with a fierce desire for vengeance. Had he not returned to the Dragon Kingdom in time, he dared not contemplate the consequences. From this moment forth, the Golden-Eating Rat clan had ascended to the top of Li Jin's list of adversaries to annihilate. A stream of azure light surged towards North Star City. Within the city, Yen Wuhuan and the others continued their strenuous battle against the lower-tier golden-eating rats. The sheer number of these rodents was overwhelming. After a prolonged struggle, they had only managed to inch their way to the city center. After dispatching several rats with a spear, Shun Pejun wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, "Be grateful. If it weren't for Wuhuan, we would have been overwhelmed by those formidable great fighter rats long ago. Would you even have the chance to complain?" Lu Lixiang, with beads of fragrant sweat glistening at her temples, tore apart a few more rats. At this juncture in the battle, fatigue weighed heavily upon the group, and their progress had significantly slowed. Fortunately, the powerful rats in the city had already been bombarded by Wenlan, leaving them either dead or injured, thus providing considerable ease to the team. As they reached the central square of the city, an alarming sight made them vigilant. The once even ground had collapsed, forming a massive pit, within which a faint golden aura of fighting spirit swirled, fluctuating ominously. Just as Yen Wuhuan and the others prepared to investigate, 3 rats the size of bulls emerged from the pit. With golden fangs and claws, they were unmistakably formidable members of the golden-eating rat clan. One was missing a forepaw. Another was blind, while the last appeared unscathed. "Be cautious, they are rats of the spirit fighting level," Yen Wuhuan warned. The group instinctively heightened their awareness. Facing 3 spirit fighters was no trivial matter. Aside from Yen Wuhuan, who was at that level, they had only one great fighter among them. The elders and leaders of the sect, including Shun Pejun, were all at the pinnacle of the 9 stars of the fighter realm, just a step away from advancing to great fighter status. However, there was no time for them to break through in the midst of battle. They could only rely on their current capabilities. The 3 spirit fighter rats, upon spotting their enemies, charged forth with fierce aggression, releasing potent fighting spirit. Yen Wuhuan immediately commanded, "The blind one has fallen below the spirit fighter realm. You handle it. I will do my utmost to deal with the other 2. She then unleashed her emerald fighting spirit, channeling her 8-star spirit fighter strength into a long, ghostly green whip, which lashed towards the spirit fighter rats. In the blink of an eye, they were locked in fierce combat. The blind rat, meanwhile, found itself encircled by Lu Lixiang and her companions. Due to its blindness, its strength was greatly diminished, and it often misfired its attacks. In this back-and-forth exchange, Lu Lixiang and her allies adeptly maneuvered around it, gradually wearing down its power. Yen Wuhuan wielded her emerald green whip with the grace of an arm, sending a limping rat soaring with a mere flick, leaving a dark green mark upon its body that corroded relentlessly. The intact rat screamed in outrage, unleashing a wave of sound that surged toward Yen Wuhuan. This maneuver posed a considerable threat even to formidable Dou Wang warriors. An ordinary Dou Wang caught in its wake would undoubtedly experience a momentary delay. Yet, Yen Wuhuan was not among them, for after undergoing the baptism of the magic core bestowed by Li Jin, she possessed an unparalleled force of divine soul. After all, what she had consumed was the magic core of the demon centipede king, characterized primarily by its poison and divine soul abilities. The cacophony of insects was thunderous. "What are you screeching about?" Yen Wuhuan's eyes shimmered with a ghostly green light as she lashed out with her whip. Ethereal poison strike. The whip sharpened midair, resembling a slender sword aimed directly at the head of the golden devouring rat. Just as the rat was about to evade the soundwave attack, an unexpected surge of Dou Qi swept in from behind, deflecting Yen Wuhuan's whip aside. "Despicable human, you dare to mock my kin in their absence. Otherwise, this land would kneel before my tribe." From the depths of the pit, the silhouette of Jin Dou emerged, his gaze filled with venomous hatred directed at Yen Wuhuan and her companions. His severed arm was bound with layers of seals, barely preserving his life. At this moment, His strength had plummeted from Dou Wang to merely Dou Ling 8 stars, comparable to Yin Wuhuan. However, if he chose to intervene, the dynamics of the battlefield would shift dramatically. There was no need to slay Yin Wuhuan. If Jin Dou could merely hold her back, the others dispatched to eradicate the rodent infestation would stand no chance against the onslaught of 2 Dou Ling warriors. This unforeseen turn of events caught everyone off guard. Chapter 77. A woman, Wuhuan. Quick! I will hold them off. You all escape. Yin Wuhuan shouted from the front, her emerald whip lunging toward the blind rat. Shen Pajuan and the others watched as she was encircled by 4 Dou Ling golden devouring rats, unable to lend assistance. A sense of frustration enveloped them. Damn it! Why? Why must they always bear the brunt of danger? Strength. I too desire formidable power. Shen Pajuan's spear struck the ground, sparking a flurry of sparks as anxiety gnawed at his heart. The others fared no better, with Lan Jie missing and Wuhuan now trapped. Who could fathom the extent of the sect leader's wrath? Dong Qianquan lamented with a furrowed brow. Lu Lixiang clenched her fists, determined to rush forward and assist. Let us go. What are you waiting for? If you wish to help me, do not distract me. Yin Wuhuan shouted as she fought, surrounded by 4 Dou Ling warriors. She was indeed struggling. Yet, if she did not step up now, would the group behind her survive to leave this place? The answer was painfully evident. It was not that Yin Wuhuan was selflessly noble. Rather, after spending considerable time with Lan, she had become somewhat cynical. Now, with her singular strength holding the line for her teammates, she suddenly felt a surge of exhilaration, akin to the sensation of a protagonist in a gratifying tale, though regrettably, she lacked the ability to turn the tide and reverse the situation. Becoming a hero does not seem to be a monumental endeavor. At least it does not bring shame to Prime Minister 1. And as for that fellow Li Jin, surely he cannot claim that I am a hindrance this time. Can he? At this moment, seeing the indecision among the crowd, Huang Tianyi felt a pang of compassion, yet he steeled himself and commanded, everyone, withdraw from Beijing City at once. Shen Pajuan's grip on his spear tightened, turning his knuckles white, unwilling to retreat. Huang Tianyi pressed down on his shoulder and admonished loudly. What are you still doing here? If you wish to march to your demise, I shall not stop you. Dong Qianquan and Wang Haoyun gritted their teeth and turned to flee. Lu Lixiang was pulled along by them, tears streaming down her face in reluctant despair. This battle signifies the defeat of our Dragon Kingdom. Yin Wuhuan, upon witnessing the departure of her comrades, broke into a joyful smile. She murmured to herself as she walked. I am but a child from the countryside, and like my name suggests, I have never known joy. Having wandered through various realms of society, I often found myself apprehended for brawling. In my darkest hour, I encountered Prime Minister 1, who pulled me from the abyss and introduced me to the joys of life. She once confided in me that she is an ordinary person, not seeking to save the world, but merely wishing to protect those she holds dear. And am I not the same? You wretched vermin. You have left the one I care for most lost and unaccounted for. It is utterly unforgivable. I demand your demise. The emerald green aura surged fiercely, and at this moment, Yin Wuhuan's fighting spirit soared. She abandoned all defense, consumed by the singular urge to attack, and attack again. Each lash of her whip unleashed torrents of blood and tufts of fur. Her own body bore ghastly wounds, as blood soaked her dark attire, obscuring whether it was the fabric's black or the blood's red that dominated. Die! With a single strike, the head of a blind, gold-devouring rat fell, blood gushing forth. Die! With a second strike, a limping gold-devouring rat was cleaved in two, blood raining down. Die, die, die! Her frenzied lashes provoked the gold-doubling rats into a furious rage. You vile woman! You have forced my hand. The gold-doubling rat, in collusion with its remaining comrades, unleashed a profound spell. A cacophony of magical sound reverberated through Beijing City, shattering countless panes of glass with its overwhelming force. As the primary target of this assault, Yin Wuhuan, despite her formidable spiritual capabilities, could not withstand an attack specifically aimed at the soul. In an instant, blood poured from her mouth and nose, her expression becoming dazed. She clutched her head in agony and collapsed to the ground. No, no, I have not yet slain you. Die, you must perish. With her hair disheveled and her body drenched in blood, she resembled a malevolent spirit risen from the depths of hell, instilling fear even in the heart of the gold-doubling rat. Damn it, crazy woman. After cursing, the gold-doubling rat summoned its aura, manifesting an illusory axe. In a swift movement, it appeared before Yin Wuhuan, wielding the massive axe with a single hand, and brought it down forcefully upon her. Die for me. The colossal axe descended mercilessly, only to be blocked by Yin Wuhuan's whip, her remaining wits barely holding on. Let us see how long you can endure. Jin Dou exerted more strength in his grip, forcing Yin Wuhuan's whip downward. At that moment, Another golden-eating mouse's claws shimmered with a resplendent golden light, charging directly towards Yan Wuhuan's face. Was this the end? Yan Wuhuan's eyes turned crimson, drenched in blood. She curled her lips into a grimace, gazing at Jin Dou. If I am to perish, I shall take you all with me. This scene sent a chill down Jin Dou's spine, and he felt an impending sense of doom, hastily attempting to withdraw. However, Yan Wuhuan's whip ensnared his legs, preventing an immediate escape. In a state of terror, Jin Dou cried out, "Get away! You madwoman! Are you truly planning to self-destruct? Release me!" Yan Wuhuan concentrated all her combat energy into a single point, unleashing a wave of force that could astonish even a Dou Huang-level expert. Should a Dou Ling 8-star expert choose to self-destruct, the resulting power could rival that of a Dou Huang strike. Thus, upon realizing her intentions, Jin Dou was engulfed in panic. He never anticipated that this seemingly demure woman possessed such fierce resolve. Am I to be your collateral damage? You intend to obliterate me with an atomic bomb. Jin Dou shouted to his companion, yet the Dou Ling mouse had already been paralyzed with fear, fleeing without a backward glance. Damn it, Jin Dou cursed, but at that moment, he had no choice but to act himself. He could no longer afford to consider his injuries, channeling all his combat energy, shattering the seals on his shoulder, blood spurting forth. Ah, madwoman, die. The massive axe descended in an instant, aiming to behead Yan Wuhuan. Too late. Yan Wuhuan fixed her gaze on him, her smile unwavering, and calmly responded. Then, in the depths of Jin Dou's despair, Yan Wuhuan transformed into a brilliant green radiance, a powerful tearing force causing him excruciating pain. Boom. The sound echoed like a missile explosion, reverberating through Beijing City. Those fleeing beheld the dazzling emerald light illuminating the night sky, strikingly resplendent. No, Wuhuan. Sister Wuhuan. Liao Lixiang wept bitterly, while Shun Pajuan sat despondently on the ground, his eyes vacant. Huang Tianyi and Dong Qianquan looked on with piercing gazes, tears glistening in their eyes. They had surmised the fate that awaited them in the wake of that brilliance. It was an unfathomable sorrow, an insurmountable despair. For Huang Tianyi, perhaps he could bear it slightly, having once distinguished himself on the battlefield. But for the others, they had never witnessed the death of those close to them. This undoubtedly left an indelible scar upon their hearts. This day marked the sorrow of the sect, the sorrow of the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, in the distant sky, a streak of azure light appeared in an instant. A panicked voice echoed throughout the heavens. Wuhuan no. Chapter 78, The Reverse Arrival. The summer night breeze on the Tianshan Mountains felt oddly chilly. The emerald light shone like a lighthouse upon the sea. A tremendous force of destruction engulfed half of Beijing City, claiming countless lives of the golden-eating mice. Yet, this was not the conclusion that anyone desired. The scene was far from what Wenlan and Li Jin wished to witness. A radiant blue light emanated as Li Jin stood aloft, bearing immense wings. In his arms, Wenlan was weeping uncontrollably, her hands clutching the hem of his garment with desperation. Why? Why are you so foolish? Huan, come back. Her cries were hoarse. Yet they could not alter the predetermined reality. Li Jin tightened his embrace, resting his chin upon her head in a futile attempt to provide solace. Yet, the coldness in his eyes remained unabated. He was on the brink of an eruption. The gold-devouring rat clan. They must be obliterated. Rodents. Nowhere to flee. In an instant, Li Jin flickered and surged forward, racing to the summit of Tianshan. At that moment, within the miraculous Tianqi of the Dragon Kingdom, the tranquil waters, which had remained undisturbed for millennia, began to swirl ominously. From that vortex emanated a waning spatial force, as if something was preparing to obscure it. Li Jin, swift and decisive, reached forth with a mighty hand and seized an object from the whirlpool. It was the convergence grass. To his astonishment, he realized this was indeed a spatial wormhole, one that nurtured the convergence grass. Could this be the very site constructed by the gold-devouring rat clan? In an instant, a chilling intent to kill ignited in his eyes. He placed Wenlan gently at the edge of Tianqi and resolved to venture forth. Xiao Jin, does Huan truly have no chance? Wenlan's brow furrowed in worry as she implored, you must save her. Li Jin nodded, contemplatively stating, perhaps there is a method worth trying. I am uncertain of its validity. Upon hearing that there might be a solution, Wenlan's expression grew tense. Xiao Jin, you absolutely must rescue Huan. Li Jin, without uttering another word, transformed into a streak of light and plunged into the vortex of Tianqi under her watchful gaze. Upon entering the whirlpool, he distinctly sensed the surrounding spatial forces, unperturbed unlike a novice. Within the spatial wormhole, it was not merely a straightforward passage, but rather a complex network akin to the human circulatory system. Only by following the spatial imprints left by the powerful could one avoid becoming lost. Li Jin's formidable spiritual prowess enabled him to clearly discern the markings belonging to the gold-devouring rat clan. After comprehending the layout, he exerted his spirit force, erasing those ancient imprints and leaving behind his unique signature. Tracing the origins, he emerged from another end of the wormhole in a matter of moments. Yet, as he materialized, a powerful spiritual presence locked onto him. "Who are you? Why do you come from the source of my clan?" A deep, gravelly voice resonated above him. Looking up, he found himself within a vast well, its walls adorned with circles of golden glass lanterns radiating a fiery golden hue. At the well's opening, a figure loomed, gazing down at Li Jin with an inscrutable expression. Jin Yuan, a sentinel of the source, stood as a pinnacle Dou Huang, a mere step away from reaching Dou Zone. "Is this the territory of the Golden Mice clan?" Li Jin's tone was indifferent, offering no response to the inquiry. This left Jin Yuan exceedingly irritated. He could sense the fluctuations of Li Jin's fighting spirit, yet it was merely at the pinnacle of the Dou Huang level, no different than his own. What was he trying to prove? What were his intentions? Jin Yuan narrowed his eyes, the warning evident in his demeanor. Li Jin nodded slightly, acknowledging, "That is good. I fear the opposite, lest the innocent be harmed." Jin Yuan furrowed his brow, perplexed as to how the individual before him could utter such words. This was the territory of the esteemed Golden Mice clan, a prominent family within the Dou Qi continent. How could a mere Dou Huang speak so audaciously here? Without fear of being subdued in retaliation? Ha! How arrogant. No one has dared to stir trouble within the realm of my Golden Mice clan. I shall see just what strength this clueless intruder possesses. Jin Yuan laughed heartily, casually unleashing a streak of fighting spirit that struck a protruding stone at the well's mouth. Instantly, the sound of mechanisms clashing echoed through the well, as four barriers converged from above, forming a cover akin to a well lid. This was a special device meticulously crafted by the Golden Mice clan for the source area, and the entire well was forged from unique dark iron. Those not of the Golden Mice clan could not shake it due to their innate abilities. Li Jin too sensed the surroundings. As his fighting spirit surged into the walls and ceiling, it was swiftly absorbed, as if it were the kryptonite to his energy. There was no point in struggling. This was forged from celestial dark iron, inherently suppressing fighting spirit. You shall remain within and relish the sensation of your energy dissipating. At this moment, my Golden Mice clan is convening the 10,000 Beasts Conference, and we cannot allow any insignificant creatures to disrupt it, or I too shall face dire consequences. Jin Yuan clapped his hands, seemingly pleased with his handiwork. Upon hearing the mention of the 10,000 Beasts Conference, Li Jin's expression grew even more severe. This event was a trial held by the Beast Clan to determine the quotas for acquiring blood food, much of which referred to the human race. If it were solely targeting the inhabitants of the Dou Qi continent, it would be inconsequential, but in his past life, after the Beast Clan descended upon Blue Star, the slaughter they inflicted upon humanity was nothing short of cataclysmic. Countless humans were treated as livestock, stripped of their dignity as people. The Beast Clan epitomized the law of the jungle. The 10,000 Beast Conference would undoubtedly showcase many prodigies from the Beast Clan. How fortuitous. I shall conveniently erase an era for the beasts. A smile crept upon Li Jin's lips as he retrieved his phone from his pocket. Despite the signal indicator showing only one bar, he opened the game. In the next moment, the familiar login screen appeared. Indeed, no matter where one was, the game data could be accessed. This would simplify matters. Dear player, you have been away for 12 hours, during which many convoluted tales have unfolded in the Dou Qi continent. To help you catch up, we have prepared a return gift pack for you, available for just 888. Half a day's absence feels like an eternity. The mobile game Fights Break sphere remains as it has always been, evoking the same sentiments and charm that have captured my heart. However, Li Jin currently lacks the leisure to concern himself with the gift packs. His objective is crystal clear, to break through to the Dou Sheng realm. Chapter 79, The Conference of 10,000 Beasts. His current cultivation stands at 761, 003, 200, 000, 000, and he is poised for a breakthrough. The primordial space has nurtured 66, ready to be filled. At long last, he has met the conditions for advancement. If not now, then when? Dou Sheng break. From the medicinal garden, 6 tender shoots soared forth, swirling around his character. They spun vigorously, visibly growing at an astonishing pace. In mere moments, they transformed into towering trees, their trunks adorned with peculiar patterns pulsating like a heartbeat, ever throbbing. The towering trees, formed from the 6 convergence grasses, twisted and intertwined, collapsing the very fabric of space. Countless particles of dust cascaded from the branches, morphing into mountains and ravines. The dew falling from the leaves coalesced into lakes and oceans. The breath of the trees circulated, dispersing into the boundless expanse, creating the very air itself. Furthermore, the pure essence of the source transformed into Dou Qi, flowing ceaselessly. Primordial space, condense. Li Jin bellowed, and in response, the mountains and lakes were ensnared by a formidable power of space, extracted from the main world to form an independent microcosm. Simultaneously, Li Jin sensed in reality that within the ethereal main space, a world resembling a bubble was rising and falling. Is this the primordial space? How marvelous! Li Jin marveled. Now that his primordial space has successfully condensed, it signifies that he has secured the key to the path of Dou Sheng. Without any conscious effort, the accumulated Dou Qi began to operate autonomously, nurturing the entirety of the primordial space. At this moment, his cultivation was also ascending continuously. The golden devouring rat clan, as the elite among beasts, possesses the coveted heavenly blood pool, a treasure that many beasts and even humans covet. Legends say that millennia ago, humans could venture into the heavenly blood pool. However, since a Dou Sheng emerged from the golden devouring rat clan, this rule was promptly abolished, rendering the pool their private possession. Although the human faction was discontent, they dared not challenge the might of the newly emerged Dou Sheng, preferring to avoid becoming mere stepping stones for the new saint, thus letting the matter fade away. Over the years, the golden devouring rat clan has flourished immensely, rivaling even the legendary races. This has led to an increasingly audacious demeanor among its members, exuding arrogance and prejudice in their actions and speech. Yet those beasts willingly submit to them, drawn by the allure of the heavenly blood pool. It is an opportunity that allows peak Dou Huang experts to smoothly break through to Dou Zone. In times of abundant energy, the blood pool would experience a surge every 3 years, allowing 8 individuals to cultivate. However, after a millennium, the energy has dwindled, now producing a surge only once every century, making such opportunities exceedingly precious. The Golden Eating Rat Clan seized the opportunity to convene the Grand Beast Conference, addressing the entire realm of magical beasts across the continent. Ostensibly, this gathering aimed to cultivate more Dou Zone powerhouses within the beast community. Yet who among them was unaware of their ulterior motives? Their true intention was merely to garner favor from those who had benefited from the blood pond, thereby solidifying their clans standing on the continent. Today marked yet another centennial occasion, and the territory of the Golden Eating Rats was abuzz with excitement. In the expansive plaza atop the mountain, various magical beasts, large and small, beautiful and peculiar, were engaged in lively exchanges, creating an ambience reminiscent of a sacred training ground. At the pinnacle of Tianshan, the clan leader, Jin Jun, gazed with satisfaction at the 8 figures within the blood pond. Half of them were descendants of the golden-eating rats, and if fortune favored them, perhaps this year would witness the emergence of 1 or 2 additional Dou Zone. Do not underestimate the significance of 1 or 2 Dou Zone powerhouses. In places like the Jiamar Empire, they would undoubtedly command the respect of thousands. A glance back to the Yunlan sect from a millennium ago reveals the truth of this assertion. It seemed that the blood pond competition would once again conclude with clan leader Jin Jin emerging victorious. Under his astute guidance, every member of his clan was an elite. Amidst the flattery from the other races, Jin Jin felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Would I willingly relinquish this rare opportunity, which arises only once every 100 years? To you, such compliments are unwarranted. Now that the blood pond contest has reached its conclusion, might we not proceed to the next phase of our deliberations? Jin Jin smiled at the surrounding beasts, causing them to feel somewhat uneasy. In truth, the blood pond contest was not merely a competition among the younger generation. It subtly represented the power struggles of the clan's higher echelons. The outcome from the blood pond would indirectly influence the forthcoming discussions regarding the distribution of resources. Everyone's century-long efforts were aimed at ensuring a more comfortable existence in the next 100 years, yet it appeared that breaking the golden-eating rat clan's monopoly would remain elusive. Observing their furrowed brows, Jin Jun felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. Do not wear such morose expressions. If I were to inform you that I have resolved the issue of insufficient resource supply, would you be grateful? Jin Jun said with a beaming smile, his words resonating like thunder in the ears of the other magical beasts. What? Could it be that clan leader Jin has truly discovered the location of the source? Came a skeptical voice from among the beasts. Isn't that merely a figment of fantasy? Indeed, such a notion would hardly be credible, even to a 3-year-old beast. Did clan leader Jin mean to mock us? Jin Jun, unfazed, chuckled and remarked, I understand that this revelation may be difficult for everyone to accept at first, but I must inform you all that I have indeed discovered the source. Furthermore, I have dispatched my kin to establish a territory at the source. Reports have returned indicating that the blood food within the source exceeds millions. Such a staggering quantity is sufficient to allow our beast clan to soar to new heights. It could even help us realize our dream of dominating the Dou Qi continent. The other beasts were taken aback by his fervent declaration. Could it be that such a source truly exists? We implore you, Chief Jin, to enlighten us. If what you say is true, then our Yin Gu clan owes your tribe a debt of gratitude. The same goes for my Gung Jin Wolf clan. The Jianluan clan stands in agreement. Jin Jun could not suppress a smile. This was precisely the affirmation he sought from them. Chapter 80. The Proud Chief Jin. The Beast clan had nearly half of their territory claimed by the Golden Rat clan, sharing in the grand occasion of the 10,000 Beasts Conference. With a demeanor of nonchalance, Jin Jun gestured invitingly to the other clan leaders, saying, "Esteemed guests, please follow me." Subsequently, the power of space surged atop the mountain, and in the blink of an eye, the multitude of beasts vanished from their original positions. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Above the well of the source, Jin Jin stepped forth first, followed closely by the other clan leaders. Upon sensing their arrival, Jin Yuan hastily approached to pay his respects. "Greetings, father, and to all esteemed clan leaders." Jin Jun replied with a gentle smile. "Good child, I have come with your uncles to examine the entrance to the source. You may now open the celestial well." Jin Yuan paused, then with a hint of amusement, stated, "Father, you should know that within the celestial well resides a peculiar human male, presumably from the source, who seems to harbor a prejudice against our clan. Thus I have confined him within." "Oh, what is his strength?" Jin Jin inquired. "He is of comparable prowess to myself." "At the peak of the Dou Huang," Jin Yuan responded. Upon hearing that the visitor was merely at the peak of the Dou Huang, Jin Jun erupted into laughter, and with a grand gesture proclaimed, "Let him out to breathe. I insist." Jin Yuan nodded, and a stream of Dou Qi shot forth, entering the mechanism. Creak, creak. The sound of gears echoed as the cover of the celestial well slowly parted. However, no one emerged from within. As Jin Jun and the others leaned closer, they observed that the vortex of the source remained intact, yet a young man was seated cross-legged beside it. "Are you the human from the source? Speak." Jin Jun's voice, though not loud, exuded an air of undeniable authority, brimming with arrogance. The other clan leaders looked on with curiosity, as if appraising a fine cut of meat at a butcher's. Jin Yuan stepped forward respectfully and stated, "What you may not be aware of, esteemed uncles, is that my clan has sent a young warrior, Jin Dou, to investigate the source, and there are no formidable beings present in that realm. In fact, one could say that Jin Dou's doling prowess could reign supreme there." With these words, the anxious hearts of the clan leaders finally settled. They had been rather apprehensive. After all, it was a place of legend, and who could tell what inexplicable entities might lurk within? "What you may not know is that I have personally sampled the delicacies of that realm. The taste of the humans there is exquisite," Jin Jin remarked, leaving the other clan leaders yearning for more. Yet, he shifted his tone, tinged with a hint of regret, and remarked, "Unfortunately, the entrance to the source can only permit those of the doling realm to pass. However, the good news is that since this young man has arrived from the source with the prowess of a Dou Huang, it implies that the entrance can now accommodate those of Dou Huang's strength. Perhaps it will not be long before you all can personally venture to that source and experience its culture and charm." Ha! Jin Jun's words, laden with twists and turns, had already ignited a sense of impatience among the other clan leaders. "Jin clan leader, why not allow us to partake of this individual, so we may savor the essence of the source?" Upon hearing this, the other clan leaders readily expressed their agreement. Acknowledging their eagerness, Jin Jun could hardly refuse any longer. Smiling as he said, "Very well. Today, his becoming our sustenance seems to be a fortuitous coincidence, as if destined. Young man, it appears that you and my Ji Jin Rat clan share this fateful connection." With that, a massive hand reached toward the bottom of the well. Jin Jun, possessing a terrifying prowess of 8 stars in the Dozong realm and remarkable spatial mastery, was hailed as the most gifted magical beast in 5 centuries. It was rumored that he was a prized disciple of a Dosheng powerhouse from the Ji Jin Rat clan, boasting both formidable background and strength. That hand seemed to possess boundless magical power, drawing everything into a state of stillness. This move was one of his signature techniques, intended to showcase his prowess before the clan leaders. However, the anticipated scene did not unfold. When his hand descended just 3 inches above Li Jin's head, it could advance no further. Jin Jun felt a flicker of confusion, yet he did not wish to reveal any signs of weakness to the other clan leaders. Channeling his Dou Qi into his hand, striving to break through with sheer force. Moments later, shock began to wash over him. For despite having pushed his Dou Qi to its utmost limit, he still could not grasp the Dou Huang. What could this mean? Could it be that I have indulged myself too much of late? Jin Jun did not consider the possibility that the individual he sought to capture might possess unfathomable strength. He preferred to assume the fault lay within himself. "Jin clan leader, do not toy with our appetites. We can hardly wait to taste." remarked a nearby clan leader with a chuckle, yet to Jin Jun's ears, it sounded like a sharp insult. Damn it, am I to concede in front of this rabble? How humiliating. Jin Jun's inner thoughts seethed, yet he maintained an outward demeanor of nonchalance. Brothers, please wait a moment. I suddenly recall a superior technique that will not compromise the original flavor of this exquisite ingredient, Jin Jun said with a cheerful smile, preparing to withdraw his hand for a brief respite. But in the next moment, his smile froze upon his face. What on earth is happening? Why can't I retract my hand? For reasons unknown, it felt as though his hand had been nailed in place, unable to pull away. Even more terrifying was the realization that he was gradually losing control over that very hand. At this juncture, the surrounding clan leaders began to notice something amiss with Jin Jin. Is there a predicament, Clan Leader Jin? Do you require our assistance? Their words were well-meaning, but sounded like mockery to Jin Jun's ears. Yet, he found himself unable to refute them. He was indeed facing a dilemma. What? Jin Jun's carefully cultivated enigmatic persona crumbled in an instant, as he felt an unsettling power emanating from his hand. It was a force that made his very soul tremble. A sensation he had not experienced for a long time since becoming the patriarch of the Golden Mice clan. The only comparable terror had come when confronting that forbidden existence within his clan. No, it was utterly impossible. Jin Jin screeched, his fighting spirit surging as he attempted to withdraw his hand, but he found himself unable to do so. The other clan leaders observed his frantic behavior with astonishment, puzzled by his sudden descent into madness. I shall assist you, declared the Blue Magpie Patriarch, extending his withered arm as fighting spirit surged. I too shall lend you my strength, chimed in the Li Jin Gua Patriarch, channeling his fighting spirit toward Jin Jun. I am coming too. Count me in. In a moment, numerous clan leaders rallied to lend a hand, eager to discern the nature of Jin Jun's distress. However, the following moment brought regret, as they too felt the soul-shaking tremor that accompanied such an encounter. It was akin to standing before an ancient demon lord, a horror that evoked despair. Beside them, Jin Yuan stood in stunned silence, questioning whether these clan leaders had all succumbed to theatrics. He was restless, uncertain of how to proceed. A detached voice resonated from the well of origin. Do mere ants dare to stir the earth beneath the sovereign? From the well of origin. The voice drifted lightly yet pressed upon the surrounding space with a suffocating weight. This is the essence of spoken law manifesting. Jin Jun, being the most familiar with the Dou Saint present, was utterly astounded. He had only witnessed such power in the ancestral temple of his clan, where that singular entity had single-handedly elevated the Golden Mice clan to prominence. Now, they had become a taboo across the continent, soaring to unprecedented heights. The other clan leaders, upon hearing Jin Jun's terrified words, found their composure shattered. What? No, this is impossible. How could a Dou Saint dare to act against us? Would that not violate the sacred taboos of the continent? Indeed, did he not fear retribution from all? The clan leaders were engulfed in horror. If a Dou Saint truly aimed to strike at them, who could it possibly be? Was it from the human side? Yet, despite their speculations, they could not fathom who it might be, as the overwhelming dread immobilized them entirely. A figure slowly emerged from the well, materializing before the eyes of the assembled beasts. Li Jin bore a smile that was nonetheless chilling. Hee, there are many who yearn for retribution, but what significance do you hold? I offer you an opportunity. Summon your superior and inform them that I wish to engage in a dialogue. Upon uttering these words, the clan leaders felt their souls lighten. Though their bodies remained immobilized, they could still use their spiritual abilities to notify others. Li Jin merely sought to toy with these Dou Zone lackeys, fully aware that the Dou Saints on the Dou Qi continent were few and far between. It is no longer possible to find a few to practice with, but locating one remains quite simple. At present, is there not a member of the gluttonous rat clan available? Perfect. I can utilize it as a whetstone to hone my experience. Oh, why is there so much commotion here? I am someone who revels in the hustle and bustle, particularly enjoying the spectacle of fireworks. Li Jin smiled, an expression that appeared rather unsettling. Perhaps you are unaware of what fireworks are. They are truly a sight to behold. An essential part of celebrations in our region. Watch closely. I shall teach you only once. Li Jin raised a finger and whispered. Then, he opened his palm and gently lifted it upward, causing the 8 youthful figures within the blood pool of Tianshan to soar uncontrollably into the air. Under the gaze of countless magical beasts, they erupted with a resounding blast. The energy within them left behind vibrant bursts of color in the sky, resembling the blooming of magnificent fireworks. This sudden spectacle left the magical beasts present in a state of shock as they fled in terror from the gluttonous rat clan. It seemed that Li Jin was not yet satisfied. His hands continued to fall and rise, sending the magical beasts soaring into the heavens like rainwater, transforming into those dazzling fireworks. However, As the initial thrill faded away, a profound sorrow took its place. The woman with whom he had shared a brief, yet harmonious connection had also just become a brilliant firework. His actions were merely an attempt to vent the indignation within his heart. Of course, this was far from sufficient. The gluttonous rat clan must be obliterated. The leaders of various clans, including Jin Jun, were utterly enraged by the scene before them. Those who had perished were the brightest young talents among their ranks. They were the inheritors of resources painstakingly accumulated over time. They embodied the hope for the future of their clans. To have their lives extinguished in such a confounding manner, akin to fireworks, was indeed a grievous blow to them. The clan leaders dared not meet Li Jin's gaze, their eyes all gravitating toward Jin Jun, as if to suggest that had he not convened the Great Beast Conference, this calamity would never have transpired. Jin Jun thought to himself, I certainly had no idea. Had I known, I would have fled long ago. Regrettably, they could not voice their thoughts. Li Jin had little interest in their idle chatter. He had observed the greed for human flesh in the eyes of every magical beast leader present. Their deaths were of no grief to him. Li Jin unleashed the fireworks upon all the magical beasts present who had reached the rank of Battle King, ensuring that none escaped. It can be said that he truly achieved the remarkable feat of severing the lineage of the magical beast clan. In an instant, the entire Tianshan seemed drenched in blood, exuding a suffocatingly thick scent of carnage. Jin Jun, at this moment, stared vacantly, his soul crying out, It's over. Everything is utterly finished. My future. Ancestors. Where are you? My clan is facing a cataclysm. We need your justice. Whether Jin Jun's prayers truly bore fruit, or for some other reason, a sudden wave emanated from within the Tianshan mountain range. The blood that lay upon the ground seemed to be drawn, converging into the blood pool of Tianshan. Soon enough, the pool became a veritable sea of blood. After an overwhelming surge of blood was consumed, the fluctuation intensified, radiating in all directions. In that moment, numerous entities across the Dou Qi continent sensed this disturbance, filled with bewilderment. In the deepest recesses of the Jiuyo Daiming Python clan, a pair of vertical pupils opened. Why has the old ghost Jin suddenly awakened? In the Qingwan clan, an elderly man, stooped and laboring in the fields, slowly raised his head, gazing towards the center of the continent with a perplexed expression. Is the Shijin rat clan about to initiate a grand conflict? Countless beings perceived the aura of the Dou Sheng from the Shijin rat clan, speculating on the cause but hesitating to investigate further, for fear of offending the old ghost Jin. Given his meticulous nature, it was likely he might pay them a visit for a millennium. Within the Shijin rat clan, at the blood pool of Tianshan, waves of white vapor began to rise, and the crimson waters bubbled vigorously, indicating an extremely high temperature. Boom! A brilliant golden beam ascended from the depths of the pool, tearing apart the clouds above. As the radiance faded, an elderly man with hair and beard as white as snow appeared in midair, hunched over with his hands clasped behind him. His rodent-like eyes slowly opened, emanating a terrifying brilliance that made the very space tremble. His presence instilled a sense of existential dread in all fleeing beasts, compelling them to kneel uncontrollably upon the ground. He focused his gaze upon Li Jin. At that moment, Jin Jun felt like weeping. Ancestor, you have finally appeared. The fine young members of the Shijin rat clan are on the brink of being annihilated by nefarious individuals. Other clan leaders were similarly moved to tears, not solely because of the numerous losses among their kin, but also because the emergence of the Shijin rat clan's ancestor might ensure their own survival. They realized then that while children could be born anew, their own lives were irreplaceable. Ancestor, save me. Among the rat clans on the Dou Qi continent, regardless of their branch, their nature was one of relentless vengeance. Now, with Li Jin committing slaughter on his territory, he was undoubtedly slapping the face of the Shijin rat's old ancestor, making reconciliation seem impossible. However, Li Jin had no intention of yielding. He had declared that the Shijin rat clan would surely face annihilation today. The old ancestor of the Shijin rat furrowed his brow, his expression grim, and spoke slowly. Will you take your own life here, or shall I assist you? Chapter 82. The Arrival of the Sacred Calamity. His words, though simple, stirred an irresistible impulse to comply. This exemplified the authority of a Dou Sheng. The act of killing could occur in the blink of an eye, a taboo existence upon the Dou Qi continent. As Jin Jiutian, the youngest Dou Sheng on the continent, he bore an air of supreme arrogance. He had no concerns for the fragility of life or the repercussions of heavenly tribulations. He was in a state of readiness to unleash his full strength at any moment. Thus, there existed a saying, when a new saint ascends, their sacred might overshadows the world, rendering them invincible. It is no wonder he held such a lofty demeanor. How dare a mere half-saint, who had yet to undergo the saintly tribulation, act so recklessly in my Shijin rat clan? If you wish to avoid a fate of death and obliteration, I shall grant you a path to survival. Jin Zhoutian's expression remained indifferent as he raised his bony arm, revealing a peculiar soul imprint between his fingers. He fixed his gaze on Li Jin, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Open your heart, and allow me to inscribe my mark upon your spirit. From henceforth, you shall serve the Golden Mouse clan, and in return, your life shall be spared. The soul imprint is indeed a venomous curse. Once inscribed, your existence hinges solely on the whim of the caster. You would essentially be surrendering your life to another's discretion, perhaps even toiling like a beast for them. Li Jin chuckled, pointing at Jin Zhoutian, and said, Old ghost, have you lived this long only to speak such nonsense? Even a child of 3 would recognize the ill intent behind your words. I appreciate your goodwill, but I have but one thought at present, to slay all the mice present. Upon hearing this, Jin Zhoutian couldn't help but chuckle softly. I am curious where you draw your confidence from, young half-saint, to speak so boldly in this place. Perhaps your early attainment of the half-saint realm has led you to underestimate the world. Allow me to enlighten you. A true saint is not someone whom any common creature can provoke. With that, Jin Zhoutian launched his attack. A mere thought from him caused the ground beneath Li Jin to erupt violently, transforming into sharp spikes aimed at him. As Li Jin evaded, the air around him became razor-sharp, almost rending the very fabric of space. This was the prowess of a saint, capable of transforming thought into offensive might. Li Jin exerted every ounce of his strength, even using the leaders of the Beast clan, like Jin Zhun, as a shield, barely withstanding the onslaught. One must admit, the chasm between a saint and a half-saint was immense. Li Jin adjusted his tattered garments and smirked. You care not for the lives of your own kin. Truly, you embody the essence of a saint. In response to Li Jin's sarcasm, Jin Zhoutian scoffed. Merely a bunch of worthless gluttons. With my presence, the Golden Mouse clan remains an elite race. The continent is rife with countless factions and races. Yet, only a handful can be deemed truly elite. Thus, it was evident how significantly Jin Zhoutian's saintly strength benefited the Golden Mouse clan. Elite, you say? Huh. I wonder if extinguishing one would serve as a warning to the rest. Li Jin replied with a grin. His words left Jin Zhoutian puzzled. Had this lad lost his wits in his pursuit of power? With such a formidable saint as I standing here, you, a mere half-saint, dare to dream of displacing my race from its elite status? Preposterous. The youth of today are indeed formidable. Perhaps given a few thousand years, you might stand a chance. But for now, it is but the ramblings of a dreamer. Jin Zhoutian let out a hearty laugh, then turned his gaze to the sky, declaring, You have all witnessed this farce. Let it come to a close. Waves of shadowy soul fluctuations emerged, revealing the hidden saints who had retreated across the continent. Now observing the spectacle, some exuded mockery, others expressed regret, while some remained utterly indifferent. The varied emotions indicated their differing stances. Once these soul fluctuations faded, Jin Zhoutian returned his attention to Li Jin. Young man, the previous offer still stands. Remain by my side, and perhaps you may glimpse a chance at enlightenment. However, Li Jin merely shook his head. Becoming a saint is hardly a formidable challenge, is it? I offer you a choice. Either sever ties here or face my wrath. Choose wisely. Jin Zhoutian sighed, his gaze sharp as a blade, stubborn to the end. Then let me indulge my appetite. His withered arm extended, resembling a celestial prison, descending upon Li Jin with formidable force. Li Jin laughed heartily. Huh? A splendid opportunity. Soon, I shall feast upon a delicacy unique to the Dragon Kingdom. Fujian roasted rat. Boom. The once clear sky suddenly darkened, ominous clouds gathering, as terrifying thunder brewed within. Li Jin unleashed his potential, summoning the saint's thunder tribulation, intent on breaking through to the saint realm amidst the battle. This unexpected scene caught Jin Zhoutian off guard, and he hastily withdrew his arm, not wishing to become entangled in the consequences of the tribulation. Alas, it was too late. He had already been drawn into the realm of the thunder tribulation, which recognized him as an ally of the tribulation bearer and birthed a terrifying storm of lightning aimed at him. Cunning and treacherous brat, Jin Zhoutian cursed furiously, retreating in haste. Boom. The tribulation clouds locked onto his aura, unleashing 3 bolts of purple gold lightning, each more fearsome than the last. In the face of this onslaught, Jin Zhoutian furrowed his brow, channeling his full strength as a 4-star saint. He summoned his life-bound fighting artifact to defend against the impending doom. As the lightning descended, it felt apocalyptic. Jin Zhoutian, in a desperate bid, broke free from the range of the tribulation, yet his artifact sustained damage. It was a tragic plight. One must understand that saints on the continent are rarely harmed. Typically, saints do not engage in battle lightly, and if they do, it rarely escalates to such a life-and-death struggle. Enraged by the humiliation, Jin Zhoutian bellowed, Youngster, I shall await your tribulation, and I hope you do not falter. Otherwise, where shall I vent my fury? Li Jin beamed at him, raising a middle finger in defiance. You shan't be disappointed. Saint's tribulation. Arise. Boom. The thunder clouds above crackled with innumerable bolts of lightning, all converging above Li Jin's head, radiating a resplendent purple-gold hue. Jin Jiutian's expression hardened, starting with the purple-gold divine thunder. It seems I must swallow my pride today. The purple-gold divine thunder, known for instilling dread during tribulations, typically appears at the conclusion of the trial. Yet, it is rare to witness someone beginning with such a formidable force. This overwhelming power swept across the entire Dou Qi continent in an instant. The previously retreating souls sensed the approaching terror and were left in astonishment. With the purple-gold divine thunder as his foundation, should this youth successfully navigate the saint's tribulation, in due time, his achievements may very well rival the pinnacle of the saint realm. The struggle for the great path is imminent. Perhaps the opportunity for ascension lies within this very generation. We have prepared for millennia. Could this young man be the variable we seek? Chapter 83, The 5 Wheels of Leaving Fire. The formidable tribulation clouds enveloped much of central continent, causing its inhabitants to tremble in fear. Dreading the impending wrath of the thunderous storm, Li Jin stood atop the peak of the Golden Mouse clan's territory, feeling the turmoil of his inner fighting spirit, akin to a primal instinct responding to an imminent threat. Come, let me witness the extraordinary might of the purple-gold divine thunder. With one hand on his hip, he raised the other towards the ominous clouds above, defiantly extending his middle finger. The clouds seemed to ignite with fury, as the purple-gold divine thunder descended upon him like a spear from the heavens. Mountain-crushing seal, ocean-turning seal, earth-covering seal. Li Jin formed intricate seals with both hands, summoning 3 grand formations that coalesced into 3 ancient seals, soaring forth to suppress the purple-gold divine thunder. This was the first 3 forms of the imperial seal technique, which, when perfected, was said to rival the power of celestial tier combat skills. What? The imperial seal technique? Could that lad possibly be of the ancient clan? Jin Jiutian watched in astonishment as Li Jin unleashed his moves. The other sages around were equally taken aback. Could it be that another sage from the ancient clan was about to emerge? If so, the ancient clan's renowned battle sage would certainly not remain indifferent. Coincidentally, among the observing souls was a battle sage from the ancient clan. Upon witnessing Li Jin's execution of the imperial seal technique, he too was astounded. He could sense that this was indeed the most authentic form of the imperial seal technique, yet he found it puzzling. For the lad was clearly not one of his kin. Was this a romantic entanglement left by a former clan leader? It was time to reprimand those inept individuals. However, if this young man truly had ties to the ancient clan, he could not be disregarded. Careful observation was in order. The other sages, unaware of the battle sage's thoughts, continued to speculate. At that moment, the 3 ancient seals collided with the purple-gold divine thunder, unleashing an overwhelming force. The shockwave from the clash ravaged the Golden Mouse clan's territory. This scene ignited a fervor within Jin Jiutian's heart. The first strike of the purple-gold divine thunder, after shattering the 3 ancient seals, had its power significantly diminished. When it finally reached Li Jin, he effortlessly absorbed its impact. Observing this, the sages nodded in silent approval. This young man exhibited remarkable control over energy, undoubtedly a talent worthy of cultivation. Only Jin Jiutian wore a grim expression. Rumbling, the second strike of the thunderstorm approached. Its might surpassed that of the first purple-gold divine thunder. In fact, some sages had experienced such formidable thunder during their own tribulations that it ranked among the 8th or 9th waves. Yet here stood Li Jin, facing this thunder as if it were their final hurdle, an affront to their dignity. However, this was contingent upon whether he could endure the divine tribulation. It was unfathomable to consider what kind of terrifying power awaited him in the latter stages of his tribulation. Though Jin Jiutian's expression darkened, his mood gradually lightened. Lad. The divine tribulation is the bane of all living beings. Your fate is akin to digging your own grave. There is no way you can survive. Li Jin, however, bore a smile at the corner of his mouth. Is that so? Then allow me to demonstrate to you, old dog. Mountain crushing, ocean turning, earth covering, heaven annihilating. Ancient Emperor. 5 seals united. In a dazzling display, 5 formations materialized in a pentagram, encircling Li Jin. The combined power of the 5 seals multiplied exponentially, rivaling the prowess of celestial tier combat skills. When the complete imperial seal technique appeared before the assembly of saints, their conviction that Li Jin was an unparalleled genius of the ancient clan grew even stronger. With the manifestation of the gold-eating rat clan, it seemed the ancient clan intended to impose a lesson upon them. Indeed, for millennia, the gold-eating rat clan had become increasingly arrogant. bolstered by the emergence of the combat saint, Jin Jutian. The ancient clan-esque combat saint mused, how was I unaware of this development? The imperial seal technique surged defiantly, intertwining with the second stroke of the purple-gold divine thunder. With a resounding boom, the very fabric of space shattered, unleashing torrents of chaotic spatial forces. The five seals spun and obliterated the terrifying second stroke of the purple-gold divine thunder, which then gradually dissipated. Li Jin successfully navigated through two tribulations of thunder, further darkening Jin Jiotian's expression. What of the ancient clan? Your clan's ultimate technique has already been unleashed, and I shall see what you employ to counter next. Similar thoughts echoed in the minds of the saints, all curious about how this young fellow would respond. Were they perhaps waiting for assistance from the ancient clan-esque combat saint? Thunder rumbled ominously as the third terrifying stroke of purple-gold divine thunder descended, leaving Li Jin no respite. This stroke of thunder was almost palpable, exuding tremendous might. Jin Jiotian's eyes gleamed with schadenfreude, eagerly anticipating Li Jin's annihilation beneath the thunder's wrath. Yet, he suddenly sensed the surrounding space growing increasingly heated, the temperature escalating steadily. The assembly of saints also perceived this anomaly, albeit without understanding its cause. Li Jin formed a more intricate seal with his hands, and suddenly, a fiery formation resembling a grinding disk coalesced, radiating an intense crimson heat that cracked the surrounding rocks. On the formation, 5 fierce beasts could be faintly discerned: a wolf, a leopard, a lion, a tiger, and a dragon. In that moment, 5 flames of various colors surged forth from Li Jin's body, entering the forms of the 5 beasts. What? That is extraordinary fire. This youth possessed the rare ability to wield 5 types of extraordinary flames. Unimaginable. Historically, it seemed that only a figure from 10,000 years ago had surpassed this count of extraordinary flames. Li Jin's display of 5 extraordinary flames truly astonished the assembly. The green lotus earth fire, falling heart flame, bone spirit cold fire, Xianhuang flame, and 3,000 flame of Yans. Each was a rare treasure of the heavens and earth. Possessing even one was a monumental stroke of fortune. Countless alchemists and practitioners of fire-based techniques on the continent yearned to acquire a single type of extraordinary fire. Yet, such flames were elusive, making Li Jin's simultaneous summoning of 5 a source of envy for all. Moreover, Li Jin's technique evoked a sense of familiarity among the saints, as if they had encountered it before. 5 wheels of leaving fire. Turn. Upon Li Jin's exclamation, the saints suddenly recognized the technique. Could it be the heavenly grade combat skill once wielded by that legendary figure? How does this youth possess it? I had seen it recorded in ancient texts. This technique should originate from the legacy of a powerful combat emperor. Could it be that this youth has inherited the legacy of a combat emperor? If that were true, even the saints would be consumed by envy. The 5 wheels of leaving fire technique, in conjunction with the 5 unique flames, reached its zenith of power. At this moment, Li Jin activated it, and the earth, scorched by the intense heat, transformed into a hellish expanse of molten lava. Go. With both hands raised to the heavens, Li Jin propelled the 5 wheels of leaving fire into a frenzied spin towards the divine purple-gold thunder. Boom. Sizzle. The sheer might was terrifying, akin to the apocalypse. After a brief moment of stillness in midair, the 5 wheels of leaving fire and the purple-gold divine thunder met. Crack. A crisp shattering sound echoed. Chapter 84. The Palm of the Yellow Springs. The enormous array spun wildly, distorting the surrounding space as it barreled towards the divine thunder. In its complete form, the 5 wheels of leaving fire undoubtedly stood as a paragon among celestial tier combat techniques. Even when infused with merely 5 ordinary flames, it could unleash the power of a peak earth tier technique, let alone with 5 unique flames. Crack. The almost tangible purple-gold thunder was shredded by the 5 wheels of leaving fire, transforming into crystalline thunder that fell upon the earth. The third tribulation was navigated with ease, and the 5 wheels of leaving fire in the sky seemed to handle it effortlessly, safeguarding Li Jin beneath its protective embrace. Such terrifying power. Only an existence wielding 5 unique flames could potentially unleash this technique to its fullest extent. I recall that this technique was once acquired by a figure known as the Heavenly Fire Sovereign within an ancient ruin. However, I wonder where this young lad obtained such a formidable combat skill. It could not possibly be a legacy left by the Flame Emperor, could it? Absolutely not. Who is the Flame Emperor? Such legacies are not easily uncovered. Moreover, it is said that the Flame Emperor's legacy does not reside in this realm, but rather in a more magnificent world beyond. The saints debated fervently, each harboring curiosity about the secrets surrounding Li Jin. Jin Jiotian gritted his teeth, astonished that this young man possessed a combat skill even more potent than the Imperial Seal technique. What extraordinary fortune had he stumbled upon? It is well known that celestial tier techniques are rare and elusive. Even among Dou Qi experts, the celestial tier techniques they possess are often limited to one or two, unless derived from ancient, powerful lineages that may boast greater depth in such techniques. As for the Golden Rat clan, they had only emerged in recent centuries, possessing little to no foundation regarding celestial tier techniques. Even Jin Jiutian himself lacked a single celestial tier technique. His highest was merely a peak earth tier technique. To witness this obscure individual wielding two formidable celestial tier techniques was truly enviable, causing Ji Air to turn green with envy. Once you are vanquished by the thunder tribulation, all of this shall belong to me. Jin Jiutian consoled himself, for among the saints, few believed that Li Jin could survive such a terrifying lightning tribulation. They all came with a mindset of merely observing the spectacle. What a joke. If he truly overcame this tribulation, what would that mean? He would be subjected to a thorough cleansing by the heavenly laws. The degree of his condensed Tao body would be unprecedented. Such thoughts were too daunting to entertain. In the realm of saints, one cultivates solely their own essence, remaining unmoved by external factors. The saints exclaimed, "What nonsense! Who wouldn't desire fine treasures? Who would not wish to possess them? I am merely a saint, not a fool." In the sky, the ominous dark clouds seemed to have diminished in their vast expanse. Could it be that the tribulation was about to dissipate? This doubt was swiftly shattered, for as the ominous clouds contracted, the brewing power became even more terrifying, as if it sought to annihilate the world. If at this moment Li Jin were to recklessly dart about with his lightning tribulation, even the 9-star fighting saints would hesitate to confront him directly. Haha, you are doomed, young one. The gathering of the tribulation is the wrath of heaven, a force that no living being can withstand. Jin Jiutian was instantly filled with exuberance. Such a lightning tribulation was something these sages had only read about in historical texts. It could be said that when the tribulation reaches this degree, it transcends the mere category of lightning. It may manifest in any form, ultimately seeking to erase the one undergoing the tribulation. This calamity truly offers no chance of survival, instilling dread even in the hearts of the sages. Suddenly, from within the ominous clouds, a resplendent white hand coalesced, resembling the very finger of the heavens, descending upon Li Jin. The sheer might of it could be felt by the sages, even from millions of miles away. At that moment, Jin Jiutian felt an overwhelming pressure surging towards him, compelling him to kneel upon the ground. Even those who were not undergoing the tribulation could only prostrate themselves beneath such terrifying might, let alone Li Jin, who stood at the very center of the lightning tribulation. The formidable force of this tribulation even pressed heavily upon him. He urged the 5 wheels of fire toward the massive hand. The screeching sound of friction echoed across the heavens and earth, causing many lesser beings to suffer, bleeding from their mouths and noses. Crack! A crisp sound resounded once more. But this time, it was the 5 wheels of fire being shattered by the hand of the heavens. The 5 distinct flames broke free from the array, returning to Li Jin's body. The heavenly hand showed no sign of mercy as it continued its descent upon Li Jin. Yet, in Li Jin's eyes, this seemingly fatal situation still held a glimmer of hope. A dark yellow hue flickered in his gaze as he formed his fingers into a palm, preparing to clash with the heavenly hand. The yellow spring palm. An alarming wave of energy erupted, emanating from the depths of the yellow spring hell. The might of this palm was truly terrifying, almost instantaneously coalescing into a formidable attack that met the heavenly hand in an instant. Bang! The very air itself, even the fabric of space between their palms, was nearly obliterated. One could surmise that even Jin Jiutian, in that moment, would be instantly erased. After the colossal collision, the heavenly hand and the yellow spring palm engaged in a fierce struggle, annihilating one another and dissipating into the cosmos. The yellow spring palm was an astonishing technique from the ancient yellow spring demon saint, crafted by a strong practitioner at the brink of becoming a fighting emperor. Undoubtedly one of the finest techniques in existence. Li Jin's mastery of such fighting techniques stemmed entirely from the game Dou Qiong. Upon attaining the rank of Dou Zun, one gains access to these celestial-level techniques, each more astonishing than the last. As a dedicated player, he easily filled his skill points, mastering all these techniques. Truly, the adage "a plethora of skills is never a burden" rings true. Now, relying on his innate strength, Li Jin managed to withstand the heavenly hand, a feat attributable not only to the ferocity of his techniques, but also to his exceptional control over his own power. It can be said that apart from his lack of ascension in realm, he is nearly indistinguishable from a powerful Dou saint, and in fact, may surpass an ordinary Dou saint in various aspects. Jin Jiutian prostrated on the ground, gazing up at Li Jin's figure with profound reluctance. No, it is utterly impossible. It must be that accursed historical record, egregiously exaggerating the might of this tribulation, instilling fear within us. He would rather believe that history deceives him than acknowledge Li Jin's unparalleled talent. The other saints also trembled in their souls, unable to fathom that such a formidable tribulation had indeed been overcome by Li Jin. If this child does not perish in the impending tribulation, he is destined to become a formidable contender on the path to emperorhood. It is unfathomable what kind of inheritance he has received, possessing multiple heavenly tier combat techniques. Is not the Yellow Spring Palm the ultimate skill of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint? Where else could one learn this technique? Apart from the holy steel of Yellow Spring within the Jiuyou Demii Python clan, the Dou saints of the Jiuyou Demii Python clan are utterly bewildered. Their race has secluded itself from the world for a millennium, and since the holy steel was emptied by the Flame Emperor 10,000 years ago, it has not been publicly revealed again. This child's Yellow Spring Palm could not possibly have been learned from the Jiuyou Demii Python clan. Thus, the question arises, who possesses such a technique? Chapter 85. The Thunder Tribulation transforms into life. Having endured 3 strikes of the purple gold divine thunder, as well as a unique bolt of lightning, Li Jin's trials have drawn the ire of the heavenly clouds, which seem to lose face under the scrutiny of so many saints. Thus, it must establish some semblance of authority. Otherwise, even the most insignificant creature would dare to provoke the majesty of the heavenly principle. Consequently, the tribulation clouds shifted and changed, rapidly contracting, almost coalescing into a massive, tangible sphere in the sky, entirely black, surrounded by a tempest of lightning. When the thunder tribulation takes on this form, it signifies that it is no longer a mere trial, but a genuine intent to obliterate the one who faces it. Such a manifestation of thunder, even the current saints have never encountered, leaving them utterly perplexed. Yet, they cannot help but feel the overwhelming pressure of impending death. Even from thousands of miles away, the saints dare not breathe, as if the transformed tribulation lightning would descend upon them at any moment to enact annihilation. What kind of thunder is this? It is utterly unprecedented. The sheer terror is unparalleled. Even this saint is contemplating whether to retreat to the outer realms for refuge. We are not the ones facing the tribulation. We ought to remain cautious and gather opportunities. Saints across various regions swiftly retracted their own auras, leaving only a thread of their consciousness to observe the events unfolding within the realm of the Golden-Eating Mouse clan. Should Li Jin perish in this tribulation, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to snatch the remnants left behind, for it may very well be the inheritance he has acquired. Saints contend against heaven, earth, and humanity. None are easy to deal with, all seasoned and shrewd. At this level, only the prospect of becoming an emperor can attract them. Perhaps they may glean something from Li Jin. Jin Jiutian, being the closest saint to the tribulation, bears immense pressure. Who could have imagined that an unassuming Dou royal would suddenly begin to undergo the tribulation of saints? Moreover, this holy tribulation is exceedingly perverse and exaggerated. It has now evolved into a state that even I and others cannot comprehend. My very heart is on the verge of collapse. Jin Jiutian is forced to the ground under the oppressive weight of the tribulation, utterly devoid of any desire to resist. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of several crisp cracks resonated as Jin Jiutian's sacred body began to fracture. One must understand that he is a 4-star Dou saint. His physique has long reached an indestructible state. Even in battles of the same realm, it would be utterly impossible to easily obliterate a saint's body. It can be said that a saint has reached the level of being impervious to all tribulations. Yet now, under the residual might of the lightning tribulation, his sacred body is shattering. In an instant, Jin Jiutian is seized by horror. He is both anxious and elated. The terror of the lightning tribulation is so profound that the young man is surely unable to endure it. What lies ahead are the covetous gazes of other saints, and his current state is rather precarious, putting him at a disadvantage when the time comes for confrontation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The tribulation sphere in the sky shrinks again, finally coming to a halt at a height of a person. Within the pitch-black sphere, a might that could overshadow the heavens emanates. It is as if something is gestating within. Crack, crack. The crisp sounds reverberate throughout the sky, and under Li Jin's watchful gaze, the tribulation sphere begins to fracture like an eggshell. Boom. 2 enormous hands emerge from the tribulation sphere, tearing apart to either side. This scene leaves all present saints utterly astonished. What in the world? Is this not a true spirit tribulation reserved for emperors? What has this young man done to provoke such a formidable lightning tribulation from the heavens? This child's fate is sealed, encountering such a tribulation at the saint stage. There is no one who can rival him. Is that fellow Dou Qi not coming to help? Dou Qi help? Am I to rush to my own demise? Moreover, whether that young man has any ties to my ancient clan is still debatable. The thoughts of various saints began to stir, some even stepping out from their secluded meditations. In an instant, the aura of the saints descended upon the Dou Qi continent, causing the populace to tremble. At this moment, Li Jin, as the one facing the tribulation, can clearly sense the terrifying nature of that lightning tribulation entity. It surpasses all that he has ever known. Could this be the might of the Dou Emperor? No. I cannot remain idle. I must first probe the depths of this tribulation. Having made up his mind, Li Jin rapidly condenses his offensive. Huang finger. A striking beam of icy radiance shoots forth towards the lightning tribulation entity, seemingly intent on piercing through it. Yet to his astonishment, the lightning tribulation entity also forms a gesture with its fingers. A beam of icy radiance hurtles towards Li Jin, mirroring the Huang finger perfectly. What is this? A replication? Li Jin furrows his brow. In the sky, the two beams of icy radiance collide, shattering the surrounding space repeatedly, dispersing the spatial turbulence. 5 wheels of leaving fire. Li Jin once again invokes the 5 wheels of leaving fire, the colossal formation ascending defiantly. Indeed, the lightning tribulation entity in the sky employs the same technique, manifesting a gigantic thunderous grinding disk, pressing down towards Li Jin. Even without the enhancement of its might remains utterly terrifying. 2 spinning wheels, locked in a fierce friction high above, unleashed flames and thunder that scattered across hundreds of miles, transforming the surroundings into a forbidden zone for all living beings. Boom. The 2 wheels simultaneously reach their limits, fracturing inch by inch. The thunderous entity in the sky, seemingly no longer willing to remain passive, raised a hand, summoning a colossal thunderous ruler that surged downward towards Li Jin. The power of thunder, curving like a crescent moon, tore through space as it descended upon Li Jin. Flame-splitting devouring wave ruler? Li Jin's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that it would strike first. Yet, he remained calm, his hand grasping the air, summoning a resplendent ancient ruler that radiated peculiar waves of anomalous fire, the ancient ruler of anomalous flames. Flame-splitting devouring wave ruler. A similarly defiant and explosive maneuver. Yet Li Jin's seemed more solidified. Boom. Space disintegrated as the thunderous ruler was shredded by Li Jin, the brilliant crescent moon swiftly approaching the thunderous entity. It raised an arm, a swirling black hole forming within its palm. As the flame-splitting devouring wave ruler drew near, it inexplicably vanished, as though it had never existed at all. Had it not been for the remnants of torn space, Li Jin might have believed he was ensnared in a dream. What? The great heavenly creation palm. Li Jin was taken aback. The thunderous entity appeared increasingly peculiar. How could it possess so many heavenly stage combat techniques? If it were merely a replica, how could it perform the great heavenly creation palm, a technique he had yet to wield himself? Did it possess self-awareness? Or was it not replicating him, but rather an illustrious figure from the annals of Dou Qi continent's history? Contemplating this, Li Jin's brow furrowed deeply. If this were indeed the case, the stakes had escalated. It is widely known that throughout the history of Dou Qi continent, few have wielded such an array of extraordinary combat techniques. Perhaps only one person could lay claim to that distinction, the one revered by the world as the Flame Emperor. Chapter 86. The Terrifying Cycle of Buddha's Wrath. The thunderous entity exerted a formidable presence that crushed space, a force no ordinary sage could contend with. If Li Jin's suspicions were correct, then the figure etched by the heavenly Tao was none other than the Flame Emperor, who once turned the tide of battle. It appeared that a grueling struggle was inevitable. Li Jin pursed his lips, yet he had no intention of surrendering. Even if it were the Flame Emperor, what of it? Merely a shadow conjured by the heavenly Tao, not the true embodiment. I refuse to believe that there exists not a single opportunity. The same scene unfolded before the saints, leaving them in utter astonishment. As natives of the Dou Qi continent, who among them did not recognize the visage of the Flame Emperor? Was the manifestation of this calamity not the very likeness of the venerable Flame Emperor? Even though these saints were newcomers post-dating the era of the Flame Emperor, the legacy of his might had long since permeated their consciousness. Quick, slap me. I feel as if I am dreaming. You are not dreaming. That is the replicated form of the venerable Flame Emperor. Good heavens. Even this calamity has emerged. Is it possible for any mortal to navigate through this? Should one encounter the specter of the Flame Emperor on the path to ascension, it is likely that no one could take that step. A weighty dread suddenly settled upon the saints, as the impending grand conflict instilled a sense of trepidation within their hearts. To embark upon that path is to forsake any possibility of retreat. One is destined for either triumph or sacrifice. Today, the manifestation of the Flame Emperor, born from tribulation, has undoubtedly cast a shadow upon their hearts. Li Jin gazed upon the lofty figure of the Thunder Tribulation Flame Emperor, and with a mere thought, an exquisite suit of armor materialized around him, resplendent and kaleidoscopic, reminiscent of exquisite glass. This was the celestial Dou sacred armor, and in his hand appeared a ring of similar, translucent beauty. Upon donning the celestial Dou sacred armor and the sacred ring, Li Jin felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his veins. These two artifacts represented the ultimate shield and the sharpest spear, capable of exponentially enhancing one's defense and significantly amplifying one's offensive capabilities. Confronted with the grand celestial transformation palm, unless one possessed an utterly overwhelming force, evading annihilation by the black hole was nearly impossible. With a swift motion, he unleashed the yellow spring finger once more, eager to gauge the power bestowed upon him by the sacred ring. Indeed, he found himself emboldened, his strength seemingly doubled. As he executed this technique, he swiftly closed the distance to the Thunder Tribulation Flame Emperor. The Emperor raised its palm, using the black hole of the grand celestial transformation palm to absorb the yellow spring finger. Yet, Li Jin could distinctly perceive the distortion within the black hole, which, after engulfing his attack, appeared to approach its limits of endurance. Adorned in his gear, he felt invincible, and a hearty laugh escaped his lips. With a flourish, he formed hand seals, his fighting spirit surging wildly as he inscribed a magnificent array upon the ground. The Yellow Spring's divine wrath. Within this formation, a dark yellow radiance erupted, resembling a cascade of the yellow spring in the heavens, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Within that ghastly river, one could see countless white bones drifting, sending shivers down the spine of any onlooker. This was the most formidable technique of the Yellow Spring Demon Sage, specifically designed to target the soul and consciousness. It was said that when the Yellow Spring Demon Sage unleashed this move, all beings across the continent of fighting spirits could witness the yellow spring looming overhead, as if they had entered the realm of the afterlife. Those struck by this technique would suffer, at best, shattered souls, rendered senseless, or at worst, complete obliteration of their spirit, leading to their untimely demise. In this moment, Li Jin unleashed the Yellow Spring's divine wrath to test whether the body of the Thunder Tribulation Flame Emperor harbored any remnants of consciousness. The sacred radiance of the Yellow Spring surged skyward, enveloping the Flame Emperor, who found even its grand celestial transformation palm unable to fully consume the brilliant light. The black hole was overwhelmed by the divine glow of the Yellow Spring, and soon, the form of the Thunder Tribulation Flame Emperor was obscured beneath its luminescence. At this instant, the assembled saints collectively held their breath, awestruck by the power of Li Jin's strike. This blow was likely on par with a 4-star saint-level attack. It must be noted that this individual had yet to ascend to the realm of the saints. Such prowess alone was sufficient to elevate the esteem in which the saints held him. Moments later, from within the sacred light of the Yellow Spring, an ear-piercing chittering emerged. A sound familiar to Li Jin. It was akin to the entities known as thunder spirits, which he had encountered during his own tribulation. Born from the thunderous trials, they thrived on lightning, embodying the will of the tribulation and unleashing terrifying bolts of thunder. Now, struck by the Yellow Spring's divine wrath, they emitted anguished cries of torment. Indeed, the Yellow Spring Demon Saint wields a technique of unparalleled might, capable of even contending with the heavenly tribulation. Yet, this power seems limited, as the Thunder Spirit appears incensed, and the figure of the Thunder Calamity Flame Emperor stirs. With a convergence of fingers, a void array is forged, and an awe-inspiring bolt of lightning coalesces, its presence utterly terrifying. Merely the tremors of this force compel the saints to tremble. This strike may rival the full might of a 7-star battle saint. Observing its momentum, I surmise this technique is likely the Flame Emperor's own creation, the Buddha's wrath reincarnation. Alas, I had hoped he would conjure yet another miracle. Now I can breathe easy. What a pity for such a promising talent. Had he matured, he would undoubtedly become a formidable figure. It is not that we saints disapprove, but rather that the heavenly Tao obstructs. We cannot be blamed. Reactions among the saints are varied. Some express regret, yet more display joy, for this is also an opportunity bestowed by the heavenly Tao. Once Li Jin is obliterated by the heavenly tribulation, they shall commence their efforts to seize the potential path of ascension. As the lightning converged to its zenith, it transformed into a slender, purplish-brown pillar of light, hurtling toward Li Jin. Buddha's wrath reincarnation. This ultimate technique of the Flame Emperor, birthed from the heavenly tribulation, is a high-tier combat skill of extraordinary might. Wherever it travels, the very fabric of space disintegrates, dismantling primal forces. Should this radiance strike true, even a 7-star battle saint would meet a fate of utter annihilation. To employ such a technique against a quasi-saint appears to the saints as akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Jin Jiutian stands stupefied, having never anticipated that the one he had so derisively mocked could invoke such a formidable heavenly calamity. The potency of the boy's own concocted assault astounds him. let alone the current celestial catastrophe. His own strength as a 4-star battle saint would render him utterly vulnerable. Child, no matter how you struggle, your fate is but that of ash. My kin, the Golden Rat clan, await you in the underworld. In an instant, the calamity light descends with astonishing swiftness. Li Jin barely has time to react before he is enveloped by this obliterating beam. The earth within a radius of several hundred meters is perforated by the strike. Its depths unfathomable. At this moment, a singular thought occupies the minds of the saints. This child is doomed. The legacy of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint must be reclaimed by my 9 Nether Underworld Python clan. I urge you all not to interfere. The 5 wheels of separation fire technique, birthed from the hands of the Heavenly Fire Sovereign, must not be leaked from the Burning Flame Valley, which has long since merged with the Separation Fire sect. Alas, my ancient clan's Imperial Seal technique is not to be gazed upon by outsiders. I shall take only this skill, nothing else. In an instant, the saints sought reasons to appear outside the territory of the Golden Rat clan. They awaited the dispersal of that terrifying beam, for it heralded the commencement of a grand feast. Buzz, 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 amidst the encircling wolves. A tremor of soul-shaking intensity emanates from the light beam. Its force eclipses the ages. Chapter 87, The Arrival of the Saints. The dazzling brilliance shines like a blazing sun. A transparent hand emerges from the depths of the pit, rising to grasp the power of the Buddha's wrath reincarnation within its palm. Subsequently, a great hand reached into the void, effortlessly dissolving the wrath of the Buddha's reincarnation, causing the heavenly tribulation of the Flame Emperor to tremble precariously. This spectacle left the surrounding saints wide-eyed in disbelief. Was this imperial might? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. For 10,000 years, the essence had been lacking, rendering the conditions for becoming an emperor unattainable. Now, with the great era just beginning, who could ascend to such heights? No, this was not the work of an emperor of this realm. Such fluctuations must be the legacy of an ancient emperor's treasure. What? An emperor's treasure has emerged? In an instant, everyone began speculating about the identity of this treasure, as greed gradually took root in their hearts. If one possessed an emperor's treasure, the competition in this great era would be bolstered with newfound confidence. Li Jin's figure slowly ascended from the pit, apart from his somewhat disheveled attire. He had not sustained any significant harm, for at the moment he encountered the wrath of the Buddha's reincarnation, the ancient imperial jade within him had instinctively protected its master, revealing its imperial might. At this moment, the jade spun 3 inches above his head, sending out waves that spread across the continent. The ancient imperial jade. It is indeed this treasure. It seems that the imperial might I sensed a few days ago was not an illusion. This treasure was once split into 8 parts, each held by one of the ancient 8 clans, and later used by the Flame Emperor during the Battle of the 2 Emperors, only to vanish thereafter. Who would have thought it would reappear in the possession of this young lad? What merits does this child possess to wield such an imperial treasure? The saints were practically drooling over the ancient imperial jade, yet none dared to act rashly. For the might of the heavenly tribulation above was not diminished, but intensified, growing even more terrifying than before. At this moment, the figure of the Flame Emperor was gradually fading, a pale light emanating that none of the saints dared to gaze upon. Could this be the light of the heavenly tribulation? An ancient saint recognized it, immediately inciting panic among the others. Whenever the light of the heavenly tribulation appears, it signifies that a formidable individual will be annihilated. The heavens do not allow anyone to rise above them. Thus, Li Jin was not merely facing a tribulation, but a heavenly execution. Should he endure it, it would be enough to make even the heavens retreat in fear. It is said that the Flame Emperor encountered a heavenly execution when he ascended to become a battle emperor. Whoosh! The heavenly tribulation light was blindingly pale, reminiscent of the first ray of light that split the heavens and the earth during primordial times. Its might was unassuming, yet it was infinitely terrifying. It evoked an instinctual fear from the depths of all sentient beings, an inevitability that no existence could evade. The ancient imperial jade spun ever more rapidly, its imperial might coalescing into a primordial elixir, charging towards the heavenly tribulation light. Boom! Upon contact, the most primal forces of the world erupted, dispersing into the seas and the 8 desolations. The heavenly tribulation light, worthy of being the primordial light, obliterated the schemes brewed within the ancient imperial jade. Then, under the watchful eyes of the saints, it descended violently upon Li Jin's head. The relentless tribulation light washed over Li Jin's body, as if attempting to dissolve his very form. The diamond-glazed body. Li Jin activated the strongest defensive technique of the heavenly tier, yet it proved futile. The heavenly tribulation light was impervious to all defenses. In an instant, Li Jin's figure was engulfed. Finally, it came to an end. In the month of September, with a long sigh of relief, Li Jin's extraordinary talent instilled an overwhelming sense of dread. His frequent deployment of celestial-level combat techniques emerged with a resounding clamor, akin to cabbages being tossed about. Moreover, he possessed imperial treasures unattainable even by a saint of combat. Should he successfully navigate this tribulation and ascend to the status of a saint, it would spell doom for others. Fortunately, he had incited the wrath of the heavenly Dou and ultimately could not evade retribution. What followed would be the arrival of the myriad saints. The numerous saints encircling the area were already brimming with impatience, eager for the dissipating tribulation light to engage in the fray. Before long, the last remnants of the tribulation light vanished from the sky, replaced by a formidable aura of the saints, intertwining to form an incomprehensible realm of chaos. A mighty hand from the saint of the nine nether earthly serpent clan reached out, attempting to seize the entire expanse of land. Suddenly, a colossal staff soared from the side, intercepting the hand with a resounding crash. Ah, greedy old fiend, have you become too avaricious? The Demon King glared discontentedly at his companion. Does my conduct require your scrutiny? Today, I have no qualms about partaking in the blood of saints. With that, the Demon King manifested his enormous form, showcasing the unparalleled might of his 7-star combat saint prowess, a force to be reckoned with among the saints. The only contenders capable of matching him might be the ancient clans Dou Qi and the elder of the Taishu ancient dragon lineage. The remaining saints lingered at 6 stars or below. Dou Qi had explicitly declared his intention to acquire only the Imperial Seal technique, while the Taishu ancient dragon's combat saint had yet to voice his stance. Indeed, the 9 nether earthly serpent clan's Demon King stood unrivaled. Although he was immensely powerful, the other saints were not to be underestimated. All who ascended to the rank of combat saint were the epitome of cunning and intellect. How could they allow the Demon King to triumph? Not to mention, Li Jin's celestial-level combat techniques alone, along with the ancient Imperial Jade, would draw the attention of all saints. In an instant, the atmosphere became charged with tension. Esteemed colleagues, lend me your ear, began the venerable elder. Throughout the continent, the human race is inherently united. This young man, as a member of the human lineage, rightfully belongs to our kin. The combat saint of the Burning Flame Valley chuckled as he stroked his beard. Ah, old Tang Feng, your calculations are astute. Do you think your flippant words will deny my beast clan even a morsel of the spoils? The combat saint of the Heavenly Phoenix clan, Huang Yin, winged in from the horizon, his countenance slightly shadowed. Although he spoke with a smile, his tone bore an icy undertone. Oh, are the 3 great beast clans forming an alliance today? The combat saint of the Pill Tower, Elder Qin Yin, remarked with a broad grin. Huang Yin shot him a frosty glare. Our actions concern us alone. Keep your hypocritical facade to yourself. It sickens me. Despite being reprimanded by Huang Yin, Elder Qin Yin remained unfazed. As a combat saint who had attained enlightenment through alchemy, he had cultivated a commendable demeanor. Yet, whispers suggested that in his youth, he had been a practitioner of demonic arts, though the details were shrouded in mystery. The saints exchanged barbs, seemingly dividing the atmosphere into 2 factions, the beast clans and humanity. Among the ancient 8 clans present, only the Gu clan and the Medicine clan made their presence known. On the surface, the Demon King and the Taishu ancient dragon's combat saint stood at 7 stars, while Huang Yin of the Heavenly Phoenix clan was a 6-star combat saint. On the side of humanity stood the ancient 7 stars of Qian, the elder of Blue Smoke, the lord of Burning Flame Valley, Tang Feng, and the patriarch of the Medicine clan, all of whom were at the pinnacle of the Dou saint realm, their powers nearly equal, each hesitant to act recklessly. As for Jin Jiutian of the Gold Eater Mouse clan, he was not even considered among them. Did one not notice that none of the Dou saints below 5 stars dared to show themselves? Such a level of discourse was beyond their participation. Just as both sides faced each other in a silent standoff, a frivolous voice abruptly echoed. Chapter 88. Execution of the Saints. I am not dead yet, and you are already plotting my funeral. Even Odibio does not work as diligently as you. As the remnants of the calamity dissipated, Li Jin stood quietly atop the charred boulder, his gaze coldly directed at the saints in the sky. In his hand, he held a fiery red orb that resembled crystal. Heavenly Dou Saint Pearl, mythical gray, preserves a fragment of life after sustaining a fatal attack. Uses remaining 0-1. No one could have anticipated that the treasure safeguarding Li Jin amidst the heavenly Dou's tribulation would be a weapon of great power. This scene left the gathered saints wide-eyed, unable to believe their own eyes. How could this young man withstand the heavenly Dou's calamity? This was a terrifying threat that existed only amidst the imperial tribulations, where a saint would undoubtedly perish upon contact. Even the numerous 7-star Dou saints present dared not claim they could emerge unscathed from such a trial. They could not fathom how Li Jin had survived this ordeal. Was it through the ancient relic of the Dou Qi Emperor? Yet, in that fleeting moment, the saints had not felt any imperial might being dispersed. As they pondered this, resplendent, auspicious clouds appeared in the sky, pouring down the baptism of the heavenly Dou. It was far more magnificent than the tribulations faced by the saints present, to the point where none could match even a fraction of Li Jin's splendor. Did this imply that once Li Jin matured, he could sweep across the continent of Dou Qi? Upon contemplating this, the saints grew restless. After plotting for thousands of years, who would allow a disruptor to arise? Consequently, the overwhelming majority of the saints swiftly altered their attitudes towards Li Jin, the situation growing dire. The baptism of the heavenly Dou was not to be interrupted. It was not merely a reward for successfully overcoming tribulations, but also an acknowledgement from this realm towards the one facing the tribulation. The saints could only bide their time until the end. Jin Jiutian, closest to the scene, widened his rodent eyes in disbelief, as if witnessing a ghost. No, this cannot be real. How can you still be alive? Yet, he quickly donned a ferocious expression and declared, if you can survive such a terrifying heavenly calamity, you must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, I shall be tormented throughout the night. Jin Jiutian summoned his saintly power to its utmost. For a 4-star Dou saint should never be underestimated. In an instant, he could pluck stars from the sky. Behind him, a colossal golden array began to form, within which shadows seemed to writhe. The saints in the sky frowned. Did Jin Jiutian not understand that the baptism of the heavenly Dou was not to be desecrated? To launch an attack against Li Jin at this moment, had he lost his senses? However, Jin Jiutian appeared resolute, fiercely activating the array. Child, experience the sun-eating celestial sound array of our ancestors. In an instant, a terrifying melody that pierced the soul resonated from within the array. This maneuver represented the pinnacle of Jin Jiutian's prowess, a strike so formidable that even the myriad saints would hesitate to confront it head-on. Yet, it overlooked the fact that Li Jin was also a master of sound-wave combat. The Yellow Springs Wrath, a similarly hued dark yellow array coalesced behind Li Jin. And upon reaching the realm of the saints, the execution of such techniques became second nature, their power escalating exponentially. As the Yellow Springs Wrath was unleashed, torrents of yellow spring water surged forth, sweeping toward Jin Jiutian's sun-eating sound array. Both sound wave techniques could be deemed unparalleled in the world. Jin Jiutian's sun-eating sound array, honed over millennia, had long ascended to the ranks of celestial techniques. Unlike ordinary techniques, sound wave techniques bore the elusive trait of being difficult to trace. Even if targeted by the heavenly law, one would only pay a minor price to extricate oneself, which emboldened its audacity. The saints understood its intent at that moment, muttering curses at the cunning rodent. Upon the collision of the two arrays, a terrifying wave of sound erupted, sweeping across the continent in all directions. The saints hastened to intercept it, preventing devastation to the innocent. Is it said that saints are compassionate? I beg to differ. It is merely the protection of their kin. The roaring golden giant rat was battered by the yellow spring water, riddled with cracks, as if on the brink of shattering. Yet, it withstood the onslaught of the Yellow Springs Wrath and extinguished it. Ha ha ha, young one, it seems this saint's skill surpasses yours. Jin Jiutian laughed heartily, thoroughly pleased with his sound array. Before he could make his next move, Li Jin formed seals with his hands once more. Oh, is that so? Then let me strike you with another Yellow Springs Wrath. The dark yellow array re-emerged, the yellow spring water surging with tremendous force toward Jin Jiutian. Caught off guard by Li Jin's sudden second barrage of Yellow Springs Wrath, Jin Jiutian was momentarily stunned. Are you using a Gatling gun? No need for a break. In that moment, he could only activate the cracked sun-eating sound array to counter Li Jin's latest Yellow Springs Wrath. The outcome was evident. Upon contact, the golden giant rat within the sun-eating sound array was shattered piece by piece, dissipating into golden light along with the array. The Yellow Springs Wrath surged forth like a tidal wave toward Jin Jiutian. No, young one, you cannot kill me. Slaying a saint will incur the wrath of the heavenly law. Jin Jiutian's furious cries echoed, but did Li Jin care? The heavenly law of your world is of no concern to me. The Yellow Springs Wrath, infused with Li Jin's wrath, engulfed Jin Jiutian completely. In mere moments, the saint's aura was obliterated by the yellow spring water. Black rain began to fall from the sky. A saint had fallen, the heavens mourned, and the world shared in the grief. At that moment, the heavenly law's baptism in the sky suddenly paused, seemingly on the verge of retracting. The saints, witnessing this, felt a surge of joy. It appeared Li Jin's victory over Jin Jiutian indeed had ramifications for himself. Indeed, the heavenly law's baptism had ceased its flow. This bodes well for the saints. If Li Jin were somewhat weaker, their sense of crisis would diminish. Thus, Jin Jiutian's sacrifice was deemed worthwhile. However, The heavenly law's baptism merely paused for a brief moment before resuming its relentless cascade. What? Is the baptism of the heavenly Dao still ongoing? This is utterly unfathomable. This young man has slain a saint yet appears to escape the repercussions of the heavenly Dao. Could it be that the rules of heaven have transformed? Is the act of killing a saint no longer subject to karmic consequences? In that moment, the saints were astounded, unable to comprehend the situation before them. However, none dared to test the limits of the heavenly Dao. They simply awaited the conclusion of the baptism. The resplendent power of the heavenly Dao washed over Li Jin's form, stripping away all impurities from his mortal body, rendering it a translucent hue akin to exquisite glass. This was the sacred body of a saint, forged through the baptism of the heavenly Dao, impervious to decay. It is said that even in death, a saint's physical form can remain unchanged, coexisting with heaven for eternity. Furthermore, without entering the realm of the saints, one cannot breach their defenses. Thus, a saying has circulated throughout the world, beneath the saint, all are but ants. As the luminous light dissipated, a radiant body stood tall amidst heaven and earth, exuding an overwhelming aura of sanctity. At that moment, Li Jin had never felt such exhilaration, as if a long-standing ailment had been miraculously cured, bringing joy to his very soul. Upon ascending to the rank of saint, his vision extended for miles, and he could hear whispers from millennia past. With a mere gesture, he could nurture an entire world and dominate all. At this instant, Li Jin yearned to return swiftly to Blue Star and, with the might of a saint, retrieve Yan Wuhuan's soul from the underworld. It is said that once a soul begins to dissipate for 3 hours, it becomes irretrievable. But would the other saints permit his departure? The answer is all too evident. Chapter 89, The Saint's Turmoil. Haha, young friend, achieving such prowess at your tender age, why not come and serve as a guest elder in my Jiyo Diamond Python clan? And together we shall deliberate on the grand affairs of the world. The imposing figure of the demon, with its colossal form overshadowing the sky, boasted with an air of superiority. Yet, everyone understood that its intentions lay beyond mere hospitality. Tang Feng chuckled, "Old demon, spare me your fade. What difference is there between entering your beastly domain and walking into a trap? I see that your soul possesses remarkable capabilities. Should you find yourself without a place to go, my pill tower would be most welcoming. If you wish, an array of rare herbs and esteemed elixirs shall be at your disposal." In contrast, the pill tower's offer appeared genuinely sincere. Yet, the true intentions behind it remained known only to the speaker. Huang Yan, soaring through the air, emanated an unprecedented, terrifying brilliance from his eyes. "If you are willing to join my Tianyao Phoenix clan, I can swear an oath here to ensure your safety today." His declaration astonished the other saints present. It was uncommon for the proud Huang Yan, known for his independent nature, to offer such a vow for this young man. Was there perhaps a hidden agenda? Ancient Qian, draped in a robe of deep black, exuded an imposing aura, his eyes swirling with chaotic energy. He gazed at Li Jin with earnestness. "Young friend, if you are willing, the doors of the ancient clan shall always remain open, and you are welcome at any time. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Ancient Qian's demeanor was exceptionally friendly, not for any ulterior motive, but because he sensed that this young man bore a striking resemblance to a certain individual from years past. "In an era long past, I was once a prodigy of my time, overshadowed only by the illustrious Yan Emperor. Now, I stand as the steadfast anchor of my clan, necessitating a perspective that is both discerning and unique. Although the Imperial Seal technique is our clan's most revered secret, it was, regrettably, once pilfered by a traitor and handed over to the venerable Yan Emperor. Should I forge a benevolent connection with this young man, I would not hesitate to offer not only the Imperial Seal technique, but even the hand of our clan's celestial maiden in marriage." Acknowledging the evident goodwill, Li Jin felt compelled to respond. "Thank you, clan leader. If the opportunity arises, I shall consider it." As for the invitations from the Celestial Demon Phoenix clan and the Alchemist Tower, he chose to feign ignorance. This demeanor incited great displeasure in Huang Yan. "Do you, young man, harbor disdain for my Celestial Demon Phoenix clan?" Li Jin regarded Huang Yan with disdain, recognizing the insincerity in their sudden shift of attitude after previously insisting on claiming his inheritance. It was evident to anyone that the assembled saints, while not entirely self-serving, were primarily interested in leveraging his position for their own gain. "Do you expect me to be sold out and help you count the profits?" he mused, shaking his head, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Surveying the gathering, he spoke with indifference. "It is not that I look down upon your clan. Rather, I find the rest of you, save for the ancient clans, beneath my notice." His words echoed through the space, plunging it into silence. "You audacious youth, do you truly believe that our kindness as saints permits you to overstep your bounds?" Huang Yan's expression darkened, his voice a cold reprimand. "Yao Qing, 2. Seethed with rage. His formidable presence radiating an overwhelming sanctity that compressed the surrounding space. If you wish to disregard our goodwill, do not blame the beastmen for withholding opportunities from you. The ancient dragon Saint of the Void remained hidden in the shadows, abstaining from taking a stance. Meanwhile, on the human side, Tang Feng and the alchemist Saint exchanged glances, recognizing the fury in each other's eyes. The elder of Qin Yin tapped his gnarled fingers rhythmically upon his staff, his closed eyes betraying no emotion. Ancient Qian felt a sense of helplessness. This young man had unwittingly aligned the ancient clans on a unified front, leaving one to wonder whether it was sheer arrogance or confidence that fueled his actions. A confrontation seemed inevitable. Very well, let's take a chance. Beast fire transforms into divine flames. I shall lend him support shortly. Ancient Qian's decision undoubtedly widened the path ahead. Li Jin chuckled lightly. If the saints are merely a group of blustering fools, this becomes exceedingly dull. We might as well return to our respective homes. You insolent wretch. Huang Yan's face hardened as he conjured a blazing long sword, pointing it menacingly at Li Jin. Yao Qing's essence swirled with dark energy. The pressure of the 7 stars saint descending upon Li Jin. The beastmen made the first move, and a great battle loomed on the horizon. Undeterred by the oppressive force of the 7-star saint, Li Jin met their challenge with a mocking gaze. Vajra glazed body. This technique, renowned as the strongest defense among heavenly-grade martial arts, augmented by the Ti-Dao sacred armor, rendered it nearly impossible for any saint to breach his defenses. Such resilience was truly formidable. As Yao Qing's pressure bore down upon him, it proved utterly ineffective against Li Jin. This scene left the assembled saints astounded, for they had not anticipated that even a tentative assault from a 7-star Dou saint could be effortlessly countered by a mere 1-star Dou saint. Feeling his pride wounded, the demon lord's fury surged forth. With a swift motion, he unleashed the 9 nether finger, a technique akin to the Huangquan finger, directed straight at Li Jin. This formidable skill was the culmination of generations of effort by the elder council of the 9 nether-dimensional Python clan, distilled from the essence of the Huangquan finger. Its might surpassed that of the Huangquan finger, embodying the full force of a 7-star Dou saint, its power capable of vanquishing the very void itself. Li Jin responded with the Huangquan palm, and the 2 forces collided. The impact echoed like a cataclysm, the void collapsing under the pressure, and a tumult of chaotic energy surged forth, obscuring the scene momentarily. No one has dared to withstand my heavenly-grade Dou technique head-on. Truly a foolhardy individual. As the chaotic energy dissipated, Li Jin's figure plummeted from the sky like a fragile kite, appearing in a dire state. Young one, had you known this day would come, why not surrender sooner? You are mine. The demon lord's expression was one of wild delight as his tail, a colossal force, coiled toward Li Jin. You vile creature. How could a human hero like myself allow you, a scaled beast, to capture me? First, you must face me. Tang Feng summoned a cauldron, hurling it directly at the demon lord's tail. The resulting explosion reverberated across the continent, instilling a sense of dread among all living beings as the holy might rampaged unchecked. The medicinal clan's Dou saint, with a mere thought, scattered medicinal seeds across the vast expanse, summoning countless vines and colossal trees that enveloped the sky, disorienting the saints. Huang Yin wielded the heavenly demon blade, raising it high before delivering a furious downward slash. The searing blade energy cleaved the sky in 2, tearing apart the entire expanse of medicinal flora. Observing this, the elder of the green smoke struck his staff against the ground, causing countless flames to erupt, as he joined forces with the medicinal clan's Dou saint to incinerate Huang Yin within the realm of medicinal plants. In that moment, the might of the saints unleashed in a fierce exchange, each side unleashing their true fire. For no one wished to let such a grand opportunity slip into the hands of the other. Remaining on the sidelines were only Dou Qi and the Dou saint of the ancient Void Dragon clan. Dou Qi had been focused on the ancient Void Dragons, yet suddenly, they retreated, their presence vanishing entirely, leaving him perplexed. Did the ancient Void Dragon clan not covet the fortune possessed by Li Jin? But in the next instant, Dou Qi's confusion transformed into shock. A figure appeared suddenly beside him, none other than Li Jin himself, holding a peculiar cube adorned with strange images. Could it be a unique Dou artifact? Li Jin casually remarked, Dou Qi, do you believe in miracles? Dou Qi. Li Jin tapped the mysterious object several times, and a radiant light erupted. Dou Qi was astounded as he sensed Li Jin's power surging like a potent elixir, displaying an unstoppable momentum. Current cultivation, 2, 661,003. 200, 150, 000, breakthrough imminent. Breakthrough. Dou Saint 2 stars. Dou Saint 3 stars. Dou Saint 8 stars. Dou Saint 9 stars. Current cultivation level, 61003-200-10000000000, unable to break through. Heart of the World Control, 051. In one breath, he expended all the accumulated fighting energy, precisely breaking through to the 9th star of the Dou Saint. This scene nearly left Dou Qi in shock. Could it be that this young man has employed some secret technique? But what kind of technique could be so formidable at the Dou Saint realm? It propelled him straight to the pinnacle of Dou Saint. Were it not for witnessing the tribulation he endured, one might have thought he was an ancient Dou Saint feigning weakness. Dou Qi mused, "Is this what they call a miracle? I believe it." Before he could voice his doubts, Li Jin urged him to retreat swiftly. Dou Qi dared not linger. Sensing Li Jin's intent, he surmised that a grand move was imminent. His strength as a 9-star Dou Saint was undoubtedly at the apex of the Dou Qi continent. The magnitude of the move he was about to unleash was beyond Dou Qi's imagination. It seemed that after today, the Dou Qi continent would undergo a transformation. At that moment, the battle raged fiercely, with celestial tier techniques soaring through the air. The conflict of Dou Saints was potent enough to alter the very heavens. It appears that my skills are indeed superior. The Demon King transformed into human form, breaking through the encirclement of the saints, capturing Li Jin with one hand, and laughing maniacally. The other saints were eager to intervene and snatch him away, but in the next instant, they were all left dumbfounded. The Li Jin in the Demon King's grasp suddenly transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished without a trace. What? A clone? The saints were filled with rage, having been toyed with by that young man using a mere clone. Yet this clone was almost indistinguishable from his true self. This naturally reminded the saints of the former Feng Lei Pavilion, which possessed a celestial tier technique known as the 3,000 illusory thunder bodies. Once utilized, it reached the pinnacle of speed, capable of creating illusory forms that could deceive the senses. That young man truly possesses a treasure. Just the celestial tier techniques he displayed amounted to 4 or 5 kinds. Should any one of the saints acquire them, their clan would inevitably ascend to become the unrivaled supreme clan of the continent, an immensely tempting prospect. With this thought, the saints began to search for Li Jin's figure. "Dear friends, are you looking for me?" Li Jin's voice resonated from the skies, prompting all the saints to look up. There he stood, treading the void, one hand behind his back, gazing down at the saints with an air of arrogance. "You insolent brat, come to your demise." Huang Yan had already unleashed the true flames, and upon seeing Li Jin, he could no longer contain himself, wielding the Tian Yao blade and striking down. When it comes to speed, the Tian Yao Phoenix clan undeniably excels. A blazing bone blade descended with the full might of a 6-star Dou Saint, its power formidable. The other Dou Saints couldn't help but curse Huang Yan for being cunning, hastily following suit to seize the opportunity. In the eyes of the saints, their strength was assured against the newly ascended Li Jin. Even if he had slain a 4-star Dou Saint, it wouldn't deter them. The disparity between 4-star Dou Saints and 6 or 7-star Dou Saints was as vast as heaven and earth. The Tian Yao blade swiftly descended upon Li Jin. A cruel smile etched on Huang Yan's face, exuding confidence in victory. Clang! The sound of a crisp collision rang out, freezing Huang Yan's excited expression. "What?" Li Jin extended a hand, effortlessly catching the fearsome strike of the heavenly demon blade with merely 2 fingers, without even the slightest tremor. When Huang Yan attempted to withdraw the blade, he found himself utterly incapable of doing so. "You, boy, release me at once." Despite unleashing the full force of his 6-star Dou Saint power, Huang Yan's efforts were in vain. To the other saints, this scene was undeniably shocking. For Huang Yan's earlier strike was among his most formidable techniques, yet it was effortlessly neutralized by Li Jin. Could this boy's 1-star Dou Saint prowess truly rival that of seasoned Dou Saints? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As Huang Yan struggled, Li Jin merely smiled calmly, applying pressure with his fingers. Crack! A sharp sound resonated through the air. Huang Yan's life-bound Dou weapon, refined over thousands of years, was shattered by Li Jin's bare hands. It was a weapon of a Dou Saint, akin to an eternal existence among saints. This scene was indeed somewhat exaggerated. My sacred artifact. How infuriating. Huang Yan, feeling the instability in his aura due to the loss of his weapon, decisively abandoned it and distanced himself from Li Jin. He realized that this individual before him was decidedly unusual. Could a 1-star Dou Saint possess such might? Following his retreat, the other saints launched their attacks. Great Celestial Transformation Palm. Li Jin raised his palm, revealing a black hole that seemed capable of encompassing all. In an instant, he absorbed all incoming attacks without even a ripple in the air. The saints were left in shock. They had witnessed the Great Celestial Transformation Palm before, just moments ago during Li Jin's tribulation. But was its power not a bit excessive? The combined might of the 6-star and 7-star Dou Saints was so effortlessly dispelled. The saints recoiled, standing at a distance, frowning and exchanging glances. Li Jin's voice echoed. Esteemed ones, it would be discourteous not to reciprocate your visit. Allow me to present you with a gift. Imprisonment. Li Jin's hand grasped the air, and the entire space was confined, seemingly severed from the surrounding environment. The saints were taken aback. Some tentatively attacked their surroundings, but found the space as impenetrable as a steel barrier. What? Is this the spatial isolation technique? Is that not something only a peak Dou saint can wield? No, this cannot be possible. You old demon, are you merely toying with our minds? Yao Qing's expression darkened, glaring fiercely at Tang Feng. Do you think I would deceive you mere six-star trash? Tang Feng's face flushed with anger, yet he refrained from retorting. This was not the moment for such disputes. Currently, all saints found themselves trapped, and the immediate priority was to break free from this spatial prison. To dispel this technique, their only target could be the one who cast it. Resolute in their decision, their gazes converged upon Li Jin. Yet, in but a moment, their fury transformed into sheer astonishment. Chapter 91. The Buddha's Wrathful Lotus. In the isolated space, the saints were filled with terror as Li Jin approached them step by step. With each stride, his imposing presence intensified significantly. After 8 steps, he was already near the assembly of saints, and his strength had ascended to its zenith. 9-star battle saint. The mere aura he exuded left the gathered saints struggling for breath. It is noteworthy that among the present saints, only Yao Qing held the rank of 7-star battle saint, and even it was compelled to revert to its true form to withstand the oppressive force of the 9-star battle saint. Beyond the status of battle saint, each star attained represents a monumental leap, particularly with the latter 3 stars. Achieving 7-star battle saint equates to entering an entirely different realm, incomparable to the 6-star battle saints. This explains why Yao Qing looks down upon the 6-star battle saints present. Yet now, beneath Li Jin's overwhelming 9-star majesty, it could only seek self-preservation. The other 6-star battle saints were like flickering candles in the wind, unsteady and fearful. As Li Jin reached the proximity of the saints, he gazed down upon the world from his elevated position. Who would have thought that the once exalted saints would now find themselves overshadowed, unable to retort? Why do you all remain silent? Is my performance not to your liking? Let me serve you another course then. I wonder if you relish vegetarian dishes. With that, 9 resplendent flames emerged from Li Jin's body, floating around him like loyal subjects guarding their emperor. This spectacle astonished the saints. Previously, when Li Jin utilized the 5-wheel flame technique, he had conjured 5 flames, which had already garnered their admiration. Yet, who could have anticipated that this was not his limit? This individual possessed a full 9 flames. Li Jin clasped his hands together and then gradually spread them apart, revealing a pure white energy lotus that slowly unfurled. The flames, as if summoned, dove into the energy lotus, transforming it into a vibrant kaleidoscope of colors, a sight to behold. However, beneath such exquisite beauty lay a terrifying might that instilled dread in the hearts of the saints present. They recalled a historically renowned technique, the Buddha's Wrath Flame Lotus. Li Jin's voice confirmed their thoughts, as the multicolored flame lotus soared toward the saints, its terrifying heat melting the very fabric of space. This scene struck terror into the hearts of the saints trapped in this place, compelling them to unleash their most formidable techniques in a desperate attempt to counter the might of the Buddha's Wrath Flame Lotus. Yao Qing even resorted to the 9 nether heavenly wrath, surpassing the Yellow Springs heavenly wrath, to combat the Buddha's Wrath Flame Lotus. Yet, could a superlative attack executed with the strength of a 9-star battle saint be so easily deflected? The Buddha's Wrath Flame Lotus, moving at a deliberate pace, was nonetheless invulnerable. As soon as the 9 nether heavenly wrath made contact, it evaporated, leaving no room for the other battle saints' techniques to fare any better. Under the fearful gazes of the saints, the vibrant flame lotus descended to the center. Its petals gradually unfurled, and when the entire lotus fully blossomed, the cataclysmic power contained within erupted with a resounding force, sweeping outward in all directions. The terrifying might offered no opportunity for explanation, as beneath the flame lotus, all beings stood equal. Space itself was obliterated, and chaotic currents dared not disturb. Despite the imperviousness of the world's isolation techniques, they shattered like glass in the face of the Buddha's wrathful lotus. The residual waves of the fire lotus illuminated the entire continent, instilling terror in countless beings. As the annihilative force of the fire lotus gradually dissipated, both the 6-star Dou saints and the 7-star Dou saints lay defeated upon the ground. The tail of the demon king was reduced to mere bones, singed by the fire lotus. One of the wings of the phoenix flame was turned to ash, leaving it gravely injured and unable to rise. Among the humans, the medicinal clan's Dou saint was left with only half a body, while the elder with the azure smoke had lost a leg, and his life weapon, a staff, splintered to pieces. The most tragic of all was Tang Foam from the Burning Flame Valley, whose shallow foundations led to his Dou Saint's space, shattering into the void, leaving him riddled with wounds, appearing more like a deflating balloon than a warrior. The might of a single strike was utterly terrifying. One must ask, who else in the world could stand alone against the assembly of saints and emerge victorious? Only Li Jin. At that moment, the ancient Qian in the distance felt his heart race. His decisiveness surpassed even that of the Flame Emperor from years past. The scene unfolding below among the saints was nothing short of gruesome. He couldn't help but feel fortunate for not being dragged into their calamity. Ancient Qian, haha. Once again, my discerning eye has recognized exceptional talent, seeing the extraordinary nature of this young one. At this moment, the territory of the Golden Devouring Mouse clan had vanished without a trace, leaving behind an immense and profound pit. Countless streams of lava flowed like a molten hellscape. It would likely be eons before new life could emerge here, akin to the desolate factory island. In the sky, Li Jin regarded the gravely wounded saints with a cold expression, his tone frigid. What are saints but mere poultry and dogs? How utterly dull. When the realms converge, do not let me lay eyes upon you. Otherwise, a mere beating will not suffice. As he spoke, a spatial wormhole materialized between his fingers, extending in the wind. Ancient Qian, I have a request. Could you kindly safeguard this wormhole for me? Li Jin turned to Ancient Qian, clasping his fists in respect. Ancient Qian, puzzled, replied, what is this? This is a passage to the source, which will fully open in 3 days, allowing beings from both realms to exchange freely. As I am not of this realm, I shall not linger. Should you wish to visit my source in the future, I will gladly welcome you. Li Jin's words caused Ancient Qian's eyes to widen in astonishment. He had never anticipated that Li Jin was not a prodigy of the Dou Qi continent, but rather hailing from the ethereal source. No wonder he possessed such terrifying strength. It is known that the so-called source is the primal land of the Dou Qi continent, the place all beings of the continent yearn for. Currently, the continent lacks the Emperor's essence, making it difficult for the saints to glimpse the mysteries of the imperial realm. Yet, within that source, the Emperor's essence is abundant. If one could reach the source, perhaps it would indeed be possible to take that fateful step. Now, as Li Jin wishes to place this key into his hands, it is akin to granting himself an opportunity to surpass the saints. This is an immense boon. Who would have thought that while the saints were embroiled in contention, it ultimately benefited him? Ancient Qian, as I said, my discerning eye has truly recognized a gem. My young friend, you jest. I had previously mentioned that you should not hesitate to request assistance whenever necessary. Rest assured, the spatial wormhole is safeguarded within my ancient clan. Unless I meet my demise, no one shall dare to seize it. Gu Qian proclaimed, his voice resonating like thunder, exuding the formidable prowess of a 7-star Dou Saint. Upon witnessing this, Li Jin clasped his fists and smiled. I am profoundly grateful to you, clan leader Gu Qian. With that, Li Jin plunged into the spatial wormhole, vanishing from sight. The wormhole gradually ascended, resting in the palm of Gu Qian's hand. Following the trail of his own markings, Li Jin soon leaped out from the heavenly pool. Yet, in the next moment, his expression turned to one of unbridled fury. Chapter 92, The Terrifying Wajizi. Within North Star City, countless restless souls lingered. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of beings lay to eternal rest here, creating an extraordinary realm of spirits. Amidst the ruins, several figures traversed, each wearing a visage of gaunt ecstasy. They voraciously consumed a multitude of souls, reminiscent of the encounters experienced by Qing Feng and his companion. Ha ha ha. This place is indeed a paradise for our kind of cultivators. Fortuitously blessed by this calamity, we have been granted an unparalleled opportunity for cultivation. Brother, our master is on the verge of breaking through to the Dan condensation realm. Haha, what joy. Surely our esteemed teacher is nearing his 3rd breakthrough? Does this not mean we are about to witness the birth of a great being in the void return realm? If only more lives could be claimed, we would undoubtedly achieve remarkable progress. The disciples of Wuxin Temple, gathering souls and essence, ravenously devoured the energy of spirits, utterly indifferent to the inky black patterns crawling across their bodies, which appeared both grotesque and eerie. In the center of North Star City, amidst the massive crater left by an explosion, an ethereal elder sat cross-legged, his dust brush resting on his arm. This was none other than Wuxin Temple's master, Wajizi. With each breath he took, he absorbed a vast number of souls into his being. Subsequently, he channeled the soul technique, converting them into layers of cultivation. The inky patterns adorning his body were denser than those of any other present, nearly enveloping him entirely. After completing yet another cycle of absorption, Wajizi's eyes opened and closed, revealing a pitch-black gaze, entirely unlike that of a human. He seemed to sense something, his expression shifting to one of wild joy. I said there must be two extremely powerful soul traces concealed here. Why could I not find them? Ah, they have been hiding. Heh, I have discovered you. Wajizi swiftly appeared on a dilapidated street 1,000 meters away. With a powerful downward motion of his hand, an overwhelming force shattered the ground, exposing the drainage system sprawling beneath the city. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A vast swarm of rats scurried through the sewer pipes. With a swift motion, he grasped the air, pulling forth a mass of rodents, among which one rat displayed an unmistakably animated expression. Now captured by Wajizi, it appeared utterly panicked. I've caught you, little rat. Wajizi crushed the rodent mass, transforming it into a mist of blood. In his palm now floated a small, shimmering phantom of a rat, suffused with faint golden light. Release me. I am the beloved grandson of the golden-devouring rat clan leader. The shadow of a small mouse dashed about in the palm of the inorganic being, desperately seeking an escape. The inorganic being merely smiled faintly, its dark eyes regarding the creature without an ounce of compassion. I know not what the gold-eating mouse clan is. Yet I am aware that our fates are intertwined, and thus I must fulfill my duty to you. When the day comes for my ascension, I shall bestow upon you, the so-called gold-eating mouse clan, some measure of blessing. Now, hasten to assist me in reaching the pinnacle of my power. The inorganic being's face was alight with a manic joy, both sickly and terrifying. In the terrified gaze of Jin Dou, a filthy maw slowly descended upon it. No. The desperate cry lasted but a fleeting moment before it was abruptly silenced. The golden soul was entirely consumed by the inorganic being, and under the relentless grip of the Dao soul technique, it transformed into the purest essence of spiritual power, surging through its limbs and bones. A profound sense of ecstasy surged through the inorganic being, causing it to writhe with excitement, its appearance becoming decidedly eerie. This state persisted for nearly several minutes until, with a long sigh, it ceased its contortions. Aha! Brotherly, you truly are my closest confidant. The Dao soul technique is indeed the most mysterious of arts. Having you is my fortune. The inorganic being laughed maniacally, reveling in the realization that its cultivation had reached the very peak of the harmonious path. And with just a little more impetus, it would naturally ascend to the realm of the void return. From that moment forth, the vastness of the world would be at its disposal, and once the path to immortality was opened, it could soar to the heavens and enter the realm of the immortals. You must keep my other opportunity well hidden. A glint of sharpness flickered in the inorganic being's obsidian eyes, and with a sudden movement, it vanished from sight. At the edge of Beijing City, several figures traversed the streets. 6 individuals, both men and women, bore backpacks and carried bags. 2 among them hefted cameras, clearly engaged in media work. They were eagerly racing toward the outskirts of the city. Brother Zhu, today we've captured the most sensational breaking news. Once we edit it, it will surely sweep across the internet. Indeed, earning $1 million a day is no longer a dream. It's all thanks to Brother Zhu's audacity. We are all fortunate to bask in his glory. Enough of that. I'll treat everyone to a grand health session later. Order whatever you like. The group was animated with excitement, clutching their belongings tightly, as if fearing they might miss the golden opportunity to earn a fortune. Among them, a woman with a backpack glanced back with a complex expression, a flicker of emerald light shimmering in her eyes. Fong, hurry up. Don't lag behind. Another woman beside her urged, giving her shoulder a gentle pat. Fong nodded and fell in step with the main group. The gates of Beijing City were just ahead. Once outside, they could drive away in their car and leave swiftly. As they approached the city gate, a gust of wind suddenly swept in from nowhere, stirring up dust from the ground and obscuring their path. Cough, cough. The group covered their mouths and noses, brushing away the dust. Moments later, as the dust settled and the wind stilled, a figure unexpectedly appeared at the gates of Beijing City. A figure clad in a flowing white robe, wielding a feather duster, appeared as if descended from the realms of immortality, reminiscent of characters from a television drama. The crowd was momentarily startled by this old Taoist, yet soon exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that he was not a malevolent spirit. Zhu Gu waved his hand, signaling the others to continue their exit. Given the current unrest in Beijing City, it would be prudent for this venerable elder to depart sooner rather than later, Zhu Gu kindly advised. However, the old Taoist seemed oblivious to the warning, approaching the group with an unwavering gait. Zhu Gu shook his head in response, suggesting, let us disregard him. We shall circumvent his presence and allow him to fend for himself. The others nodded in agreement, yet only Fong trembled slightly, as if valiantly suppressing her terror. Zhu Gu was the first to pass by the old Taoist, but after just a few steps, he froze in place, his body inexplicably disintegrating into a gruesome pile of flesh before the bewildered eyes of the crowd. The horrific scene sent shivers down the spines of several men. who retreated in trembling fear, while another woman collapsed to the ground, retching violently. Only Fong Fong maintained a pale expression, fixated on the old Taoist. At that moment, the Taoist opened his obsidian eyes, locking his gaze onto the soul residing within Fong Fong. Is it not a virtue to fulfill this poor Taoist's desires? Why do you seek to flee? Chapter 93, The Unyielding Wujizi. Yin Wuhuan was taken aback to discover such formidable strength among this peculiar group. The pressure he exerted was unparalleled, evoking memories of his previous encounters with the powerful fighters of Shieling. Now that he had attained the Douling level, he still felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, indicating the Taoist's prowess surpassed all expectations. Was it truly the case that even in his final moments, peace would elude him? A profound sense of helplessness enveloped Yin Wuhuan. Wujizi strode forward with ease, effortlessly leaping over others to stand before Fong Fong. Those he bypassed met the same gruesome fate as Zhu Gu, reduced to mere remnants scattered across the ground. What are you still hiding from? Reveal yourself at once. With a flourish of his sleeve, Wujizi rendered Fong Fong's corporeal form to ash, as if it were ancient, desiccated wood blown away by the wind. A ghostly green soul ascended, only to be captured by Wujizi's outstretched hand. In that moment, Yin Wuhuan felt an overwhelming sense of futility, as a mere soul. She was powerless to resist, a victim at the mercy of another. Wujizi toyed with the ethereal essence, suddenly bursting into maniacal laughter. I have heard you are close to the Forbidden Emperor. Perhaps you are unaware that I share a considerable grudge against him. Were it not for him, our paths may never have crossed. Tell me, if I were to consume you before his very eyes, would he not be utterly devastated? His laughter echoed with a fervor akin to madness, a visceral desire to rend flesh from bone. Is that so? A voice, cold and piercing, interrupted Wujizi's frenzy from behind. Whirling around, he was astonished to find a man standing there, seemingly having appeared from nowhere. Who are you? What sorcery is this? Wujizi's dark eyes narrowed, a sense of unease seeping into his heart. Why did I not notice this fellow? Was I too engrossed moments ago? A sardonic smile crept across Li Jin's lips. Did you not claim that we harbored significant grievances? What? Do you no longer recognize me? Upon hearing this, Wujizi's eyes widened in shock, and he instinctively retreated. Once he had distanced himself, he seemed to regain a semblance of security, allowing him to scrutinize Li Jin. How can you prove you are the Forbidden Emperor? Li Jin chuckled. Why should I feel the need to prove anything to you? Does a mighty dragon seek the approval of mere ants? Wujizi's expression darkened as he replied. Haha, it appears you have no intention of reclaiming that splendid soul. Do you? He raised his hand, eager to flaunt his spoils in an attempt to intimidate Li Jin. However, he was left dumbfounded. For the soul he had grasped moments ago had transformed into a mere puff of smoke. Are you looking for this? Across from him, in the palm of Li Jin's hand, a vibrant green orb pulsated with life. Enraged, Wujizi crushed the smoke in his grasp. That insufferable brat, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Very well. Today, I shall extract your soul and refine your essence, thus paving my own path to greatness. Wujizi flicked his hand, and the strands of his whisk transformed into countless threads, swirling toward Li Jin. Yet, Li Jin stood his ground, securing Yin Wuhuan's soul while allowing the whisk to envelop him. Boy, as exalted as Xianyuan Qingtian may have portrayed you, it appears you are but a wretched chick. Before Wujizi could finish his taunt, he felt an overwhelming wave of heat wash over him. Li Jin had seemingly transformed into a terrifying green flame, incinerating the whisk inch by inch until it crumbled to dust. The flame coalesced into an ancient green lotus, hurtling toward Wujizi. A profound sense of dread gripped Wujizi's heart. Transforming essence, guarding unity, boundless heaven and earth, shimming bell. He chanted, summoning a pitch-black bell above him that enveloped him within. The green lotus descended upon him, colliding with the Xianming bell, unleashing a cataclysmic force. The terrifying heat spread rapidly to the bell, turning its frost-covered surface a fiery crimson. It's scorching. I'm burning alive. Wujizi was thrown from the Xianming bell, cursing as he emerged and hastily cast a frost spell to cool himself down. He had not anticipated that Li Jin's seemingly light green lotus could harbor such terrifying heat. His Xianming bell had been refined for over 40 years in the frigid north, a paragon among the world's cold artifacts. Yet it was reduced to a steamer in the blink of an eye. Two forms give rise to the four symbols. The four symbols subdue demons. Wujizi stood at a distance, summoning an 8 trigrams formation above his head, where a mysterious deity, black as ink, loomed ominously, exuding an aura of chilling cold. Under Wujizi's command, the deity conjured black lightning, akin to a thunder god descending upon the earth, aimed at Li Jin. The black lightning slithered through the night like a shadowy specter, impossible to trace. In an instant, it descended upon Li Jin, bearing the weight of a thunderous onslaught. The inorganic being observed Li Jin, utterly unresponsive, and suddenly revealed a sinister grin. This young brat, with a modicum of skill, considers himself above others, unaware that experience is paramount. Let you taste the 4 elephants' divine thunder of this seat. Boom. The thunderclap struck Li Jin's form just as the inorganic being had anticipated. Filled with exhilaration, he cried out, as if victory were assured. However, as the black thunder dissipated, Li Jin remained standing steadfastly, his eyes glimmering with mockery. This scene abruptly extinguished the inorganic being's excitement, leaving a large question mark hovering over his mind. Impossible. The divine thunder of this seat could even overwhelm those at the harmonious path realm. What right does this young lad possess? Observing his desperate demeanor, Li Jin shook his head, contemplating. This is the consequence of ignorance. No matter your harmonious path return to the void, before a sage, you are but an ant. Yet how could the inorganic being fathom such profundities? After confusion came a surge of terror. This youth might prove to be an insurmountable foe. The inorganic being turned tail and retreated, directly descending in the heart of North Star City. Upon witnessing their master's arrival, a throng of disciples hurried forward to offer their congratulations. Disciples, heed my command. Form the annihilation array. The inorganic being's sudden decree momentarily stunned all disciples. But they quickly regained their composure and promptly took their positions. Subsequently, with a grand sweep of his hand, the dense black soul power of the inorganic being intertwined all disciples, forming an enormous array net. Rumbling, like thunder on parched earth. The black array diagram exuded an overwhelming might, enveloping North Star City entirely. With the array bolstering him, the inorganic being felt an unmatched energy coursing through him, as if he could pierce the heavens with ease. He darkly gazed at the approaching Li Jin and smiled. Young lad, my annihilation array is renowned for being invulnerable and all-conquering. Dare you enter and contest with me? No sooner had he spoken than Li Jin stepped boldly into the array. Chapter 94, Breaking into the Return to Void Realm. You dare to so brazenly invade my array, leaving me defenseless. What is this madness? Are you brimming with confidence in your own strength? The inorganic being, after a brief moment of shock, became exhilarated. He had not anticipated Li Jin's audacity, this annihilation, unmatched beneath the immortals. He chuckled, since you present yourself willingly for slaughter, do not blame me for lacking benevolence. The annihilation array, under the inorganic being's command, erupted with boundless black energy, devoid of any righteous aura typical of cultivators. The array contained profound mysteries. For outsiders, it was truly a perilous path fraught with lethal traps. This array, formed by the inorganic being at the pinnacle of the harmonious path, wielded power nearly equivalent to that of the peak return to void realm. No cultivator in this realm had yet surpassed this level. Thus, the inorganic being could confidently assert that he was capable of sweeping away all hidden existences on Blue Star. This was his assurance. Annihilation Calamity Light. Suddenly, boundless black light erupted from within the annihilation array, completely engulfing Li Jin. The disciples were astonished. They had not anticipated that their combined efforts had manifested an array that had reached the zenith below the immortals. Each heart quivered with profound emotion, swiftly followed by an overwhelming ecstasy. What did this signify? It meant that the disciples of the enlightened ones could now traverse the Blue Star with unbridled confidence. What luxury cars and beautiful maidens could they not possess? What promotions and accolades could they not attain? All it took was their desire, just a mere utterance. Every individual within the formation, including the enigmatic figure, was swept away by a tide of excitement, poised to forge an unprecedented chapter in history. The annihilating black light persisted for several moments, even causing the very fabric of space to crack. Congratulations, Master, on your triumphant mastery of the divine arts. A further step and you shall shatter the void and ascend to enlightenment. The disciples within the formation lavished praises upon the enigmatic figure, extolling his virtues to celestial heights. At this moment, the enigmatic figure, his face adorned with dark patterns, reveled in the adulation of his disciples, as if he were indeed destined to ascend among the immortals. Yet, the old cow, despite enjoying the flattery, lacked any formidable prowess. Li Jin's light-hearted voice resonated amidst the black light. Subsequently, the black light, in the astonished gazes of the onlookers, contracted instantaneously. Li Jin's figure materialized, seemingly unscathed. He now held the solidified, annihilating black light, playing with it as one would a jewel. What? He had actually withstood the annihilating calamity. No, it was utterly impossible. That was a force even the immortals would contemplate with trepidation. Could it be that the master had orchestrated this? The disciples inevitably turned their gaze towards the enigmatic figure, awaiting his response. He, too, was utterly astonished, for among all present, he understood best the sheer terror embodied in that annihilating calamity. During times of turmoil, his sect had once employed this very formation to eliminate inheritors from the celestial realm, establishing the Taoist sect's dominance on the blue star. The primary array master back then was far weaker than he was now. Logically, the power of his own annihilating calamity should have been even more formidable. Why then could this fellow, Jin D, effortlessly receive it? Had his strength truly surpassed that of the immortals? No, absolutely not. No one in this realm could transcend the chasm between mortals and immortals. He must be deceiving us. Desolation thunder. The enigmatic figure activated the grand formation, summoning the boundless calamity clouds from the heavens, coalescing into dark, ominous thunderbolts, aimed at Li Jin within the formation. When this technique was invoked, a righteous aura should have surged forth, yet, due to the altered nature of the practitioner's vital energy, it instead became terrifying, its might magnified. The enigmatic figure's dark eyes fixated intently on the area engulfed in thunder, awaiting the outcome. He could not believe that Jin D was truly that powerful. Yet, fate often defies expectations. As the black thunder from the heavens poured down, a colossal hand emerged from the tempest, seemingly imbued with boundless magical might, drawing the surrounding black, demonic thunder into its grasp. Much like the earlier annihilating calamity, the black, demonic thunder was absorbed into Li Jin's palm, pulsating with dark arcs of energy. This spectacle struck the enigmatic figure like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly shattered. Impossible. This must be a deception. Monsters and demons shall not disturb my resolve. My heart is as iron, unyielding and indomitable. You wretched fool, die. The seemingly frenzied Wajizi propelled his innate power to the pinnacle of the Dao fusion realm, inciting the entire grand formation to operate in a mad frenzy. The disciples within the array felt their vital energy surging uncontrollably, as if the formation were forcibly siphoning the essence from their very beings. What is our esteemed master attempting to achieve? Why should we, as disciples, concern ourselves with such matters? Our master has his own strategies. All we need do is follow orders, for that is the finest path to cultivation. Fellow brothers and sisters, let us channel our true energy to assist our master in breaking through to the void returning realm. The disciples within the grand formation promptly emulated their senior brothers, infusing their foundational, core, transformation, and divine cultivation levels into Wajizi. In an instant, Wajizi's aura became even more tempestuous. He advanced further on the precipice of Dao fusion, making incremental strides in his cultivation. The darkness in his eyes deepened, shimmering with an eerie crimson glow. A ferocious pulling force erupted from within him, leaving the disciples feeling as if their very souls were being uncontrollably drawn towards their master. Master, what are you doing? Master, no, I do not wish to die. Master, why do you wish to harm us? In a heartbeat, dozens of profoundly skilled disciples became nutrients for Wajizi, their flesh and souls entirely absorbed. The sweet taste of flesh, the delectable essence of souls. Disciples, this is your destiny. The Dao Soul technique is truly an unparalleled secret art. His momentum soared to new heights, shattering the barriers of the void returning realm and stepping into its depths. The enlightened attract support. The ancients do not deceive me. Wajizi laughed heartily, never before having felt such a magnificent realm. At this moment, his face was completely obscured by dark patterns, rendering any trace of skin imperceptible. It was as if he donned an exquisitely fitted black mask that pulsed like veins, an exceedingly bizarre sight. Once enveloped in the dark visage, an inexplicable sense of familiarity emerged in Li Jin's heart. He furrowed his brow slightly, unable to recall the source of this familiarity. Enough of this display. It is time to conclude this farce. Li Jin thrust his hands forward, and two orbs soared towards Wajizi in an instant. The annihilation calamity light and the extinction divine thunder, two formidable strikes, would be a challenge for any great being from Blue Star to withstand. The two orbs cleaved through the void, leaving long trails in the air. This sight startled Wajizi. He had just risked everything to merely crack the void. Yet, Li Jin's nonchalant gesture could leave scars upon the very fabric of space. Could he truly be that terrifying? Upon recalling that he had already penetrated the void returning realm, his astonishment lessened. The four symbols give rise to the 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams command the palm. Wajizi's hands traced arcs in the air, merging to form a pitch-black Taiji Bagua diagram. Under his manipulation, the Bagua diagram came to life, wrapping towards the two orbs with a lightness yet immense resilience. A characteristic of the Bagua, using strength against strength, embodying both softness and hardness. At the moment the two beads made contact, the Bagua diagram was subjected to extreme distortion, appearing precarious and on the verge of collapse, as if it might shatter at any moment. Yet, After a tumultuous tug, the Bagua diagram astonishingly secured the two beads firmly within the two yin-yang eyes, achieving a delicate equilibrium. The Taiji Bagua represents the most formidable defense in existence. Even beings of celestial realms cannot hope to breach it. Let us take a step back, the sinister figure proposed with an eerie smile. You traverse your sunlit path, while I tread my solitary bridge. What say you? But before he could savor his own words, his amusement was abruptly extinguished. Do you still wish to traverse that solitary bridge? I shall dismantle it along with you. A hand, as large as a fan, instantly shattered the Bagua diagram conjured by the sinister figure, annihilating the bead infused with the annihilation light and the divine thunder of obliteration. What manner of hand was this? The very fabric of space crumbled beneath it, and the chaotic essence dared not emerge. Anything touched by this hand was reduced to ashes in an instant. The sinister figure gazed in horror at the descending hand. Its might transcended his comprehension. It was as if a deity was delivering divine retribution upon mere ants. Beneath the sage, all are but ants. Even celestial beings who do not ascend to the sage realm can be crushed with a mere finger. The hand, imbued with boundless chaotic power, approached in the blink of an eye. The sinister figure could barely react as he felt the disarray of the void and the inversion of yin and yang. With a thunderous crash, his dark head exploded like a watermelon, splattering red and white matter across the ground. The headless corpse remained upright in the air for a brief moment before plummeting directly to the earth. The annihilation formation collapsed instantly, and the surging black, true energy dissipated entirely. Stripped of all vitality, the sinister figure, who had tormented countless souls, found himself utterly lifeless. As if the world had momentarily fallen silent. After such a prolonged performance, the outcome is merely a decorative pillow, beautiful yet useless, a waste of my time. After this sardonic remark, Li Jin swiftly vanished, reappearing outside Beijing City, where Wenlan and others had been waiting anxiously. Upon his return, the group quickly converged around him. Wenlan stepped forward, grasping Li Jin's arm with urgency. Little Jin, is Huan saved? The others wore expressions of hope, eagerly anticipating positive news. Li Jin turned his palm, revealing a sphere of ethereal green light, which, upon sensing the presence of the crowd, pulsed with excitement. Huan. Wenlan instantly recognized that this was indeed the soul of Yan Wuhuan. The others shared her joy, sensing that hope was within reach. Li Jin smiled gently, and with a wave of his hand, the surroundings shifted dramatically. One moment, they were enveloped in the darkness of night, and the next, they were bathed in daylight. Everything around them felt alien, as if they had been transported to an ancient mountain range, heavy with the weight of time. In the distance, 6 towering trees reached for the heavens, their branches and leaves lost in the clouds. Atop the highest peak stood a radiant divine tree, continuously emanating the essence of the Tao. A winding river flowed towards a distant ocean, where a divine dragon was battling the tumultuous waves 3,000 miles away. Li Jin soared into the air with the crowd, descending beneath the divine tree. Goodness, why do I feel on the verge of a breakthrough? Me too. What is happening? I haven't even played the game yet. Why am I about to level up? The sudden turn of events left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Li Jin spoke reassuringly. Do not panic. This is the Bodhi miraculous tree, which possesses the ability for enlightenment. Your cultivation levels are not high, so it is quite easy to transcend your boundaries here. His words left the crowd in astonishment. Master, why didn't you share such a treasure earlier? Dong Qiankuan jested to lighten the mood. By the way, where exactly are we, Master? Wang Haoyun inquired, glancing around with curiosity. Li Jin replied nonchalantly. This is my Dou Qi space, a realm unto itself. Wow, how vast must this be? Wang Haoyun exclaimed, and the others shared his astonishment. You can't even see the end of it at a glance. Who would have thought that at our age? You suddenly drive a Lamborghini. It's not that large. Just a tad bigger than Blue Star. Is that even a reasonable statement? To possess such an expansive private garden at such a young age is truly a display of opulence. Seeing the curiosity of the crowd, Li Jin couldn't help but chuckle. All right, let us attend to business. At the mention of this, everyone ceased their playful banter, focusing intently on Li Jin. He released an ethereal green orb into the air. With a wave of his hand, 6 divine trees in the distance shed 206 branches of varying thicknesses, which gracefully circled around the orb. Boom! With a stomp of his foot, the earth trembled, and countless delicate veins of the earth surged into the sky, intertwining with the orb. Immediately, the purest water spirits ascended from every river, joyfully pouring into the orb. This spectacle was nothing short of miraculous, leaving the onlookers in awe. Li Jin approached the Bodhi miraculous tree, scooping up a handful of multicolored soil and casting it vigorously into the sky. In an instant, the vibrant soil enveloped all the earlier elements, forming a towering boulder. Thud. The multicolored boulder crashed to the ground with a muffled thud. Goodness! Is this how Sun Wukong was formed? Dong Qianquan exclaimed excitedly. While the crowd found his thoughts somewhat eccentric, there seemed to be a semblance of truth. Wen Lan was equally exhilarated, gazing at the colorful stone. This is amazing. Xiao Jin, truly, I don't know how to thank you. Li Jin gently patted her hand, smiling. Patience, it's not over yet. He then stepped forward, a wisp of ethereal green flames manifesting within him. The presence of this fire sent a chill through the crowd, as if they were immersed in an endless toxic swamp. Ethereal poison fire, arise. With a soft command, the flames ascended above the multicolored stone, enveloping it for refinement. Xiao Jin, is there any danger with this fire? Wen Lan asked, a hint of worry in her voice. Li Jin chuckled. Have you ever heard of a constitution that can endure all worldly calamities, impervious to all poisons? Wen Lan had yet to comprehend the situation when Lu Lixiang, beside her, exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that she possesses the same cursed physique as the little medicine immortal? Correct. Li Jin nodded, a hint of appreciation evident in his eyes for Lu Lixiang's insight. Upon her revelation, the crowd finally grasped the reason behind the need for the nether poison fire. It was, after all, to endow her with a unique constitution. Consequently, Yin Wuhuan fundamentally overshadowed everyone else, and her future prowess promised to be exceedingly formidable. Oh my. This makes me want to ask the sect leader to help me with a rebirth as well, perhaps granting me a celestial dominance body. Wouldn't that be delightful? Dong Qianquan jested. Suddenly, Li Jin appeared beside him, patting his shoulder, and remarked, if you genuinely desire such a transformation, I would not be averse to assisting you. Goodness, you nearly startled me to death. Sect leader, how do you manage to appear out of nowhere? Never mind, I still prefer this body of mine. After all, I've been using it for over 20 years. It's quite familiar. Dong Qianquan patted his chest, recovering from the shock. Li Jin chuckled and replied, whenever you find it cumbersome, feel free to seek me out. Laughter erupted from the crowd, and the atmosphere began to lighten, as the weight that had hung over their hearts finally settled. Yet, Li Jin suddenly furrowed his brow. It appeared that a disturbance had occurred outside the saintly dual space.